Master, I must take my leave now. Please take care of yourself. In Jiangnan province, at Longtan prison, Ye Chu respectfully bowed to a disheveled old man, his eyes filled with reluctance. The old man nodded slightly and admonished, "Do not forget your master's instructions. Once you are outside, swiftly resolve the resentment of the dragon energy within you, otherwise, if it corrupts your heart meridian, calamity will surely follow." Ye Chu solemnly replied, "Master, I understand." 3 years prior, he had taken his brother's place in prison. At that time, he was merely 15, often subjected to bullying. Fortunately, the old man intervened, accepting him as a disciple and imparting numerous skills. The old man revealed that he possessed the bloodline of a true dragon, yet for reasons unknown, his true dragon bone had been extracted. This resulted in the emergence of resentment dragon energy, which relentlessly eroded his body. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he would not survive past 18. Thanks to the old man's teachings in martial arts, his physical constitution was improved, allowing him to barely suppress the resentment dragon energy. However, this was merely a temporary measure. To thoroughly eradicate the resentment dragon energy, two methods existed. The first was to seek a woman with a special constitution. Dragons are inherently lustful, and the resentment dragon energy is a form of dragon energy. Engaging in dual cultivation with such a person could harmonize the resentment dragon energy using their primal essence. Ideally, a true phoenix or true dragon body would be the most effective. The second method was to retrieve the lost true dragon bone. The resentment dragon energy arose from the extraction of the true dragon bone. Once recovered, it would dissipate. The old man waved his hand. "Very well, go. Remember, do not tarnish your master's reputation." Ye Chu knelt and bowed thrice to the old man before rising and departing from the prison. As he exited, Longtan prison erupted into a frenzy. "Ha ha! The tyrant Chu has finally left. Wonderful! Today is a day of great celebration." In the Ye family, one of the four prominent clans of Jiangdu City. Within the Ye family villa, Ye Tianqing and his wife wore expressions of worry. "What shall we do? Only 3 days remain. If we cannot devise a plan, my tenure as head of the family will come to an end." Ye Tianqing furrowed his brow. Xie Yushan exclaimed in anger, "The old man is clearly doing this on purpose." Ye Tianqing sighed, "Am I not aware? Father is indirectly forcing me to relinquish my position." Xie Yushan, flustered, asked, "What then shall we do?" Ye Tianqing gritted his teeth. "If it comes to that, we may have to sacrifice Yifei." Xie Yushan's expression changed. Would Yifei agree? The young lady from the Jiang family is a vegetable, and it is said her beauty has been ruined. The young lady of the Jiang family had been in a car accident over a year ago, leaving her in a vegetative state. After seeking medical help in vain, they recently planned to recruit a son-in-law to bring good fortune. In pursuit of wealth and status, the Yi family took the initiative. The elder of the Yi family promptly convened a family meeting, but after much discussion yielded no results. The pressure fell upon Ye Tianqing as the head of the family. Just as the two were in despair, the family steward entered. "Sir, young Master Chu has returned." Xie Yushan frowned. "Which young Master Chu?" Ye Tianqing also furrowed his brow, but then seemed to recall something. The steward clarified, "Sir, it is young Master Ye Chu, who was imprisoned 3 years ago." Both were taken aback, suddenly remembering who Ye Chu was. Having been absent for over 3 years, they had nearly forgotten they had such a son. The eyes of the two individuals sparkled simultaneously as Xie Yushan remarked, "Tianqing, we can arrange for Ye Chu to marry into the Jiang family." Ye Tianqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, a labor reform criminal matched with a vegetative person, a match made in heaven. Xie Yushan expressed her concerns. After all, Ye Chu is a bastard child and has served time in prison. Will the Jiang family have objections? Ye Tianqing pondered for a moment before responding, "I will make a call to inquire." He promptly retrieved his phone to communicate with the Jiang family. Once he hung up, Xie Yushan eagerly inquired, "What did they say?" Ye Tianqing replied, "The Jiang family said they would consider it." At that moment, the butler entered, leading Ye Chu inside. Upon noticing his faded and worn clothing, a flicker of disdain crossed their faces. Yet, in light of the marriage arrangement, they were compelled to force smiles. Ye Tianqing quickly approached, grasping Ye Chu's hand with warmth. "Xiao Chu, you have endured much in these 3 years." Xie Yushan added, "Xiao Chu, just wait here, I will go prepare a meal for you." She then rose to head to the kitchen. while Ye Tianqing engaged Ye Chu in small talk, inquiring about his 3 years of incarceration and explaining that he had been too occupied with the affairs of the company to visit. Ye Chu remained silent, listening quietly, but inwardly he could only scoff coldly. He was no longer the person he was 3 years ago. Even if they spoke eloquently, he would not believe a word. In the past, within the confines of the family, Ye Chu held little status and often faced abuse. 3 years ago, Ye Tianqing had even coerced him into taking the blame for his elder brother, Ye Chen, claiming that Ye Chu was underage and would receive a lighter sentence. He had promised Ye Chu that upon his release, he would ensure a life of wealth and prosperity. Yet, what was the outcome? Since his incarceration, the Ye family had never visited him. At that time, Ye Chu was young and powerless against the Ye family, so he had no choice but to comply. Initially, he had no intention of returning to the Ye family after his release. However, upon learning from his master that he possessed the bloodline of a true dragon, he reconsidered. Since Ye Tianqing and his deceased mother were ordinary people, they could not have passed down the true dragon bloodline. There was only one possibility. One or both of them were not his biological parents. His return was driven by the desire to uncover the truth of his origins. Though he could not fathom why Ye Tianqing was so fervent, he sensed that something was amiss. He was keen to observe what scheme they were concocting. After more than an hour of Ye Tianqing's incessant chatter, Ye Chu could no longer tolerate it and coldly interjected, "Spare me the pleasantries. What is it that you truly want?" Ye Tianqing was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, "Xiao Chu, how can you say that? Can't your father simply be concerned for you?" Ye Chu remained silent, merely fixing his steady gaze upon Ye Tianqing. The latter, feeling slightly embarrassed, was interrupted by the ringing of his phone. At that moment, he answered the call, and a look of joy washed over his face. After exchanging a few words, he hung up and turned to Ye Chu with a fatherly smile. "Xiao Chu, hey, race the deal. To compensate for your sacrifices over the past 3 years, I have arranged a marriage for you." Ye Chu's interest was piqued. He sensed the main topic was approaching. The bride is the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. If you marry her, you will be free from worries for the rest of your life. Ye Chu's heart darkened with a cold laughter. Though he had anticipated this, he was still taken aback by their audacity. He had heard a fellow inmate mention this eldest daughter of the Jiang family before. Once the cherished jewel of the Jiang family, he tragically fell victim to a calamity, rendering him a mere shell of his former self. Just after his release from prison, he was compelled to marry a person in a vegetative state. What a commendable father indeed. Ye Tianqing boasted, "Xiao Chu, the Jiang family is a prominent aristocracy in Jiangdu, with resources surpassing even our Yi family. You must not let this opportunity slip away." Ye Chu responded with a sardonic smile. "If it is truly so splendid, why not allow my second brother or eldest brother to marry her?" Ye Tianqing's brows furrowed slightly, yet he maintained a cheerful facade. "Xiao Chu, during your absence over the past 3 years, both your elder and second brothers have taken on girlfriends. Moreover, this fortune is rightfully yours. How could they, as your brothers, dare to seize it?" Ye Chu, disinterested in further argument, replied coolly, "I can agree, but under certain conditions." Ye Tianqing's eyes brightened. "What conditions? Speak." Ye Chu took a deep breath and stated, "I wish to know the identity of my biological father." He was utterly convinced that Ye Tianqing was not his true father. Ye Tianqing's expression stiffened, and he discreetly glanced towards the kitchen, where Xie Yushan was occupied, feeling a measure of relief. From Ye Tianqing's reaction, Ye Chu was certain he had hit the mark. Ye Tianqing's demeanor darkened. "What nonsense are you spouting? Am I not your biological father? Is that so?" Ye Chu retorted with a cold smile. "Does a true father allow his son to serve time in prison for another, and upon release, compel him to marry a comatose woman?" Ye Tianqing was rendered speechless by the inquiry. He was taken aback, realizing that the other party seemed to know everything. He had initially planned to deceive Ye Chu, intending to marry him into the family, believing it would be too late for Ye Chu to discover the truth. Ye Chu spoke calmly. "As long as you reveal my origins, I shall agree to marry the young lady of the Jiang family." Ye Tianqing's expression darkened. "You ungrateful wretch, do you dare to threaten me?" Ye Chu's countenance was indifferent. "Enough with the paternal airs, you are unworthy of them." Ye Tianqing's face turned ashen with rage. "You truly believe that after 3 years in prison, I am powerless against you? Threatening me?" Ye Chu's tone turned icy, and a formidable aura enveloped him. "Do you think I am still the naive and ignorant child from 3 years ago, the illegitimate son you could manipulate at will?" Dismiss your pretenses, in my eyes. You are nothing. Ha! Do not think it is just you. The entire Ye family is but a flick of my wrist away from obliteration. Ye Tianqing trembled, feeling a sense of breathlessness as though he were being targeted by a primordial beast. Should the other party wish, he could crush him at any moment. Ye Chu retracted his imposing presence and stated calmly, "Reveal the truth, and I shall agree to marry the Jiang family's young lady, thus repaying you for the kindness of the Ye family." Ye Tianqing appeared momentarily stunned as Ye Chu regained his ordinary demeanor. Everything prior seemed to have never transpired. How strange! What had just occurred? How could this little wretch possess such presence? I must have misjudged, he reassured himself, feeling a tinge of irritation at being intimidated by Ye Chu. However, in light of the marriage arrangement, he forced himself to endure. "Very well, I shall tell you." Ye Chu leaned in attentively. "You are indeed not my biological child. Your mother was my first love. She fell gravely ill, and with her parents gone, she entrusted you to me. Out of respect for our past affection, I agreed to care for you. As for the identity of your biological father, I am unaware." Ye Chu fixed his gaze upon Ye Tianqing, discerning that he was not lying. Thus, the trail had once again gone cold. Yet it was now certain that his biological father bore the bloodline of the dragon clan. If he could locate this individual, he might uncover the truth about the true dragon bones. However, amidst the vast sea of humanity, how might he find this person? "The matter has been disclosed to you," Ye Tianqing said coldly. "I hope you remember what you just said. Furthermore, let this remain between us. Do not let a third party know, lest we tarnish the reputation of the Ye family." Ye Chu spoke softly. "Do not worry, my word is my bond." "When shall we marry?" Ye Tianqing replied, "Tomorrow. Stay at home today. I shall send someone to bring you dresses for fitting." Shortly thereafter, Ye Yushan prepared a sumptuous feast. Upon learning of Ye Chu's agreement, Ye Yushan was filled with joy. After dining, the couple promptly sent a plethora of garments, instructing the maid to assist Ye Chu with the fittings. The following day, Ye Chu, impeccably attired, sat in the villa awaiting the arrival of the wedding procession. At that moment, he donned a sharply tailored suit, his countenance resolute, eyes brimming with spirit, and his cropped hair exuded vigor. His entire demeanor radiated an extraordinary elegance. "Third brother, your sacrifice shall not be forgotten. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek your elder brother," Ye Yicheng said, patting Ye Chu's shoulder with a gentle smile. Having learned of Ye Chu's impending marriage into the Jiang family, he hastened back from afar overnight, though he harbored deep disdain for Ye Chu, the illegitimate child. As the eldest, he felt compelled to uphold family honor. Ye Chu shook his head. "There is no need. From this day forth, I shall have no further ties with the Ye family." He had comprehensively discerned the shamelessness of the Ye clan. Ye Yicheng's smile faded, inwardly cursing Ye Chu's lack of gratitude. Soon, the wedding procession from the Jiang family arrived at the Ye residence. Ye Chu strode confidently towards the entrance, casting nary a glance at those present. Ye Yushan, incensed, exclaimed, "What nonsense is this? After spending years in confinement, he has forgotten the basic etiquette of respect and hierarchy." Ye Yicheng comforted her, saying, "Mother, he is merely an illegitimate child. Do not stoop to his level." Ye Tianqing added, "There is no point in getting upset over a reformed convict. We, the main branch, have contributed significantly. It is time we sought benefits from the elder." Outside, having just boarded the wedding carriage, Ye Chu overheard their conversation clearly. A cold smile crept upon his lips. "Ye family, just wait." He embarked on the procession to the Jiang family's villa. The Jiang family, a century-old lineage in Jiangdu City, possessed profound heritage, far beyond the Ye family's capacity for comparison. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the Jiang villa. Ye Chu followed the butler inside. Within the villa, Jiang Haiyun and his wife were hosting an elderly gentleman with a square face. "Dr. Li, we are deeply grateful for your efforts," Jiang Haiyun expressed with sincerity. "I apologize. I was unable to be of assistance," Li Zhenyuan replied somewhat sheepishly. "Should I receive any news regarding the medicine emperor, I will inform you at once." The elderly gentleman, known as Li Zhenyuan, was a national treasure, hired at great expense by the couple. However, even he could not awaken Jiang Junyao, and thus he recommended a legendary physician, the medicine emperor. The couple expressed their gratitude. "We appreciate your help, Dr. Li." Li Zhenyuan waved his hand dismissively, rising to take his leave. Jiang Yinhai quickly stood to escort him out. As Li Zhenyuan brushed past the newly arrived Ye Chu, curiosity piqued within him. Who was this man that knew of the medicine emperor? The medicine emperor, the sovereign of all medicines. Historically, there was Shinong who tasted herbs. Today, the medicine emperor distinguishes myriad remedies. He is a titan in the realm of pharmacology, possessing unparalleled mastery over alchemical arts. It is said there is no ailment he cannot cure. Yet, despite his prowess, his renown remained largely confined within the realms of alchemy and martial arts, making it difficult for the average person to be aware of him. One might wonder why Ye Chu possessed such knowledge. It was because the medicine emperor was his esteemed mentor. "You are Ye Chu?" A sharp voice interrupted Ye Chu's contemplation. Looking up, he found Jiang Haiyun regarding him with an unkind gaze. Ye Chu nodded slightly. Jiang Haiyun wore a stern expression, having heard that you had just been released from prison. Ye Chu nodded once more. Jiang Haiyun's demeanor grew even graver. How audacious of the Yi family to permit a former convict to marry into their clan. Do they truly believe that my lineage has become weak enough to be bullied? Enough of this. Today is a day of celebration. Let us speak less. Han Mingwan shot her husband a disapproving glance. And besides, I consented to this matter. After saying this, she scrutinized Ye Chu, her eyes revealing a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, he is quite handsome and worthy of Junyao. Jiang Haiyun snorted and turned to ascend the stairs, clearly displeased with Ye Chu as his son-in-law. Lao Lin, please send someone to assist Junyao down. Han Mingwan instructed the butler, then beckoned to Ye Chu. Xiao Chu, let us go upstairs as well. Ye Chu silently followed her up the stairs. Upon reaching the second-floor living room, several maids were already assisting a strikingly beautiful woman as she made her entrance. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, with cascading red waves of hair, a flawless face, and an alluringly graceful figure. Had she not been pallid from illness, she would undoubtedly have been even more enchanting. Ye Chu felt a twinge of doubt. Hadn't it been said that her appearance was marred? How could she be so stunning? Subsequently, in the presence of Han Mingwan and her husband, the two engaged in a simple wedding ceremony. The butler then took their photographs to obtain the marriage certificate. Xiao Chu, I entrust my daughter to you from this day forth, Han Mingwan earnestly advised Ye Chu. He nodded. Mother, rest assured, I shall ensure Junyao's happiness. Jiang Haiyun let out a heavy huff and turned to descend the stairs. Xiao Chu, your father is simply like this. Do not take it to heart, Han Mingwan said somewhat apologetically, producing a bank card. This contains 1 million. Consider it my gift to you upon our first meeting. Ye Chu was left in a state of bewilderment. 1 million as a meeting gift from his mother-in-law upon their first encounter? Such fortune truly exists? Mother, I cannot accept this. He hastily waved his hands. Feeling perplexed by her intentions, was she perhaps being overly generous? Little did he know, while the Jiang family sought a remedy for their misfortune, they were discerning about whom to choose. The Yi family had proactively proposed Ye Chu's marriage. Han Mingwan promptly had someone investigate Ye Chu's background. 3 years prior, he had served time for his brother, and now that he had just been released, he was willing to sacrifice for the family. Such a loyal and righteous individual naturally appealed to Han Mingwan. While she desired someone exceptional, given Jiang Junyao's condition, who among the outstanding could possibly be interested? Furthermore, the Jiang family was not lacking in wealth. In the grand scheme, character held paramount importance. Ultimately, Han Mingwan insisted on giving the bank card to Ye Chu, and once he departed, he entered the room, gazing at the unconscious Jiang Junyao upon the bed. Perhaps marrying into this family is not such a bad prospect. He murmured softly. The affection shown by Han Mingwan reminded him of his late mother. Unlike Yi Tiancheng, his mother Lin Xianxian had showered him with immense care. Grasping Jiang Junyao's delicate hand to check her pulse, he furrowed his brow after a moment, pondering, could this physique be? After a thorough examination, joy illuminated his eyes. Indeed, she possesses the rare phoenix physique. My fortune is truly remarkable. He was elated. According to his master, individuals with such unique constitutions were exceedingly rare. To have encountered one so soon after his release was nothing short of serendipitous. By a twist of fate, he found himself married to her. Suppressing his emotions, he began to investigate the cause of Jiang Junyao's coma. Moments later, his brows arched slightly. It appeared that his wife was far from ordinary. With a single hand gesture, strands of vital energy flowed from his fingertips, transforming in the air into delicate needles of energy. Should any knowledgeable individual witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astounded. Such techniques could only be found in ancient texts. As he lifted the covers, a sensuous and graceful figure was revealed, igniting a spark of desire within Ye Chu. Having spent the past 3 years confined in prison without any contact with women, he found his heart racing at the sight before him. Taking a deep breath to quell his rising agitation, he focused intently on manipulating the energy needles. With a flick of his fingers, 9 energy needles pierced various acupoints on Jiang Juanyao's body. A low hum resonated as the tips of the needles trembled, gradually changing from transparent to a deep crimson hue, resembling fresh blood within minutes. With a wave of his hand, the 9 needles ascended, transforming into 9 drops of blood-red liquid above the nearby wastebasket, releasing a faint, pleasant fragrance. Grasping Jiang Juanyao's wrist to take her pulse, he discovered some residual toxins. He decided to infuse her with some vital energy to restore her bodily functions before continuing with the treatment. Suddenly, the door swung open, and the housekeeper, Wu Ma, entered carrying a basin of hot water. Upon witnessing the scene, she gasped in shock. "What are you trying to do to the young lady?" Ye Chu furrowed his brow and withdrew his hand, intending to explain, but Wu Ma had already dashed out of the room. Shortly thereafter, she returned with Jiang Haiyun and Han Mengwan. "You beast! What do you intend to do to Junyao?" Jiang Haiyun stormed in, hurling accusations. Han Mengwan hurried forward to assess Jiang Juanyao's condition. Upon confirming that she was unharmed, she finally felt relieved. Turning to Ye Chu, she asked, "Xiao Chu, what were you just doing?" Jiang Haiyun, filled with rage, interjected, "What do you need to ask? This beast must have had ulterior motives towards Junyao. I told you he was no good, having been in prison, but you wouldn't listen. It was no wonder he was misjudged." Ye Chu had made a poor impression on him, and with Wu Ma's observations, it was challenging to avoid suspicion. The thought of him attempting to harm the daughter of a comatose woman ignited his fury. "What are you so anxious about? The situation is not yet clear." Han Mengwan glared at her husband and turned her attention back to Ye Chu. Ye Chu did not conceal the truth, stating, "I was treating Junyao." Han Mengwan was taken aback. "You have medical skills?" Ye Chu nodded, "I possess a modicum of knowledge." Jiang Haiyun, enraged to the point of laughter, retorted, "What nonsense! You entered prison before even completing middle school. Where could you have learned medicine? Did you perhaps learn from the criminals inside?" Ye Chu was disinclined to elaborate further. Responding calmly, "I was indeed treating her, believe it or not." Jiang Haiyun scoffed, "Oh really? Can you diagnose Junyao's condition?" "Poisoning," Ye Chu replied. Jiang Haiyun burst into laughter before angrily retorting, "Nonsense. Junyao was in a car accident and fell into a deep sleep, rendering her a vegetative state. How could that be related to poisoning?" Ye Chu merely shrugged. Indeed, Jiang Junyao had suffered brain damage, but that alone could not account for her unresponsiveness. The true cause lay in the poison of the ethereal flower coursing through her veins. The flower of the other shore is toxic, colorless, and odorless, seamlessly integrating into the bloodstream and nervous system, making investigation exceedingly challenging. This is why, over the past year, the Jiang family has sought the assistance of numerous renowned physicians. Yet none have been able to awaken Jiang Junyao. The cause of her ailment remains elusive, rendering treatment a mere fantasy. He could not be bothered to explain. For even if he did, they would not believe him. Just as Han Mengwan was about to speak, the butler hurriedly entered the room. "Sir, madam, the eldest madam and Miss Junlan have arrived." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 figures strode in. The newcomers were the matriarch of the Jiang family, Chen Meijing, accompanied by her younger daughter, Jiang Junlan. "Second brother, I heard you have invited the young master of the Yi family to bring good fortune for Junyao. Where is he? Let me have a look." Jiang Junlan scoffed. "Mom, what young master of the Yi family? I heard he's just an illegitimate child who has even served time in prison." Their banter left the couple's faces ashen with fury. Jiang Haiyun glared at Han Mengwan, accusing her of instigating the situation. Han Mengwan, visibly displeased, coldly retorted, "Eldest sister-in-law, you have no right to meddle in my son-in-law's affairs." Chen Meijing, with a beaming smile, countered, "Mengwan, your words are misplaced. After all, I am Junyao's aunt. It is only natural for me to express concern." Although Junyao had become a vegetable, it was inappropriate to hastily seek out any random individual, as if no one wanted her anymore. Such heartless words. Han Mengwan trembled with rage, but before she could unleash her fury, Chen Meijing continued. "A labor reform convict brings with him a cloud of misfortune. What if that were to affect Junyao? Instead of bringing good luck, it may invite disaster." Turning to Jiang Haiyun, she clucked her tongue. "I say, second brother, why do you not reign in Mengwan? If disaster truly strikes, Junyao may never awaken." Han Mengjuan's voice sharpened. Chen Meijing, dare you curse my daughter? Unfazed, Chen Meijing replied, Mengwan, do not misconstrue my words. I am merely speaking the truth. Before Han Mengwan could respond, Ye Chu interjected, Annie, bringing good fortune is not merely about one's past experiences. It hinges on fate and fortune. When I was young, a fortune teller told me I was a harbinger of good luck, destined to bring prosperity wherever I go. Perhaps in a moment, Jun Yao will awaken. Chen Meijing paused, momentarily taken aback, before retaliating with anger. Labor reform convict, who are you calling old? Ye Chu flashed a bright smile. Andy, your demeanor is so acerbic that the makeup on your face could paint a wall. Perhaps you are simply too old and unattractive to face others? The onlookers exchanged glances, surprised by Ye Chu's biting tongue. Ah, you little beast, I will tear your mouth apart. Chen Meijing seethed, her claws poised to scratch Ye Chu's face. But Han Mengwan intervened. With a mocking expression, she said, eldest sister-in-law, as an elder, why stoop to the level of a younger generation? Aren't you afraid of being the subject of ridicule? Chen Meijing trembled with fury, but she recognized that she could do nothing to Ye Chu in this setting. Suppressing her anger, she offered a cold smile. Mengwan, do not be too pleased with yourself. I have come to inform you that the patriarch has decided to appoint Jun Long as the president, with the ceremony scheduled for a month from now. The collaboration with the Huangfu family will be solely managed by Jun Long. It would be wise for you to refrain from interfering, otherwise, do not blame us for being impolite. Instantly, Han Mengjuan's expression darkened. A year ago, the Huangfu family intended to invest in Jinling, and the patriarch promised that whoever could secure a partnership with them would be appointed as the president of the Jiang Group. Jiang Junyao endeavored tirelessly to establish contact with them, but at a critical juncture, she was involved in an accident. During her coma, the first branch not only reaped the rewards but also suppressed Jiang Junyao's loyal subordinates in the company, either coercing them into submission or dismissing them altogether. The second branch now holds virtually no influence within the Jiang Group. This is blatant favoritism, and we shall not acquiesce. She bit down hard on her back teeth in frustration. Chen Meijing wore a smug expression, exuding confidence. What could they do? The daughter they once took pride in has become a mere shell of her former self, a vegetative state. Who could the second branch possibly rely on? Perhaps they would look to her ineffectual husband or this convict son-in-law. The atmosphere in the room grew exceedingly tense, with Han Mengjuan's expression darkening ominously. She wished to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. Han Mengwan, it is destined that the Jiang family will be inherited by our first branch. You may as well stop dreaming. It would be wise for you to comply. Otherwise, there will come a time when you will weep. Just as Chen Meijing reveled in her triumph, a sudden cough emanated from the direction of the bed. All eyes turned to see Jiang Junyao, who had unknowingly opened her eyes. Junyao. Han Mengwan rushed forward, exclaiming with joy, I knew my daughter was destined for survival. She would not be harmed. Zhang Haiyun's face was also filled with exhilaration as he quickly retrieved his phone to contact a private doctor. Wu Ma and the housekeeper shared in the happiness. In stark contrast, Chen Meijing and her daughter appeared utterly dejected, their expressions resembling that of someone who had just consumed something foul. Soon, several medical personnel arrived with equipment to conduct a thorough examination of Jiang Junyao. Doctor, how is she? Han Mengwan inquired anxiously. Madam, the young lady's health is quite good. Though she is somewhat weak, the doctor replied, an expression of disbelief on his face. As the Jiang family's private physician, he regularly checked Jiang Junyao's health. Just days prior, he had examined her. Her brain activity was unchanged, showing only slight fluctuations, and she exhibited muscle atrophy throughout her body. Now, not only had she miraculously awakened, but those atrophied muscles had also returned to their former state. It was truly astonishing. Zhang Haiyun burst into hearty laughter. Haha, it must be the blessings of our ancestors. The awakening of his daughter lifted the gloom that had settled in his heart. Yet, Han Mengwan inadvertently glanced at Ye Chu. Recalling earlier events, could it truly be mere coincidence? She dismissed further contemplation, instead directing a triumphant look at Chen Meijing. Oh, sister-in-law, look. My son-in-law is indeed a harbinger of good fortune. Ever since he arrived in our family, Jun Yao has awakened. With little Chu as our good luck charm, our family is bound to prosper. So be wary, for you may inadvertently lose the presidency that you thought you had secured. Chen Meijing's face turned ashen, never anticipating such a swift reversal of fate. Humph, he is merely a convict. What is there to be proud of? How shameless. Chun Meijing shot a resentful glare at Han Mengwan before departing with her daughter, followed by a group of doctors. Once they had left, Han Mengwan immediately approached Ye Chu. Good son-in-law, you truly are the blessing of our family. I believe that with you by her side, Junyao will undoubtedly find happiness. She increasingly found satisfaction in her son-in-law. Ye Chu. Zhang Haiyun frowned deeply. Mengwan, Junyao has awakened. I believe this charade of fortune-finding should come to an end. He had never liked Ye Chu, even when Jiang Junyao was still in a coma. Now, his aversion was even stronger. Jiang Junyao was renowned in Jiangdu for her beauty, with exceptional skills, looks, and family background. Countless talented young men pursued her. He could never accept that his cherished daughter would marry a convict. Han Mengwan's anger flared up. Zhang Haiyun, what do you mean? Are you attempting to sever the bridge after crossing the river? Without Ye Chu, would Junyao have awakened? Jiang Haiyun retorted coldly. Junyao's awakening is due to her own good fortune, a blessing from the ancestors of the Jiang family. It has nothing to do with this boy. Do you truly believe in such nonsense as fortune-finding? Is that so? Then perhaps you should explain why Junyao awakened precisely when Xiao Chu came to our home. Han Mengwan countered with a frosty glare. Moreover, have you forgotten what just transpired? Humph, merely a coincidence, Zhang Haiyun scoffed. You actually believe this boy's words? A convict knows nothing. Han Mengwan, infuriated, shot back. You, Jiang, Xiao Chu is my son-in-law. If you dare to use his past against him again, I will not let this matter rest. Jiang Haiyun, incredulous, felt a surge of anger. How could his wife lash out at him over a mere newcomer? He retorted, Han Mengwan, I can acquiesce to many things, but this is non-negotiable. That boy must divorce Junyao. Have you lost your mind today, daring to shout at me? Just as it seemed a quarrel was imminent, Jiang Junyao, lying in bed, interjected, Dad, Mom, please stop arguing. I want some peace. Instantly, the tension dissipated. Han Mengwan shot Jiang Haiyun a glare before turning to Jiang Junyao. Junyao, rest well. I will go prepare some nourishing soup for you. With that, she exited the room. Jiang Haiyun cast a disdainful glance at Ye Chu before following her, his eyes seemingly communicating, Boy, you'd best initiate the divorce if you know what's good for you. The housekeeper and caretaker dared not linger. Just as Ye Chu intended to leave, he was called back by Jiang Junyao. Wait, I have something to discuss with you. Ye Chu turned to face the stunning beauty in bed. Her eyes were captivating, akin to two black jewels, yet they bore an air of cold pride and depth. Jiang Junyao propped herself up against the headboard, glancing at Ye Chu with a calm voice. I believe I have a grasp on the situation. My mother, in her excessive worry, resorted to this absurd act of fortune-finding. We are strangers, and our union feels forced. However, you have brought a glimmer of hope to my mother in her despair. As gratitude, I can offer you 10 million as compensation. Ye Chu smirked, 10 million? Do you take me for a fool? So, what exactly do you wish to convey? A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Junyao's gaze. His expression remained unchanged upon hearing the sum. 10 million is no small amount for an ordinary person. Jiang Junyao continued, Let us find a time to dissolve this marriage. We belong to different worlds, and forcing our union holds no meaning. Her voice remained calm and steady, devoid of arrogance or hostility. However, this tranquility is the essence of true pride. Perhaps in Jiang Junyao's eyes, Ye Chu is merely an insignificant ant, while she embodies the true phoenix from the heavens. After the divorce, their paths shall never cross again. She even looks down upon using her power to oppress others. Why would a true phoenix concern herself with an ant? Ye Chu, upon hearing this, felt an urge to laugh and retorted, How do you know we do not inhabit the same world? Do you truly understand me? Jiang Junyao rubbed her temples and replied, I despise those who cling desperately. I hope you possess the self-awareness to recognize this. Although it was their first meeting, she had gleaned much from her parents' conversations. A man who had served time and married into a family to bring joy was far too ordinary and unworthy of her. Since the other party had made their stance clear, Ye Chu did not wish to impose himself upon her. Although he needed the true phoenix's essence to suppress the resentful dragon energy within him, he also possessed dignity. Without the true phoenix's essence, he could seek another path. He would never humiliate himself by begging. I have no objections, as long as my parents agree. He did not speak definitively, for he genuinely admired Han Mengwan, his future mother-in-law. After his mother passed, Han Mengwan had allowed him to experience maternal love once more. I will speak to my mother about it. Jiang Junyao lay back down. You may leave now. I wish to rest for a while. As Ye Chu departed, Jiang Junyao let out a soft sigh. Though her actions were somewhat unscrupulous, her unique status meant that having Ye Chu around would inevitably embroil him in her troubles. Downstairs, Han Mingwan was busy in the kitchen, soon preparing a feast of delectable dishes. Aunt Wu assisted the weakened Jiang Junyao down the stairs. Junyao, come sit. I have made your favorite black-bone chicken soup. Han Mingwan called warmly. The family settled at the table, just about to eat, when Jiang Junyao turned to Han Mingwan. Mom, I just spoke with Ye Chu. We are not suited for each other, and I am preparing for divorce. Han Mingwan's smile froze on her face. Jiang Haiyun burst into laughter. Huh? Junyao thinks just like I do. This young man is indeed unsuitable. We should head to the Civil Affairs Bureau after dinner. Bang! Han Mingwan slammed her chopsticks onto the table. Let us see who dares. Junyao, one must not forget kindness. I will never agree to this. When you became incapacitated, all your suitors steered clear of you, let alone marrying into our family. At a crucial moment, Xiao Chu stepped forward, and just after he arrived, you awakened. He is your lucky star, and he possesses excellent character. What is there to be dissatisfied with? She rattled off a series of praises for Ye Chu, clearly in favor of him as a son-in-law. Jiang Haiyun scoffed. Good character. Yet he has been imprisoned? Han Mingwan shot him a furious glare. You know nothing. I had someone investigate. Xiao Chu took the fall for his brother, and now he is sacrificed for his family. Does that not signify good character? What does? Jiang Haiyun was rendered speechless, and after a long pause, he mumbled, but he is still a bastard. How can a bastard be worthy of our Junyao? Be quiet. Han Mingwan snapped, then turned to Jiang Junyao. Let me make this clear. If you dare to divorce Xiao Chu, I will no longer consider you my daughter. With that, she stormed upstairs in a fit of anger. Jiang Junyao rubbed her brow, aware that her mother was truly angry, and decided to wait before addressing the matter further. Jiang Haiyun looked at her daughter and said, Junyao, your father supports you. Junyao remained silent, finishing her meal before retreating upstairs. Ye Chu took the initiative to help clear the table. Jiang Haiyun, feeling incensed, thought her son-in-law was overly weak and left the villa in frustration. Unfazed, Ye Chu prepared a bowl of food and brought it upstairs to his mother-in-law. Mom, don't go hungry. Your health is paramount. Han Mingwan accepted the meal, growing increasingly pleased with Ye Chu. Xiao Chu, rest assured, with me around, that ungrateful girl will never divorce. Ye Chu nodded with a smile, as he naturally had no desire for a divorce. In the adjacent room, Jiang Junyao overheard everything and felt a headache coming on. She took out her phone and dialed a number. When the call connected, a voice filled with surprise greeted her. President Jiang, you're awake. Ah Shue, investigate the car accident, Jiang Junyao commanded. President Jiang, we have already uncovered the truth. It was Jiang Junlong and his associates. The voice on the other end seethed with anger. President Jiang, should I send someone to eliminate them discreetly? Although she had anticipated this, hearing it confirmed left Jiang Junyao momentarily stunned. It was shocking that they truly disregarded familial bonds. Very well, she thought. There would be no need for restraint going forward. Not for now. What is the situation with the Huangfu family? She inquired. They have successfully established themselves in Jiangdu. But recently it seems there have been some conflicts with the White Wolf Society regarding demolition. What is the issue? Jiang Junyao asked. It appears they cannot agree on the price. Furrowing her brow, she thought, the White Wolf Society is indeed formidable. Keep a close watch on the situation in Nanjing and contact me immediately with any news. Just as she was about to hang up, she recalled something and instructed. By the way, investigate a particular individual for me. After ending the call, Jiang Junyao sat cross-legged on her bed. As she sensed the changes within her body, astonishment and confusion flickered in her eyes. How peculiar. Why has the poison of the other shore flower diminished so significantly? Could it be that something transpired during my unconsciousness? News of Jiang Junyao's awakening swiftly circulated among the upper echelons of Jiangdu. Young men who had previously courted her began to visit her, only to be turned away by Han Mingwan, who firmly declared that her daughter was already married and urged them to cease their pursuits. During this time, Jiang Junyao repeatedly expressed her desire for a divorce, yet each time, she was met with vehement rebukes from Han Mingwan. Ultimately, with no other option, Jiang Junyao sought out Ye Chu. Ye Chu, you possess commendable character and are a man of responsibility, but we truly are not suited for one another. After conducting an investigation into Ye Chu, she had come to know him better. While he was somewhat spineless, his integrity remained commendable. If she were merely the daughter of an ordinary affluent family, marrying such a son-in-law would not be a poor choice. However, her unique status rendered it impossible for her to be with an ordinary individual. Forcing such a union would not only lack affection, but could also endanger him. Though it was harsh, this was the reality. Ye Chu nodded. You wish for a divorce, correct? As long as my mother agrees, I have no objections. Jiang Junyao sighed. You've seen my mother's stance. For now, let us put the divorce aside. I called you here to inform you that from now on, we shall merely be a couple in name. Once the communication with my mother is established, I shall proceed with the divorce immediately. During this period, let us refrain from interfering in each other's lives. You may pursue other women, with but one stipulation. Do not bring them home. I understand this request may seem somewhat unreasonable. Ye Chu readily agreed, pondering the unexpected fortune of such an arrangement. He had been troubled about how to navigate encounters with other individuals of unique dispositions. Han Mingwan had treated him quite well. Pursuing another woman would seem rather unjust. At this moment, Jiang Junyao had taken the initiative to propose. Any ensuing turmoil would no longer concern him. Jiang Junyao was taken aback by his unexpected acquiescence. Did he not fear her seeking companionship elsewhere? She understood well that a man can hardly tolerate being cuckolded, though their marriage was merely nominal. She found herself questioning her own allure or whether he was simply lacking in fortitude. Reflecting on Ye Chu's background, she leaned towards the latter hypothesis. A bastard child, imprisoned for his brother, and upon release, sold out by his family, all without a hint of resistance. If that is not cowardice, what is? Her disappointment deepened. Indeed, such a man was destined to inhabit a world far removed from hers. Just as Ye Chu descended the stairs, Jiang Haiyun's face was a picture of discontent. What kind of man remains idle at home all day? Should he not be contemplating how to earn a living, rather than relying on the Jiang family to support him for life? Jiang Haiyun, have you consumed gunpowder for breakfast? What money? Is our family in need of funds? Han Mingwan admonished, then turned to Ye Chu, son-in-law, do not pay him any mind. Ye Chu replied with a smile, Mother, father is correct. I should indeed contribute to the household. Han Mingwan's demeanor shifted immediately, exclaiming, Indeed, my son-in-law, so ambitious. Allow me to consider any vacancies at the company. She furrowed her brow in thought when Jiang Haiyun interjected, Isn't there still some outstanding payment to be collected? Perhaps let this lad give it a try. Han Mingwan promptly shook her head. The clients with outstanding payments are notoriously difficult. How could a young man like Ye Chu manage that? Jiang Haiyun remarked nonchalantly. This lad has spent time in prison. He might just be capable. Han Mingwan was about to retort when Ye Chu preempted her. Mother, father is right. Let me give it a go. Jiang Haiyun concurred. See, the lad is willing. Do not undermine his confidence. Xiao Chu, go ahead. I will have someone send you the list of outstanding payments shortly. Ye Chu nodded and strode towards the door. Han Mingwan cautioned, Xiao Chu, do not overexert yourself. Just do your best. Understood, mother. As soon as Ye Chu stepped outside, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he promptly hung up. However, it rang again shortly thereafter. With a stern expression, he answered, What is it? The voice of Yi Tianqing came through. Xiao Chu, I have heard that General Jiang has awakened. Could you arrange for her to meet with me? On the other end, Yi Tianqing regretted his decisions deeply. Had he known Jiang Junyao would regain consciousness, he would never have allowed Ye Chu to marry into their family. He would have sent his second son instead. Jiang Junyao was not only from a prestigious lineage, but also young and accomplished, and most importantly, she had not been disfigured. She remained the jewel of the Jiang family. Finding a daughter-in-law of such caliber would be akin to searching for a lantern in the dark. Aligning with the Jiang family would surely ensure his eldest son's inheritance of the Yi family legacy. It is essential to understand that due to a certain incident from years past, the elder has harbored dissatisfaction towards the first branch and has been nurturing the second branch in recent years. Upon learning of Jiang Junyao's awakening, he immediately desired to pay a visit. However, recalling the previous incident where he had allowed Ye Chu, the illegitimate son, to marry into their family, he felt a profound sense of disdain and therefore hesitated. He resolved to enlist Ye Chu's assistance to gauge the situation. Ye Chu was almost amused to the point of laughter. How could the other party still have the audacity to seek his help? Such shamelessness was astonishing. I am unavailable. And furthermore, do not contact me again. I have severed ties with the Yi family, Ye Chu declared before abruptly ending the call. At the Yi family villa, Yi Tianqing was seething with rage. Damn it, this ungrateful wretch dares to hang up on me. Ye Chu, standing nearby, added fuel to the fire. I see he has found a strong backing in the Jiang family and thinks he can act with impunity. He dares. Yi Tianqing bellowed in fury. Yi Yifei, dismissive, remarked. He is merely a son-in-law. The Jiang family would hardly regard him with any seriousness. He is just a deluded ex-convict. Yi Tianqing dialed again, but the call was rejected. After several attempts, he found himself blocked by Ye Chu. How audacious! This wretched child has dared to block me. Yi Tianqing's face darkened with anger. Yi Chen, visibly anxious, asked, Father, what shall we do? Our collaboration with the Jiang family is crucial for my future. Yi Tianqing, frazzled, was at a loss for a solution. Ye Chu's eyes glinted with malice as she suggested, I recall that little wildling had a close relationship with a girl during his school days. Why not use that as leverage? He is sentimental and will surely yield. The three of them exchanged glances, and Yi Yifei declared, Father, I will take care of it immediately. Yi Tianqing nodded. Do it discreetly. Avoid causing too much of a ruckus. After leaving the Jiang family, Ye Chu did not rush to collect his payment, but instead took the time to stroll through the vibrant city of Jiangdu. By noon, he found a quaint little eatery for lunch. Although he had come into money, he still preferred the charm of roadside diners. Shortly after he settled in, a melodious voice called out, Ye Chu. He looked up to see a stunningly beautiful face before him. Her alabaster skin was flawless, and beneath her frameless glasses, her large, expressive eyes sparkled with life. With a delicate nose and a cherry-red mouth, her features were impeccable. Combined with her tall and graceful stature, she was undeniably a ravishing beauty. Ye Chu felt a flicker of doubt. How could he encounter such a beauty in a random noodle shop? She would undoubtedly be the belle of any school. Suddenly, he found her somewhat familiar. After a moment's contemplation, a memory surfaced in his mind. Tentatively, he asked, Are you Sun Yuruo? The young woman smiled sweetly. I didn't expect you to remember me. Confirming her identity left Ye Chu momentarily stunned as he recalled a petite girl with black-rimmed glasses, her forehead partially obscured by bangs. It was hard to believe that the once invisible girl had blossomed into such beauty. Sun Yuruo, his middle school classmate, had once been a wallflower, but he remembered her well for having defended her against bullies, which had led to their friendship. Indeed, as the saying goes, a girl transforms significantly as she matures. The once inconspicuous girl has now blossomed into a goddess. I truly regret not seizing the opportunity earlier, Ye Chu jested with a smile. Sun Yuruo's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted, You were not any more eloquent back then. During middle school, Ye Chu endured isolation at home, leading to his taciturn nature and reluctance to engage with classmates. It was only after his time in prison that his character began to evolve. People do change. Ye Chu chuckled, his curiosity piqued. Are you dining here as well? Sun Yuruo shook her head, explaining, This restaurant belongs to my mother, and since today is Sunday, I came to lend a hand. Yuruo, the noodles are ready. A voice resonated from the kitchen. Sun Yuruo rushed over and soon emerged with a steaming bowl of noodles. What an honor it is to be served by such a stunning beauty. Ye Chu remarked playfully as he accepted the bowl. It's good that you recognize that, Sun Yuruo replied with a smile, sitting across from him. Her chin resting on her hands, she inquired curiously, Ye Chu, what made you suddenly stop attending school back then? Just a little incident, Ye Chu replied nonchalantly, offering no further explanation. Noticing his reticence, Sun Yuruo shifted the subject. Are you still studying now? Ye Chu shook his head. No, I am already married. Sun Yuruo gasped, her expression one of disbelief. You really got married? She questioned, struggling to accept that Ye Chu, who was not yet 20, had taken such a step. Indeed, it's true. I just got married a few days ago, Ye Chu confirmed with a nod, then curiously asked, What about you? Sun the Beauty? Do you have a boyfriend? Sun Yuruo hurriedly shook her head. I'm still in college and not in a rush. Ye Chu nodded in agreement. It's wise to prioritize your studies. Just don't follow my example. Sun Yuruo responded with a soft feeling an inexplicable sense of disappointment upon hearing about Ye Chu's marriage. At that moment, a group of ruffians suddenly barged in. Sun Yuruo's expression changed, her eyes glaring angrily at the intruders. What are you doing here again? The leader, a red-haired thug, grinned widely, his lecherous gaze scanning Sun Yuruo. Oh look, the sister-in-law is here too, he sneered. Sun Yuruo's face flushed. Stop calling me that. Who is your sister-in-law? A middle-aged woman emerged from the kitchen upon hearing the commotion and, upon seeing the thugs, her expression turned pale. Gentlemen, are you here for a meal, or? The red-haired thug replied with a smirk. Boss, have you made a decision? Sun Xiaoying's face flickered between shades of blue and white, utterly unsure of how to respond. The red-haired thug continued. Brother Jun said that if you agree, not only will you be exempt from management fees, but he will also fund the expansion of your restaurant. Sun Xiaoying forced a smile. Sirs, Yuro is still in school and not in a hurry to date. Please extend my gratitude to Brother Jun for his kindness. I will ensure that the management fees are paid on time. With a loud crash, the red-haired thug kicked over his stool, menacingly declaring, Don't be foolish. Brother Jun has taken an interest in your daughter, and it's her honor. Stop your incessant prattle. She must accompany Brother Jun today, or I will smash your pathetic establishment. Witnessing this aggression, the patrons in the restaurant hastily fled. Sun Yuro shouted angrily, What you are doing is illegal. I will call the police. The thugs responded with sinister grins. A young man with yellow hair hurriedly approached and snatched Sun Yuru's phone. Sister-in-law, there's no need to struggle. Even if the police arrive, what can they do? We'll only be detained for a few days, and once we're out, we'll be back, unless you decide to shut down your business. Another thug with red hair chimed in with a grin. Sister, as long as you submit to Brother Jun, you'll enjoy a life of luxury. And no one will dare to bully you again. Although Sun Yuru felt fear, anger surged within her as she retorted, You think I would ever agree to that? Sun Xiaoying stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of her daughter, pleading, Gentlemen, we merely wish to conduct a small business. I implore you to show mercy and not make things difficult for us. The two thugs flatly rejected her pleas, inciting the ire of their companions. Damn it, these two stubborn women refused to drink the toast, and instead choose the punishment. Smash this wretched shop and take them away, the red-haired thug bellowed. And the others sprang into action. A cacophony ensued as tables and chairs were smashed, leaving the interior in shambles. Sun Yuru and her mother could only retreat to the kitchen, their hearts heavy with both fear and sorrow. Sun Yuru instinctively glanced at Ye Chu, a fleeting, unrealistic thought crossing her mind. If only he could intervene like the hero he once was. But she quickly shook her head, realizing that one man could hardly stand against a group of thugs. She could only hope they would leave soon and not involve him. The thugs soon noticed Ye Chu. The yellow-haired thug sneered, Kid, get out of here and stop being a nuisance. Ye Chu stood up, surveying the group with a smile. You seem to be having quite the fun, gentlemen. Did you not hear me? Get lost. The yellow-haired thug spat, slapping his palm out threateningly. Since you want to leave, then you won't be leaving at all. Ye Chu swiftly seized the thug's wrist and twisted it, a sharp crack echoing through the air as the thug screamed in agony. With a gentle yet forceful motion, Ye Chu tossed him aside. The others quickly reacted, with the red-haired thug seething with rage. You're asking for death. Do you know who we are? Ye Chu nodded, replying, Of course, a bunch of societal miscreants. Brothers, let us take him out. The red-haired thug shouted, drawing a dagger and lunging at Ye Chu. Ye Chu, get away. Sun Yuru gasped, her face draining of color, but the next scene left her utterly astonished. With a few swift punches and kicks, Ye Chu effortlessly incapacitated the group of thugs, his movements as fluid as if he were merely enjoying a meal. You're finished. Brother Jun will not let you off, the red-haired thug grimaced, still attempting to threaten Ye Chu despite his pain. Ye Chu advanced, placing his foot on the thug's face and applying pressure, eliciting a chorus of wails. What did you just say? I didn't catch that. He pressed harder as the thug's head throbbed with pain. Yet the thug stubbornly refused to relent, declaring, You're dead. Brother Jun is with the White Wolf Society. No one can save you. As Ye Chu intensified the pressure, the thug's face contorted in agony, fearing his skull would shatter at any moment. Finally, he pleaded for mercy. Brother, I was wrong. Please, stop stepping on me. Ye Chu lifted his foot, turning his gaze to the remaining thugs. A group of thugs lowered their heads in silence. The red-haired ruffian staggered to his feet, casting a fearful glance at Ye Chu. Just as he intended to leave, Ye Chu called out to him, Halt. Did I permit your departure? With a sorrowful expression, the red-haired thug replied, Big brother, do you still have something to discuss? Ye Chu surveyed his surroundings and remarked coolly, Is there no compensation for the damage to others' property? Sun Xiaoying hurriedly stepped forward, saying, Young man, perhaps we should let this go. She dared not insist on compensation from these ruffians. Brother is correct. Compensation is indeed necessary. The red-haired thug quickly interjected, eager to vacate the scene. These tables should be worth 2,000 or 3,000. I'll compensate you 5,000. He pulled out his phone to scan for payment. 5,000. Ye Chu's expression darkened. Are you dismissing me with alms? The red-haired thug stammered, "Big brother, perhaps you could suggest a price?" Ye Chu coolly stated, 50,000. The thug was left dumbfounded. Could a few broken tables truly be worth 50,000? 50,000. Why don't you just rob it? He blurted out, instantly regretting his words in the presence of such a formidable figure. Sun Xiuying gasped, and just as she opened her mouth to speak, she was silenced by Sun Yuru. Ye Chu's voice dripped with mockery. What? Is it only permissible for you to rob others while others cannot rob you? The red-haired thug was rendered speechless. And after a pause, he stammered, but I truly do not possess that much money. Ye Chu's tone turned icy. Find a way, or you'll be leaving a hand behind today. The thug's face paled. I will pay. I will pay. Eventually, the ruffian scrambled to gather the amount through loans and credit, barely managing to scrape together 50,000. Ye Chu, I cannot thank you enough today. Sun Yuru expressed her gratitude, her eyes shining with admiration. This was the second time he had come to her aid. Ye Chu smiled gently. It was but a trifling matter, no need to dwell on it. Youth, I am truly grateful for your help today, Sun Xiuying reiterated, insisting on transferring the money to Ye Chu. Those funds are not for me to accept. Ye Chu promptly declined. Auntie, that is rightfully yours. Sun Xiuying attempted to argue, yet Ye Chu firmly refused. Reluctantly, she cautioned, young man, those ruffians are no simpletons. Today's encounter may have repercussions for you. You should leave Jiangdu swiftly. Sun Yuru, recognizing the potential consequences, added, Ye Chu, I'm sorry. We have brought you trouble. Ye Chu chuckled confidently. No need for concern. They are mere trash, not worth my attention. The mother and daughter exchanged glances, sensing his resolve, and opted not to press further. After a brief conversation with Sun Yuru, they exchanged contact information before Ye Chu took his leave. Before departing, he reminded them, if those thugs trouble you again, remember to call me. Sun Yuru nodded vigorously. Yes, please take care. Once the shop settles down, I'll treat you to a meal. Upon leaving the noodle shop, Ye Chu received a message on his phone. Opening it, he found a message from Jiang Haiyun containing a list of clients who were in arrears. A brief glance revealed over 10 names, with the largest debtor being the Bailang Security Company, owing more than 5 million. Ye Chu pondered, suspecting a connection between Bailang Security and the Bailang Society. Upon searching with my mobile device, I discovered a branch of the White Wolf Security Company not far from here. I hailed a taxi and proceeded directly to my destination. Upon arrival, I paid the fare and surveyed my surroundings, only to find that the area was undergoing demolition. I strode towards a nearby building. Just as I reached the entrance, a red Bentley pulled up. The doors swung open, and 2 women emerged. One was clad in a black leather jacket and donned sunglasses, exuding an air of a bodyguard. I glanced briefly at her before shifting my gaze to the other woman, whose beauty rivaled that of Jiang Junyao. This woman wore no makeup, her features exquisitely sculpted, her skin flawless, and the black uniform she wore accentuated her voluptuous figure perfectly. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but she also possessed an aura of elegance and nobility. I was somewhat taken aback. It was evident that these 2 women hailed from extraordinary backgrounds. What could possibly bring them to such a remote location? Could they also be here for the White Wolf Security Company? Another glance, and I will have your eyes gouged out. A chilling voice pierced the air, sending a shiver down my spine. Narrowing my eyes, I discerned that the speaker was no ordinary person. Dongmei, do not create trouble. Do not forget our purpose. The enchanting woman spoke, leading the way towards the building, her bodyguard quickly following suit. It was as I suspected. I understood the situation and hurried to keep pace with them. The bodyguard suddenly turned around. Kid, if you follow us any closer, I'll break your legs. The captivating woman furrowed her brows slightly. I felt a surge of irritation and retorted without hesitation. Why would I follow you? Am I not entitled to conduct my own business here? The bodyguard's expression darkened. You dare speak so boldly? You are courting death. Just as she was about to act, she was halted by the enchanting woman. Miss, this brat is insolent. Let me teach him a lesson, the bodyguard insisted. Shaking her head, the enchanting woman turned to me with curiosity. May I inquire as to why you are here, sir? I spoke candidly, to collect a debt. Dongmei burst into laughter. You dare to come alone? You certainly possess a great deal of audacity. Do you even know where you are? I regarded her with a look of incredulity and pointed to the sign above. Are you foolish? Does it not clearly state White Wolf Security Company? Dongmei opened her mouth, momentarily speechless. However, the audacity of my words ignited her fury. You little brat, I believe you are asking for a beating. Enough, Dongmei, do not forget our objective. The enchanting woman interjected, waving her hand to halt further conflict and offering a reminder before turning to enter the building. This is no place for recklessness. Young man, it would be wise for you to leave swiftly, Dongmei warned coldly, adding that he should depart before facing dire consequences. I paid her no mind and followed the two women into the building. They noticed my presence but chose not to comment further. Hard words cannot persuade the determined fool. As the three of us entered the lobby on the first floor, two burly men in black suits approached immediately. Miss Huangfu, our boss is waiting for you upstairs, one of the men announced. Huangfu Shuriwa nodded slightly, lead the way. The two imposing men took the lead, and I followed closely behind. Since I was accompanying Huangfu Shuriwa, the men did not question my presence further. Unforeseen was the arrival of two individuals. Soon, they found themselves in a lavish office on the top floor. Seated in the imposing chair behind the desk was a menacing bald man. Ostensibly, he was Li Zhengxiong, the branch manager of the White Wolf Security Company, but in reality, he held the title of one of the four lords of the White Wolf Society, known colloquially as Bald Li. Indeed, the White Wolf Security Company was merely a fad. It was covertly referred to as the White Wolf Society, one of the two major underground forces in Jiangdu. Oh, Miss Huangfu, it is indeed an honor for a humble man like me to receive you in person, Bald Li exclaimed, rising promptly to greet her. He gestured to his female secretary, instructing her, fetch my treasured Da Hong Pao and prepare it for Miss Huangfu. Huangfu Shuriwa settled onto the sofa and cut straight to the chase. Manager Li, what will it take for you to agree to the demolition? A look of discomfort crossed Bald Li's face. Miss Huangfu, you are aware that we have invested considerable effort into this building. Huangfu Shuriwa interrupted. Manager Li, please state your terms directly. With a grin, Bald Li retorted, Miss Huangfu, your straightforwardness is refreshing. I shall not keep my cards close to my chest. If you could provide us with 500 million, we would vacate immediately. 500 million? Why don't you go rob a bank then? Dongmei seethed with rage. Our investigation has revealed that the cost of this building is no more than 50 million. Unfazed, Bald Li accepted the teapot handed to him by his secretary and personally poured tea for the three of them. Ah, my dear lady, do not take offense. There is an old saying, the price must be paid. Negotiation is always an option. He raised his cup of steaming tea, smiling at Huangfu Shuriwa. Miss Huangfu, please. Enjoy some tea first. However, Huangfu Shuriwa remained unmoved. Bald Li narrowed his eyes, stating, if you are unwilling to grant even this small courtesy, it would be best for you to leave. Dongmei's tone turned icy. Mr. Li, do not overstep your bounds. Do you truly believe we would hesitate to take action against you? Bald Li's expression darkened as he coldly retorted, young lady, I have navigated the treacherous waters of this world for decades, teetering on the brink of life and death. I am not easily intimidated. We can either have a proper discussion or you can leave. A glint of fury ignited in Dongmei's eyes, and she longed to retaliate. Yet, recalling that they were on his territory, she restrained herself. Huangfu Shuriwa spoke coolly, Manager Li, let us dispense with the pleasantries and discuss your psychological price. Bald Li lounged back on the sofa, completely disregarding her inquiry. Huangfu Shuriwa frowned, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. She did not erupt, instead lifting her teacup and taking a delicate sip before coldly asserting, can we now proceed with the discussion? Ah, now we are on the right path. Bald Li laughed heartily, continuing, Miss Huangfu, it is not that I wish to make things difficult for you. I have indeed invested considerable thought into this building. Huangfu Shuriwa coldly interrupted, Manager Li, let us speak plainly. While I am uncertain how you learned of the Huangfu family's plans to develop the southern district, I advise you to cease while you are ahead. Excessive greed will only invite calamity. Ye Chu was astonished. The prominent family collaborating with the Jiang family was indeed the Huangfu family. He had not anticipated encountering them in such a manner. Bald-headedly chuckled, I am well aware of the Huangfu family's strength. Here's the deal. As long as Miss Huangfu agrees to one condition, we will leave immediately. Huangfu Shuriwa uttered a single word, speak. Bald-headedly leered at Huangfu Shuriwa's alluring figure and stated, it's simple. All I require is for Miss Huangfu to spend one night here. Dongmei's face flushed with fury. You scoundrel, are you seeking death? With that, she launched an attack. Disregarding everything else, Huangfu Shuriwa's charming face turned as cold as frost, clearly enraged. Bald-headedly remained unfazed, rising to engage in combat with Dongmei. Their exchange was fierce, each strike causing the air to crackle with intensity, revealing the power behind their blows. Ye Chu observed in astonishment, recognizing both were practitioners of the body refinement stage, likely at levels 7 to 8. In fact, bald-headed Li was at the initial stage of body refinement level 8, while Dongmei had reached the pinnacle of level 8. As time progressed, the more powerful Dongmei gradually gained the upper hand. Yet, bald-headed Li remained utterly composed. He evaded a flying kick from Dongmei, swiftly creating distance. He then pressed a red button on the desk, and a piercing alarm echoed throughout the building. Dongmei's expression shifted as she charged at bald-headed Li once more, but with their comparable strengths, it was impossible to subdue each other quickly. Soon, a cadre of burly men in black stormed in with great ferocity. Some surrounded Huangfu Shiyue and Ye Chu, while others rushed to assist bald-headed Li. With reinforcements, bald-headed Li quickly turned the tide. In less than a minute, Dongmei was sent flying by a kick, crashing heavily to the floor, blood trickling from her lips, indicating her severe injuries. The group of men swiftly subdued her. Bald-headed Li plopped down on the sofa with a grin. "Miss Huangfu, have you given it some thought?" Even at this moment, Huangfu Shiyue's expression remained calm. "Manager Li, you must think carefully. Should you act against me, you will face the wrath of the Huangfu family." Bald-headed Li smirked. "Miss Huangfu, being overly confident is not wise. Have you ever pondered why I, the leader of the White Wolf Hall, would dare to make a move against you?" Huangfu Shiyue's gaze sharpened as she recalled certain matters, her expression darkening. "If I am not mistaken, there is a traitor in the Huangfu family. Who stands behind you?" Bald-headed Li laughed heartily, as expected of Miss Huangfu. "You are quite astute. You need not concern yourself with who it is. It would be best for you to cooperate." Huangfu Shiyue's countenance grew icy. "And what if I refuse?" As she spoke, an imposing aura began to emanate from her. Bald-headed Li's face registered shock. Body refinement level 9. "How is that possible?" Huangfu Shiyue's voice was filled with pride. "Nothing is impossible. Do you think I would dare to come here alone otherwise?" Bald-headed Li quickly suppressed his astonishment, remarking, "Truly, you are the most outstanding prodigy of the Huangfu family." After a brief pause, a sinister smile crept across his face. "Even if you are at level 9, you shall still fall today." Huangfu Shiyue snorted coldly, ready to strike, when her expression suddenly changed. She felt a surging heat within her, swiftly spreading throughout her body. Her fair cheeks visibly flushed a deep crimson. A surge of primal desire rose uncontrollably from the depths of her heart. Huangfu Shiyue instantly recalled the earlier tea, her tone chilling. "You despicable scoundrel, have you drugged me?" Baldly chuckled sinisterly. "Miss Huangfu, when one is away from home, how can one casually consume anything offered by others?" Huangfu Shiyue's complexion darkened. She held her identity as a member of the Huangfu family and her strength at the 9th level of body refinement in high regard, dismissing him entirely. Little did she expect to find herself in such a predicament. She hurriedly focused her breath and concentrated, attempting to expel the drug's effects with her true energy. However, after several attempts, it proved futile. "Miss Huangfu, spare yourself the effort. What I administered is not poison, but an aphrodisiac." Baldly laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with mockery. A flicker of panic crossed Huangfu Shiyue's heart, yet she feigned calmness, replying coldly, "You vile creature, if you dare touch me, my Huangfu family will annihilate your White Wolf Society." Baldly, unfazed, retorted, "Miss Huangfu, you think too highly of yourself. I wouldn't dare lay a finger on you." Before Huangfu Shiyue could exhale in relief, Bald Li's expression twisted into a sinister grin. "I may not dare, but there are those who would." As his words fell, the door nearby swung open, revealing two figures, a tall youth with a defiant demeanor and a gaunt, gray-haired elder. Bald Li approached with a fawning demeanor. "Young master, the plan has gone smoothly. I trust you are satisfied?" The tall youth nodded slightly, his gaze scrutinizing Huangfu Shiyue, glimmering with greed and lewdness. Huangfu Shiyue's pupils constricted. "Sima Kai, is that you?" Sima Kai grinned. "Shiyue, are you surprised? Did you not expect this?" Huangfu Shiyue's voice turned frigid. "Sima Kai, should you dare to touch me, I will kill you." Sima Kai laughed heartily. "Shiyue, do you truly believe I would be afraid? Once the deed is done, I shall come to your family to propose. And at that time, you shall have no choice but to marry me." Huangfu Shiyue's tone was icy. "You will not succeed. My father will never agree." Sima Kai cackled. "If he disagrees, others will. Surely you are aware, everyone in the Huangfu family hopes for your marriage." Huangfu Shiyue was all too aware of this, her heart sinking to the depths. "Shiyue, you know my intentions. Yield to me, and I promise to treat you well in the future. Sima Kai's voice softened as he slowly approached her. Get away from me. Huang Fu Shiyue suddenly struck, her fist aimed squarely at his face. The gray-haired elder reacted with lightning speed, intercepting her blow. Huang Fu Shiyue staggered back, her face filled with despair. The elder before her was also a master at the 9th level of body refinement. Sima Kai's expression darkened abruptly. Zhou Lao, bind this wench. Once we reach the bedchamber, let us see how she resists. The gray-haired elder advanced menacingly toward Huang Fu Shiyue, who was now overwhelmed with despair. Miss, Dongmei was frantic, yet utterly powerless. Just as despair enveloped the two women, a voice suddenly rang out. A group of men resorting to such despicable tactics against a woman. Do you not feel ashamed? The crowd turned to face the speaker, Ye Chu. Dongmei was taken aback, while a flicker of faint hope ignited in Huang Fu Shiyue's heart. Young man, if you can help me escape, I, Huang Fu Shiyue, shall reward you handsomely. At this moment, Huang Fu Shiyue resembled a drowning individual, unwilling to relinquish even a glimmer of hope. Baldly furrowed his brow and inquired, Who are you, daring to meddle in the affairs of the White Wolf Society? He had always assumed the three were united. Yet it appeared otherwise. Ye Chu replied nonchalantly, My identity is of little consequence. I simply cannot abide by your actions. Clap, clap, clap. Sima Kai applauded with a smile. You possess quite the audacity to involve yourself in my trivial matters. However, as the conversation progressed, his expression darkened, revealing a sinister demeanor. You wish to be a hero and save the fair maiden? Do you truly believe yourself worthy of such a role? Kneel at once if you wish to avoid a grimmer fate. I am in a generous mood today and may only shatter your legs, leaving you with your hands for begging. His laughter echoed as he cast a mocking glance at Ye Chu. Baldly followed suit, barking, Brat. Why do you not kneel and express your gratitude for the mercy of young Master Kai? Ye Chu responded coolly, a commendable suggestion. I shall indeed leave you with your hands. Sima Kai's countenance darkened ominously, and upon witnessing this, baldly bellowed, Impudent rogue. How dare you show disrespect to young Master Kai? He charged at Ye Chu with a clenched fist. Be careful, Dongmei exclaimed in alarm. Huang Fu Shiyue looked on with concern. Ye Chu was their last beacon of hope. It was imperative that he remained unharmed. She yearned to assist, but the effects of the medicine had fully taken hold, rendering her consciousness increasingly hazy. Ye Chu rose and met the attack with a punch of his own. Bang! Their fists collided with a resounding crack, sending Baldly flying backward, blood gushing from his mouth. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. With a single blow, he had severely wounded a martial artist at the 7th stage of body refinement. Ye Chu must possess at least the prowess of a 9th stage master. Huang Fu Shiyue's dazed eyes sparkled with genuine hope this time. Although Sima Kai was taken aback, he felt no fear. He scrutinized Ye Chu from head to toe, a hint of appreciation flickering in his gaze. You possess commendable strength, young man. I shall offer you the opportunity to serve as my dog. His expression brimmed with arrogance, as if it were a great honor for Ye Chu to be in his service. Ye Chu was nearly amused by the absurdity of this fool's inflated sense of superiority. Begone! Sima Kai's fury ignited, and he commanded, Zhang, break this little wretch's limbs. I want him to wish for death. An emaciated elder stepped forward, his hawk-like eyes locking onto Ye Chu. Young man, I advise you to surrender. Otherwise, once I make my move, you will find it difficult to escape death, he rasped, his voice grating and harsh. Ye Chu remained silent, merely raising his middle finger in defiance. You seek your own demise. The elder's gaze sharpened like a blade as he lunged at Ye Chu with lightning speed. Unfazed, Ye Chu regarded the elder, a mere lowly practitioner of body refinement, who dared to challenge him. He sidestepped the elder's attack and delivered a light, yet powerful blow to his side. The elder was struck as if by a heavy force, careening against the wall with a resounding crash. Upon hitting the ground, he spat a mouthful of blood and fell unconscious. The atmosphere grew so still that one could hear a pin drop. The elder's prowess had been evident. He was indeed a master of the 9th stage of body refinement, yet he was vanquished in a single move. What realm did Ye Chu inhabit? A master of meridian opening. The realization of this possibility sent shockwaves through the hearts of those present, leaving them utterly incredulous. How could someone so young be a master of meridian opening? Such a phenomenon had never been heard of before. Huang Fu Shiyue, though initially taken aback, soon found herself enveloped in elation. She realized she had been rescued. The tension that had gripped her heart instantly dissipated, leaving her consciousness swiftly submerged beneath a tide of desire. Her face flushed crimson, and her hands fervently tore at her garments, exposing large swathes of her alabaster skin. Soft, enticing moans occasionally escaped her lips. Miss Dongmei seized the moment while the group of black-clad men were still in shock, swiftly breaking free to support the swaying Huangfu Shiyue. Sima Kai, regaining his composure, wore an exceedingly dark expression. You little wretch, who dares to lay a hand on me shall meet their demise. Not only will you perish, but your family shall suffer the same fate. A glint of cold light flickered in Ye Chu's eyes. In a flash, he grasped Sima Kai by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. Repeat that, he intoned with an icy voice, a murderous intent simmering in his gaze. Sima Kai's face turned a deep shade of red as he threatened loudly. You are courting death, boy. The Sima family is not one you can offend. Ye Chu remained silent, slightly tightening his grip. Sima Kai's complexion darkened to a purplish hue, veins bulging on his forehead, as he seemed on the verge of suffocation. Just at that critical moment, the office door was flung open, and a horde of black-clad men stormed in with palpable ferocity. The office was soon surrounded, and a cursory glance revealed nearly 100 men. Release Kai Shao at once, or you shall not leave here today. The bald-headedly proclaimed as he scrambled to his feet, his bravado restored. Sensing the situation had turned dire, he had covertly summoned reinforcements from within the building. He harbored no doubt that such numbers would be sufficient to subdue Ye Chu. Ye Chu relinquished his hold, allowing Sima Kai to collapse to the floor. Ignoring the searing pain in his neck, Sima Kai hastily distanced himself from Ye Chu. Once he reached the safety of Bald Li's side, he finally relaxed. All of you attack. Break that wretch's limbs. I shall make him into a living target for torment, so he understands the consequences of crossing me, he bellowed. His eyes filled with madness and hatred. Having never endured such humiliation before, he was determined that this time, the boy would not escape. Bald Li exuded confidence as he regarded Ye Chu. You are indeed formidable, but a single fist cannot contend against many. Today, you will meet your end. Ye Chu understood that allowing such an adversary to flee would plague him with unrest, and Huangfu Shiyue must not be permitted to leave. Otherwise, the White Wolf would face grave trouble. Raising an eyebrow, Ye Chu challenged, Are you so certain of your victory? Bald Li moved behind the desk and retrieved a handgun from the drawer. With so many brothers alongside me, and this weapon in hand, if you manage to escape, I shall twist my head off and use it as your night pot. Dongmei's expression grew tense once more. Even at the pinnacle of physical cultivation, evading bullets was impossible unless one were a master. Ye Chu, being so young, could not possibly be a master. Even if he were, there would still be only a slim chance of avoidance, not a guarantee. Despair filled her heart. Was it truly the end for them today? Submit obediently, and I may grant you a complete corpse, Bald Li sneered. Ye Chu, however, wore a look of disdain and provocatively beckoned with his fingers. Furious, Bald Li shouted. Arrogant fool, die! Bang! The bullet tore through the air, hurtling towards Ye Chu. Ye Chu did not flinch. He extended 2 fingers and gently pinched. The high-speed bullet was effortlessly caught between them. Initially, the onlookers wore expressions of cold amusement, but upon witnessing this spectacle, they were left utterly speechless. To catch a bullet with bare hands, what kind of monster is this? Even a master of the meridian opening could not achieve such a feat. Li, the bald man, turned pale, realizing he might have provoked a formidable adversary. Although Sima Kai was also frightened, rage coursed through him more strongly. What is there to fear? He is but one person. Charge at him. Whoever kills this scoundrel shall receive a reward of 100 million. Under the allure of great riches, there will surely be brave souls. A burly man brandished a watermelon knife and rallied his comrades to join him. Li quickly fired his gun, the sound of 2 shots echoing as the bullets hurtled toward Ye Chu's head and heart. With no other option, having already offended Ye Chu, he had to fight to the death. Ye Chu raised his hand and caught the 2 bullets, flicking one out with his other finger. Whoosh! The knee of the burly man shattered instantly, blood gushing forth. Ah, my leg! The once eager crowd fell into a hushed silence. You bunch of useless fools. This kid dares not kill. Hurry and attack. Sima Kai bellowed in frustration. Whoosh whoosh. Ye Chu fired back the 2 bullets he had just caught. Sima Kai felt 2 gaping wounds open in his knees, the pain excruciating. Ye Chu surveyed the crowd, his gaze challenging. Who else wishes to test their luck? The onlookers instinctively recoiled, no longer daring to make a move. Ah, you scoundrel. May you meet a terrible end. Sima Kai's face contorted in agony as he screamed frantically. I swear, I will kill your entire family. The intense suffering, coupled with his ruined legs, drove him to the brink of madness. Ye Chu's expression darkened. Do you truly believe I hesitate to end your life? My reluctance to kill stems from my desire to avoid trouble upon my recent emergence. Sima Kai laughed maniacally. Scoundrel. If you dare make a move, if I die, your entire family shall accompany me to the grave. Ye Chu's demeanor turned utterly grim as he suddenly cast a glance at Li, who shivered involuntarily. Big brother, is there something you need? Do you wish to live? Li nodded vigorously. Ye Chu pointed to the watermelon knife on the ground nearby. Go and chop off that fellow's arms. He had to satisfy the demands of those who sought their own demise. Li's face turned pale. Having already offended the Huangfu family was the most daring act he had committed. To offend the Sima family was beyond reckoning. The Sima family, akin to the White Wolf Society, was ruthless in their dealings. Big brother, Ye Chu interrupted coolly. You may refuse, but you will die. Li trembled, rooted in place, uncertain of his next move. Sima Kai laughed derisively. Haha, look at him. Even if you gave him 100 lives, he wouldn't dare lay a hand on me. Li was seething with anger. Had it not been for Sima Kai, he would never have found himself in such a predicament. Now mocked and belittled. His rage could no longer be contained. He rose, picked up the watermelon knife, and strode forward. With swift strokes, he severed Sima Kai's arms, blood splattering across his face. Damn you! You truly think yourself important? Without the Sima family, you are nothing. Sima Kai shrieked in anguish, his eyes filled with resentment. Amidst the chaos, a sense of impending doom lingered. Bald Li, indifferent to the turmoil, hastened towards Ye Chu, a look of servitude etched upon his face. Elder brother, are you satisfied? He inquired. Ye Chu nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to the group of burly men, stating coolly, You all, step forward and each deliver a blow to that scoundrel. The men exchanged glances, momentarily paralyzed by uncertainty. Bald Li glared, exclaiming, Have your ears gone deaf? Did you not hear the command? With renewed resolve, the men approached to administer the finishing blows. Even the man whose knee had been shattered joined in, striking with particular ferocity, fueled by the belief that his injury was the doing of Sima Kai. Unbeknownst to Sima Kai, he would meet his demise at the hands of Ye Chu, who chose the method of slow slicing. At that moment, the unconscious elder stirred, and, upon witnessing the gruesome sight of Sima Kai, his face contorted in horror, prompting him to flee without a second thought. Yet, Ye Chu was swift, hurling a teacup from the table, which shattered upon impact, leaving the elder with a fatal wound. Ye Chu flashed a grin at Bald Li. You should know how to handle the aftermath, right? Bald Li nodded vigorously, assuring, Rest easy, brother. Today's events will remain our secret. It was a jest. With everyone involved, there would be no escape once the Sima family learned of it. Depart now and dispose of the bodies, Ye Chu instructed. Without hesitation, Bald Li ordered his men to remove the corpses from the office. Ye Chu then approached Huangfu Shiriyue, who was aflame with desire. It must be said, Huangfu Shiriyue in her current state was exceedingly alluring. Were it not for the presence of others, Ye Chu might have faltered in his restraint. Sensing the male presence, Huangfu Shiriyue lunged towards him, only to be swiftly intercepted by Dongmei, who placed her on the sofa. What are your intentions? Dongmei questioned warily. Ye Chu rolled his eyes, retorting, Of course, I intend to dispel the poison. What else could it be? Dongmei's anger flared. You scoundrel, step away. As long as I am here, you shall not lay a finger on the young lady. Initially grateful for Ye Chu's assistance, she was now astounded by his apparent attempt to take advantage of the situation. Ye Chu, baffled, clarified, I meant to use my qi to expel the poison, not what you're imagining. Dongmei's face flushed, and she huffed. Who is to blame for your lack of clarity? Her misinterpretation was understandable. Given that Huangfu Shiriyue had been afflicted with an aphrodisiac, to cure her, one would typically need to engage in intimacy. Best not harbor any ulterior motives. Or I shall take your life, she warned coldly. Ye Chu chose to ignore her, focusing instead on Huangfu Shiriyue, applying a few precise pressure points to immobilize her, before guiding her into a seated position. Joining palms, he channeled his qi into her body. What is this? Ye Chu's expression sharpened as he examined her condition. Discovering that Huangfu Shiriyue possessed a rare physique known as the moonlight body, capable of absorbing lunar energy for cultivation. Am I truly this fortunate? Ye Chu mused inwardly, pondering the extraordinary luck that seemed to accompany him. As his qi flowed into her, The aphrodisiac within Huangfu Shuriwei transformed into perspiration, steadily purging from her pores. After a span of more than 20 minutes, she returned to her normal state. Ye Chu withdrew his hands and smiled. Miss Huangfu, how do you feel? Much improved. Thank you, young sir, for your assistance. Huangfu Shuriwei expressed her gratitude, then, intrigued, inquired, May I ask your esteemed name, young sir? Ye Chu. As Ye Chu uttered his name, his gaze remained fixed upon Huangfu Shuriwei. Her garments, drenched in perspiration, clung closely to her form, accentuating her inner contours. The buttons on her chest had been torn away, revealing a delicate, snow-white valley, from which beads of sweat slowly trickled down her damp skin, presenting an alluring sight. Pervert, what are you staring at? Dongmei scolded loudly. Huangfu Shuriwei, upon glancing down, felt her cheeks flush crimson and quickly turned away. Dongmei shot a glare at Ye Chu and swiftly removed her clothing to drape it over Huangfu Shuriwei. After a brief tidying up, Huangfu Shuriwei once again faced Ye Chu. Mr. Yi, I am immensely grateful for your timely assistance. Please allow me to address matters here first, and then I shall host a banquet in your honor. Ye Chu, wearing a humble expression, replied, Miss Huangfu, you are too kind. Huangfu Shuriwei then instructed Dongmei to summon Baldly. The latter, trembling with fear, stammered, Miss Huangfu. It was that scoundrel Sima Kai who forced us to harm you. We had no choice, and I hope you can show mercy. Huangfu Shuriwei snorted coldly, an imposing aura enveloping her. Tell me, who is the traitor within the Huangfu family? Baldly, his face paling in terror, dared not conceal the truth. It is Huangfu Jie. Huangfu Shuriwei's expression darkened. It was indeed he. This time, I shall not pursue the matter with you. But you must vacate this place within a week. Should you dare to stir trouble again, you may await your demise, White Wolf. Baldly nodded vigorously. Mr. Yi, please. Huangfu Shuriwei invited. Wait a moment. Ye Chu waved his hand and turned to Baldly. Baldly, shouldn't you settle the outstanding payment to the Jiang family? Baldly froze, realizing this gentleman was there to collect money. He was puzzled as to when the Jiang family had acquired such a formidable figure. Without hesitation, he promptly arranged the payment. Brother, I recall owing over 5,800,000. I will give you 6 million. He merely wished to swiftly rid himself of this menace. 6 million? Are you trying to insult me? Ye Chu's expression darkened. After such a long period, do you not owe interest? Baldly dared not voice any dissent and ingratiatingly said, Brother, please name your price. Ye Chu raised 5 fingers. 50 million. Baldly nearly collapsed. The interest had skyrocketed tenfold, more exorbitant than loan sharks. Were they the ones in the underworld, or was it Ye Chu? Ye Chu raised an eyebrow. Do you refuse? Baldly hurriedly shook his head. No, of course not. I will arrange it immediately. Ye Chu nodded. Transfer 6 million to the Jiang family's accounts, and the remainder to me. Baldly inwardly scoffed, realizing it was merely a scheme for personal gain. Though it was unscrupulous, who could argue with strength? After receiving the funds, Ye Chu and the 2 women descended the stairs, initially intending to leave. They succumbed to Huangfu Shuriwei's invitation and boarded the Bentley. Mr. Yi, are you a local of Jiangdu? Huangfu Shuriwei inquired with curiosity. She had conducted research on the local powers before her arrival and had never encountered a figure named Ye Chu. She wondered if he might have come from elsewhere. Ye Chu nodded, indicating that Miss Huangfu need not be so formal and could simply call him by his name. It felt somewhat awkward to be addressed as Mr. Yi by someone older than him. Mr. Yi is indeed my benefactor, and such formalities are unnecessary. Huangfu Shuriwei waved her hand dismissively and, noticing Ye Chu's helpless expression, proposed. How about this? Since we are somewhat fated, and I am a few years your senior, why not consider us as sworn siblings? Ye Chu's eyes brightened at the suggestion of having an elder sister. He was quite fond of the idea. Of course, that would be splendid. He replied with a smile, though he was curious about her name. Huangfu Shuriwei smiled gently. My name is Huangfu Shuriwei. You may call me Sister Shuriwei from now on. Dongmei, who was driving, was taken aback. It was the first time she had witnessed her young lady being so warm towards a man. The Bentley first drove to a shopping mall, where Huangfu Shuriwei changed into a new outfit, and then they proceeded to a restaurant, Jianghuai Pavilion, the finest dining establishment in Jiangdu, where a meal would cost at least several thousand. Upon entering the grand hall, they were warmly greeted by a server. Dongmei presented the reservation details, the Emperor's Hall. We have a prior reservation. The server, taken aback, quickly responded, Esteemed guests, please follow me. Shortly after their departure, for young men and women entered the hall. The manager, with keen eyesight, promptly approached them. Young Master Qin, please come this way. What would you like to eat today? One of the young men waved his hand grandly. I am hosting distinguished guests today. Take me to the Emperor's Hall. The manager nodded eagerly. Certainly, young Master Qin, this way please. A server who had just come down was momentarily stunned and hurried forward to speak quietly. Manager Li, the Emperor's Hall has already been reserved. The guests just went up. The manager furrowed his brow. Who are they? The server shook his head. I do not recognize them. They made a reservation online. Noticing the two whispering, Qin Dongyang's expression soured. Manager Li, is there a problem? Li Muduan hurried to explain. Young Master Qin, it is like this. A few people have reserved the Emperor's Hall in advance. Please wait a moment while I speak with them. Qin Dongyang replied coolly. Let us go together. The group arrived at the entrance of a luxurious private room on the top floor. Young Master Qin, please wait a moment, Li Muduan said, then pushed the door open. Huangfu Shuriwei, who had just taken her seat, furrowed her brow slightly. What is it? Li Muduan spoke courteously, esteemed guests. A few distinguished patrons have arrived and wish to exchange private rooms with you. Huangfu Shuriwei's expression darkened. We shall not change. Li Muduan's face stiffened, taken aback by their lack of courtesy. However, he forced a smile. Esteemed guests, the ones outside are from the Qin family. I hope you might consider accommodating them. Huangfu Shuriwei's displeasure grew, and Dongmei slammed her hand on the table, angrily declaring, Leave immediately, or I shall have this establishment torn down. Li Muduan's temper flared in response. Since you refuse to heed my advice, do not regret it later. Though the three before him appeared extraordinary, they could not possibly compare to young Master Qin. He was well acquainted with the influential figures of Jiangdu and had never seen anyone like them. Stepping out of the private room, he vented his frustration. Young Master Qin, I have pleaded on your behalf, but those inside refused to change rooms. A dark-skinned young man among the group smirked. Haha, young Master Qin. It seems your standing in Jiangdu is rather mediocre. Qin Dongyang's expression was far from pleasant. He scoffed, eager to discover which blind fool dared to disregard his authority. He pushed open the door to the private room and stepped inside, his gaze sweeping over the three individuals present. Upon spotting Huangfu Shuriwei, his eyes sparkled with delight. Such an exquisite beauty was indeed a rarity. He then turned his attention to Ye Chu, a mocking grin spreading across his face. Ah, I see now. It's the son-in-law of the Jiang family. Is marrying Miss Jiang not enough for you? How dare you flirt around outside? Ye Chu, visibly displeased, retorted. What business is it of yours? Qin Dongyang's expression soured momentarily before a realization dawned upon him. He jested. Oh, I get it. You, a pathetic wretch, must be incapable of sharing a bed with Miss Jiang, which is why you resort to such antics. Indeed, had it not been for sheer luck, a worthless individual like you would never even catch her eye. After delivering his taunt, he glanced back at Huangfu Shuriwei. My dear, this fool is utterly useless. He has even served time in prison. Do not be deceived. Huangfu Shuriwei replied coolly. I do not require your guidance in my affairs. Well, aren't you fiery? Qin Dongyang licked his lips. A gem like you deserves far better than to be wasted on such a loser. Why not accompany me instead? At that moment, a few others entered the room. One young man, upon seeing Huangfu Shuriwei's beauty, also brightened up. Qin, who is this stunning woman? Qin Dongyang chuckled. She is probably just a minor internet celebrity or something, mingling with this loser. She cannot possibly be of any significance. He gestured toward Ye Chu. This fellow here is the much-talked-about son-in-law of the Jiang family. Zhao Sun cast a disdainful glance at Ye Chu before his gaze turned heated as he looked at Huangfu Shuriwei. How about being my girlfriend? I'll pay you $1 million a month. Ye Chu couldn't help but chuckle at the arrogance displayed by the individuals before him. $1 million a month to keep the young lady from the Huangfu family? What a gross underestimation of her worth. Huangfu Shuriwei's face darkened, and Dongmei stepped forward swiftly. With a resounding slap, she sent Zhao Sun flying. What kind of trash dares to disrespect the young lady? The sudden turn of events left Qin Dongyang and his companions in shock. How dare you lay a hand on him? Do you even know who Zhao is? Qin Dongyang fumed. Two female companions rushed to assist Zhao Sun, helping him to his feet. Zhao, are you all right? Zhao Sun coughed up a mouthful of blood. A few bloodied teeth scattered on the floor. His eyes burned with malice. You filthy whore. I will make you wish you were never born. Dongmei's expression darkened as she delivered a swift kick, sending Zhao Sun crashing against the wall, leaving him with a collapsed chest and several broken ribs. Qin Dongyang was infuriated beyond measure. You wretched girl, how dare you strike? He turned to manager Li. Call security immediately. Li Mu, not daring to hesitate, quickly summoned the guards. Qin Dongyang hurried to help Zhao's son to his feet, offering comfort. Do not worry, Zhao. I will avenge you. Enduring the excruciating pain, Zhao's son gritted his teeth. That wretch must die, and those two must also pay the price. Rest assured, not a single one will escape, Qin Dongyang vowed, casting a menacing glance at Ye Chu and his companions. You are finished. Even the Zhang family cannot save you now. Listen carefully. Zhao is the eldest son of the Zhao family from the neighboring Jinko city, a family whose influence rivals that of the Jiang family. Should you dare to resort to violence, be prepared to languish in prison. He anticipated witnessing fear and trepidation in the faces of the three, but instead, he found them remarkably composed. His brows furrowed in surprise. Just then, a group of security personnel rushed in, and Li Muduan bellowed, "Seize these three at once." As the security team prepared to act, Huangfu Shuriwei suddenly interjected, "Let us see who dares." An invisible aura swept through the room, rendering the security guards momentarily paralyzed with fear, hesitant to approach. Li Muduan coldly ordered, "What are you afraid of? Move in. I'll take responsibility for any issues that arise." "You'll take responsibility?" Huangfu Shuriwei scoffed. "You, a mere lobby manager, possess such authority?" Li Muduan's expression darkened. "Whether I do or not, you will soon find out. Move in. I'll ensure my cousin doubles your bonuses." The eyes of the security personnel brightened at the mention of the manager's cousin, who was the store manager of Jianghuai Pavilion. Doubling their bonuses was merely a word away. No longer hesitating, they swiftly surrounded the three. "Step aside," Dong Mei commanded coldly, swiftly dispatching the group of security guards. "You are a martial artist?" Qin Dongyang observed a hint of insight, coldly remarking, "No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. But even if you are a martial artist, you shall not escape unscathed today." Li Muduan also spoke icily. "Very well, no one has ever dared to cause such a ruckus at Jianghuai Pavilion. You will regret this." He took out his phone and dialed a number. Soon, a middle-aged man entered the private room. He was Lu Shanchuan, the manager of Jianghuai Pavilion. "What is going on?" he asked in a deep voice. Li Muduan immediately distorted the facts, saying, "Cousin, these individuals have forcibly occupied the private room reserved by young Master Qin and even assaulted people." He also mentioned the identities of Ye Chu and Zhao Sr. Lu Shanchuan's expression darkened upon hearing this. Initially, he addressed Qin Dongyang with courtesy, assuring him, "Rest assured, young Master Qin, I will ensure this matter is resolved." He then turned his gaze toward Ye Chu, primarily focusing on him. He had heard of the Jiang family's son-in-law. "Ye Chu, as a mere son-in-law, you dare to cause trouble at my Jianghuai Pavilion. Your audacity is indeed remarkable." Ye Chu felt a surge of irritation. Did everyone feel the need to trample on him? "You haven't even investigated and already assume I am the troublemaker?" His voice turned cold. Lu Shanchuan sneered. "You are a son-in-law who has served time. Your character is evident without the need for investigation." Huangfu Shiyue's eyes flickered with doubt. How could someone of Ye Chu's caliber end up as a son-in-law? Prejudice is a formidable mountain. Ye Chu, disinterested in further argument, replied coolly, "I advise you to leave immediately to avoid inciting a disaster. A mere useless son-in-law dares to speak so arrogantly. Truly, you overestimate yourself," Lu Shanchuan replied disdainfully. "Apologize sincerely to young Master Qin, or the consequences will be beyond your capacity to endure." Li Muduan chimed in, insisting they must bow and apologize, and that the woman must accompany young Master Qin for the night to demonstrate sincerity. Qin Dongyang sneered, "One night is insufficient. At least a month is required." Lu Shanchuan nodded in agreement. "You three, apologize obediently, or you shall not leave Jianghuai Pavilion today." The trio exchanged words, dismissing Ye Chu and his companions entirely. Huangfu Shuriwei, in a fit of anger, unexpectedly broke into laughter, exuding an air of authority that took everyone by surprise. Who would have thought that beneath Huangfu Yun's command, there existed such a remarkable individual? The Jianghuai Pavilion was indeed an enterprise under the Huangfu family. The owner, Huangfu Yun, was a distant relative of the Huangfu clan. It was precisely due to this connection that Lu Shanchuan dared to act so arrogantly. Lu Shanchuan furrowed his brows in confusion and questioned, "Who are you to address our boss by name?" He was filled with uncertainty, wondering if the woman before him was indeed someone of great significance. However, after pondering for a while, he could not recall anyone of such stature in the Jiang region. Qin Dongyang scoffed, "Manager Zhou, Do not overthink it. What can a person associated with this waste possibly amount to? Lu Shanchuan agreed, but just as he was about to speak, Huangfu Shuriwei coolly interjected. I believe it would be prudent for you to summon him and inquire directly. Li Muduan coldly retorted, What are you? To think you can meet our boss at your leisure? Huangfu Shuriwei, unfazed, took out her phone and dialed a number. Once connected, she coldly stated, I am at the Emperor's Hall of Jianghuai Pavilion in Nanqing. You have 30 minutes to arrive, or else you may leave. Lu Shanchuan's suspicion deepened. Could it be that she truly knew their boss? Li Muduan sneered. She is quite the performer. Qin Dongyang remained dismissive, coldly asserting, Woman, even if you genuinely know the owner here, you shall still owe us an apology today. The Qin family is not to be trifled with. Huangfu Shuriwei coldly replied. The Qin family, is it? I shall remember that. Observing her unshakable confidence, Lu Shanchuan hesitated to act rashly, opting instead to wait and see. Time swiftly passed, and after more than 20 minutes, a man in his 30s burst into the private room, panting heavily. Lu Shanchuan's complexion changed, a foreboding feeling creeping into his heart. Boss, why are you here? He asked with a forced smile. However, Huangfu Yun disregarded him, striding directly to Huangfu Shuriwei and ingratiatingly remarked, Miss, had I known you were coming, I would have prepared a proper welcome. Huangfu Shuriwei maintained her icy demeanor, retorting, I would not dare trouble the esteemed Huangfu Yun for such matters. Huangfu Yun's heart sank as he sensed something amiss, managing a strained smile. Miss, you jest. Without the assistance of the Huangfu family, I would not have achieved my current standing. Huangfu Shuriwei coldly huffed, It is good that you understand. Ensure your subordinates behave appropriately. Do not tarnish the Huangfu family's reputation. Huangfu Yun nodded vigorously, then turned to Lu Shanchuan, his tone turning icy. Now, speak. What transpired? Lu Shanchuan trembled, his eyes filled with trepidation. Boss, I am unsure who this lady is. Huangfu Yun interrupted sternly. Spare me the pleasantries. Reveal the truth of the matter. Lu Shanchuan's body quivered, but he dared not disclose the reality. Huangfu Yun's expression darkened as he turned to the security personnel. You speak. The guards, unable to conceal the truth, relayed the events as they unfolded. Upon hearing their account, Huangfu Yun nearly staggered, glaring furiously at Lu Shanchuan and the others. How audacious of you to bully the young lady. Lu Shanchuan's face turned pale. Boss, I was wrong. I truly did not know she was the young lady. Li Muduan lowered his head, afraid to speak. Qin Dongyang and Zhao Sun shared a look of fear, having already surmised Huangfu Shuriwei's identity. There was only one person whom Huangfu Yun would address as Mississippi. In the contemporary era of the Huangfu family of Jinling, Huangfu Shuriwei shines as a remarkable gem. It is not merely the insignificant Qin and Zhao families that pale in comparison, but even when combined, the three ancient clans of Jiangdu are unable to rival the Huangfu lineage. Huangfu Yun's countenance darkened as he commanded the intruders to leave. Jianghuai Pavilion had no need for those with such disdainful views of others. The two men dared not utter a word and quickly exited the private room. Although they were merely following orders, to lay hands on the young lady was a grave disrespect. Hence, they were dismissed from their positions. Huangfu Yun cast a stern glance at the security personnel before turning to Qin Dongyang and his companions. As for you, you shall be expelled from Jianghuai Pavilion and barred from re-entering. Depart swiftly. The two, now cowed, hastily turned to leave. Suddenly, Huangfu Shuriwei interjected, instructing them to convey a message to the elder of the Qin family. The South District project would no longer require the Qin family's involvement. Qin Dongyang stumbled, nearly losing his footing, fully aware that he had committed a grave error, and without further hesitation, he departed the scene. Huangfu Yun approached Huangfu Shuriwei with a demeanor of humility, cautiously requesting, Miss, it is my subordinates who have failed in their duties. I implore you to mete out punishment. Huangfu Shuriwei waved her hand dismissively, expressing her desire not to witness such occurrences again, and instructed him to leave. Relieved, Huangfu Yun bowed and exited promptly. Huangfu Shuriwei, with an apologetic expression, turned to her brother. I am sorry for putting you through this. Ye Chu waved his hand nonchalantly. Not at all, in a vast forest. It is only natural to encounter a few pests. Soon, the waiter brought forth exquisite dishes, and the trio began to enjoy their meal together. Brother, with your capabilities, why would you settle for being a son-in-law? After a while, Huangfu Shuriwei could no longer suppress her curiosity. Ye Chu sighed with a wry smile. This is a long story, let us discuss it at a later time. Huangfu Shuriwei, recognizing the cue, refrained from pressing further. The meal lasted over an hour, during which the two engaged in lively conversation, deepening their bond. Sister Shuriwe, thank you for your generous hospitality. I would like to offer you a small gift. Let us connect on WeChat, Ye Chu suggested as he retrieved his phone to display a QR code. Huang Fu Shuriwe, while maneuvering her phone, inquired with intrigue, what gift? Ye Chu smiled mysteriously, you shall find out soon. He swiftly typed a message and sent it to her. Upon viewing the contents, which comprised various herbal names, Huang Fu Shuriwe was taken aback. Is this a prescription? She wondered, astonished. Ye Chu nodded with a smile, Sister Shuriwe, if you follow the prescription to prepare the herbal bath. Within 4 to 5 treatments, the hidden ailments from your internal cultivation will be cured. Huang Fu Shuriwe's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, how did you know I had hidden ailments? Dongmei, too, was astonished. This matter was known only to her and the young lady. No one else in the Huangfu family was aware. Ye Chu replied with a serene smile, I merely discerned it. Huangfu Shuriwe paused, reflecting on the prescription, and gradually grasped the implications, exclaiming in astonishment, brother, do you possess medical knowledge? Ye Chu humbly responded, I have a modest understanding. Huangfu Shuriwe recognized his modesty. The ability to pinpoint her issues at a glance indicated that his medical expertise was far from ordinary. In her quest to remedy her internal ailments, Huangfu Shuriwe had sought out esteemed physicians in secret, yet to no avail. Her curiosity about Ye Chao grew stronger, and suddenly struck by an idea, she smiled and said, little brother, may I request your assistance? Ye Chao readily agreed without hesitation. You see, I have a friend who is gravely ill and has sought treatment far and wide without success. Could you possibly take a look? A trivial matter. When shall we depart? Ye Chao responded without a moment's thought. Huangfu Shuriwe stood up. Let us go at once. As they left the imperial box, Huangfu Yin stood respectfully outside. Miss, here is the supreme card you requested. Huangfu Shuriwe accepted the card and casually handed it to Ye Chao. Brother, this is the supreme card for Jianghuai Pavilion. You may come and enjoy its offerings at any time, without spending a penny. Ye Chao, unpretentious, accepted it with a smile. Thank you, Sister Shuriwe. Observing from the side, Huangfu Yun was secretly astonished. To offer a supreme card so freely suggested that Ye Chao held a significant position in Huangfu Shuriwe's heart. He silently committed Ye Chao's appearance to memory. The trio departed Jianghuai Pavilion and soon arrived at the entrance of a luxurious and elegant estate. Several tall security guards in black suits stood at the door, their dark faces and prominent temples indicating their prowess. It was clear that the individuals within the estate were not ordinary. A butler emerged from the estate, hurrying towards the Bentley as he spotted it. Miss Huangfu, the lady is hosting guests and has sent me to escort you. Huangfu Shuriwe nodded slightly, instructing Dongmei to park the car while she led Ye Chao inside with the butler. Shortly thereafter, they entered a villa where 4 men and 1 woman were seated. The woman appeared gaunt, her eyes devoid of spirit, exuding an aura of impending demise. Despite her affliction, she was well-dressed, emanating an air of elegance and intellect. It was evident that she must have been a striking beauty before her illness. Beside her sat a refined middle-aged man, presumably her husband. Across from them sat 3 individuals, a tall, blonde foreigner with a prominent nose, a bald middle-aged man wearing glasses, and an elderly gentleman with white hair. As they heard the commotion, the 5 turned their curious gazes towards the newcomers. Shuriwe, you've arrived. Come, sit down. The sight of Huangfu Shuriwe brought joy to the woman, who attempted to rise to greet her, but faltered weakly, nearly collapsing. The refined man quickly supported her. Jingxian, you are in poor health. Please, sit down. Huangfu Shuriwe stepped forward. Jingxian, there's no need for formality. Li Jingxian wore a bitter expression. Shuriwe, I'm sorry, but my health is deteriorating. I fear I won't last much longer. Huangfu Shuriwe offered words of comfort. Jingxian, do not worry. You are blessed, and fate will protect you. Li Jingxian looked curiously at Ye Chao, her eyes filled with doubt. Shuriwe, is this young man truly the doctor you mentioned? Huangfu Shuriwe smiled and nodded. Jingxian, my brother possesses remarkable medical skills. He will surely cure your ailment. The refined middle-aged man furrowed his brow slightly, clearly harboring skepticism. The perceptive bald man immediately interjected, what bold claims? Huangfu Shuriwe frowned and turned to see that the speaker was the bald middle-aged man. Ye Chu glanced over and was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the white-haired elder, none other than the renowned national master, Li Jingyuan. who had recently appeared at the Jiang family estate. The elder was equally curious as he scrutinized Ye Chu. With a subtle nod, Ye Chu acknowledged him before turning his attention to the bald middle-aged man, raising an eyebrow and inquiring, "What seems to be the issue?" The bald man, with a serious countenance, retorted, "Young man, considering your youth, you likely haven't even graduated from university, yet you dare to present yourself as a healer?" He admonished in a condescending tone, asserting that the youth should remain grounded and not reach for the unattainable, lest he harm both himself and others. Ye Chu found his demeanor exasperating. One might mistakenly think a high-ranking official was inspecting the premises. "Mind your own business," he replied curtly, which instantly darkened the bald man's expression. How audacious! To speak so defiantly in the presence of the city leader, he scolded vehemently. Huang Fu Shuriwei interjected coldly, "Silence. Should you continue to speak insolently, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Sensing the tension escalating, the refined middle-aged man decided to intervene. "Both of you are guests. Let us not allow trivial matters to disrupt the harmony. Out of respect for the city leader, I shall overlook your transgressions." The bald man feigned magnanimity, yet neither of them paid him any heed. Huang Fu Shuriwei grasped Ye Chu's arm, intent on proceeding to treat Li Jingxian. However, Huang Haijun, the cultured middle-aged man, remarked, "Miss Huang Fu, we appreciate your goodwill, but with both Master Li and Dr. George present, it seems unnecessary for this young brother to intervene." Huang Fu Shuriwei furrowed her brow, poised to respond, but Ye Chu gently pulled her back. "Sister Shuriwei, it's all right. I'm merely here to have a bit of fun." Huang Haijun turned to Li Jingyuan and inquired, "Master Li, do you possess any insights into treating Madame Li's condition? I must examine her before I can ascertain." Li Jingyuan replied cautiously as he approached to check Li Jingshuan's pulse. Huang Haijun watched with bated breath. The foreign man, with golden hair, scoffed and muttered in English, "What era are we in that people still believe in traditional Chinese medicine?" The bald middle-aged man quickly concurred, "Dr. George is correct. Traditional medicine is nothing but a charade. For ailments, one must turn to Western medicine." Fortunately, Ye Chu could not comprehend their banter. Otherwise, he would have surely retorted. After a lengthy pause, Li Jingyuan finally withdrew his hand. Huang Haijun immediately inquired, "Master Li, what is your assessment?" Li Jingyuan's brow furrowed deeply. Strangely, the pulse indicates that Madame Huang is suffering from cardiac failure, yet I cannot determine the underlying cause. Madame Li is merely 30 years old, barring any extraordinary circumstances. It is improbable for her to experience cardiac failure. Has she had any prior heart conditions or hereditary diseases? Huang Haijun shook his head. "No. Jingxian has always been in excellent health, and there are no hereditary ailments in our family." Li Jingyuan's frown intensified. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Madame Huang's condition is peculiar. I can only alleviate the cardiac failure but cannot promise a cure." Huang Haijun's complexion paled at this revelation, despair flickering in his eyes. "If even Master Li is at a loss, does that mean we are left with no hope?" The bald middle-aged man stood up and suggested, "City Leader Huang, why not allow Dr. George to take a look? He is an esteemed expert in cardiac transplants from the United States and has numerous successful cases to his credit." Huang Haijun appeared conflicted. The risks associated with heart transplantation are exceedingly high. One misstep could result in a fatal outcome. He dares not take such a gamble. "Mr. Huang, I will be leaving the Dragon Kingdom in 3 days. Please consider this matter promptly. If we continue to delay, I fear there will be no hope left." The middle-aged man, George, spoke with a heavy accent in his broken Dragon Kingdom dialect. "I understand that Mr. Huang wishes to consult a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, but such practitioners are often charlatans. To place one's hopes in them is tantamount to extinguishing Mrs. Huang's chance at life." Upon hearing this, both Li Jingyuan and Ye Chu turned to look. The former's expression darkened. "Sir, traditional Chinese medicine has a legacy spanning thousands of years and is profoundly intricate. Not something you can judge so casually." George's gaze was filled with disdain. "What a load of nonsense. If it is so profound, why can't it cure Mrs. Huang's ailment?" Li Jingyuan was rendered speechless. After a long pause, he replied, "That may reflect my own lack of skill, but it does not imply that traditional Chinese medicine is ineffective." The bald middle-aged man scoffed, "Old man, spare us the embarrassment of traditional Chinese medicine. Most practitioners today are frauds, and few are genuinely capable. It won't be long before it is completely obsolete. You have no standing to speak on this matter." Li Jingyuan exclaimed, his anger evident. It was infuriating to hear a fellow countryman disparage traditional Chinese medicine. What are you, to dare to criticize traditional Chinese medicine? Ye Chu interjected abruptly, his tone far from courteous. The bald man's expression darkened. What did you say? Ye Chu replied coolly. I said you are ungrateful and overly enamored with foreign practices. The wisdom of our ancestors has been squandered by people like you. You, the bald man trembled with rage, his beady eyes fixed on Ye Chu as if he wished to devour him whole. George interjected nonchalantly, young man. If I understand correctly, you also practice traditional Chinese medicine? Ye Chu, with a certain pride, nodded. I possess a modest understanding of its principles. He then turned his gaze toward Li Jingxian. I believe I could treat Mrs. Huang's condition without difficulty. This proclamation left the entire room in shock. The bald man laughed derisively. What grandiose claims. Aren't you afraid of overstepping? A flicker of displeasure crossed Huang Haijun's eyes, and even Li Zhenyuan frowned. Given Ye Chu's youth, it was unlikely he had mastered Western medicine, let alone traditional Chinese medicine. Mastery of the latter is not achieved overnight. George chuckled. Is that so? Perhaps you should demonstrate your skills for us, so that we may judge the efficacy of traditional Chinese medicine for ourselves. Then do observe closely, Ye Chu replied, directing his gaze toward Huang Haijun. Though he was confident in his ability to treat Li Jingxuan's ailment, he required her consent first. Huang Haijun, maintaining a polite demeanor, replied, Young brother, I appreciate your goodwill, but given Jingxuan's current state, she cannot withstand any further disturbances. Let us allow old Li to prescribe some medication for her recuperation first. Though his words were courteous, the refusal was unmistakable. Huang Haijun had exerted considerable restraint. Had it not been for Huang Fu Shiyue's sake, he would have expelled them long ago. Humph, young man, what makes you think you can treat someone of Mrs. Huang's stature? The bald man sneered. Ye Chu shrugged. If Mr. Huang does not have faith in this, so be it. Sister Shiyue, let us take our leave. As a disciple of the medicine emperor, he would not humiliate himself by begging to heal someone. Huang Fu Shiyue's expression was far from pleasant. Despite her good intentions in bringing Ye Chu along, he was met with skepticism rather than gratitude. Yet, she was unwilling to witness her dear friend Li Jingxian suffer a tragic fate. Jingxian, this young man possesses remarkable medical skills. Perhaps you should allow him to examine you, she urged. Li Jingxian nodded in agreement and turned to Huang Haijun, saying, Haijun, Shiyue is only trying to help. Let this young brother take a look. George added, Mr. Huang, why not allow this gentleman to try? I would like to see the prowess of traditional Chinese medicine for myself. Faced with this, Huang Haijun found it difficult to decline and could only nod in acquiescence. Young man, I understand your intention to vindicate traditional Chinese medicine, but diagnosing an illness is no trifling matter. Proceed according to your abilities, he cautioned, concerned that Ye Chu's fervor might inadvertently harm his wife. Ye Chu remained silent. Were it not for Huang Fu Shiyue's presence, coupled with his desire to showcase the efficacy of traditional Chinese medicine to George, he would have already turned away given the attitude displayed. He approached Li Jingxian to take her pulse and remarked, Madam Huang, your ailment is quite treatable. We merely need to expel the heart-dwelling goo. In fact, he had already discerned through his mental acuity that she was afflicted by goo poison. The pulse-taking was merely to avoid appearing overly extraordinary. Upon the mention of goo, the expressions of those present varied widely. Huang Fu Shiyue was taken aback, while Li Zhenyuan appeared perplexed. The bald middle-aged man and George were expressions of derision. Ha ha ha, young man. Am I hearing you correctly? You're claiming goo is involved. Are we in a television drama? The bald man laughed heartily, his eyes filled with mockery. George smirked, indeed. Traditional Chinese medicine is merely a deceitful trick. Huang Haijun's countenance darkened significantly. Miss Huang Fu, I appreciate your concern for Jingxian, but in the future, please be discerning about whom you bring. Although Huang Fu Shiyue was displeased by his tone, she refrained from retorting and instead cast an inquiring glance at Ye Chu. Sister Shiyue, your friend is indeed afflicted by heart-eating goo. The goo is currently in a dormant state, but continues to passively siphon her heart's vital energy, which is causing damage to her heart meridian. Ye Chu spoke earnestly, emphasizing the urgency of exterminating the goo. Otherwise, should it awaken, her life would be at risk. The bald middle-aged man scoffed. What nonsense. Young man, it's shameful for someone of your generation to utter such absurdities. Before Huang Haijun could respond, Li Jingyuan interjected. This young friend is not speaking in vain. Goo does indeed exist. Huang Haijun's gaze shifted. Li Jingyuan was a national expert and would not make baseless claims. Mr. Li, Are you serious? He asked. Li Zhengyuan nodded. I have had the fortune of encountering Gu. Such entities do exist. At this juncture, a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. However, Gu is found only in the southern regions. Jiangdu is exceedingly distant from there. Mr. Huang, has your wife recently traveled to the southern regions? Huang Haijun shook his head. Jingxian has never been to the south. He then eagerly looked to Ye Chu. Young brother, is it true that Jingxian is afflicted by that heart-eating Gu? Though he harbored skepticism towards Ye Chu, he could not afford to doubt Li Jingyuan's words. Ye Chu wore an expression of incredulity. What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? Huang Haijun's face stiffened. The balding middle-aged man immediately reprimanded. How dare you show such disrespect to the city head? Silence. Huang Haijun shot a furious glare at him, then turned to Ye Chu, forcing a smile onto his face. My young brother, I apologize for any offense earlier. I implore you to assist Jingxian. At this moment, he realized that Ye Chu could discern that Li Jingxian had been afflicted by a venomous curse, suggesting he possessed considerable skill, especially since even Li Zhenyuan had failed to detect it. Ye Chu snorted and inquired of Li Zhenyuan, Old man, do you have any silver needles with you? Li Zhenyuan nodded and retrieved a box of silver needles from his belongings. The balding middle-aged man interjected again, City head. This lad claims to be a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner yet lacks even a silver needle. He must be a fraud. Do not trust him. Ye Chu narrowed his eyes, irritated at the repeated provocations. You, bald fool, if I manage to cure Mrs. Huang, what will you do? The balding man scoffed derisively. If you can heal her, I shall kneel and call you grandfather. Ye Chu grinned mockingly. Very well, those are your words. Faced with his confident smile, the balding man felt an inexplicable unease and glanced at George beside him. Rest assured, Mrs. Huang's heart is severely damaged. Without a transplant, there is no other remedy. George proclaimed with unwavering confidence, crossing his arms and casting a derisive glance at Ye Chu. He was eager to see how the latter would proceed with the treatment. Disregarding the onlookers, Ye Chu approached Li Jingxian, smiling to provide comfort. Madam, it may hurt a bit. Please bear with it. Li Jingxian smiled faintly. It's all right. Young brother, feel free to proceed. Ye Chu opened the box of silver needles, delicately picking them up with his fingers. With a swift motion, the needles flew through the air, piercing the acupoints surrounding Li Jingxuan's heart. The onlookers could only see fleeting shadows, and by the time they regained their senses, Ye Chu had already positioned the needles. Li Jingyuan's eyes widened, his breath quickening slightly. Just from this technique alone, he could ascertain that Ye Chu's medical skill surpassed his own. Ye Chu's fingertips emanated strands of invisible vital energy, connecting to the ends of the silver needles. With a gentle motion, the needles began to tremble softly. As time passed, they gradually turned red, and a wave of intense heat began to spread. Li Jingxuan's expression contorted in pain, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Huang Haijun looked tense, yet he did not dare to interrupt. Huang Fu Shiyue's beautiful eyes widened, taken aback by Ye Chu's methods. Even the scornful George and the balding middle-aged man gaped in disbelief. Suddenly, several flames erupted from the ends of the silver needles, transforming into streams of fire that flowed into Li Jingxuan's body. The Scarlet Flame Divine Needle. Could it be the Scarlet Flame Divine Needle? Li Jingyuan exclaimed, his eyes filled with incredulity and unrestrained fervor. The others turned to him, but Li Jingyuan paid them no mind. His gaze fixated intently on Ye Chu as he administered the needles. It was no wonder he was so excited. The Scarlet Flame Divine Needle was a legendary technique created by the Emperor of Medicine. Undoubtedly, the young man before him shared a profound connection with that enigmatic figure. Suddenly, he recalled the awakening of Jiang Junyao. Not long ago, he had heard that the Jiang family was seeking a husband to dispel misfortune, after which Jiang Junyao miraculously regained consciousness, leaving him perplexed. Now, he finally understood the reason. It was undoubtedly Ye Chu who had roused her from slumber. Ah! A mournful cry escaped Li Jingxuan's lips, her expression contorted in agony. Ye Chu admonished sharply, come out. Li Jingxuan's chest heaved erratically, as if something within her flesh writhed beneath her garments, causing those present to shudder. With a ripping sound, her clothing tore open slightly, and a shadowy crimson entity darted forth, attempting to flee. Vile creature, where do you think you're going? Ye Chu raised his hand and launched a silver needle, pinning the shadow against the distant wall. The onlookers regained their senses and immediately turned their gaze. What they beheld was a blood-red insect, its visage grotesque, adorned with intricate and mysterious patterns, exuding an eerie aura. Gulp. Several people swallowed hard, truly witnessing a cursed insect, paying no heed to the crowd's astonishment. Ye Chu swiftly sealed the wound on Li Jingxuan's chest with the silver needle, simultaneously channeling his vital energy to nurture her weakened body. Before long, a hint of color returned to Li Jingxuan's pallid complexion. Huang Haijun stepped forward, inquiring with concern, "Jingxian, how do you feel?" "I feel much relieved," Li Jingxian beamed, expressing her gratitude to Ye Chu. "Little divine doctor, thank you for saving me." Ye Chu waved his hand dismissively. It was but a small effort, no need for thanks. Before long, he extracted the silver needle and requested Huang Haijun to procure paper and pen, upon which he inscribed a prescription. "If you follow this for 3 or 4 courses of treatment at most, madam will recover fully." Huang Haijun received it as if it were a treasure, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Little divine doctor, thank you for your assistance. I sincerely apologize for any previous offense. Should you ever require my aid, do not hesitate to ask." His demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. Ye Chu replied nonchalantly, "Mr. Huang, you are being overly courteous. In the future, do not judge a person by their appearance." Huang Haijun awkwardly shook his head, indicating he would not do so again. Huang Fu Shuriwei smiled brightly. "Brother, I truly did not expect your medical skills to be so remarkable." Although she had suspected as much, Ye Chu's abilities still astonished her. Ye Chu displayed a modest demeanor. "It is merely a trivial skill, nothing worth mentioning." "Ah, young friend, you are being humble. The Qi and divine needle is no trifling technique," Li Jinyuan remarked, his admiration evident. "I never imagined that a young friend like you could inherit the true teachings of the medicine emperor." His words were tinged with a hint of probing. Eager to discern the relationship between Ye Chu and the medicine emperor, Ye Chu returned the silver needle, saying, "Old sir, thank you for your needle." Noting that he did not respond, Li Jinyuan felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet he was convinced that Ye Chu shared a profound connection with the medicine emperor. "Young friend, it is merely a box of silver needles. I bestow it upon you." He did not insist on receiving it back. Ye Chu was taken aback. The silver needles were no ordinary items, yet the old man offered them so freely. Recognizing the intent of camaraderie, Ye Chu accepted graciously. "Thank you, old sir. Should you ever need anything, feel free to seek my assistance." This was precisely what Li Jinyuan had been waiting for. He promptly took out his phone to save Ye Chu's contact information. "Stop. Where do you think you're going?" Upon noticing the balding middle-aged man attempting to slip away, Ye Chu's voice rang out, halting him in his tracks. The balding middle-aged man turned, forcing a smile on his plump face. "Young brother, is there something on your mind?" Ye Chu raised an eyebrow. "Have you forgotten what you just said?" The man's expression fluctuated, and he replied, "Young brother, I was merely speaking nonsense earlier. Please do not take it to heart." Ye Chu dug into his ear and remarked, "I tend to take things seriously. What do you propose?" The man's jowls quivered as he took a deep breath and said, "Young brother, one should show mercy when possible. Being too ruthless benefits no one. I am Zhang Dequan, the director of the First People's Hospital. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask." "Are you threatening me?" Ye Chu narrowed his eyes. "Just a so-called director, and you think you can intimidate me?" Zhang Dequan's face darkened. He opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by Huang Haijun. "Director Zhang, one must uphold integrity." Zhang Dequan wilted at this, ultimately gritting his teeth, kneeling, and calling out grandfather before swiftly getting up and leaving. As for George, he was engrossed in studying the red goo worm. It was his first encounter with such a creature, and naturally, he was intrigued. Ye Chu stepped forward, removing the silver needle, and casually inquired, "Foreigner, what do you think? Is traditional Chinese medicine more effective than your Western medicine?" George snapped back to reality, eagerly nodding. "It's astonishing. There truly are worms inside Mrs. Huang. I had previously scanned with instruments and found nothing." Ye Chu smirked. "The heart-devouring goo merges with flesh and blood. How could instruments possibly detect it? Sir, may I take you as my mentor?" George looked at Ye Chu with eager anticipation. His interest in traditional Chinese medicine peaked after witnessing the earlier miracle. Ye Chu shook his head, about to speak, when George suddenly knelt with a thud. "I understand that in your dragon country, one must kneel and bow to take a master." He prepared to bow his head. Ye Chu quickly interjected, "Do not do that. I do not accept disciples." He felt exasperated, finding the foreigner's straightforwardness rather overwhelming. Disheartened, George rose and departed. Li Jinyuan also left shortly thereafter. Ye Chu turned to Huang Fu Shuriwei. intending to leave as well. The day was growing late, and he needed to return home. Huang Haijun quickly spoke up, "Little divine doctor, you have worked hard. Why not stay for a meal before you go?" Noticing Ye Chu's hesitation, Li Jingxian chimed in, "Little divine doctor, please have a meal first. We still need to express our gratitude." Ye Chu, seeing no way to refuse, relented. "Very well then." Huang Haijun immediately made a phone call to arrange for food. Soon, a variety of delectable dishes were brought in. "Little divine doctor, I apologize for any offense caused earlier. Please allow me to toast you as an apology." Huang Haijun personally poured wine and offered a toast. Ye Chu waved his hand. "It was merely a trivial matter. There's no need to dwell on it." His nonchalance only made Huang Haijun feel somewhat embarrassed. Huang Fu Shuriwa laughed. "Let bygones be bygones. Let us eat." The meal lasted for about an hour, and as the two prepared to leave, Li Jingxian produced a golden card. "Dr. Yi, this is a membership card for the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. You can use it to spend freely at any of its establishments. Please accept it as a token of my appreciation." Ye Chu did not refuse. He accepted it and casually tucked it into his pocket before departing the estate with Huang Fu Shuriwa. As he exited the manor, the sky had already darkened. "Sister Shuriwa, I shall take my leave," Ye Chu said, parting ways with Huang Fu Shuriwa. She intended to accompany him, yet he declined her offer. He needed to return to the Jiang residence. Should Han Mingwan and her companions spot him, it would be difficult to explain. Ye Chu hailed a taxi, directing the driver to the Jiang family's villa. However, midway through the journey, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he saw it was an unfamiliar number. Suspecting it might be Yi Tiancheng, he promptly hung up. The call came through again almost immediately. Ye Chu frowned and answered, "Kid, if you wish to save your little sweetheart, come to the South City Dynasty nightclub." A familiar voice echoed from the other end, the red-haired thug he had beaten earlier that day. "Ye Chu, you mustn't come." Ye Chu's expression shifted abruptly, as the subsequent voice belonged to Sun Yuru. "Damn it." His face darkened, and he replied coldly, "You had better not lay a finger on her, otherwise you shall face the consequences." "Heh, kid, you better hurry," the voice on the line sneered before hanging up. A fierce glint flashed in Ye Chu's eyes as he instructed the driver, "Change course to the South City Dynasty nightclub." Inside a private room on the top floor of the Dynasty nightclub, the red-haired thug ended the call and turned to a burly man nearby. "Brother Jun, that kid will be here shortly." The burly man, named Wang Jun, was a minor leader of the White Dragon Society in the Southern District. Beside him sat an alluringly dressed woman, whom he was fondling, his slanted eyes glinting with malice. "Prepare the brothers. I'm eager to see if this kid is truly as formidable as you claim." Upon learning of the red-haired thug's group's predicament earlier that day, he had flown into a rage, promptly capturing Sun Yuru to use as leverage against Ye Chu. The red-haired thug exited the room, and Wang Jun turned his gaze towards Sun Yuru, smiling slyly. "Beautiful lady, if you willingly submit to me, I might spare that kid." Disgust flickered in Sun Yuru's eyes as she gritted her teeth. "Dream on. Even if I die, I will not allow a beast like you to touch me." Slap. The provocative woman beside Wang Jun struck Sun Yuru across the face, leaving a vivid red mark on her fair skin. "You ungrateful wench. Being favored by Brother Jun is a blessing. Stop pretending to be virtuous." She cast a disdainful glance at Sun Yuru before looking back at Wang Jun with a wicked smile. "Brother Jun, since this little harlot is so high and mighty, why not humiliate her in front of that kid?" Wang Jun slapped the woman's voluptuous backside, laughing. "That's a splendid idea. I like it." The woman giggled and nestled closer to Wang Jun. "Let us record the entire ordeal. If this little harlot refuses, we'll send the video to her school." Sun Yuru's face blanched in terror, her eyes brimming with despair. If that were to happen, she would have no face to live in this world. That's worth considering." Wang Jun nodded in agreement, gazing at Sun Yuru with a smile. "Beautiful lady, you should ponder this carefully. I am not one to resort to violence against women, so do not force my hand." Sun Yuru closed her eyes, resolutely making up her mind. If Ye Chu fails to rescue her, she would rather take her own life by biting her tongue than allow this vile creature to defile her. Sensing her thoughts, the lascivious woman commanded a nearby lackey, "Administer the new drug to this little wretch." The lackey produced a blue pill and approached Sun Yuru. She struggled fiercely, but to no avail. As the pill was swallowed, a wave of heat surged within her, causing her fair complexion to gradually flush. Her hands incessantly tore at her clothing, revealing large swathes of her snow-white skin. "Ha ha ha, you thought yourself so noble, yet here you are, Succumbing to desire, the lascivious woman laughed heartily, her eyes glinting with mockery. She reveled in witnessing the pure-hearted young girl descend into depravity. Wang Jun washed with heavy breaths, shoving the lascivious woman aside. I can't take it any longer. I must indulge first. A flicker of resentment crossed the woman's eyes, but she dared not intervene. Just as Sun Yuru was on the brink of calamity, the private room door burst open, and a lackey rushed in. Wang Jun erupted in fury. Get out. Who allowed you to enter? The lackey trembled, hurriedly explaining, Brother Jun. Baldly has arrived. Wang Jun's expression shifted dramatically. Where is he? Take me to him. Keep an eye on this woman. He instructed the lascivious woman before following the lackey out of the private room. They soon arrived at the first-floor nightclub, where deafening music reverberated. On the central stage, a throng of men and women swayed wildly to the rhythm. Surrounding them were booths where patrons drank and enjoyed the performances. The lackey led Wang Jun to one of the booths, where a large bald man was exchanging drinks with his subordinates, occasionally casting glances at the scantily clad women on stage. This bald man was none other than Baldly, frustrated by the events of the day. He had come here to unwind. Baldly, why didn't you give us a heads up? We could have arranged things better. Wang Jun approached him with a sycophantic demeanor. Baldly waved his hand dismissively. I'm just here to have a good time today. Don't mind me. Continue your business. Wang Jun dared not leave. Baldly, I have no pressing matters. I'll stay here with you. As he prepared to sit beside him, Baldly shot him a glare. Go somewhere cool and don't disturb me while I drink. Wang Jun hastily nodded and, not daring to linger, quickly departed. He was merely a minor leader in the White Dragon Society, his status nowhere near that of Baldly. Meanwhile, bolstered by his financial prowess, the taxi driver sped to the Dynasty nightclub. Ye Chu alighted and made a beeline for the entrance. Just as he arrived, a familiar yellow-haired thug approached. So, you really dared to come? Ye Chu's voice was cold. Stop with the pleasantries. Lead the way. His icy gaze sent shivers down the thug's spine, rendering him mute as he obediently took the lead. The two traversed the raucous nightclub, heading straight upstairs. In Baldly's booth, a lackey rubbed his eyes and glanced again at the two receding figures not far away. He couldn't shake the feeling that one of them resembled the formidable figure from earlier that day. Zhang Matzi, what is wrong with you? Baldly inquired suspiciously. Zhang Matzi regained his composure, stifling a bitter smile. Surely, he must have been overwhelmed with fear. What sort of formidable figure would come to such a place? He quickly shook his head, dismissing any concerns. In the penthouse suite, Wang Jun entered to find Sun Yuru's face flushed, beads of sweat glistening upon her skin, and soft moans escaping her cherry-red lips. The scene was undeniably enticing. Wang Jun's eyes sparkled with lust as he prepared to undress and proceed with his intentions. However, just then, a raucous thug burst into the room, exclaiming, Brother Jun, that kid has arrived. Irritation flickered within Wang Jun. This was the second time he had been interrupted. Yet, contemplating his imminent satisfaction, his annoyance subsided somewhat. Are the brothers ready? He inquired. The thug nodded, affirming that dozens of his comrades were poised in the adjoining suite, awaiting Wang Jun's command to encircle the room. With a slight nod, Wang Jun settled himself imperiously on the sofa. The door swung open, and a yellow-haired ruffian entered, leading Ye Chu. Upon seeing Ye Chu, Sun Yuru's dazed gaze brightened, and she instinctively moved to rush towards him, only to be forcefully shoved back onto the sofa by the provocative woman beside her. Where do you think you're running off to, little vixen? Just wait for Brother Jun to take his pleasure. Veins bulged on Ye Chu's forehead, fury evident in his brow. The brazen woman, undaunted, taunted him. Oh, feeling hurt. Are we? Don't worry. This is just the appetizer. The main event awaits. Ye Chu remained silent, striding purposefully towards Sun Yuru. Wang Jun's expression darkened. Kid, halt. Move another step, and I shall break your legs. Ye Chu disregarded the threat and continued his advance. Wang Jun's face turned ominously grim, and his underling immediately stepped forward, reprimanding. Kid, are you deaf? Didn't you hear Brother Jun speak? In response, Ye Chu unleashed a swift slap, sending the thug flying. Wang Jun's eyes turned icy, his expression terrifyingly dark. The red-haired thug quickly reached for his walkie-talkie, calling for reinforcements. Mere moments later, a group of armed thugs stormed into the suite, surrounding Ye Chu menacingly. Wang Jun rose, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Little brat, do you think you're a tough fighter? What good is strength without power or influence? I am a member of the White Wolf Society. with dozens of brothers at my command. You think you can provoke me, a mere nobody? With arrogance radiating from him, Wang Jun continued. Here's your chance. Kneel and watch me take this woman. Perhaps if I'm in a good mood, I might let you go. Ye Chu suddenly smiled, flashing a row of pristine white teeth. This morning, I encountered someone just as arrogant as you, but he has since met his demise. Unappreciative fool, Wang Jun roared. Get him. Break this brat's limbs first. A swarm of thugs lunged at Ye Chu, weapons raised. Sun Yuru's face was etched with worry as she silently prayed for Ye Chu's safety. Ye Chu deftly seized a triangular dagger, making a swift motion that sent several men flying. He moved gracefully amidst the onslaught, evading attacks while retaliating with precision. Each strike resulted in another adversary being sent sprawling. In a brief moment, dozens of ruffians lay defeated on the ground, each one bearing the marks of their encounters. Crimson blood pooled around them, and anguished cries echoed in the air. Gulp! The red-haired thug could not suppress his swallowing, his eyes filled with terror, though aware of Ye Chu's prowess. He had never anticipated such formidable skill. Even Wang Jun was taken aback. As a core member of the White Wolf Society, he had encountered many experts. Yet the scene before him was still astonishing. The techniques exhibited by Ye Chu undoubtedly reflected the capabilities of a martial arts master with considerable strength. Taking a deep breath to quell his shock, he forced a smile. Young man, your skills are impressive. Why not join the White Wolf Society? Such a trivial organization as the White Wolf Society, unworthy of my allegiance, Ye Chu replied calmly, as if stating an undeniable truth. What an arrogant youth! Wang Jun laughed in fury, tearing off his shirt to reveal a muscular body adorned with scars. Do you truly believe that a modicum of strength grants you the right to act so brazenly? Let me enlighten you. This world is far grander than you can imagine. With that, he picked up a machete from the ground and lunged forward, the sharp blade aimed directly at Ye Chu's face. As a small leader of the White Wolf Society, he was no ordinary foe. He commanded dozens of brothers and was himself a master at the 5th level of body refinement. Swish! A flash of cold light appeared, and Wang Jun's hand holding the knife was severed instantly. Ah! He screamed in agony, clutching the wound from which blood gushed forth, his eyes wide with fear. Ye Chu discarded the triangular dagger, his voice devoid of emotion. You are indeed correct. The world is far more expansive than you realize. Wang Jun's eyes flickered with humiliation and rage as he saw Ye Chu approaching. What do you intend to do? I am a member of the White Wolf Society. Smack! Ye Chu delivered a resounding slap that sent Wang Jun spinning in place. Is the White Wolf Society truly so formidable? Wang Jun spat blood, his voice trembling. If you have the guts, don't leave. I'll call for reinforcements. Suit yourself, Ye Chu replied nonchalantly, striding towards Sun Yuru. Wang Jun shouted to the red-haired thug. Quickly go to the 1st floor and summon Bald Brother. The red-haired thug dared not hesitate and swiftly exited the private room. As Ye Chu approached, the flirtatious woman's face paled, and she instinctively recoiled. Ye Chu's Sun Yuru gasped, rising to leap into his embrace. The warmth of her delicate form and the fragrance unique to her youth stirred something within Ye Chu. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within, and utilized his inner energy to dispel the residual effects of the drugs within her. Sun Yuru quickly regained her clarity, tightly holding Ye Chu, tears of gratitude glistening in her eyes. Thank you, Ye Chu, for saving me. The girl, overwhelmed with emotion, wept with relief. Ye Chu gently traced the marks on her face, his gaze turning icy. Yuru, does it hurt? I shall avenge you now. The flirtatious woman, trembling in fear, sank to the ground. Ye Chu turned to her, and she begged for mercy. Brother, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please, spare me. Strike yourself until I am satisfied. Ye Chu commanded coldly, devoid of any compassion. The woman, terrified, complied immediately, her fair cheeks rapidly swelling from the force of her blows. On the other side, the red-haired thug descended to the 1st floor and found the bald-headedly. Brother Bald, it's bad, it's bad. Brother Bald, who was enjoying himself with his comrades, instantly became enraged upon hearing this. Get lost, stop disturbing me. The red-haired thug trembled in fear, but dared not leave. He mustered his courage and said, Brother Bald, there's trouble upstairs. Not only have they injured someone, but they've also severed Brother Jun's arm. Brother Bald's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold glint flashing within. Damn it! Who dares to cause chaos in my White Wolf Society? Lead the way. I want to see which scoundrel it is. His mood had already been sour. and the news of further trouble sparked a sudden eruption of pent-up anger. Several underlings rose as well, Zhang Matzi wearing a fierce expression. It seems our White Wolf Society has been too low-profile lately. Red-haired, lead the way swiftly. I want to see which wretch dares to run amok here. The red-haired thug quickly took the lead. The group soon arrived at the top floor, where the red-haired thug pushed open the private room door. Brother Bald, that person is inside. Big brother, let me go? Zhang Matzi stepped forward boldly, casting a disdainful glance over the room. Upon spotting Ye Chu, his eyes widened in shock. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he must have seen wrong. Yet, when he looked again, it was still that familiar face. Gulp. He instinctively swallowed hard. Fear vividly reflected in his eyes. Due to the lighting, the others in the private room failed to notice his expression. Wang Jun approached, lamenting, Brother Matzi, you must stand up for me. Before he could finish, Zhang Matzi turned and walked away. Wang Jun, alarmed, called after him, Brother Matzi, where are you going? Without looking back, Zhang Matzi exited the private room. Seeing him emerge so swiftly, one person asked in surprise, Zhang Matzi, what is going on? Why did you come out so quickly? Zhang Matzi darkened his face, replying, I entered the wrong room, big brother. I just remembered my mother asked me to bring back dinner. I'm leaving first. Brother Bald furrowed his brow, while another person, displeased, chimed in, Zhang Matzi. Have you been drinking too much? This kid led the way personally. How could he enter the wrong room? As he spoke, he strode into the private room, but soon returned. He indeed entered the wrong room. He muttered, his face pale. Brother Matzi, we can't let Annie go hungry. Let us hurry home. The red-haired thug was puzzled. Brothers, what are you talking about? The troublemaker is right inside. Just then, Wang Jun also emerged. Upon seeing Brother Bald, he lamented even more fervently, Brother Bald, look at my hand. You must stand up for me. Brother Bald's brows tightened as he was about to speak, when Zhang Matzi suddenly kicked Wang Jun, sending him flying. Damn it, you fool. Have you gone blind to provoke anyone? Another person shouted, Brother Matzi, hit him harder. This troublemaker deserves to be beaten to death. Stop. Brother Bald shouted loudly. Zhang Matzi, what are you doing? With a mournful expression, Zhang Matzi replied, Big brother, inside is that calamity. Brother Bald was left dumbfounded. He had only just managed to send that calamity away during the day, and now he encountered it again at night. Plus, his subordinates had provoked the other party. Upon this realization, he felt an overwhelming surge of anger and advanced to deliver a fierce kick to the recently risen Wang Jun. You wretched scoundrel. You truly dare to provoke anyone. The red-haired thug looked on in disbelief. How could they turn on their own? Baldly, feeling apprehensive, cautiously entered the private room, only to find Ye Chu seated regally upon the sofa. A glance at the disarray around him made his heart race. Brother, what a coincidence. Ye Chu smirked slightly, indeed. It's quite a coincidence. Everywhere I turn, I see the brazen faces of your White Wolf Society. Baldly felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly approached with obsequiousness. Brother, I assure you, I was unaware of tonight's events. It was all that scoundrel Wang Jun's doing. Just give the word, and I shall heed your every command. Upon hearing this, Wang Jun's complexion drained of color, suddenly realizing he had stumbled upon a formidable adversary. Ye Chu remarked coolly, I do not wish to see him again. Baldly nodded vigorously, rest assured, brother, after tonight, you shall never lay eyes on him again. Terrified, Wang Jun dropped to his knees, pleading, Senior, spare me. It was my folly for provoking you. I beseech your mercy. Bald Li's expression turned icy. Enough of this noise, remove him at once. Zhang Matzi and the others promptly took action, dragging Wang Jun away. Bald Li gestured towards the remaining individuals on the ground. Brother, what shall be done with these people? The gang members tensed, fearing they might share Wang Jun's fate. Ye Chu waved dismissively. I have already dealt with them. They can leave. A flicker of relief crossed Bald Li's face as he bellowed, Get up and thank the brother. The group, suppressing their pain, rose and collectively expressed their gratitude to Ye Chu before hastily vacating the private room. Only the brazen woman remained, her face marred from the slaps she had received. Ye Chu waved her off. Leave, and mind your behavior in the future. She quickly expressed her gratitude and stumbled out of the room. Sun Yuruo watched in awe, marveling at Ye Chu's prowess. The thugs, who were so arrogant before others, appeared as docile as kittens in his presence. Baldly cautiously inquired, Brother, what about tonight's incident? Given your satisfactory performance, I shall let this matter rest. Ye Chu replied coolly, But remember, let there not be a next time. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to uproot your white wolf society. Baldly repeatedly nodded. Brother, you need not worry, it will not happen again. Ye Chu simply acknowledged him with a sound and took Sun Yurua's hand to depart. It was only after their figures vanished that Bald Li's tense demeanor relaxed. His clothes were drenched, and he felt as though he had narrowly escaped a calamity. Zhang Mozi and the others entered, one asking, Brother, that devil did not trouble you, did he? No, he has already left, Bald Li sighed, collapsing onto the sofa. Brother, that boy is too audacious. We cannot let this slide. One person spoke up, his eyes filled with indignation. Zhang Mozi cast a sidelong glance at him. Wang Dazue, what is the matter? Do you wish to seek revenge? Wang Dazue fell silent, and after a long pause, he managed to utter, but we cannot simply let this go. And if we do not? Li, bald and sighing, lamented the existence of that young prodigy, undoubtedly a master of the pulse, whose bright future seemed limitless. Given the current predicament of the White Wolf Society, it would be unwise to provoke such a young master. The others, upon hearing this, also sighed in agreement. Ye Chu escorted Sun Yuro out of the nightclub, intending to hail a taxi for their departure. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from a distance as a crimson sports car sped towards them. The vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of the nightclub, its eye-catching scissor doors swinging open. This spectacle instantly captivated numerous passers-by, many of whom eagerly pulled out their phones to capture the moment. A handful of young ladies looked on with starry-eyed admiration. From the car emerged a flamboyantly dressed youth, who, upon raising his gaze, spotted Ye Chu. Oh, if it isn't my dear brother Ye Chu. The young man was none other than Yi Tiancheng's second son, Yi Fei. He approached with a mocking expression, his eyes widening in surprise upon noticing Sun Yuro. He had intended to find someone to capture her, never expecting to encounter her here. Ye Chu had no desire to engage with him and turned to leave. Stop right there. Ye Chu turned back, frowning. Is there something you need? Ye Chu, although you have married into the Jiang family, do not forget your surname. You just wed and are already out here seeking other women. If the Jiang family were to find out, how could they possibly tolerate you? If you wish to court death, so be it, but do not implicate the Yi family. Yi Fei admonished, assuming an authoritative air of an elder brother. Hurry back to the Jiang family. I will deal with this woman for you. Also, father wishes to meet with Miss Jiang. You know what to do, right? Are you instructing me? Ye Chu replied coldly. Furthermore, go back and inform Yi Tiancheng that I have severed all ties with the Yi family. He should refrain from seeking me out in the future. Yi Fei's expression darkened, his voice rising in pitch. You insolent wretch. It seems mother was right. Now that you have the Jiang family as your backing, you believe you have grown wings. You ought to consider your own worth. As merely a son-in-law, how could the Jiang family possibly value you? Be wise and obedient, and strive for the Yi family's interests, or else. Ye Chu interrupted, or else what? Yi Fei sneered ominously. Or else the methods of the Yi family are beyond what a worthless son-in-law like you could conceive. You best not entertain any foolish ideas, or my methods will be beyond what the Yi family can imagine. With that, Ye Chu left with Sun Yuro. Yi Fei's face darkened like stormy waters. This ungrateful fool seemed to believe that marrying into the Jiang family granted him free rein. As he watched Sun Yuro's graceful silhouette depart, a lecherous glint flickered in his eyes. Once I have my way with this woman, I shall relish the expression on your face. He strode into the nightclub, addressing the attendant who greeted him. Lead the way. I wish to see your boss. Certainly, young Master Yi. This way, please, the attendant promptly replied, guiding him forward. They arrived at the owner's office on the top floor, where the attendant immediately addressed the red-haired thug at the door. Brother Fei, young Master Yi wishes to see Brother Jun. The thug, recognizing Yi Fei, forced a smile. Young Master Yi, Brother Jun is not here today. Perhaps you could come back another time? Yi Fei's brow furrowed. Where is he? I have urgent matters to discuss with him. The red-haired ruffian naturally could not speak the truth, pondering how to evade the situation. At that moment, a voice echoed from within the office. Who is outside? Yi Fei's expression soured. Was there not someone inside? With that, he pushed the door open and entered. Inside the office were Bald Li and his associates. Having left the previously chaotic private room, they had come here. The red-haired ruffian followed in to explain, Brother Bald, this is Ye's young master. He says he has business with Brother Jun. Bald Li cast a cursory glance at Yi Fei and replied coolly, What business? Speak. Yi Fei slightly furrowed his brow, feeling displeased with the tone of the other. The red-haired ruffian hastily elaborated, Young Master Yi, this is Brother Bald, Brother Jun's elder brother. Yi Yifei was taken aback. Wang Jun was a key member of the White Wolf Society. If this man was Brother Jun's elder brother, he must be a core figure in the organization. A smile immediately graced his face. Ah, so it is Brother Bald. A pleasure to meet you. Zhang Mozi impatiently interjected. Cut the pleasantries. Just get to the point. Despite his inner dissatisfaction, Yi Yifei refrained from showing it and promptly articulated his intention. Brothers, I wish to engage in a business transaction with you. Baldly raised an eyebrow. What kind of transaction? I need assistance in abducting someone. Upon completion, I will offer a reward of 2 million. Zhang Mozi scoffed. 2 million? That's a pittance. Yi Yifei's lips twitched as he gritted his teeth. 5 million. I will give 5 million. Now that's more reasonable. Zhang Mozi begrudgingly nodded. But it depended on who the target was. Rest assured, it is just an ordinary student. As Yi Yifei spoke, he took out his phone, opened his album, and pointed to a photograph. Her name is Sun Yuru, a student from Jiangdu University. Her family runs a noodle shop, and she has no notable background. He spoke with confidence, oblivious to the changes in the expressions of the others. Bald Li and his associates stared intently at the photo on the phone, exchanging glances that revealed their growing fury. Having just sent off one troublemaker, now another was asking them to kidnap his woman. Was this a challenge to their very existence? Yi Yifei chuckled. Brothers, what do you think? Isn't this a lucrative deal? Inside the private room, the expressions of the men were quite telling. Their eyes fixed on Yi Yifei with intensity. Just as Yi Yifei began to feel uneasy under their gaze, Zhang Mozi was the first to leap up. Lucrative? I'll show you what's lucrative. He lunged at Yi Yifei, fists and feet flying. The others quickly followed suit. In an instant, the office was filled with the sounds of anguished cries. After leaving the nightclub, Ye Chu and Sun Yuru arrived at a shopping mall. Sun Yuru's clothing was in tatters, and she could not return home in such a state. Otherwise, Sun Xiaoying would undoubtedly suspect that Ye Chu had done something inappropriate to her daughter. They entered a women's clothing store. Welcome. A young saleswoman greeted them enthusiastically. Dear customers, all the items in our store are brand new arrivals. Feel free to try on any that catch your eye. Ye Chu replied coolly. Please recommend a few options for her. The saleswoman glanced at Sun Yuru, a flicker of admiration crossing her eyes. Selecting a purple dress based on her physique, she remarked, Sir, this purple should suit your girlfriend's temperament perfectly. Misunderstood by the other party, Sun Yuru's charming face flushed slightly. Seeing that Ye Chu did not refute her, she couldn't help but feel a sense of delight. She took the dress and examined it closely, growing fonder of it with each glance, but was suddenly taken aback upon seeing the price tag. The dress was priced at over 30,000, nearly equivalent to her entire year's living expenses and tuition fees. Ye Chu, I'm not particularly fond of wearing dresses. Perhaps we could explore other options? Ye Chu, aware of the young lady's apprehensions, smiled and reassured her. Do not worry, the price is not an issue. Feel free to try it on. However, Sun Yuru remained hesitant. She felt uncomfortable about spending Ye Chu's money unnecessarily. Ye Chu, with unwavering conviction, interrupted, No buts, go and change into the dress. The saleswoman, filled with envy, remarked, Miss, your boyfriend is truly wonderful to you. Sun Yuru blushed furiously but did not protest further, intending to head to the changing room. Just then, an ill-timed voice interrupted. Oh, isn't that Sun Yuru? You, whose family runs a noodle shop, dare to come to a place like this to buy clothes. Ye Chu frowned and turned to see a flamboyantly dressed woman striding out from behind the store. The saleswoman immediately greeted her, Manager. The woman's expression darkened as she scolded. Zhang Xiaoli, how many times have I told you? Our clothes are exceedingly expensive. Not everyone can try them on. If they get dirty, who will take responsibility? Zhang Xiaoli bowed her head, clearly intimidated by the woman. The woman then turned her disdainful gaze towards Sun Yuru and sneered. Sun Yuru, do you even understand your own family's circumstances? How dare you come here pretending to be affluent? Can you afford to pay if you ruin the clothes? Sun Yuru's face burned with embarrassment, wishing desperately to disappear. Ye Chu placed a reassuring hand on the young lady's shoulder and glared at the woman. Articulating each word with intent, apologized to Yuru. Apologize? The woman scoffed. She is not worthy of it. With that, she scrutinized Ye Chu, mocking, Sun Yuru. This poor boy can't possibly be your boyfriend, can he? TSK, your taste is truly dreadful. Sun Yuru, feeling a surge of anger, retorted, Wang Yingying. My affairs are of no concern to you. Wang Yingying sneered. Who cares about your trivial matters? Hurry and leave. You're just an eyesore here. Though Sun Yuru was infuriated, she recognized Wang Yingying's nature and did not wish to engage further, pulling Ye Chu to depart. Not so fast. This woman hasn't apologized yet. Ye Chu shook his head, fixing his gaze on Wang Yingying. Are you certain you will not apologize? Wang Yingying crossed her arms. Her demeanor haughty. Poor loser, I refuse to apologize. What will you do about it? With a swift motion, Ye Chu delivered a sharp slap, coldly stating, I can strike you. Feeling the sting on her cheek, Wang Yingying momentarily froze, then erupted in fury. You filthy pauper, how dare you hit me? Just wait. Her eyes blazing with rage, she quickly took out her phone and dialed a number. Once connected, she began to whimper, Tiangu. Someone is causing a scene in the store and has hit me. You must stand up for me, sob. Just wait, I will be there shortly. Came a cold voice from the other end before the call was abruptly ended. Wang Yingying pocketed her phone, her voice dripping with venom. Poor loser. Just wait and see how Tiangu handles you when he arrives. Ye Chu, unfazed, turned to Zhang Xiaoli and instructed, please bring over several more outfits for Yuru to try on. Zhang Xiaoli hesitated, clearly apprehensive about facing Wang Yingying's reproach. Do not fear, with me here. No one dares to trouble you, Ye Chu said calmly. Nodding in agreement, Zhang Xiaoli went to fetch some clothes, having resolved that if it came to the worst, she would simply walk away. She soon returned with several outfits, guiding Sun Yuru to the fitting room to try them on. Initially reluctant, Sun Yuru was nevertheless propelled into the fitting room by Ye Chu's insistence. Wang Yingying refrained from intervening, secretly hoping Sun Yuru would try on several more pieces, as it would provide her with leverage for compensation later. Sun Yuru quickly emerged from the fitting room, and Ye Chu's eyes lit up, clad in flowing purple attire. She appeared even more radiant and enchanting than usual, exuding an ethereal quality. How do I look? Is it beautiful? The young girl inquired with eager anticipation. Absolutely stunning. Like a fairy descended to the mortal realm, Ye Chu praised without reservation. Sun Yuru's eyes curved into a smile that she could hardly conceal as she proceeded to try on other garments. She donned several outfits in succession, each one more exquisite than the last. It must be said, Zhang Xiaoli possessed a keen eye for fashion, and of course, it was further enhanced by Sun Yuru's natural beauty. Suddenly, a tall young man burst in, accompanied by a group of security personnel. Wang Yingying's eyes brightened, and she hurried to greet him. Tiangu, you have finally arrived. Look at my face. I've been struck. Zhao Xiaoyan's expression turned dark. What on earth happened? Wang Yingying immediately embellished the story, recounting the events with fervor. Rest assured, I shall seek justice for you, Zhao Xiaotian assured her. At that moment, Ye Chu approached from the fitting room. Upon seeing him, Zhao Xiaotian paused in surprise. Oh, I thought who was so bold as to cause a ruckus in Jiangnan Mall. It turns out to be the Jiang family's son-in-law, he said with a mocking grin. Wang Yingying, puzzled, asked, Tiangu, do you know this guy? Zhao Xiaotian nodded. This fellow is Ye Chu, the Jiang family's son-in-law, who has been the talk of Jiangdu City lately. Ye Chu's image had already circulated among the affluent circles of Jiangdu, which allowed Zhao Xiaotian to recognize him at a glance. Wang Yingying was taken aback, realizing that Ye Chu possessed such a notable identity. No wonder he dared to act so audaciously. Tiangu, about that, she hesitated. The Jiang family is not to be trifled with. Zhao Xiaotian waved his hand dismissively. Fear not. He is merely a useless son-in-law. The Jiang family would not risk offending the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce over him. Zhao Xiaotian's father was the general manager of this mall, which was backed by the powerful Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Even the general manager of a mall held a status comparable to that of the Jiang family. Wang Yingying felt a wave of relief wash over her. At that moment, Sun Yuru emerged from the fitting room. Zhao Xiaoyan's eyes brightened, thinking to himself, what a beautiful girl. Sun Yuru approached Ye Chu and said, that's enough. No need to try any more. Ye Chu nodded and instructed Zhang Xiaoli, wrap them all up. Sun Yuru shook her head repeatedly. Ye Chu, just one will suffice. Getting them all is too expensive. Ye Chu waved his hand dismissively. It's merely a few 100,000. I can afford it. Zhao Xiaotian scoffed. What grandiose claims. Truly befitting of the illustrious Jiang family's son-in-law from Jiangdu. Ye Chu coldly retorted, mind your own business. Zhao Xiaoyan's smile froze, and his expression turned cold. Calling you a son-in-law of the Jiang family. Do you truly believe yourself to be someone of importance? He looked down at Ye Chu with an air of arrogance, his voice dripping with disdain. You a useless son-in-law. are nothing but a trifle in the presence of genuine heirs. Out of respect for the Jiang family, I shall grant you a chance. Kneel and apologize. And relinquish this woman to me. Perhaps then I may consider sparing you. As Zhao Xiaodian set his sights on Sun Yuruo, a flicker of resentment crossed Wang Yingying's eyes. A similar incident had occurred during their high school days. She had painstakingly attached herself to a wealthy second-generation heir, only to be swiftly discarded when Sun Yuruo appeared. As he pursued Sun Yuruo instead. Since that moment, Wang Yingying had harbored animosity towards her. This was precisely why she had been so openly antagonistic upon seeing Sun Yuruo. Though her heart brimmed with resentment, she dared not voice it. Wang Yingying was acutely aware that she was merely one of Zhao Xiaoyan's many girlfriends. In her attempt to curry favor with him, she even tried to persuade Sun Yuruo to be noticed by Brother Tian is a blessing. Hurry and come over. If you behave, you shall reap the benefits. Sun Yuruo trembled with rage, feeling as though these two ruffians were treating her like a mere object. Ye Chu gently patted the young girl's shoulder, advising her to disregard these two self-important fools. Zhao Xiaodian, enraged, shouted, "Useless fool, you seek death. Seize him." With a wave of his hand, a group of security guards rushed towards Ye Chu. The guards approached with fierce intent. Yet Ye Chu swiftly dispatched them with a few deft strikes. "Useless waste, how dare you harm others?" Zhao Xiaodian glared furiously. "Do you know the consequences of causing a disturbance in the Jiangnan shopping mall?" Upon hearing the name of the shopping mall, Sun Yuruo's face paled. That was a property under the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, a behemoth in Jiangnan province. "You speak falsely. When did we cause a disturbance?" She retorted, unable to contain herself. "We merely came here to shop. It was Wang Yingying who provoked us for no reason. You came in swinging fists without discernment. Clearly, you are exploiting your position. I shall file a complaint against you." Wang Yingying scoffed. "Sun Yuruo, what of it? Brother Tian's father is the mall's general manager. What good is your complaint? Moreover, all the people here are on our side. Who would believe your words?" Zhao Xiaodian beamed with arrogance. "Yingying is correct. If this escalates, only you will suffer. You are bullying us." Sun Yuruo trembled with indignation. "So what if we are?" Zhao Xiaodian replied arrogantly. "People like you, powerless and insignificant, deserve to be trampled upon. This waste has injured someone. With just one phone call, I can ensure he spends years behind bars. If you wish to avoid trouble, simply become my woman." For a moment, Sun Yuruo felt a surge of panic. Though Ye Chu was formidable, it would matter little against the police. After all, the mall was backed by the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, and if matters were pursued, Ye Chu would undoubtedly be apprehended. "Do not fear. With me here, nothing will happen," Ye Chu assured her, his gaze radiating calm. Turning to Zhao Xiaodian, his eyes narrowed. "You take delight in bullying others, do you?" Zhao Xiaodian raised an eyebrow. "And what of it? Who told you that you lack influence and power? How do you know I haven't?" Ye Chu scoffed, her eyes gleaming with amusement. "Since you enjoy wielding your power to intimidate others, allow me to impart to you the sensation of being humiliated today." Zhao Xiaodian was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. "Ha ha, waste. Did I hear you correctly? You think you can humiliate me? I truly wonder where your confidence stems from. Is it the Jiang family that grants you such audacity? Let's not even consider whether they would stand up for you, even if they did. The Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce would have no obligation to show you any deference." Ye Chu remained silent, retrieving a golden card and tossing it towards him. "Is that so? You might want to take a look at this." Zhao Xiaodian instinctively caught it and scrutinized it closely, his pupils contracting in astonishment. If he was not mistaken, the golden card in his grasp was the highest-tier membership card of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, the Jiangnan Dragon card. Holding the Jiangnan Dragon card allowed one to make purchases at any establishment under the chamber without spending a single penny. It was said that only a handful of these cards had been distributed, and each holder was a person of extraordinary stature. He was aware of this because his father had specifically advised him that if he encountered anyone possessing such a card, he must not offend them. Zhao Xiaodian had initially dismissed the notion, believing he would never cross paths with such significant figures. Yet, not only had he encountered one, but he had also managed to provoke them. Noticing his change in demeanor, Wang Yingying cautiously inquired, "Brother Tian, what's wrong?" Zhao Xiaodian collected himself, forcibly suppressing his shock, and incredulously gazed at Ye Chu. "How do you possess a Jiangnan Dragon card?" Ye Chu did not respond directly, but countered with a question. "That's none of your concern. I merely ask, with such a card, can you still humiliate me?" Not long before leaving the estate, Huangfu Shuriwe had briefly explained to him the significance of the Jiangnan dragon card. Ye Chu had not intended to reveal it, but Zhao Xiaoyan's arrogance was intolerable, and it was an opportune moment to turn the tables. Zhao Xiaoyan was rendered speechless. Possessing the Jiangnan dragon card meant that even he, let alone his father, would not dare to utter a word of defiance in this situation. Wang Yingying, filled with curiosity, asked, "Brother Tian, what is the Jiangnan dragon card?" Though Zhao Xiaoyan felt quite vexed, he still explained its significance. Upon hearing his words, Wang Yingying's mouth fell agape. She could hardly fathom that the impoverished individual she had looked down upon could possess a Jiangnan dragon card. But isn't that kid a useless son-in-law? How could he possibly have the Jiangnan dragon card? Her voice trembled slightly, her eyes wide with anxiety. This was also a source of confusion for Zhao Xiaotian. How could a mere son-in-law like Ye Chu hold such a card? Not to mention, even the head of the Jiang family would find it improbable. Brother Tian, do you think he might have found it somewhere? Wang Yingying speculated. Zhao Xiaoyan's eyes brightened at the thought, seeing the possibility. However, as a precaution, he snapped a photo and sent it to his father, calling him to investigate the cardholder's identity. His father, Zhao Daji, was in a private meeting with his secretary on the top floor of the mall when he received the news and was taken aback. The presence of a Jiangnan dragon card holder within the mall was no trivial matter. After clarifying the situation, he wasted no time and immediately checked the card's information on the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce's internal website. Results came swiftly. The cardholder is named Li Jingxian. Zhao Daji was taken aback upon seeing this name. Li Jingxian, the wife of the city's mayor, is known to all individuals of influence in Jiangdu. However, as a mid-level member of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, Zhao Daji possessed deeper insights. Beyond her identity as the mayor's wife, Li Jingxian is also a member of the prestigious Li family from Jinling. The Li family, one of the foremost families in Jinling, wields significant power across military, political, and business realms, truly embodying the essence of an aristocratic family in Jiangnan. The Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce was jointly founded by the third son of the Li family and the progeny of other prominent families in Jinling. In that instant, Zhao Daji deduced that Ye Chu must have either stolen or found the card. After all, how could a son-in-law of the Jiang family possibly be acquainted with someone as exalted as Li Jingxian? Even the dazzling Jiang Junyao from the Jiang family would likely lack such capability. He promptly called Zhao Xiaotian, instructing him to maintain composure while he rushed over. Inside the women's clothing store, Zhao Xiaotian exhaled in relief upon receiving Zhao Daji's message. Reflecting on Ye Chu's past incarceration and dubious reputation, he became increasingly convinced of his father's speculation. "You worthless fool, confess where you obtained this Jiangnan dragon card," he demanded with an icy glare, as if interrogating a criminal. Ye Chu, however, did not conceal the truth, responding calmly, "It was given to me by someone else." "Given to you by someone else?" Zhao Xiaotian scoffed. "You truly have the audacity to claim that. Do you even know who the holder of such a card is? That is the mayor's wife. How could a mere waste of space like you possibly know her, let alone be bestowed with such a valuable Jiangnan dragon card?" Upon hearing this, the three women present were equally astonished. They had not anticipated that a single card could be linked to such a prominent figure as the mayor's wife. Wang Yingying wore a mocking expression, stating, "Son Yuruo, it seems your judgment is quite lacking to have selected a thief." She continued, "This fellow is audacious indeed, daring to steal even from the mayor's wife. You're talking nonsense. Ye Chu could never steal anything," Sun Yuruo vehemently retorted, refusing to believe that Ye Chu was capable of theft. Before long, Zhao Daji arrived. "Xiaotian, where's that brat?" Zhao Xiaotian pointed at Ye Chu, saying, "Dad, that's the one." Zhao Daji's gaze shifted to Ye Chu, noting his ordinary attire and demeanor, further solidifying his suspicions. "Brat, confess honestly. From whom did you steal the Jiangnan dragon card?" Ye Chu remained indifferent, reiterating, "It was given to me by someone else." Zhao Daji scolded angrily, "Utter nonsense. The mayor's wife is of such high standing. How could she possibly gift such a precious Jiangnan dragon card to a worthless son-in-law like you? Quickly reveal the truth. Out of respect for the Jiang family, I may consider showing leniency." Ye Chu's voice was devoid of emotion as he replied, "I do not require your leniency. I have no intentions of letting you off the hook." The father and son were incensed by his words, with Zhao Xiaotian mockingly stating, "What an arrogant fool. Still spouting bravado even at death's door." Zhao Daji's tone turned icy. "Since you seek death, I shall oblige." He pulled out his phone to contact his superior. intending to escalate the matter. At that point, even if the Jiang family intervened, they would not be able to save Ye Chu. Unfazed, Ye Chu sat down with Sun Yuro, eager to witness just how formidable these two clowns truly were. Li Jingxian was engaged in conversation with an elegantly poised woman, while beside her stood a secretary adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. "Zhuge, what brings you to Jiangdu?" Zhuge chuckled. "Of course, I missed you, sister." Li Jingxian smirked. "Stop flattering me. I suspect you've come for that girl, Shiriwa." "Ah, you've guessed it." Zhuge feigned surprise, but her expression soon turned grave. "Sister Jingxian, you are correct. I've heard that Huangfu Shiriwa has taken on a project worth billions. Naturally, I, Zhuge, cannot fall behind." Li Jingxian rolled her eyes. "You still have that competitive streak." Just then, a phone rang. Zhuge frowned slightly, and the secretary's expression shifted, promptly pulling out her phone to check. "Who is calling?" The secretary quickly replied, "It's Zhao Daji, the general manager of Jiangnan Mall in Nanjing. Inquire about the matter." The secretary immediately connected the call and asked for details. Zhao Daji swiftly relayed the situation. Upon hearing it, the secretary was somewhat taken aback and replied calmly, "Hold on, let me look into it." After hanging up, she reported the matter to Zhuge. The latter turned to Li Jingxian, astonished. "Sister Jingxian, did you give away the Jiangnan Long card?" Li Jingxian instantly thought of Ye Chu, her expression darkening. "Jia, it seems your management is lacking. A mere mall manager dares to trouble my friend." Zhuge was surprised. It appeared that this friend held significant importance in Li Jingxian's eyes. "Rest assured, Sister Jingxian, I will provide you with an explanation regarding this matter." She rose, preparing to address the issue personally. Li Jingxian stood up as well. "I'll accompany you." Zhuge widened her beautiful eyes slightly and nodded. "All right, let us go together." Inside the mall, Zhao Daji received a call from Secretary Song, and upon learning that the secretary would personally come to handle matters, he was somewhat astonished. Yet, considering Li Jingxuan's status, he quickly felt at ease. "Kid, our boss's secretary is coming in person, just wait to be jailed." His expression turned cold, laced with sarcasm. Ye Chu remained unfazed. "I'll be waiting." Sun Yuro, initially worried, felt reassured by Ye Chu's confidence. Since reuniting with him, she had noticed his unwavering self-assurance. So far, it seemed he had never encountered an insurmountable problem. Approximately half an hour later, three striking figures entered the store. Zhao Daji immediately approached to greet them. But upon seeing Zhuge and Li Jingxian, he was utterly astonished. The city's first lady had come personally, and there was Zhuge, a board member of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce and a member of the esteemed Zhuge family from Jinling. He felt a surge of joy, speculating that the two must regard this matter with utmost seriousness. Surely, he would be rewarded afterward. "Director Zhuge, City First Lady, you could have informed me of your visit." It would have been he intended to ingratiate himself, but the three passed him by, heading directly toward Ye Chu. "Dr. Yi, I sincerely apologize for my tardiness." "You've been wronged," Li Jingxian expressed with genuine regret. This scene left Zhao Daji and his associates utterly dumbfounded. However, it was the city's first lady who treated Ye Chu with such courtesy. Wang Yingying and Zhao Xiaodian's faces turned pale in an instant, realizing they had stirred up a significant disaster. Ye Chu smiled gently, saying, "Madam Huang, you exaggerate. This matter is not your fault. If blame is to be assigned, it should rest with the owner of Jiangnan Shopping Mall, who fails to recognize talent and employs such trash." Zhuge's expression soured at these words, as they clearly struck her pride. Though she felt a twinge of discontent, she refrained from voicing it out of respect for Li Jingxian. "Dr. Yi is indeed correct." Li Jingxian nodded in agreement, assuring, "Rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution to this matter." She then turned to Zhuge, who slightly nodded in acknowledgement. Before addressing Zhao Daji with a detached tone, "Now, let us hear the details of this incident." Zhao Daji, unaware of the specifics, cast a menacing glance at Zhao Xiaotian, who kept his head down, too fearful to speak. They were entirely in the wrong, leveraging their power to intimidate. Faced with Li Jingxian and the others, they dared not reveal the truth. "Allow me to explain," Ye Chu offered with a calm smile, methodically recounting the events. Upon hearing the full account, Zhao Daji's face turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He kicked Zhao Xiaodian to the ground, shouting, "You wretched child! All you do is cause trouble. I could just as easily end your life." Zhao Xiaodian curled up, pleading for mercy. Wang Yingying trembled at the sight. Zhao Daji only ceased his assault once Zhao Xiaodian was bruised and battered. He then cautiously approached Zhuge Jia, bowing deeply. Director Zhuge, it is my failure as a parent that allowed this wretched child to offend this gentleman. I sincerely apologize. After this, he performed an even deeper bow to Ye Chu, his demeanor exceedingly humble. Zhuge Jia's tone remained icy. Zhao Daji, out of consideration for our past relationship, I will not pursue this matter further. However, you are to resign from your position tomorrow. The words struck Zhao Daji like a thunderclap, causing him to stumble unsteadily. Director Zhuge, I implore you to show mercy. Though I may not have accomplishments, I have put in my share of effort over the years. You cannot be so heartless. Zhuge Jia replied coldly. I do not wish to repeat myself. Zhao Daji felt an invisible pressure envelop him, his heart sinking at the realization of the woman's formidable nature. He dared not provoke her further, leaving the scene in despair, neglecting even Zhao Xiaodian. Zhao Xiaodian hastily got to his feet, eager to flee. Stop, he heard, and with a start, he turned around, his face a mask of fear. What do you want? Ye Chu's voice carried a hint of amusement. How does it feel to be humiliated? Zhao Xiaodian's expression fluctuated. Though he was filled with indignation and rage, he lowered his head, too intimidated to speak. There was no way to confront this. Ye Chu found the situation dull and waved his hand dismissively. Begone. Remember today's lesson. Those who insult others shall themselves be insulted. Zhao Xiaodian, unable to retort, quickly turned to leave. Tiangu, wait for me. Wang Yingying hurried after him, but was violently kicked aside by Zhao Xiaodian. You wretched girl, it's all your fault. Get away from me. He wished nothing more than to eliminate her. If it weren't for Wang Yingying, he would never have crossed paths with Ye Chu. Wang Yingying regretted her actions, but it was too late. She ultimately faced dismissal from Zhuge Jia. Sister Jingxian, are you satisfied now? Zhuge Jia inquired, turning to Li Jingxian. The latter turned to Ye Chu, who slightly nodded in gratitude to Madame Huang for her assistance. Li Jingxian waved her hand dismissively, stating that it was merely a trifling matter, and that the esteemed Dr. Yi need not concern himself. Ye Chu acknowledged her, requesting Zhang Xiaoli to assist in packing the garments while he settled the bill using the Jiangnan Dragon card. Zhang Xiaoli promptly complied, soon returning with several large bags of clothing. Sun Yuro accepted the parcels with a word of thanks. Zhang Xiaoli, displaying utmost respect, replied, Madam, you are too kind. These tasks are merely my duty. Suddenly, Zhuge Jia inquired, what is your name? Zhang Xiaoli was momentarily taken aback, but respectfully answered, Honorable Director, I am Zhang Xiaoli. Zhuge Jia replied nonchalantly, you have performed admirably. You shall henceforth be appointed as the manager of this establishment. Zhang Xiaoli stood frozen, regaining her composure after a few seconds, and, suppressing her excitement, expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Honorable Director, for your guidance. Do well, Zhuge Jia encouraged, and then the group exited the store. Dr. Yi, where shall you go next? Would you like us to accompany you? Li Jingxian inquired. Ye Chu nodded. That would be appreciated. The group proceeded to the underground parking garage, where they entered a black Rolls-Royce, which then drove out towards Sun Yuro's residence. The atmosphere in the vehicle was rather quiet. Ye Chu was only acquainted with Li Jingxian, and their relationship was not particularly close, leading him to close his eyes and rest. Sun Yuro, feeling even more constrained, dared not speak for fear of saying something amiss. Although Li Jingxian wished to engage Ye Chu in conversation, she refrained from interrupting his repose. After a while, Zhuge Jia in the front passenger seat could no longer contain her curiosity and turned to ask, I've heard that your medical skills are quite impressive. Her gaze held a hint of skepticism. On the way here, she had been intrigued as to whom Li Jingxian had given the gold card. Li Jingxian did not conceal the truth and recounted the events of the day. Upon hearing about the sinister nature of the Zhuge Jia naturally felt incredulous, yet refrained from questioning Li Jingxian further. Upon seeing how youthful Ye Chu appeared, her disbelief in his medical prowess only deepened. Ye Chu opened his eyes, perceiving the doubt in her expression, and smiled calmly. It is not particularly remarkable. I possess only a modicum of knowledge. For instance, I can discern the symptoms of menstrual irregularities, excessive internal heat, and endocrine disturbances in young ladies such as yourself. As soon as these words left his lips, silence enveloped the car. A blush crept across Zhuge Jia's cheeks as she inwardly chastised him for being impertinent. Do refrain from such nonsense. I do not suffer from any of the ailments you describe. She shot Ye Chu a glare before quickly turning away. The others noticed her faltering confidence. Recognizing that Ye Chu had hit the nail on the head, Sun Yuro's mouth fell open in astonishment as she gazed at Ye Chu, feeling increasingly enshrouded in mystery. A person of remarkable skill, acquainted with the city's first lady, and possessing medical knowledge. The vehicle soon arrived outside the community where Sun Yuro resided. Madam Huang, thank you. Should any matters arise in the future, please feel free to contact me, Ye Chu said as he exited the car, not forgetting to express his gratitude to Li Jingxian. Dr. Yi, you are too courteous, Li Jingxian replied, waving her hand, a glimmer of joy flashing in her eyes. Her late-night effort had been for precisely this acknowledgement. Watching the car depart, Ye Chu led Sun Yuro toward the dilapidated community ahead, eventually arriving at the foot of a building. Ye Chu, I have arrived. Thank you for today. Sun Yuru's gaze was exceptionally gentle. Reflecting on the myriad experiences of the evening, she still felt a sense of unreality at this moment. What is there to thank? We are old classmates. Ye Chu waved his hand dismissively. You should head back quickly. Don't keep your mother waiting. Sun Yuru nodded, reluctantly ascending the stairs. Ye Chu watched her figure disappear before turning to leave the community. Once outside, he hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Jiang residence. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Sun Xiuying had already prepared dinner. Upon seeing her daughter carrying a large bundle of clothes, her expression darkened, especially when she recognized the brands. Who bought you these? Sensing her mother's discontent, Sun Yuru hurriedly explained, I bought them myself. Don't you dare lie. Sun Xiuying's expression grew grimmer. These clothes must cost tens of thousands. Tell me, where did you get such money? Sun Yuru was left speechless, ultimately confessing the truth. Mom, it was thanks to Brother Yi tonight, or else I wouldn't have come back. To her surprise, instead of gratitude, Sun Xiuying's anger intensified. Didn't you say that the man named Yi is already married? I suspect this entire scenario was orchestrated by him to win your favor. Sun Yuru felt a surge of irritation. Mom, don't jump to conclusions. Brother Yi is not that kind of person. Who can say for certain? Sun Xiuying scoffed. One can know a person's face, but not their heart. In any case, keep your distance from that Yi. Mom, Brother Yi saved us last time. How can you say that? Sun Yuru stormed into her room, her face flushed with anger. On the other side, Ye Chu had spent over half an hour in the car before returning to the Jiang villa. No sooner had he arrived than he was met with a barrage of scolding from Jiang Haiyun. You know how to come back? What time is it? Just married. And already like this. Are you planning to stay out all night soon? Let him be, Han Mingwan interjected. Little Chu was late because of work. She then turned to Ye Chu with a beaming smile. Son-in-law, you are truly impressive. The White Wolf Security Group has owed us money for years. Many have tried to collect with no success, yet you resolved it in one visit. Han Mingwan found it hard to believe when she heard the financial report from the company. The notoriously difficult White Wolf Group not only repaid the debt, but also added several $100,000 in interest. Ye Chu humbly replied, Mom, you flatter me. It was merely good fortune. Many have tried and failed. This cannot solely be attributed to luck, Han Mingwan remarked with a smile. Jiang Haiyun snorted. I see it as a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Perhaps they were already planning to pay and just happened to cross paths with this lucky boy. Ignoring him, Han Mingwan turned her attention back to Ye Chu. Son-in-law, have you eaten? If not, I'll have the maid prepare something for you. No need to trouble yourself, Mom. I have already eaten. Ye Chu waved his hand. Just as they conversed, Jiang Junyao walked in from outside the villa. Jiang Haiyun immediately approached her, concern etched on his face. Junyao, you just woke up not long ago. Your health is still recovering. Don't just focus on work. Take care of yourself. His demeanor was a stark contrast to his earlier attitude. Han Mingwan approached with concern and asked, Junyao, what is the situation at the company? Jiang Junyao furrowed her brow, revealing that the company had essentially fallen under the control of the main branch, and the collaboration with the Huangfu family had been usurped. Re-establishing a partnership would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Over the past few days, she had been devising strategies to reconnect with the Huangfu family, but the outcomes had been less than satisfactory. To collaborate with the Huangfu family, one must possess both strength and capability. More than a year ago, it was her own abilities, combined with the robust capital of the Jiang Group, that enabled her to negotiate a partnership. Now, with the Jiang Group largely dominated by the main branch, her financial resources were limited, making it exceedingly difficult to negotiate with the Huangfu family independently. Unless she could secure the position of president at the Jiang Group, which was equally challenging. Upon hearing this, the couple's expressions turned grim. Han Mingwan pondered for a moment and suggested, Junyao, The old man has always favored the main branch. Perhaps we should refrain from competing. We could sell our shares in the group and focus on managing Yunming Pharmaceuticals. Yunming Pharmaceuticals was a company founded by Han Mingwan herself. Although it could not compare to the Jiang Group, it still boasted a valuation in the billions. With Jiang Junyao capabilities, she could certainly achieve significant success in the future. Jiang Junyao shook her head, her voice resolute. No, I intend to reclaim what belongs to me. Understanding her daughter's tenacity, Han Mingwan refrained from further persuasion, merely advising, do not overexert yourself. Take care of your health. Jiang Junyao nodded slightly and ascended the stairs with purpose. Once she had left, Jiang Haiyun turned his dissatisfied gaze toward Ye Chu, saying, as Junyao partner, have you never considered sharing her burdens? Ye Chu was speechless. His father-in-law seemed to be targeting him at every turn. Rest assured, the Huangfu family will soon reach out to Junyao, he replied before following her upstairs. Jiang Haiyun, with a stern expression, sat down beside Han Mingwan. Look at this young man. He possesses no real abilities yet boasts quite a lot. Who says Xiaochu lacks capability? Did he not successfully recover the overdue payment from Bailang Security today? Han Mingwan retorted, visibly displeased. Perhaps Xiaochu was not exaggerating. In a few days, the Huangfu family might indeed approach Junyao. Jiang Haiyun widened his eyes in disbelief. You actually believe such nonsense? Why would I not trust my son-in-law? Han Mingwan rolled her eyes and ceased to engage further. Meanwhile, upstairs, Ye Chu did not find Jiang Junyao and speculated she must have gone to the rooftop. He took his clothes and entered the bathroom. On the villa's rooftop, Jiang Junyao contemplated for a moment before making a phone call. The call was quickly answered, and a cool, teasing female voice greeted her. Oh, you finally decided to call me? Hearing the slightly mocking tone, Jiang Junyao's expression darkened. Speak, what is it? Taking a deep breath, Jiang Junyao replied. During the year I was unconscious, there have been some changes in my plans. I may need your assistance regarding the collaboration with the Huangfu family. It's quite rare for you to ask for my help. The voice on the other end initially teased, but then turned serious. I will get involved, but let me make it clear. There must be no mistakes this time. We need to locate that place as soon as possible. Rest assured, the same errors will not occur twice, Jiang Junyao vowed, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. That is for the best. The voice resonated once more, and indeed, the master has procured the antidote for the mythical flower of the other shore for you. In a few days, I shall arrange for it to be delivered. Jiang Junyao ended the call and descended the stairs. Upon entering the room, she discovered Ye Chu already asleep on the floor. Observing such conscientiousness, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Jiang Junyao's eyes. The two had previously agreed to share the same room, albeit with the stipulation of sleeping separately. Darling, it's getting late. You should rest early and avoid staying up too late. Ye Chu suddenly spoke, her eyes brimming with concern. Do not call me darling. Jiang Junyao shot Ye Chu a glare before striding into the bathing area. Watching her graceful silhouette, Ye Chu found it amusing. Noting her proud demeanor, secretly, she mused that one day, she would win the affections of the other. In a private hospital, Yi Tianqing and a few others gathered around the hospital bed. Lying there, enveloped in bandages, was Yi Yifei. Xie Yushan, her face etched with worry, exclaimed, Yifei, what on earth happened? Who could have inflicted such severe injuries upon you? Yi Tianqing and Yi Yicheng were consumed with fury. Yifei, speak up. Whoever dares to harm a member of the Yi family must pay the price. Yi Tianqing's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. He was genuinely enraged. How could someone have so brazenly harmed his son? Did they truly consider him and the Yi family inconsequential? With a weak voice, Yi Yifei replied. It was the White Wolf Society. The trio, previously ablaze with anger, fell silent at those words. A flicker of fear crossed Yi Yicheng's eyes as he asked, Yifei, how did you provoke the White Wolf Society? Yi Tianqing pressed further. Indeed, what transpired? How could you have entangled yourself with those individuals? Their trepidation was understandable, for the White Wolf Society was not to be trifled with. In Jiangdu, there exists a saying, 1 family, 2 societies, 3 clans, and 4 houses. The 1 family refers to the true aristocratic Long family of Jiangdu. The Long family, the local sovereigns, is said to have its patriarch once been a significant figure in the military. Though retired now, his connections remain robust, and the younger generation has produced numerous talents. Thus, few dare to provoke the Long family. The 2 societies encompass the White Wolf Society and the Black Tiger Society. The 3 clans comprise the Jiang, Wang, and Li families. each boasting a history of over a century. The final four houses include the Yun, Qin, Wu, and Yi families. The Yi family is merely one of these four. And at the bottom tier, it pales in comparison to the White Wolf Society. As one of the two major underground forces in Jiangdu, the White Wolf Society might not surpass the Yi family in terms of financial resources. However, in other aspects, they are incomparable. For instance, in terms of connections and martial prowess. It is said that the four hall masters of the White Wolf Society are all formidable experts at the late stage of body refinement, while the vice president and president are even more formidable masters. Being one of the four houses, the Yi family is certainly aware of martial artists, as there are several patrons within the clan. Often, when engaging in less than savory activities, the Yi family would enlist the assistance of martial artists. If the Yi family can do so, so can others. It is no exaggeration to state that the White Wolf Society could dispatch a single hall master to render the Yi family as if facing a formidable adversary. Yi Yifei did not withhold the truth, recounting the events in a frail voice. The three listened with puzzled expressions, and Yi Yiqing inquired, "How could this be? Could it be that the White Wolf Society has connections to women?" Yi Yifei nodded bitterly, realizing those individuals referred to that woman as elder sister, likely indicating she was a high-ranking member's partner within the White Wolf Society. Not long ago, he had been brutally beaten by the likes of Bald Li and others. Just before losing consciousness, he had begrudgingly inquired why they assaulted him, only to learn that Sun Yuro was their elder sister. They warned him sternly to refrain from harboring any improper thoughts towards her, or they would ensure his demise. The trio was left bewildered, unable to comprehend how an unremarkable girl could ascend to such prominence within the White Wolf Society. Upon uncovering the truth, they felt a sense of relief. Although Yi Yifei had been beaten, at least the White Wolf Society would not trouble the Yi family further. Exchanging glances, Yi Chen asked, "Father, it seems that using that woman to threaten Ye Chu is no longer viable. What shall we do next?" Yi Tianqing's countenance darkened as he coldly replied, "In that case, we shall resort to force to subdue that rebellious son." The following day, after having breakfast at home, Ye Chu set out to collect debts. On his way, he called Huangfu Shiriwe. "Brother, calling so early in the morning, do you miss your sister?" Hearing the lazy and alluring voice on the other end, Ye Chu felt a stirring in his heart. Taking a deep breath to suppress any inappropriate thoughts, he said, "Sister Shiriwe, I need your assistance with something." "What kind of help?" "I shall certainly oblige if it's within my means." Ye Chu briefly explained the situation regarding Jiang Junyao. After sharing, he awaited a response. But the other side remained silent for a considerable time. Ye Chu furrowed his brow and added, "Sister Shiriwe, if you help me with this, feel free to ask for anything in the future." Finally, a voice came through the phone. "Brother, you exaggerate. It's merely a small matter. I don't expect any compensation." Ye Chu expressed his gratitude. "Thank you very much, Sister Shiriwe. No need for formality with me." Huangfu Shiriwe replied with a hint of annoyance. "I envy that Miss Jiang. She has such a wonderful brother-in-law." Ye Chu couldn't shake the feeling that her final statement carried a tinge of melancholy, casting a shadow of doubt in his mind. What could she be lamenting? Could it be that she had developed feelings for him? But upon reflection, that seemed implausible, considering they had only just met the day prior. Meanwhile, Huangfu Shiriwe hung up the phone, a knowing smile gracing her lips. This Miss Jiang was indeed remarkable. Not only had she captured her brother's attention, but she had also enlisted the aid of the Long family. Over the next couple of days, Ye Chu diligently pursued outstanding payments. He encountered a few tough opponents along the way, yet ultimately subdued them all. Finally, he arrived at the last establishment, completing his tasks. With determination, he strode towards a well-decorated medical clinic that offered both traditional and Western medicine. As he stepped inside, a subtle aroma of herbs wafted through the air. Ye Chu surveyed the surroundings, but found no patients in sight. His brow furrowed. With such a spacious and well-appointed clinic, it was unusual for there to be no one present. "Excuse me, sir, are you here for a consultation or to purchase medicine?" A young nurse approached from behind the counter. Ye Chu shook his head. "I am neither here for a consultation nor to buy medicine. I am looking for your boss." The nurse's expression fell, but she remained courteous, saying, "The boss is in the back. Please hold on a moment while I fetch him." Just then, a voice rang out from the inner chamber. "Zhou Jia, who is it?" Shortly after, a young man in his 20s, clad in a white coat, emerged. The young nurse remarked, "Boss, this gentleman is looking for you." The young man turned his gaze towards Ye Chu, who reciprocated the look. Both felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as though they had crossed paths before. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Chu hesitantly inquired, "Are you Zhang Yaochuan?" Upon hearing the somewhat familiar voice, Zhang Yaochuan's suspicions were confirmed, and he approached with palpable excitement. "Ye Chu, it is you, isn't it?" Ye Chu smiled and nodded. "Indeed. It has been a long time." "Yes, it has been 3 years since we last met. You've grown quite tall," Zhang Yaochuan exclaimed, extending his arms for a warm embrace. "You too," Ye Chu replied, returning the hug tightly. They were old friends from middle school, sharing a bond akin to brothers. "What have you been up to these past few years? Why did you suddenly leave school back then?" Zhang Yaochuan inquired curiously as he released Ye Chu. Ye Chu casually explained, "Some matters arose, and I had to leave Jiangdu for a while," choosing not to divulge the details of his troubles. Zhang Yaochuan, sensing the reluctance, did not press further and led Ye Chu aside to reminisce. After a lengthy conversation, Zhang Yaochuan finally asked, "By the way, Ye Chu, did you come here for a specific reason?" Ye Chu hesitated, feeling a bit awkward. Zhang Yaochuan urged him, "If there's something, just say it. There's no need to be coy with me." With a reluctant nod, Ye Chu admitted, "Actually, I came to collect a debt for Yunming Pharmaceuticals." Zhang Yaochuan's expression shifted immediately, a flicker of discomfort crossing his face. Ye Chu quickly reassured him, "Yaochuan, I had no idea it was you. Everyone faces difficulties. If you can't repay it right now, we can postpone." Zhang Yaochuan managed a bitter smile. "I have indeed encountered some troubles recently, but it is wrong of me to delay the payment. Rest assured, I will find a way to settle it as soon as possible." Ye Chu furrowed his brow. "What exactly is going on? Feel free to share. Perhaps I can assist you." Zhang Yaochuan did not hold back, explaining, "Not long ago, a patient experienced complications from the medication I prescribed. In order to provide compensation, I had no choice but to resort to high-interest loans, intending to use the revenue from the coming months to repay them. However, since that incident, the clinic's business has plummeted, leaving it nearly abandoned." He sighed deeply as he concluded his tale. Just as Ye Chu was about to offer some comforting words, a group of aggressive individuals burst in. At the forefront, a young man in a floral shirt declared brazenly, "Zhang, pay up quickly, or we'll seize this clinic to settle the debt." The youth, in his 30s, was adorned with tattoos snaking up his arms and a gold chain around his neck, exuding the air of a streetwise individual. Zhang Yaochuan's countenance changed drastically as he rose, retorting angrily, "Isn't there still 3 days left?" The young man scoffed, "Zhang, don't struggle in vain. Do you really think you can gather 1 million in 3 days? If you had that ability, you would have paid by now. Wouldn't you? Hand over the clinic, and we'll consider the debt settled." Despair flickered in Zhang Yaochuan's eyes, yet he remained defiant, stating, "This clinic was left to me by my father. You cannot take it away." The young man chuckled mockingly, "That is not up to you." With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Go, teach this kid a lesson." 2 of his subordinates immediately advanced towards Zhang Yaochuan. The young nurse, terrified, hid behind the counter. Zhang Yaochuan's forehead glistened with sweat. Though her heart raced with fear, she refused to retreat. "Kid, you borrowed money from Brother Bao and now wish to default? Come, let us loosen your bones." The 2 men grinned maliciously, swinging their fists, as large as sandbags, directly at Zhang Yaochuan's face. The latter trembled in fright, wanting to evade, yet her feet felt as if they were leaden, preventing her from moving an inch. Just as the fists were about to descend, Ye Chu swiftly intervened, effortlessly catching the incoming blows. "Who are you? Dare to meddle?" one of the assailants barked. With a slight exertion of his palm, Ye Chu sent the speaker flying, followed closely by the second assailant. This scene left the onlookers in utter astonishment. The 2 men, each weighing over 100 pounds, were tossed aside like mere sandbags by the seemingly youthful Ye Chu. Zhang Yaochuan stared in disbelief. After 3 years, Ye Chu had become remarkably formidable. The young man in the floral shirt regained his senses, his anger ignited. "You dare harm my people? You're courting death. Everyone, attack and incapacitate this brat." A throng of individuals surged forward, launching an assault on Ye Chu. "Ye Chu, be careful!" Zhang Yaochuan exclaimed in alarm, wanting to assist. But the ensuing spectacle left her utterly shocked. Ye Chu's hands moved swiftly, each strike sending an assailant crashing to the ground. In less than a minute, the entire group lay defeated. The young man in the floral shirt gaped, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Come here, I have questions for you." Ye Chu beckoned. The young man, now struck by a flicker of fear, stammered, "Who are you?" "We are Brother Bao's subordinates. By hitting us, you've offended him." Silence. Ye Chu barked, his voice laced with a mental assault. The floral shirt youth felt a sharp pain in his head, his legs buckling beneath him, forcing him to kneel. Ye Chu approached, gazing down with an imposing presence. Now speak. What is happening? Having discerned something amiss in the entire affair, the young man, now thoroughly terrified, divulged the truth without hesitation. It turned out that the initial patient was deliberately staged to cause a ruckus, intending to coerce Zhang Miaochuan into borrowing from loan sharks, all to seize control of the clinic. The elaborate scheme was motivated by an impending demolition of the street. Zhang Miaochuan, upon hearing this, was filled with rage. You scoundrels! I knew my prescriptions were sound. It was you all conspiring in the shadows. He lunged at the young man in the floral shirt, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks to vent his frustration. After that incident, he had even begun to doubt his own medical skills. Ye Chu allowed the young man to unleash his anger for a time before intervening, pulling him away. He then addressed the bruised floral shirt youth, called Brother Bao here. The youth, too frightened to hesitate, promptly dialed Brother Bao. Zhang Miaochuan expressed concern. Ye Chu, I've heard Brother Bao wields considerable influence, seemingly with connections to the Yun family. Should we not summon the city guards? No need. Ye Chu shook his head. If the city guards arrive, things will become complicated. Before long, Brother Bao arrived with a group of henchmen. He was a rugged middle-aged man with dark skin and a face full of flesh, exuding an intimidating aura. Brother Bao, you have finally arrived. This fellow surnamed Zhang not only refuses to repay his debts, but has also hired thugs to assault us. The young man in the floral shirt lamented as he stepped forward, his face suffused with grievance. You bunch of useless fools, unable to handle a mere brat. What purpose do you serve? Brother Bao scoffed, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze darkly sweeping over Ye Chu and his companion. You little punk. Daring to lay a hand on my people, you possess quite the audacity. Zhang Miaochuan forced a smile and began to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by Wang Tianbao. Enough with the trivialities. Surrender the clinic and compensate my brothers for their medical expenses. No more than 100,000 each. And that little brat who struck must bow and apologize one by one. Otherwise, do not expect to leave here today. His tone was imperious, imbued with an authority that left no room for dissent, as though Ye Chu and his companion were but insignificant ants, easily crushed at his whim. Zhang Miaochuan's expression fluctuated between anxiety and despair, while Ye Chu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Do not worry, I will handle this. Moved. Zhang Miaochuan opened his mouth, unsure of what to say, ultimately managing to utter a mere, thank you. Ye Chu turned his attention to Wang Tianbao and remarked nonchalantly. You seem rather arrogant. What, are you challenging me? Wang Tianbao raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Little brat. Don't think that a few martial arts moves grant you the right to be cocky. Before me, you are nothing. Ye Chu's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed. You are quite arrogant, and I must admit, I find such arrogance appealing. With a swift motion, he struck, the sound of a sharp slap echoing as an unprepared Wang Tianbao spun several times from the force of the blow. Brother! A chorus of outrage erupted from his subordinates as they quickly surrounded Ye Chu. Unfazed, Ye Chu retaliated with remarkable speed. A cacophony of strikes resonating as over 10 of Wang Tianbao's men crumpled to the ground, groaning in agony. Wang Tianbao, momentarily taken aback, gaped in disbelief, his anger boiling as he glared at Ye Chu. You insolent brat, do you realize who stands behind me? Feigning curiosity, Ye Chu inquired, and who might that be? With an air of arrogance, Wang Tianbao proclaimed, listen well, I am backed by the third master of the Yun family, one of the 4 great clans of Jiangdu. Crushing you would be as easy as squashing an ant. Be wise, surrender the clinic and bow to apologize, and I shall overlook today's events. He looked down at Ye Chu, anticipating fear in his expression, only to find him utterly unfazed, as if he were wholly indifferent to the Yun family's influence. Young man, think carefully. If this matter reaches the third master, he attempted to threaten, but upon seeing Ye Chu raise his hand, he instinctively recoiled. Little brother, let us discuss this amicably. Please, do not let matters escalate. Wang Tianbao's tone shifted dramatically as he forced a smile. Realizing he did not wish to face the consequences of a confrontation, he had discerned that Ye Chu was simply a hot-headed youth. Provoking him would only lead to further violence. Ye Chu calmly inquired, how much does my brother owe you? Wang Tianbao hurriedly replied, the principal is 500,000. Plus interest, it amounts to nearly 1 million. However, In light of our camaraderie, I shall waive the interest. Merely returning the principal will suffice. What nonsense is this? Ye Chu retorted, his eyes widening in indignation. My brother is not a man of dishonor. Since he has borrowed at high interest, he must repay it. At this declaration, both Wang Tianbao and Zhang Miaochuan were left utterly bewildered. Is there truly such a person willing to assist? All right. I shall heed your words, young brother. Wang Tianbao nodded repeatedly, though he was uncertain of Ye Chu's intentions. However, no one would ever complain about having too much money. Ye Chu then inquired, I have heard that you engage in usury. I find myself in a bit of a financial bind and wish to borrow some money from you. Is that agreeable? Despite a hint of doubt, Wang Tianbao nodded. Of course, that is no problem at all. May I ask how much you wish to borrow? Ye Chu raised 2 fingers, stating, not much, just 20 million. Wang Tianbao's expression shifted. 20 million was indeed no trivial sum. What? Do you find it insufficient? Wang Tianbao hastily shook his head. Ye Chu provided a string of card numbers, insisting, transfer the funds immediately. Wang Tianbao hesitated. Young brother, we must first sign a contract. Seeing Ye Chu nod, he promptly produced the contract. Ye Chu took it and swiftly signed his name. Now, transfer the money. Wang Tianbao, feeling the weight of the situation, promptly instructed his associates to execute the transfer. Ye Chu soon received a notification and remarked, my brother owes you 1 million, correct? I shall repay it now. He requested Wang Tianbao's card number and, on the spot, transferred 1 million to him, subsequently tearing the loan contract. Wang Tianbao was taken aback, bewildered by the fact that he was repaid with the very money he had lent. Is this even possible? Ye Chu replied nonchalantly, the debt has been settled. Do not trouble my brother again. Otherwise, you are aware of the consequences. Wang Tianbao trembled, quickly expressing his respect. Ye Chu waved his hand. Now leave. Wang Tianbao, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, gathered his subordinates and hurriedly departed. Just as they reached the door, a voice called from behind, by the way, I am Ye Chu, a member of the Ye family from Jiangdu. Should you desire money, you may approach the Ye family. If you fail to obtain it, you may also take me to court. Wang Tianbao stumbled, nearly losing his balance. It suddenly dawned upon him that Ye Chu's actions were not merely a request for a loan, but rather a calculated act of extortion. The notion of approaching the Ye family was ludicrous. While the Ye family may not rival the Yun family, they were certainly not a faction that a lowly thug like him could confront. Taking the matter to court was even more absurd, as usury remained unprotected by law. Zhang Miaochuan, in disbelief, questioned how the notorious Wang Tianbao could leave in such a dejected state. Upon regaining her composure, she immediately expressed her gratitude to Ye Chu. Thank you so much, Ye Chu. If it weren't for you, our family clinic might not have survived. It was merely a trifling matter. Do not dwell on it. Ye Chu waved dismissively, pulling out his phone to add her on WeChat and transferring 100,000 to her. Zhang Miaochuan was taken aback. Ye Chu, what are you doing? You've been facing difficulties lately. Take this money for now and repay me when you can, he replied with a smile. Zhang Miaochuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. What are you doing, crying like a child? Come, let us go out for a meal. Ye Chu feigned disdain, causing Zhang Miaochuan to chuckle through her tears. She turned to the young nurse. Sister Zhou, we have the afternoon off. The two departed the clinic and found a roadside eatery not far away, reminiscing over their meal. They did not part ways until after 3 in the afternoon. Upon returning to the Jiang family, Ye Chu discovered that Jiang Haiyun and his wife were entertaining a young stranger. The youth was dressed in luxurious attire, adorned with a Rolex watch and polished bespoke shoes, presenting himself as a paragon of social elite. He scrutinized Ye Chu from head to toe, and, upon perceiving his ordinary clothing, his eyes flashed with disdain. Ye Chu furrowed his brow slightly, feeling quite uncomfortable under the gaze of the other party. Who is this? He inquired. Han Mingwan introduced. This is Qian Xin, a classmate of Junyao. Ye Chu responded with an O, as Qian Xin stood up and smiled. This brother is Junyao husband. To have caught her eye is indeed remarkable. May I ask where you are currently employed? Noticing the hint of mockery in Qian Xion's eyes, Ye Chu narrowed his gaze and replied coolly, I am currently unemployed. Feigning surprise, Qian Xion exclaimed, No way. Junyao is renowned as the belle of Jiangdu, and you, her husband, have no job? Are you expecting her to support you? He added, Brother, I'm not trying to offend, but as a man, you should bear responsibility. How can you let a woman support you? Feeling irked by the condescending tone, Ye Chu retorted bluntly, that's none of your business. Qian Xian's expression stiffened, while Jiang Haiyun scolded loudly. How dare you speak like that? Han Mingwan merely smiled, observing the interaction without intervening. She thought to herself that if it weren't for Juanyao's sake, she would have already lost her temper at such insolence. Ye Chu shrugged. I haven't said anything wrong. He is an outsider. Why should he meddle in my affairs? Jiang Haiyun admonished. What Qian Xian said is the truth. You, a grown man, expect Junyao to support you. It's rather shameful. Are you displeased by a few words of truth? Qian Xian, with a grin, interjected, Uncle Jiang, my apologies. I only wish to encourage this brother. As Juanyao's husband, he must uphold her and the Jiang family's honor. I didn't mean to offend. Alas, he sighed lightly at the end. Jiang Haiyun felt a pang of discomfort, realizing his accomplished daughter had chosen a man of such little ambition, which left him feeling quite vexed. Nephew, this good-for-nothing is like mud that cannot hold up a wall. How can he be compared to you? Jiang Haiyun lamented. Just then, Jiang Junyao entered from outside the villa. Qian Xian's eyes brightened, and he immediately approached her. Junyao, it's been a long time. Jiang Junyao, surprised, nodded slightly. Indeed, it has been a while. I heard you went abroad for studies. When did you return? Just got back. Upon hearing of your awakening, I rushed over. Qian Xian replied with a smile. Junyao, I've reserved a table at Jianghuai Pavilion. Let us go and catch up. Jiang Junyao frowned slightly, about to decline, when Jiang Haiyun interjected, Junyao, Qian Xian just arrived this morning and came to see you right away. You cannot refuse such kindness. Seeing that Jiang Junyao still wished to refuse, Qian Xian continued, Junyao, I heard from uncle that you've been busy negotiating a partnership with the Huangfu family. Please share the details with me. I might be able to assist. Jiang Haiyun's eyes lit up. Junyao, Qian Xian's intentions are sincere. Do not turn him down. Unable to refuse any longer, Jiang Junyao nodded slightly and went upstairs to change her clothes. Jiang Haiyun turned to Ye Chu. You should stay home. There is no need for you to go. He could clearly see Qian Xian's intentions and naturally did not want Ye Chu to tag along and cause trouble. Why can't he go? Han Mingwan expressed her discontent. Xiao Chu, ignore him and go change your clothes. Jiang Haiyun wore an expression of displeasure. We are here to discuss serious matters, and this lad knows nothing. His presence will only complicate things. Just as Han Mingwan was about to retort, Qian Xian interjected, Uncle, it's all right. Let this brother join us. A fleeting smirk crossed his eyes. If Ye Chu didn't come, how would he manage to flaunt his superiority later? Very well, we'll heed my nephew's counsel, Jiang Haiyun said, his tone shifting immediately as he scolded Ye Chu. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and change your clothes. Ye Chu ascended the stairs with purposeful strides and soon returned in a different outfit. However, upon seeing his attire, Jiang Haiyun's expression darkened instantly. Ye Chu donned a casual t-shirt and shorts, complemented by a pair of flip-flops, utterly relaxed. You insolent brat, you intend to go out dressed like this? You may not care for your reputation, but the Jiang family does. Jiang Haiyun's reprimand was harsh, his eyes filled with disdain. Ye Chu merely scoffed. It's cool to wear this in the evening. And besides, we're not going on a blind date. Why dress up so formally? Why should he show respect to someone scheming against his wife? Jiang Haiyun's face turned an ominous shade of gray, ready to unleash another tirade, but Han Mingwan interjected. Little Chu is right. We're not going on a blind date. So why the need for such formality? Jiang Haiyun glared at Han Mingwan, but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately casting a resentful glance at Ye Chu. Shortly after, Jiang Junyao descended the stairs. Clad in a stunning red dress that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure, her long hair cascading in voluminous waves. She radiated beauty and sensuality, exuding a regal aura. Qian Xian's eyes widened in awe, secretly vowing to win over the enchanting woman before him. As for Ye Chu, he had never regarded Qian Xian as a threat. Merely a clown, easily dismissed, he was not worth the attention. The group departed from the villa and boarded Qian Xian's vehicle, a luxurious, extended Lincoln. As they drove away from the villa district, they soon arrived at the Jianghuai Pavilion in the city center. Compared to the Jianghuai Pavilion in the southern district, this location was considerably larger and more opulently decorated. Upon their entrance, a welcoming hostess approached them. Good evening, esteemed guests. Do you have a reservation? Qian Xian nodded slightly, retrieving his phone to display the booking information. I have reserved the Wangho private room. Please lead us there. After confirming the details, the hostess graciously gestured, "This way, please." Moments later, they arrived at a lavish private room on the top floor. The interior was extravagantly adorned, and through the floor-to-ceiling windows, they could overlook the entire city of Jiangdu. As dusk approached, the sun hung low on the horizon, about to vanish. The crimson rays of the setting sun bathed Jiangdu in a breathtaking glow. Jiang Haiyun felt a surge of excitement. Although he belonged to the Jiang family, he had only dined in the Wangho private room on a few occasions. The last time he had been here was over a year ago, when Jiang Junyao and the Huangfu family reached a partnership. The family had come here to celebrate, while Han Mingwan did not exhibit the same fervor as Jiang Haiyun. A hint of a smile graced her face. Jiang Junyao, on the other hand, remained composed, seated at the table and quietly admiring the scenery outside. "Uncle, Auntie, no need to stand. Come sit over here." Qian Xen warmly greeted the two, then turned to Ye Chu with a jovial smile, saying, "Brother, the window seat is yours. The view outside is splendid. You must not have been here before, so do take the time to savor it. If you miss this opportunity, it will not be easy to come again." His expression was filled with mischief, intending to embarrass Ye Chu with his words. "There's nothing to see. It's just a bunch of houses." Ye Chu waved his hand dismissively. "Moreover, I could come to this shabby place anytime." Jiang Haiyun reprimanded sharply, "Nonsense. Do you even understand? This is the royal box, which costs a staggering 100,000 just for the reservation, and it is quite difficult to book. A meal here starts from at least 1 million. Those who come here are people of status. You have no proper job and dare to speak so arrogantly? Aren't you ashamed?" Han Mingwan furrowed her brow slightly, also feeling that Ye Chu's tone was rather audacious. Jiang Junyao shot a glance at Ye Chu, her eyes flashing with discontent. Being inept is one thing, but being inept and pretentious is the most detestable combination. Ye Chu shrugged. "What I said is the truth. There's nothing to be ashamed of. To say it's a royal box, it's just the same." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present varied greatly. Jiang Haiyun felt an increasing sense of disgust, considering it an extreme embarrassment. Jiang Junyao frowned slightly. Even Han Mingwan, who usually stood by Ye Chu's side, felt a tinge of disappointment. It's not a shame to be inept. Given the Jiang family's resources, supporting an idle person is effortless. However, boasting is indeed unlikable. Qian Xian wore a mocking expression. "Oh, so you've been to the Imperial Box, brother?" Ye Chu nodded. "I just went a few days ago. It was nothing special." Feigning curiosity, Qian Xian asked, "Oh, I wonder what the legendary Imperial Box is like. Could you share your insights, so I can broaden my horizons?" "It's just a box. There's nothing to discuss." Ye Chu firmly declined. Qian Xian suppressed his laughter, nodding in agreement. Yes, brother has such lofty aspirations, even looking down upon the Imperial Box. Truly worthy of being the renowned son-in-law of the Jiang family in Jiangdu. I am but a humble admirer." Ye Chu raised an eyebrow, noticing the sarcasm. Just as he was about to respond, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. "Enough! Do you even know what kind of person you are? How dare you speak so arrogantly in front of Qian Xinzi?" Jiang Haiyun's eyes blazed with fury, wishing he could expel Ye Chu from the Jiang family immediately. He was truly disgracing the Jiang family. Ye Chu was at a loss for words. Why was it that no one believed him when he spoke the truth? "Dad, I'm telling the truth." He spoke earnestly, but just as he was about to explain, Jiang Junyao interjected. "Not having been there is not something to be ashamed of. Forcing comparisons will only lead one to lose their sanity and become a laughing stock." Her voice was calm, yet each word struck deeply, meeting her indifferent gaze. Ye Chu felt a flicker of disappointment within him. Did they truly not believe him? He grew weary of further explanations, sensing the atmosphere was growing tense. Qian Xian quickly attempted to mediate. "Junyao, this brother must be here for the first time in such a place. He might feel a bit imbalanced, which is why he is speaking foolishly. It is said that son-in-laws can be sensitive. We should show some understanding. Let us leave this matter at that." The words were laced with veiled insults, almost explicitly labeling Ye Chu as a psychologically insecure and ineffectual son-in-law. Han Mingwan felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, but was at a loss for how to retort. Ye Chu's performance today truly disappointed her. "Uncle and aunt, please order," Qian Xian said, handing the ordering tablet to Jiang Haiyun. Then turning to Jiang Junyao, "Junyao, would you prefer red wine or white wine?" "Red wine, please." Qian Xian addressed the waiter with grandiosity. "Bring 2 bottles of Romani Conti." "Certainly, sir," the waiter replied with a smile. Qian Xian then turned to Jiang Haiyun. expressing concern. Uncle, I'm not sure if you're accustomed to red wine. If not, we can choose something else. Jiang Haiyun smiled back. I must admit, I'm not quite used to red wine. A bottle of Matai would be great. His beaming smile suggested that Qian Xian was the true son-in-law. Understood. Uncle, waiter, please bring another bottle of flying Matai. And Aunt, what about you? I'm fine with anything. Finally, Qian Xian looked at Ye Chu with a slightly arrogant tone. Feel free to order whatever you like. Opportunities like this are rare, so don't be shy. Ye Chu's eyes sparkled. Really? Of course, Qian Xian nodded, his eyes glinting with mockery, relishing Ye Chu's navet. Jiang Junyao and the others exchanged discreet frowns, unsure of how to intervene. Han Mingwan discreetly gestured to Ye Chu, signaling him to avoid further embarrassment. Ye Chu feigned ignorance and asked the waiter, "What fine wines do you have here?" The waiter responded with a smile. "Sir, we offer Roman Economy, the 1982 Lafite, 50-year-old Wulianya, 30-year-old Flying Matai, and Gujing Tribute Wine, among others. Can wine really be stored for that long? Doesn't it expire?" Ye Chu pretended to be unaware. The waiter chuckled, "Sir, both white and red wines become richer in flavor the longer they are aged. There's no expiration in that regard." Qian Xian struggled to suppress his laughter, his derision almost spilling over. Jiang Haiyun and his wife wore grim expressions. "Is that so?" Ye Chu feigned realization and inquired further. "Do you have Matai from the 1980s? The waiter hesitated briefly before nodding. "Yes, we do, but the price is rather." Ye Chu waved his hand dismissively. "Don't worry, this Mr. Qian is truly a wealthy heir. A mere bottle of wine is no concern for him." Qian Xian's expression shifted, realizing the implications, and attempted to intervene. But Ye Chu preempted him. "I've never had Matai from the 1980s. Please fetch 2 bottles. The waiter nodded and exited the private room. Ye Chu sensed the tension. Glancing up to find Qian Xian glaring at him, his teeth clenched in frustration. "Mr. Qian, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Ye Chu feigned curiosity. "You seemed fine just a moment ago." Qian Xian's eyes reddened, his heart bleeding. Matai from the 1980s. He remembered the last time he was here. A guest in the imperial suite opened a bottle for 10 million. The shock of that price had left him reeling. A bottle of wine for 10 million was simply outrageous. Now, this impertinent fellow had ordered 2 bottles, amounting to 20 million. Though his family is affluent, they are not extravagant enough to spend 20 million on a single meal. Not to mention 20 million. Even 2 million would seem exorbitant. If it weren't for the desire to win Jiang Junyao's favor, he would not have dined here. Jiang Junyao and her companions were slightly taken aback, not expecting Ye Chu to create such a scene. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Jiang Haiyun hastily intervened. "You reckless fool. 80-year-old Matai. How dare you order that? Is that something you can drink?" He glared furiously at Ye Chu. "I'm not particularly keen on drinking it. I mainly wanted you to have a taste, Dad." Ye Chu replied with a face full of filial piety. "Moreover, wasn't it Qian Sini who said we could order freely? I'm aware it might be a bit pricey, so I only ordered 2 bottles." Jiang Haiyun opened his mouth, unsure how to counter this. Should he say that he wasn't worthy of drinking it? As for Han Mingwan and Jiang Junyao, they were even less likely to object. It had already been ordered. And indeed, Qian Sini had given the green light. What could they say? Qian Sini's lips twitched in silent agony. "Listen to this. Is this what people say? You only ordered 2 bottles?" He thought bitterly. "Do you plan to order more, 1 for each person?" At that moment, he cursed himself for his earlier bravado. Had he known this would unfold, he would have kept his mouth shut. Ye Chu glanced at Qian Sini's grim countenance and cheerfully remarked, "Brother Qian, you wouldn't happen to be unable to afford it, would you? If that's the case, just say so, and I will have the waiter return it." The mockery in his eyes was unmistakable. Qian Sini's face turned a shade darker than one who had just tasted something vile. His teeth clenched in fury. Ye Chu's actions had undoubtedly placed him in a most uncomfortable position. To admit he couldn't afford it would mean losing face, while to deny it would entail a loss of 20 million. That was no trivial sum. He would either have to max out his credit card or ask his family for help. Neither option was appealing. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, a cold smirk forming within him. "You dare to pull a fast one on me? Just wait." He forced a smile onto his face. "My brother was just joking. 2 bottles of wine is nothing I can't handle." "Truly, Brother Qian, I admire your confidence." Ye Chu chuckled, though the teasing tone was abundantly clear. "Huh, it's no big deal," Qian Sini replied nonchalantly, suppressing a scoff in his heart. "You'll see who will be crying later. Before long." The waiter brought forth exquisite dishes and 2 bottles of vintage 80-year Matai. Ye Chu uncorked one, and an intoxicating aroma wafted through the air. Dad, here, let me pour you some. He first filled Jiang Haiyun's glass, who cautiously accepted the cup, having never tasted such aged Matai before. Mom, would you like a little too? Ye Chu inquired, glancing at Han Mengwan. Although she was not a frequent drinker, the allure of the 80-year Matai was too tempting to resist. Just a little for me, she replied. Ye Chu poured her a generous glass, then turned to Jiang Junyao. Noticing her silence, he filled her glass completely. 1 bottle was thus emptied. Ye Chu opened the 2nd bottle, poured a full bowl for himself, and then offered the remaining bit to Qian Sini. Brother Qian, there's a little left. You should try it too. Qian Sini's mouth twitched again, inwardly cursing, but he nonetheless took the bottle and poured the remnants into his own glass. Gazing at the scant remnants of liquor in his cup, the animosity towards Ye Chu within him intensified. How despicable! He had the audacity to order such expensive wine, yet left so little for himself. Dad, Mom, let us toast. Ye Chu raised his glass, signaling the others to imbibe first. Jiang Haiyun, unable to contain his eagerness, lifted his glass and took a delicate sip. The rich aroma of the liquor enveloped his palate, and as he swallowed, a warm sensation cascaded down his throat into his belly. Even after swallowing, the lingering fragrance of the wine remained, a testament to its quality. Truly, this was an exceptional 80-year-old Maodai. Jiang Junyao and Han Mengwan also took small sips, closing their eyes to savor the experience. Qian Xian, not one to be modest, joined in, for he had never tasted such exquisite Maotai before. Only Ye Chu maintained a serene demeanor, for he had savored wines of even greater distinction. He raised his glass and took a generous gulp, smacking his lips. The flavor is decent. Qian Xian's face contorted with disdain, perceiving Ye Chu as merely putting on airs. Jiang Haiyun set down his glass, laughing heartily. No wonder it's an 80-year-old Maotai. Its taste is unparalleled, leaving a lasting aftertaste. To partake in such fine wine is indeed a life fulfilled. Qian Xian nodded in agreement, affirming Jiang Uncle's words. Indeed, it is a privilege to enjoy such exquisite wine. Jiang Haiyun lifted his glass once more. Come, let us drink. He and Qian Xian exchanged toasts, the atmosphere lively and joyous, casting Ye Chu aside entirely. After a while, Jiang Haiyun could no longer restrain his curiosity and asked, Nephew, you mentioned being able to assist Junyao. Can you truly? Qian Xian thumped his chest confidently. Of course. My father was recently promoted to a director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, overseeing affairs in Jiangdu. I am sure you are aware that the Jiangnan Chamber often collaborates with the Huangfu family. If my father lends a hand, we should be able to facilitate a partnership between the Huangfu family and Junyao. In truth, his claim held a hint of bragging. How could a mere director sway the decisions of the Huangfu family? Yet Jiang Haiyun was oblivious to this. Upon hearing director of the Jiangnan Chamber, his eyes sparkled with hope. Nephew, you must assist us. Once this matter is resolved, the Jiang family will surely reward you handsomely. Uncle, you flatter me. Qian Xian replied with a beaming smile. Junyao and I are old classmates. Her affairs are of utmost importance to me. Rest assured, I shall urge my father to help. As he spoke, he gazed tenderly at Jiang Junyao, hoping to see a flicker of emotion in her expression, yet he was met with her calm demeanor, leaving him slightly disheartened. I am most grateful, dear nephew. Jiang Haiyun raised his glass once more, sighing, what an exceptional child. How wonderful it would be if you were my son-in-law. Han Mingwan shot him an annoyed glare. Qian Xian felt a surge of delight within, feigning regret upon his face. Perhaps it is simply not meant to be. Had I returned sooner, Junyao might nod as he spoke. He downed a large gulp of wine, his eyes reflecting sorrow and regret. Though the remainder of his statement remained unvoiced, it was clear what he implied. Jiang Haiyun felt a stir of encouragement within him. Do not lose heart, dear nephew. Life is unpredictable, and opportunities may yet arise. Just after he spoke, he sensed Han Mengjuan's disapproving glare upon him. However, Jiang Haiyun feigned ignorance, continuing to drink. Jiang Junyao remained a picture of calm composure throughout. It appears that the events unfolding before her have yet to disturb her tranquility. Qian Xian's gaze grew resolute. His uncle's words echoed truthfully. Life is unpredictable, and the future remains uncertain. In the midst of conversation, he cast a provocative glance at Ye Chu, who chose to disregard him entirely. A mere buffoon attempting to claim his wife must be lost in delusion. After indulging in further drinks, Qian Xin began to feign inebriation, swaying unsteadily before ultimately collapsing onto the table. Dear nephew, Zhang Haiyun called out loudly, yet after several attempts, there was no response. The youth's tolerance for alcohol was evidently lacking. How could one become so intoxicated after only a few sips? Zhang Haiyun shook his head in amusement. Ye Chu quickly discerned the truth. The other party was not truly drunk, but rather unwilling to settle the bill. Zhang Junyao also sensed something amiss, her delicate brows knitting together. Noting that Zhang Haiyun was about to continue drinking, she interjected, "Father, perhaps we should consider how to settle the tab?" Zhang Haiyun momentarily registered confusion in his expression. However, Han Mingwan swiftly grasped the situation, regarding Qian Xin with suspicion. Could this young man be feigning drunkenness? A cold smile crept across Qian Xin's face. Indeed, he was pretending, and what could they do about it? He had genuinely consumed a fair amount of alcohol with Zhang Haiyun earlier, and no one here knew his true capacity. Who could ascertain whether he was genuinely intoxicated or merely acting? Realizing what was transpiring, Zhang Haiyun suddenly felt more alert, glancing at Qian Xin and calling out loudly, dear nephew, awaken." Yet, after repeated calls, there was still no response. His countenance darkened. What were they to do now? Zhang Junyao replied coolly, "What can we do? It seems we must cover the cost ourselves." Han Mingwan wore an expression of displeasure. Treating others while inebriated seemed to her a deliberate act on Qian Xin's part. Humph. Can we blame that scoundrel for the exorbitant price of the wine? Qian Xin seethed inwardly. While it was undeniably humiliating, he felt compelled to avoid being taken advantage of. Zhang Haiyun glared at Ye Chu, blaming him for the predicament. It was his fault for insisting on such expensive wine, leading to an unwarranted loss of 2 million. "Father, weren't you enjoying yourself just a moment ago?" Ye Chu's remark provoked Zhang Haiyun's ire. Just as he was about to erupt, Ye Chu hastily interjected, "Worry not. It is but a minor issue, and I have a solution. Even now, you dare to boast?" Zhang Haiyun reprimanded him angrily. "You're useless. What can you truly achieve?" Han Mingjuan's expression shifted as she inquired, "Xiao Chu, do you truly have a solution?" Ye Chu grinned. "I learned a method for sobering up while in prison. Allow me to assist young Master Qian." As Ye Chu approached Qian Xin, Han Mingwan furrowed her brow slightly, concerned that this might come across as coercive. Her thoughts were not for Qian Xin's sake, but rather considering that he would need to assist Zhang Junyao. Offending him over 2 million might not be prudent. "Mother, there's nothing wrong with this. In his current state, young Master Qian won't be able to leave. I'm merely helping him." With a smile, Ye Chu advanced. While Qian Xin felt increasingly irked, Ye Chu seemed intent on forcing him to pay. Yet, regrettably, he was not genuinely intoxicated but merely pretending. No matter the means employed, it was impossible to rouse him from his stupor. "Humph, you wretched creature. If you think I'll pay, you are sorely mistaken." A cold smile lingered in his heart. Ye Chu approached Qian Xin, gently placing a hand on his shoulder, allowing strands of true energy to flow into his body. Suddenly, Qian Xin felt a sharp pang within, as though countless needles were simultaneously piercing him. His body trembled slightly, a grimace of pain etched on his face. Fortunately, he was lying down, so Zhang Junyao and the others remained oblivious. Han Mingwan furrowed her brows. "Xiao Chu, is this method effective? What use is it? I believe this pathetic fool is merely toying with us." Zhang Haiyun scoffed in discontent. No sooner had he uttered these words than the feigned drunken Qian Xin let out a piercing scream and suddenly sat upright. "Ah!" Zhang Haiyun's face darkened. He hadn't anticipated such swift retribution. "Bastard, what have you done to me?" Qian Xin glared daggers at Ye Chu, his eyes burning with malice. The agony within him far worse than death. With a grin, Ye Chu replied, "Do not panic, young Master Qian. I am merely assisting you in sobering up." Qian Xin soon realized the sensation of being pricked had vanished, and he became increasingly convinced that Ye Chu was up to no good. Nevertheless, given the current predicament, he found it unwise to voice his thoughts. "Since you are sober now, young Master Qian, it's time to settle the bill. We've nearly finished our meal," Ye Chu urged, leisurely returning to his seat. Qian Xin clenched his teeth, a tempest of anger raging within him. He had intended to showcase himself before Zhang Junyao, while simultaneously belittling Ye Chu, demonstrating that he was unworthy of her. Instead, he had been ensnared by the latter. The mere thought of the 20 million yuan he would have to pay made his heart bleed. Most infuriating was that he had only consumed a paltry amount of that exorbitantly priced liquor. Noticing his prolonged silence, Ye Chu jested, "Young Master Qian, could it be that you cannot afford it?" Without waiting for a response, he continued, "Not to worry, if you truly cannot pay, we can, however. Such news might tarnish your reputation, young Master Qian. A distinguished figure like yourself, treating guests to a meal, only to find yourself unable to settle the bill tsk. Listening to this mocking tone, Qian Xin's face flushed with indignation. Ultimately, with a fierce grind of his teeth, he glared at Ye Chu and retorted coldly, "Nonsense. A mere 20 million. How could I possibly be unable to pay? Such bravado." "Young master," Ye Chu replied, extending his thumb in a gesture of mock admiration, though his gaze was laced with amusement. In the end, Qian Xin nearly maxed out all his credit cards just to scrape together the 20 million. After settling the bill, the group departed from Jianghuai Pavilion. "Junyao, allow me to arrange a designated driver for you," Qian Xin said with a feigned eagerness, glancing at Jiang Junyao. Ye Chu obstructed his line of sight, feigning concern. "No need, young Master Qian, you've had quite a bit to drink today. It's best you return home. Junyao is in my care, so you needn't worry." Without regard for Qian Xin's opinion, he raised his hand to hail a taxi. "Mom, Dad, quickly get in the car." Han Mingwan swiftly entered the vehicle, while Jiang Haiyun, wanting to create an opportunity for Qian Xin and Jiang Junyao, felt inclined to have him drive. However, seeing Han Mingwan already inside, he refrained from insisting, waving goodbye to Qian Xin as he followed suit. "Thank you for your hospitality." Jiang Junyao nodded slightly to Qian Xin before entering the taxi. "Young Master Qian, thank you for the treat." The taste of the 80-year-old Mao Tai was indeed splendid. Ye Chu smirked at Qian Xin and swiftly hopped into the car. As he watched the taxi fade into the distance, Qian Xin's expression darkened to the point of almost dripping with rage. "You little bastard, just wait." He seethed through clenched teeth. He had never endured such humiliation throughout his life. If he did not exact revenge, he would no longer bear the surname Qian. Over half an hour later, Ye Chu and his companions returned to the Jiang family's villa. As soon as they entered, Jiang Haiyun erupted in anger. "You wretched creature. Come here." Ye Chu plopped down onto the sofa, unfazed, and replied, "Dad, what's wrong? Haven't you had enough to drink?" Jiang Haiyun's expression stiffened momentarily before his fury intensified. "What do you mean, what's wrong? Do you not know what you've done?" Feigning ignorance, Ye Chu responded, "What have I done? I merely went out to eat." Jiang Haiyun's frustration grew as he retorted, "Who told you to order such expensive wine? Do you realize this will offend people? Qian Xin's father is a director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. How dare we provoke him? You useless waste. Rather than helping the family, you just create trouble." Though he had indulged in 80-year-old Mao Tai, the thought of potentially offending Qian Xin only fueled his anger further. As his ire escalated, he raised his hand to strike Ye Chu. "I'll teach you a lesson, you good for nothing." Ye Chu quickly dodged, inciting Jiang Haiyun's fury even more. "You dare to evade? Stand still." Han Mingwan stepped forward to intervene. "Jiang Haiyun, what do you think you're doing? Step aside. I must teach him a lesson today, or else this waste will truly become insufferable." Jiang Haiyun roared, attempting to push Han Mingwan aside, but she firmly blocked his path. "Why are you shouting? You didn't say anything while drinking, yet now that you've had your fill, you turn your back?" Jiang Haiyun's face flushed as he felt the heat of embarrassment and anger. Sensing the situation deteriorating, Jiang Junyao spoke up firmly, "Enough." "Junyao, this worthless," Jiang Haiyun began, but was interrupted by Jiang Junyao. "Dad, it's getting late, and you've had quite a bit to drink. You should rest early. Also, regarding the collaboration with the Huangfu family, you need not worry. I have my ways to resolve it." With that, she turned and ascended the stairs, leaving behind a graceful silhouette. Jiang Haiyun sighed, then looked at Han Mingwan. "See, this is the son-in-law you've chosen, impulsive and thoughtless. At this rate, he could stir up all sorts of trouble." Han Mingwan scoffed. "It is that Qian who harbors ill intentions towards Junyao. Shouldn't Xiao Chu, as her husband, give him a minor lesson?" She harbored no fondness for Qian Xin, recalling how he had immediately gone abroad when Jiang Junyao faced difficulties, only to return as soon as she awakened. Jiang Haiyun, in a fit of rage, countered, "A minor lesson? I wager Qian Xin despises this good-for-nothing now. What if he retaliates and refuses to assist Junyao? If we fail to secure the partnership with the Huangfu family, Junyao will struggle to regain her footing in the group." Do you wish to see your daughter bullied by the main branch? Han Mingwan was left speechless, and after a long pause, she finally suggested, if all else fails, we can let Junyao return to manage Yunmeng Pharmaceuticals. Given the old man's bias, it's unlikely he would pass the group on to her. Jiang Haiyun opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, she shot a disdainful glare at Ye Chu before turning and ascending the stairs. Thank you, Mom, Ye Chu said, feeling a swell of gratitude. He had not expected Han Mingwan to stand by him in such circumstances tonight. No need for thanks. We are family. Han Mingwan waved her hand dismissively and then advised earnestly, Xiao Chu, I understand your discontent with Qianxen, but try not to act so impulsively in the future, or you might offend others. She could clearly see that Ye Chu's actions tonight had been deliberate. While it felt gratifying, it also risked alienating people. Given the current ostracism from the main household, it was unwise to create new enemies. Understood, Mom, Ye Chu replied obediently, nodding. Han Mingwan acknowledged him with a nod. Go and rest now. You should also turn in early, Mom, Ye Chu reminded her before hurrying upstairs. Upon reaching the door, he discovered it was locked from the inside. After knocking for a while with no response, he felt exasperated. It was evident that Jiang Junyao was displeased with his actions tonight, likely intending to issue him a warning. Ye Chu silently scoffed. Others were vying for his wife's attention. Did they expect him to greet them with a smile? Did they truly consider him a pushover? After knocking for a while longer without any reply, he lost interest and decided to leap out of the nearby window, leaving the villa. Why not go downstairs? If Han Mingwan saw him, how would he explain being locked out by his wife? Ye Chu had his pride as well. Inside, Jiang Junyao noticed the sudden silence and furrowed her brows. She approached the door, opened it, and found no trace of Ye Chu, a flicker of irritation crossing her features. His actions tonight left her somewhat dissatisfied, primarily due to his audacity. If he dared to deceive Qianxin today, who knew what he might do tomorrow? If he offended someone he shouldn't, she had no time to clean up after him. Initially intending to reprimand him, she found he had vanished entirely. Ye Chu left the villa and sought a secluded park, where he sat cross-legged to begin his cultivation. He had been preoccupied with various matters lately and had not found time to practice. As the natural spiritual energy flowed into his body, it triggered the vengeful dragon energy within his dantian. A shadowy black dragon emerged from its slumber, rampaging within his dantian. Ye Chu's face contorted in pain. As his strength grew, the vengeful dragon energy became increasingly formidable. The influx of spiritual energy nourished his body while simultaneously empowering the vengeful dragon energy. He was unable to halt this process, as the vengeful energy was intrinsically linked to him. To resolve this, he needed to dissipate its grievances and gradually earn its acceptance. According to his master, if he could fully gain the vengeful dragon's approval, it would significantly enhance his combat prowess. He realized he needed to deal with Huangfu Shirua promptly. Enduring such pain during every session of cultivation was becoming unbearable. As for Jiang Junyao, he had not yet considered her. That woman was as proud as a queen and would not be easily dealt with. Just as Ye Chu was immersed in his cultivation, he suddenly sensed a wave of danger approaching from behind. Without hesitation, he rolled away from his original position. Whoosh! A bamboo arrow sliced through the air, embedding itself in a nearby tree. Had Ye Chu reacted a moment later, he would undoubtedly have been struck by the arrow. The dark hue of the arrow clearly indicated it was poisoned. It is evident that the assailant harbors murderous intent. Who dares to show themselves? Ye Chu bellowed, his gaze fixed intently upon a towering ancient tree several dozen meters away. Cackling, the figure revealed an agility that allowed him to evade my poisoned arrow. A sinister laughter echoed as a cloaked man descended from the tree's crown. He was an elderly man, his hair withered and his face etched with deep wrinkles, revealing a set of large, yellowed teeth when he smiled. His ghastly appearance, coupled with his bizarre black robe, sent shivers down one's spine. Who are you? Ye Chu inquired in a deep voice, firmly convinced he did not recognize the individual before him. The old man answered with a malevolent tone. You dare to slay my heart-eating goo? Have you considered how you shall meet your end? This elder was indeed the one who had cursed Li Jingxian not long ago. Upon discovering that his goo had been exterminated, he was filled with both shock and fury. For the past few days, he had been tracking the scent of the residual heart-eating goo, seeking the culprit. Heaven rewards the diligent, and tonight he had finally located his target. Ye Chu's expression sharpened, realizing that this was the sorcerer responsible for the curse. The cloaked elder cackled maniacally. You dare disrupt my plans? Prepare to die. With a swift motion, several bamboo arrows flew through the air, aimed directly at Ye Chu's vital points. A mere trifling skill, and you presume to challenge me? Ye Chu scoffed disdainfully, nimbly evading the incoming arrows. Simultaneously, he surged forward, charging at the cloaked elder. You insolent wretch! The elder huffed heavily, his gnarled hand rummaging within his robes, from which he vigorously scattered a cloud of green powder, enveloping the advancing Ye Chu. He also unleashed several bamboo arrows simultaneously. Cackling, boy, you've been struck by my 10,000 ants' heart-eating poison. Await your agonizing demise. The elder laughed boastfully, swiftly retreating to increase the distance between them. With a sudden whoosh, a figure burst forth from the powder, darting like lightning towards the elder. The elder was taken aback, instinctively attempting to evade. But it was too late. Crack! A searing pain surged through his chest, as an overwhelming force sent him hurtling away. He crashed to the ground, spitting a mouthful of blood upon impact. Ye Chu strode closer, his tone icy. Who are you? Why did you curse the mayor's wife? The elder struggled to rise, but the force of Ye Chu's earlier punch had shattered his internal organs. He attempted to rise several times, but each effort only aggravated his injuries, causing him to spew forth more blood, his complexion swiftly deteriorating. A pulse awakening master? How can this be? The elder exclaimed in horror, recognizing that a single punch had grievously wounded him. Clearly the work of a pulse awakening master, one not of ordinary caliber, but certainly a formidable individual with at least 3 meridians opened. Yet, Ye Chu appeared to be merely in his early 20s. The notion that he could already be a pulse awakening master was utterly astonishing. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Chu had held back his full strength, for had he unleashed his might, it would have been a fatal blow. You need not concern yourself with my identity, Ye Chu replied, his demeanor unfazed. Simply confess, or you shall find it difficult to escape death. The elder chuckled coldly, his eyes devoid of fear. Oh, young one, do not become too smug. You are now afflicted by my 10,000 ants' heart-eating poison. Prepare to accompany me to the grave. A glimmer of mockery flickered in Ye Chu's eyes as he remarked, You are rather naive to think that the trivial myriad ant's heart poison can harm me. The old man's expression shifted, sensing something was amiss. After such a lengthy interval, Ye Chu displayed no signs of being poisoned, appearing entirely unaffected. Impossible. The myriad ant's heart poison can only be resolved by the holy sect, he exclaimed in a voice tinged with hysteria, struggling to accept this reality. Ye Chu, wearing a look of disdain, was well aware of his immunity to toxins, having trained under the esteemed alchemy emperor and frequently experimented with various poisons. Most toxins in the world bore no threat to him. What holy sect? Speak plainly, he demanded in a low voice. This time, he summoned his mental power, and the old man felt an invisible force strike his consciousness, rendering him momentarily dazed. Yet, clarity returned almost instantly. Fear filled the old man's eyes as he saw Ye Chu drawing closer, prompting him to hastily produce a black pill and swallow it. A trickle of black blood oozed from his mouth, and the light of life rapidly faded from his gaze. You dare to disrupt the plans of the holy sect? Prepare to meet your demise. I shall await you below, he declared before his head slumped, and he ceased to breathe. Ye Chu's countenance darkened as he approached to carefully inspect the old man's corpse. Aside from some toxic powders, he found no other noteworthy items. A flicker of flame ignited at his fingertips, and with a snap, he sent the fire towards the old man. In an instant, a brilliant blaze erupted. More than 10 minutes later, only a pile of ashes remained. Ye Chu furrowed his brow, realizing he had unwittingly become embroiled in a conflict. He pondered the identity of the holy sect mentioned by the old man. His master had once spoken of 2 formidable sects in the southern region, namely the 5 Poisons sect and the Witchcraft sect. Yet, he was uncertain which of these was the holy sect referenced by the old man. After much contemplation, without clarity, Ye Chu decided to cease his musings and swiftly departed, relocating to continue his cultivation elsewhere. In Jinling City, within a villa, a middle-aged man meditating with closed eyes suddenly opened them, retrieving a glass vial from his waist pouch. Inside the vial lay a black insect, evidently lifeless. To think that someone could slay Elder Geo, when did such a formidable expert appear in Jiangdu? Initially perplexed, his gaze soon turned icy. Whoever dared to kill a member of my holy sect must pay the price. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Once connected, a respectful voice answered, Captain, how may I assist you? Investigate who killed Elder Geo in Jiangdu. and it's time to tighten the net around the Li family. Ensure we acquire that item. As dawn broke and the sun ascended the horizon, Ye Chu concluded his training and returned to the Jiang family. Upon arriving at the villa, he discovered that Jiang Junyao had already departed, while Han Mengwan and Jiang Haiyun were at the dining table. "Where did you run off to so early in the morning? Always so erratic." Jiang Haiyun expressed his discontent, his disdain for Ye Chu evident. Ye Chu chose to ignore him, and Han Mengwan called out, "Xiao Chu, come join us for breakfast." As he took a seat, he noticed the somber expressions on their faces, suggesting a weighty concern. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Mother, has something happened?" Han Mengwan sighed. Noting that Jiang Juanlong's presidential inauguration ceremony had been moved forward, he would officially assume the role of president of the Jiang Group in just 3 days. Ye Chu was taken aback, as it had previously been stated that the transition would occur in a month. Upon reflection, he quickly understood. It was likely that the other party had anticipated Jiang Juanyao's awakening and the potential complications that could arise, prompting this rescheduling. Jiang Haiyun's expression was equally grim. Once Jiang Junlong became president, his succession of the Jiang Group would be virtually assured. Even if Jiang Junyao were to forge an additional alliance with the Huangfu family, it would be of little consequence and could potentially lead to their own downfall. What troubled both of them most was the realization that once Jiang Junlong assumed the presidency, life for their branch of the family would likely become even more arduous. "Mom, try not to worry too much. After all, we still have 3 days. Perhaps something unexpected will occur," Ye Chu offered in consolation. "Unexpected? Unless within these 3 days, Junyao manages to establish collaboration with the Huangfu family," Jiang Haiyun retorted, his gaze sharp with anger. "But is that even feasible? The only glimmer of hope has been extinguished by you." He remained bitter about the events of the previous night. Ye Chu secretly scoffed, thinking his father-in-law was rather naive, genuinely believing that a mere member of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce could sway the Huangfu family's decisions. Han Mengwan sighed inwardly, conceding that perhaps this was for the best, as it would allow Junyao to return and oversee Yunmeng Pharmaceuticals. With the elder in place, they could not compete with the main branch. Ye Chu wished to provide comfort and explain the situation with Huangfu Shuriwe, but reconsidered, realizing that his words might not be believed and could lead to ridicule from Jiang Haiyun. Regardless, with Huangfu Shuyue's assistance, it was nearly impossible for the main branch to secure the presidential position without significant obstacles. After finishing his meal, Ye Chu departed, intending to procure some medicinal herbs for concocting elixirs. He had offended a certain holy sect the previous night, and he was uncertain when they might retaliate. Moreover, given their expertise in poison, he did not fear for himself, but rather for those around him. Thus, he sought to prepare some elixirs for unforeseen circumstances. After conducting a search on his phone, he soon arrived at a wholesale market for medicinal herbs in the East District. Upon entering, a subtle fragrance of herbs greeted him. Ye Chu began to stroll through the market, observing that most of the herbs were cultivated rather than wild, with pure wild varieties being exceedingly rare. This was to be expected, as in today's age, truly wild herbs had nearly been eradicated. After making inquiries, he learned that Wanya's High offered the highest quality herbs, with a predominance of wild varieties. Shortly thereafter, he made his way to Wanya's High, a 3-story building with an ancient style that stood in stark contrast to the surrounding modern architecture. Upon entering, he was warmly greeted by a staff member. "Sir, how may I assist you?" Ye Chu produced a sheet of paper filled with various herbs. "Do you have these herbs?" The staff member took the paper, their eyes widening in astonishment. The herbs listed were primarily quite rare and valuable, collectively worth several million. The staff member's expression brightened, recognizing they had encountered a significant client. "Please hold on. I need to confirm with the manager," the staff member said before ascending the stairs, leaving Ye Chu to wait. Before long, the staff member returned with a silver-haired elder descending from the upper floor. "Manager, this is the gentleman I mentioned." The shop assistant pointed at Ye Chu and addressed the elderly man. Upon seeing Ye Chu's youthful visage, the elder displayed a look of astonishment. "Sir, are you certain you wish to procure these medicinal herbs?" he inquired, stepping forward for confirmation. Ye Chu inclined his head slightly. "I would like 5 portions, please." The elder was taken aback once more. 5 portions were worth over 10 million. "Very well, sir, please hold on." Realizing that Ye Chu was not jesting, the elder hastened to prepare the herbs without delay. Soon, he had packaged 5 portions. "Sir, here are the herbs. Please inspect them." Ye Chu took the package and examined it closely. Finding no discrepancies, and proceeded to make the payment via his mobile phone. Upon hearing the payment notification, the elder felt a sense of relief. Given Ye Chu's youth, he had worried that the young man was merely toying with him. He mused inwardly that one should not judge by appearances. "Sir, have a safe journey. Do visit again." The elder's face was nearly beaming with joy. As Ye Chu exited the shop, he unexpectedly collided with two remarkable women of striking elegance, one of whom was a familiar face. "Madame Huang, what a coincidence!" Li Jingxian exclaimed, astonished to encounter Ye Chu in this place. "Dr. Yi, what brings you here?" "I came to purchase some medicinal herbs," Ye Chu replied casually, his gaze drifting to the woman beside Li Jingxian. The woman, approximately in her 30s, possessed a rare mane of violet hair, her figure voluptuous and exuding an aura of mature charm. What was most captivating, however, was the gentle demeanor she radiated, akin to a knowledgeable older sister, drawing one in irresistibly. Ye Chu's interest in her was not solely due to her beauty. He was indeed acquainted with the violet-haired lady. Her name was Yun Bingwan, a recognized illegitimate daughter of the Yun family and a well-known widow in Jiangdu City. Ye Chu's familiarity with her stemmed from his own incarceration, which had ties to her. Yi Yicheng had once pursued Yun Bingwan fervently, yet despite his relentless efforts, he never won her affection. In a fit of rage and humiliation, he resorted to drugging her in hopes of consummating their relationship and subsequently seeking her family's approval. Naturally, he believed that the Yun family would not make a fuss over an illegitimate daughter and a widow. However, his plan backfired. Not only did he fail to succeed, but he also incited the wrath of the Yun family, leading to significant concessions from the Yi family and ultimately forcing Ye Chu to bear the blame to pacify their anger. Though Ye Chu had been young at the time, he was still aware of the woman who had driven Yi Yicheng to such madness. Beauty often brings misfortune, Ye Chu mused silently, retracting his gaze to Li Jingxian. "Madame Huang, how is your health?" Li Jingxian smiled. "Thanks to Dr. Yi, I am feeling much better and will likely recover shortly." "That is splendid news," Ye Chu replied with a smile, engaging in a brief conversation before taking his leave. After he departed, Yun Bingwan inquired with curiosity, "Jingxian, is he the doctor you spoke of?" Li Jingxian nodded. "Bingwan, let me tell you, Dr. Yi is truly remarkable." She animatedly recounted the events of their previous encounter. Upon hearing this, Yun Bingwan's face displayed a hint of surprise, soon followed by a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. He is indeed an intriguing young man. Shortly after Ye Chu's departure, his phone rang unexpectedly. Checking the screen, he saw it was a call from Zhang Yaochuan, and he promptly answered. A sudden wail emanated from the phone. "Brother Yi, please come quickly. Dr. Zhang is in grave danger. He is about to be beaten to death." The voice was unmistakably that of the young nurse from the clinic. Ye Chu's expression shifted dramatically as he asked in a grave tone, "Where are you?" The other party promptly replied, "We are at the 100 Herbs Pavilion in the Southern City Herbal Market." Ye Chu was taken aback by the coincidence. "I will be there shortly." He ended the call and inquired with a nearby shopkeeper for directions to the 100 Herbs Pavilion, hastening to the location. Meanwhile, within the 100 Herbs Pavilion situated at the western side of the market, Zhang Yaochuan was being mercilessly assaulted by several burly men. Crouching on the ground, he shielded his head while emitting anguished cries. "Please, stop. Don't hit him anymore." The young nurse Zhou Xiaoyun pleaded tearfully as she rushed to intervene, only to be roughly shoved aside by one of the assailants. She stumbled and fell to the ground, a flicker of pain crossing her brow. "Enough. Don't kill him," a deep voice commanded. A middle-aged man dressed in traditional attire rose from a nearby armchair. He held two ancient walnuts in his hands, rotating them leisurely as he approached Zhang Yaochuan, casting a disdainful gaze upon him. "You, my young friend, owe me 20 million. Not a single cent less. Otherwise, you shall not leave this place today," he spoke in a slow, authoritative manner. At this point, Zhang Yaochuan was already battered and bruised, with several ribs likely broken. Enduring the excruciating pain, he struggled to rise, spitting a mouthful of blood as he met the middle-aged man's gaze. "That ginseng was counterfeit. You are clearly trying to extort me," he retorted through gritted teeth, his voice brimming with fury. Not long ago, he had brought Zhou Xiaoyun to procure medicinal materials. Seeking a seasoned ginseng to use as a medicinal catalyst, he had arrived at the 100 Herbs Pavilion through a mutual acquaintance. Due to the referral, the staff at the pavilion had been exceedingly cordial, presenting him with numerous ginseng options to choose from. Among them was a specimen purported to be 100 years old. Although he could not afford such an extravagant purchase, His curiosity compelled him to examine it closely. However, that very curiosity led him into a predicament. Having been raised in a family of physicians, Zhang Miaochuan was well acquainted with various medicinal herbs, including ginseng. Upon scrutinizing the 100-year ginseng, he discerned that it was a fabrication, composed of fragments from several older, wild ginseng roots. Just as he was about to issue a warning, he was unexpectedly jostled from behind, causing the ginseng to slip from his grasp and shatter into pieces upon impact with the ground. The store staff immediately demanded exorbitant compensation of 20 million. Zhang Miaochuan vehemently refused, asserting that the ginseng was counterfeit. Yet, the staff presented an array of authentication certificates and purchase invoices, which indeed confirmed a purchase price of 20 million. Realizing the meticulous preparation of his adversaries, Zhang Miaochuan understood that he had fallen victim to a scheme. A heated argument ensued, resulting in a brutal beating. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Nurse Zhou Xiaoyan retrieved his fallen phone and called Ye Chu for help. Counterfeit? The middle-aged man sneered. Who can attest to that? I declare it genuine, therefore it is. You are extorting me, Zhang Miaochuan retorted, his eyes wide with anger. I will call the police. Call the police? The middle-aged man scoffed, asserting that his credentials were impeccable, and even if the police arrived, he would still demand compensation. Zhang Miaochuan shook her head vigorously, insisting it was impossible, as those certificates were fraudulent and the police would not believe them. Child, do not be so naive. The middle-aged man taunted. Have you never heard the story of pointing a deer and calling it a horse? I declare that this ginseng is genuine, and it will be deemed so, even by the police. Do you believe they would even glance at those certificates? Zhang Miaochuan's face turned pale in an instant. Indeed, in this world, where true fairness and justice were mere illusions, those in power could easily twist white into black. The man before her exuded wealth and influence. Just as despair began to envelop her, a familiar voice resonated from outside the shop. Zhang Miaochuan's eyes brightened, and she hurriedly glanced outside, spotting Ye Chu striding into the store. Ye Chu, she murmured, feeling a mix of gratitude and concern. The individual before her appeared formidable. She wondered if Ye Chu could handle the situation. The middle-aged man scrutinized Ye Chu, his eyes narrowing slightly. Ye Chu approached and helped Zhang Miaochuan to her feet, inquiring about the matter. Without hesitation, she recounted the events. Upon hearing her account, Ye Chu's eyes narrowed, a hypothesis forming in his mind. Who are you? The middle-aged man interjected. This brat has damaged a century-old ginseng from my shop and must compensate me. Ye Chu raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile gracing his lips. How amusing, the illustrious third master of the Yun family resorting to such petty tricks. Aren't you concerned about how foolish you might appear when this gets out? The middle-aged man's eyes flickered with surprise. Zhang Miaochuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized why the man demanded 20 million in compensation. He was indeed the third master of the Yun family, which heightened her apprehension. The Yun family was one of the 4 great clans of Jiangdu, not to be trifled with. Ah, you are rather perceptive, Yun Zhanghe chuckled lightly. Ye Chu, now that you are aware, you should obediently hand over the 20 million. My money is not easily acquired. The previous day, Wang Tianbao had reported the incident to Yun Zhanghe, who, although furious, did not act immediately but instead opted for an investigation. Upon discovering Ye Chu's identity, he was astonished. How audacious for a mere son-in-law to behave so brazenly. Despite his disdain for Ye Chu, the latter was still a member of the Jiang family, and Yun Zhanghe could not afford to act rashly. Thus, he orchestrated this scheme, ensuring that even if the situation escalated and the Jiang family intervened, he would have a reasonable defense. Ye Chu replied nonchalantly, I acquired the money through my own merit. Why should I return it? Yun Zhanghe scoffed coldly, declaring, then there is nothing to discuss. Let this brat pay up and get lost. The ginseng is fake. Why should I pay? Ye Chu countered, shaking his head. If compensation is due, it should come from you for what you did to my brother. You cannot simply dismiss this. Yun Zhanghe erupted into laughter. What an arrogant young man. Do you truly believe that with the Jiang family backing you, I would hesitate to act against you? Ye Chu remained unfazed, retorting, then go ahead and try. Very well, since you are so oblivious to your own peril. I shall oblige. After Yun Zhanghe spoke, he turned to a gaunt old man not far away, addressing him with utmost respect. Old Master Feng, I kindly request your assistance. The elder nodded slightly and strode over with purpose. With hawk-like eyes fixed upon Ye Chu, he warned, young man, have you made up your mind? Once I make my move, there will surely be bloodshed. Ye Chu, with a casual flick of his finger, replied, enough with the idle chatter, let us begin. Such arrogance from a mere child. Feng Hansen exclaimed, his anger flaring. His gnarled hand transformed into a talon as it lunged toward Ye Chu. The sound of his palm slicing through the air created a series of ominous sonic booms, revealing its terrifying power. Falcon Talon technique, Ye Chu mused, surprised, and soon found himself engaged in combat. However, it was less a fight and more Ye Chu's playful maneuvering against Feng Hansen, whose strength barely reached the 8th level of body refinement. He was no match for Ye Chu. Having spent years in prison, Ye Chu had little knowledge of the martial arts world outside. Yet, upon witnessing Feng Hansen's Falcon Talon technique, he felt a thrill of excitement and could not help but imitate the movements. Curving his fingers into claws, he struck out with a fierce grasp, reminiscent of an eagle soaring through the skies, imbued with a sharp intent. Feng Hansen's eyes widened in shock as he instinctively crossed his arms in defense. There was a sharp crack, reminiscent of bone fracturing. He felt a searing pain shoot through his left forearm as a tremendous force hurled him backward. He stumbled back 7 or 8 steps before finally steadying himself. Glancing down, he saw deep, bloody imprints on his forearm, revealing the bone beneath. His eyes filled with incredulity. He stuttered, How could you possibly know the Falcon Talon technique? Ye Chu replied nonchalantly, I just learned it from you. Feng Hansen's pupils constricted. Disbelief etched across his face. He had devoted decades to mastering the Falcon Talon technique and could not fathom how Ye Chu could unleash such a formidable attack without diligent practice. Suppressing his thoughts, he demanded, Who are you really? Nearby, Yun Zhonghe stood in stunned silence. Feng Hansen was the second-ranked master of the Yun family, and he had never failed in battle before. To witness him lose to such a young man was almost inconceivable. Not only was he astonished, but Zhang Miaochuan was equally taken aback. After 3 years apart, her old classmate had undergone a remarkable transformation. He was no longer the silent and clumsy boy of yore. Ye Chu turned to Yun Zhonghe, teasingly asking, Do you not already know my identity? Feng Hansen looked at Yun Zhonghe, a look of confusion in his eyes. You call him a useless son-in-law? Yun Zhonghe was perplexed. How could someone so young possess such strength and still be a mere son-in-law to the Jiang family? Ye Chu, I never expected you, the renowned useless son-in-law of Jiang, to be so profoundly concealed. Initially astonished, Yun Zhonghe's voice turned cold. Yet, even if your prowess is impressive, you must still return the 20 million. My Yun family is not to be trifled with. Ye Chu shook his head, replying, I have said it before, money borrowed based on ability does not need to be repaid. Yun Zhonghe's expression darkened. He commanded his bodyguards, You all, together with old Master Feng, subdue this brat. The bodyguards nodded, preparing to surround Ye Chu alongside Feng Hansen. Zhang Miaochuan's face showed concern, but Ye Chu remained unperturbed, continuing to employ the Falcon Talon technique he had just acquired. With agile movements, every time he struck out, another bodyguard was sent hurtling back, injured. In less than a minute, a group of bodyguards lay sprawled on the ground, howling in agony. Old man, it's your turn, Ye Chu grinned, his fingers curling into a claw as he lunged towards his opponent's chest. Feng Hansen hurriedly attempted to evade, yet was a beat too slow, ultimately twisting his body at the last moment. Though he narrowly avoided a fatal blow to his chest, his shoulder bore the brunt of the attack. An intense pain surged through him as his garment was torn, leaving 5 deep gashes that nearly exposed bone. His arm drooped, robbing him of any fighting capability. Seeing Ye Chu prepare to strike again, he hastily pleaded, Young friend, I concede. Only then did Ye Chu relent, turning his gaze towards the astonished Yun Zhonghe, his tone indifferent. I cannot speak to the Yun family's reputation, but know this, I am not to be trifled with. Yun Zhonghe snapped back to reality, his expression slightly grim. Despite his extensive preparations, he had still faltered. Forcing a smile, he said, Young friend, you truly have hidden depths. I concede to today's events, you may leave. Ye Chu shook his head. Leaving is one thing, but I kindly request that third master apologize to my brother and cover his medical expenses. Zhang Miaochuan instantly grew anxious, eager to speak, yet was silenced by a wave of Ye Chu's hand. Yun Zhonghe appeared bewildered. Even after his own concession, the other party remained relentless. Young friend, do not push your luck. While I may have injured this fellow, you have extorted 2 million from me and harmed my people. His voice trembled with suppressed fury. Ye Chu replied coolly, You are correct in your reasoning, but do not misconstrue my intentions. I never claimed to negotiate with you. Yun Zhonghe's eyes widened in anger. You, young man, can indeed fight, but the Yun family is not to be underestimated. Are you certain you wish to escalate this matter? Ye Chu shook his head. Third Master, your words are misplaced. I have already shown restraint. Had it not been for the Yun family's involvement, these individuals would not have merely sustained injuries. Yun Zhonghe faltered, and Feng Hansen swiftly stepped forward. Third Master, a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Perhaps you should acquiesce to this young man. Taking a deep breath to suppress his rising ire, Yun Zhonghe coldly inquired of Ye Chu, what are your demands? Now you see the light. Those who recognize the situation are truly wise. Ye Chu replied with a calm smile. It is simple. Compensate my brother with 1 million in medical expenses, in addition to my labor fees. Yun Zhonghe frowned. Labor fees? I have endured much hardship in this altercation. Ye Chu smiled broadly. I happen to require some medicinal herbs. Let us offset my labor fees with those. The corners of Yun Zhonghe's mouth twitched, his frustration boiling beneath the surface. To demand compensation from the very individual he had struck was utterly outrageous. Third Master, let preparations begin. I require no more than 5 sets. Ye Chu produced a piece of paper and handed it over. Upon examining it, Yun Zhonghe's expression darkened. The listed herbs were exceedingly costly, valued at over 2 million. 5 sets amounted to over 10 million. This rogue truly regarded him as a fool. However, he refrained from exploding in anger, casting a deep glance at Ye Chu before solemnly stating, these herbs are rare and expensive. Some are not available here and must be procured from other locations, which will require some time. Ye Chu waved dismissively. No matter. With that, he ignored Yun Zhonghe and approached Zhang Yaochuan to provide treatment. Ye Chu, perhaps we should reconsider. The Yun family wields considerable power. It may be prudent not to provoke them unnecessarily, Zhang Yaochuan whispered. Ye Chud smiled gently. Fear not. The Yun family is but a trifling matter to me. Zhang Yaochuan opened her mouth, utterly at a loss for words. Before long, a formidable group of security personnel, accompanied by a cadre of bodyguards clad in black, stormed into the Baiyao pavilion, each armed with weapons. Among the throng, 2 graceful figures emerged, Li Jingxian and Yun Bingwan. Ye Chud narrowed his eyes slightly. Third Master, it appears you have no intention of honoring your promise? Yun Zhonghe snorted coldly. Boy, I warned you. The Yun family is not to be trifled with. With that, he swiftly made his way to the entrance. Little sister, what brings you here? Yun Bingwan replied. I heard there was trouble at the Baiyao pavilion and came to take a look. Li Jingxian, intrigued, asked, who dares to stir up trouble on the Yun family's territory? The 2 women had been leisurely wandering the market when they fortuitously encountered the aggressive security team. Upon inquiring, they learned of the disturbance and decided to follow their curiosity. Unbeknownst to them, Ye Chud was inside and surrounded by the crowd. Yun Zhonghe pointed towards the interior, saying, a mere brat is inside. He led the 2 women inward, and the crowd promptly parted, revealing the encircled Ye Chud. Dr. Yi, Li Jingxian exclaimed in surprise, her expression darkening thereafter. Ye Chud stood momentarily dumbfounded. What a coincidence to encounter her again. Yun Zhonghe's expression shifted slightly, never expecting Ye Chud to be acquainted with the mayor's wife. Dr. Yi, what on earth is happening? Li Jingxian inquired, curious as to how a conflict could arise between Ye Chud and Yun Zhonghe. Ye Chud did not conceal the truth and briefly recounted the events. Li Jingxuan's countenance soured. Dr. Yi, do not worry. I shall ensure justice is served in this matter. With that, she turned to Yun Bingwan, who nodded slightly. Rest assured. I will handle it appropriately. She then directed her gaze at Yun Zhonghe. Third brother, apologize to this young man. Yun Zhonghe's expression darkened. Little sister. This fellow. Yun Bingwan emphasized her command. Apologize. Yun Zhonghe, seemingly intimidated by Yun Bingwan, fell silent, his demeanor fluctuating between anger and resignation. Finally, he gritted his teeth and approached, saying, my young friend, I apologize. Ye Chud was somewhat astonished. How could a bastion of the family like Yun Bingwan instill such fear in Yun Zhonghe? Since Third Master has offered his apology, let us consider this matter resolved. Ye Chud waved his hand, yet insisted that the medicinal materials must still be provided, and my brother's compensation cannot be overlooked. Yun Zhonghe's eyelids twitched, suppressing his fury. Of course, I shall arrange for that. He first instructed the staff to prepare the medicinal materials, then personally transferred 1 million to Zhang Yaochuan. Soon, The staff returned with 5 portions of medicinal materials. Yun Zhanghe accepted them and handed them directly to Ye Chu. My thanks to you, third master. Ye Chu cheerfully received them, nodding at Li Jingxian. Madam Huang, I appreciate your assistance. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Li Jingxian smiled and nodded. Dr. Yi, travel safely. Ye Chu departed with the bewildered Zhang Yaochuan. After their exit, Yin Bingwan turned to Li Jingxian. Jingxian, please wait for me at the Wanyao Zhai. I will join you shortly. Li Jingxian nodded and left the Baiyao pavilion. Once she was gone, Yin Zhanghe impatiently remarked, Little sister, that brat is too presumptuous. Why did you? Yin Bingwan refrained from answering directly, instead posing a question. You previously mentioned that young man defeated old Master Feng. Do enlighten me with the details. Yun Zhanghe, without reservation, recounted the events from not long ago. Yun Bingwan's expression shifted to one of astonishment as she turned to Feng Hansan, saying, Old Master Feng, please recount the details of your battle with that young man. Feng Hansan nodded, meticulously detailing his encounter with Ye Chu. Does that young man also practice the eagle claw technique? Or is it something he learned recently? She inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Feng Hansan solemnly affirmed, not only does he practice it, but his mastery of the eagle claw technique is quite formidable. Even I cannot compare. He has likely devoted years to this discipline. Any claims of recent learning are mere boastfulness. Yun Bingwan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her interest in Ye Chu deepening. Third brother, that young man saved Jingshuan's life. Let today's matter rest and refrain from provoking him further. After giving her brother this caution, she departed from the Baiyao pavilion. Ye Chu escorted Zhang Yaochuan and her companion back to the clinic. Ye Chu, thank you. If it weren't for you today, I fear Zhang Yaochuan would be quite distraught. She expressed, her gratitude evident. Though they had only reunited for 2 days, Ye Chu had already assisted her immensely. Were she not a woman, she might have considered offering herself in gratitude. It's merely a trifling matter. Do not dwell on it. Ye Chu reassured her with a smile. Take care of your injuries. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call me, and do not overexert yourself. Had it not been for Zhou Xiaoyan's plea for help, Zhang Yaochuan, given her temperament, likely would have refrained from seeking his assistance even in dire circumstances. Zhang Yaochuan nodded in understanding. Sister Zhou, please look after Miaochuan. Ye Chu added, having discerned that Zhou Xiaoyan harbored feelings for her. Regrettably, the latter seemed oblivious to this. Rest assured, I will take good care of Miaochuan. Zhou Xiaoyan affirmed with a firm nod. After exchanging a few more words with the two, Ye Chu departed from the clinic. As he prepared to seek a place to refine medicine, his phone suddenly vibrated with a message alert. Upon checking, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Ye Chu, I just recalled there are details regarding your lineage that I have yet to share. If you wish to know, return to the Yi family. Though the number was unfamiliar, Ye Chu could surmise the sender's identity from the message's content. At that moment, a phone call came through from the same number. Ye Chu opted to answer. Ye Chu, I await you at the Yi family, came the voice of Yi Tianqing, who promptly hung up. Ye Chu's expression darkened. The Yi family was indeed relentless. Although he was aware that it could be a ruse, he was unwilling to abandon even the slightest possibility. Without hesitation, he made his way to the Yi family estate. Meanwhile, at the Yi family villa, after hanging up the phone, Yi Tianqing turned to the middle-aged man seated across from him. Mr. Su, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I would appreciate your assistance. The middle-aged man, with an air of arrogance, replied, There is no need for concern, master. A mere young lad poses no threat. I doubt I will even need to intervene. My brothers here will suffice. He gestured towards several bodyguards nearby, who wore expressions of confidence, clearly believing that they could easily handle a mere youth with just one of their own. This middle-aged man, Su Wanshan, was a revered member of the Yi family, a master of the 6th stage of body refinement. Yi Tian became cautious and summoned the other party to take charge. Approximately half an hour later, Ye Chu arrived at the Yi residence. Following the butler into the villa, he scanned the gathering with a narrowed gaze. He lingered a moment longer on Su Wanshan before confidently taking a seat on the sofa, his eyes fixed on Yi Tian. Speak. Is there anything you haven't disclosed to me? Xie Yushan and Yi Chen exchanged puzzled glances, recalling that Yi Tian had recently claimed to have a way to deceive Ye Chu into returning. They were somewhat skeptical, yet here was Ye Chu, indeed back. His immediate inquiry left them bewildered, hinting at a concealed secret between the two. Yi Tian glared fiercely. Ye Chu, how dare you speak to your elder in such a manner? Xie Yushan retorted sarcastically. Heh, Now he is a son-in-law of the Jiang family. Naturally, he looks down upon us. Elder? Ye Chu shot Yi Tian a derisive glance. Does he even qualify? Yi Tian's expression darkened abruptly as he coldly rebuked, rebellious child. Do you truly believe that just because you have joined the Jiang family, you can act without restraint? Ye Chu, visibly impatient, replied, whether you speak or not, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to exit. Yi Tian's lips twitched as he could no longer suppress his fury. You lot. Teach this rebellious child a lesson, so he understands the principles of respect for one's elders. He instructed several bodyguards. A burly bodyguard stepped forward, a sinister grin on his face as he addressed Ye Chu. Kid, if you wish to avoid suffering, then obediently apologize to the master. Ye Chu's voice was frigid. I have stated, he is unworthy. Unaware of your own peril, the giant bellowed as he advanced on Ye Chu, his massive fist aimed squarely at his face. Yi Chin and Xie Yushan smirked inwardly, eager to see if Ye Chu would remain so defiant after receiving a beating. Ye Chu neither flinched nor evaded. Instead, he seized the man's fist and effortlessly tossed him aside. The giant flew through the air like a discarded sack, crashing against the distant wall with a resounding thud. A hole was left in the wall, and the man collapsed to the ground, spewing blood before losing consciousness. Silence enveloped the room. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All eyes turned in disbelief toward Ye Chu. Yi Tian was astounded. How could you? Xie Yushan and Yi Chin's eyes widened in shock. The sheer force displayed in that moment was beyond what an ordinary person could achieve. There was only one explanation. Ye Chu was also a martial artist. Surprised, are we? Ye Chu smiled mockingly. Do not rush. This is merely the beginning. Yi Tian took a deep breath, suppressing his astonishment, and coldly remarked, no wonder you dare to be so arrogant. It turns out you have become a martial artist. At this point, a smirk crept onto his face. But you are still too young. Do you think that merely becoming a martial artist allows you to contend with the Yi family? A mere martial artist remains insignificant before us. With an air of arrogance, he spoke, confident that Ye Chu's youth meant his strength would be limited. Oh, is that so? Ye Chu's expression remained mocking. Then allow me to experience the might of the Yi family. As you wish. Yi Tian snorted coldly, and then turned respectfully to Su Wanshan. Mr. Su, I kindly request your assistance. Su Wanshan nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on Ye Chu, his voice laced with arrogance. Young one, when I strike, blood will surely flow. If you wish to avoid injury, you should promptly admit your faults and apologize. Ye Chu raised an eyebrow, recalling the last person who had spoken thus, who had begged for mercy after just a few exchanges. I wonder how long you can endure, he retorted, dismissing the bravado. With a chilling glare, Su Wanshan stood and strode towards the door, declaring, this space is too confined. Let us continue outside. Without hesitation, Ye Chu followed suit, with Yi Tiansheng and the others hastily trailing behind. Upon reaching the courtyard, Su Wanshan placed one hand behind his back and beckoned Ye Chu forward with the other. I disdain to take advantage of the young. You may strike first. Ye Chu appeared taken aback, shaking his head. No, you should make the first move. Otherwise, once I strike, you shall have no opportunity left. What an arrogant youth. Su Wanshan's expression darkened. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. He assumed a stance, his body slightly bent and swaying, his hands together and pointed downward, resembling a mantis poised to strike. Prepare yourself. With agility, Su Wanshan lunged forward, his hands aiming for Ye Chu's vital points. Ye Chu sidestepped effortlessly, keenly observing his opponent's technique. Mantis fist, how intriguing, he mused. A smirk gracing his lips as he mimicked Su Wanshan's movements, swaying gracefully to dodge each attack. Seizing the moment, he countered swiftly, landing a powerful strike to Su Wanshan's side. The force sent Su Wanshan careening through the air, crashing heavily onto the grass. How is this possible? Yi Tiansheng and the others stood in stunned silence. Struggling to rise, Su Wanshan's face reflected disbelief. How could you possibly know Mantis Fist? Ye Chu chuckled. Did I not just learn it from you? This cannot be. Su Wanshan's pupils dilated, unable to fathom the implication. After decades of rigorous training in Mantis Fist, he found himself outperformed by Ye Chu. There was no way the youth could have mastered it so quickly. He must have trained extensively. Believe it or not. It matters not, Ye Chu replied nonchalantly. Shall we continue? Su Wanshan's countenance darkened, pain radiating from his side, and realizing he was outmatched, he conceded. I admit defeat. Yi Tiansheng and the others grappled with disbelief. Their esteemed warrior was bested by Ye Chu. The most perplexing aspect was how he had become so formidable without their knowledge. A sense of regret washed over Ye Tianqing. Had he known Ye Chu's true strength, he would never have allowed him to marry into another family. Ye Chu. He attempted to say something to ease the tension, but was cut off coldly by Ye Chu. If you have more tricks up your sleeve, feel free to use them. Ye Tianqing fell silent, realizing he had no further recourse. The Ye family possessed other skilled fighters, but without the elder's consent, he could not summon them. It seems there are none left, Ye Chu remarked with a hint of mockery. It appears the Ye family is not as impressive as I thought. Ye Tianqing's lips twitched, his expression akin to one who had tasted something foul. Ye Chen, dissatisfied, interjected. Ye Chu, do not become too proud. The Ye family is not solely represented by Mr. Su. Should we summon other experts, dealing with you would be effortless. He paused momentarily, then feigned magnanimity. However, out of respect for our blood ties, we shall refrain from attacking you, but you must also repay the Ye family. Listening to the shameless words of the other party, Ye Chu could not help but smirk coldly. Oh, I wonder how you wish for me to repay you? Ye Chen's eyes flickered, and he promptly replied, it's quite simple. You just need to arrange a meeting with Miss Jiang. My father wishes to see her. Once this is accomplished, the Ye family will not be remiss in rewarding you. Initially, Ye Chu had intended to mock him, but suddenly changed her mind. Don't just speak empty words, present the benefits directly. Ye Chen choked momentarily, his expression becoming somewhat unnatural. What do you desire? Ye Chu tilted her head, pondering for a moment before saying, just give me the money directly. After all, there is nothing in the Ye family that piques my interest. What audacity. Ye Chen scoffed inwardly, yet maintained a composed exterior as he inquired, how much do you want? Ye Chu extended a single finger, suggesting a sum of 100 million. Ye Chen's face stiffened, and his voice turned somber. Ye Chu, do not push your luck. 100 million, merely for a hint? What kind of outrageous talk is that? Ye Chu raised an eyebrow. Is the esteemed Ye family truly incapable of producing such a sum? Caught off guard by her question, Ye Chen knew the family could indeed afford it. However, simply handing it over to Ye Chu seemed ill-advised. At this moment, Ye Tianqing interjected, 100 million is excessive. The Ye family's business has been struggling lately, and our liquid assets are limited, at most 5 million. 5 million. Ye Chu shot him a sidelong glance. Are you attempting to insult me? Ye Tianqing's lips twitched as he gritted his teeth. 8 million. 80 million. That is my final offer. 10 million. That cannot be exceeded. 40 million. 15 million. 30 million. Ye Tianqing's forehead twitched with suppressed rage as he retorted, at most, 20 million. Do not be too greedy. Ye Chen quickly added, Ye Chu, we are family after all. Let us keep it reasonable. Ye Chu concurred, nodding in agreement. You are quite right, in the spirit of family. 20 million it is. She promptly provided her bank account number for the transfer. Ye Tianqing did not hesitate and immediately transferred 20 million to Ye Chu. Upon receiving the notification, Ye Chu's eyes glimmered with joy. Another 20 million. How delightful. The money has been transferred. You must act quickly. As I need to see Miss Jiang at the earliest, Ye Tianqing instructed in a low voice. Rest assured, I shall await the results, Ye Chu replied outwardly. Though inwardly she thought, you can just keep waiting. By the way, is there any information you have yet to share with me? Ye Chu recalled the matter at hand. Ye Tianqing's expression grew slightly uncomfortable as he shook his head. It seems I have no further news. I must have misremembered. Damn it. I knew it would be like this. Ye Chu cursed internally, turning on her heel to leave the Ye residence. Observing his swift departure, Xie Yushan expressed concern. Tianqing, do you think this kid will take the money and not follow through? He dares, Ye Tianqing replied, his brow furrowing. Yet, considering Ye Chu's recent behavior, it seemed he truly might. He glanced at Su Wanshan. Mr. Su, I've heard you have a senior brother? Su Wanshan nodded. Indeed. My senior brother works for the Yun family. Upon hearing the name of the Yun family, the expressions of the three men shifted slightly. Ye Tianqing then inquired, May I ask, what is your senior brother's level of prowess? Su Wanshan suddenly grasped the meaning and smiled. Rest assured, the head of the family, my senior brother, Feng Han-san, is a formidable master at the 8th stage of body refinement. His prowess in the eagle claw technique is extraordinary, far surpassing mine, and he will have no trouble dealing with that young man. Ye Tianqing's expression brightened with joy. I would appreciate it if you could introduce me to Mr. Su. If that young man resorts to tricks, we may indeed require your senior brother's intervention. You need not worry, Su Wanshan assured, thumping his chest. I will contact my brother right away and inform you as soon as I have news. After leaving the Ye family, Ye Chu contemplated where to concoct some medicinal elixirs. The process required tranquility and should not be disturbed. Returning to the Jiang family was out of the question. Encountering Jiang Haiyun would surely lead to chaos. After a moment's thought, Ye Chu took out his phone and called Huangfu Shiriyue. Little brother, what a surprise to receive a call from you. Came the enchanting voice of Huangfu Shiriyue through the phone. Ye Chu felt a tingle in his heart. This woman was undeniably captivating. Sister Shiriyue, is your place spacious? I wish to borrow a room. He briefly explained his need for a space to refine medicine. My place is quite spacious. You can do whatever you like. Her sultry voice reached his ears, making Ye Chu even more curious, and he almost asked, really, anything? After hanging up, Ye Chu took a taxi to the location she provided. Soon, he arrived at an upscale villa area. In the distance, he spotted a familiar figure waiting at the entrance. It was Dongmei. Ye Chu stepped out of the car and waved at her, to which Dongmei rolled her eyes and said, "Follow me." Entering the villa area, they soon arrived at a two-story villa. The estate was expansive, surrounded by gardens and exquisitely decorated. Following Dongmei into the villa, Ye Chu saw Huangfu Shiriyue seated on the living room sofa, organizing documents. Today, she wore a black spaghetti strap loungewear, her snow-white shoulders exposed. And beneath her elongated neck lay an alluring, pristine cleavage. Her long, beautiful legs crossed, their fair skin shimmering in the sunlight, creating an enticing sight. Today, Huangfu Shiriyue appeared less the composed and cold figure she usually was, adopting a more alluring and languid demeanor. Upon hearing the commotion, Huangfu Shiriyue turned to look, and upon seeing Ye Chu, her face lit up with joy. "Brother, you're here." She rose to welcome him, and Ye Chu was enveloped in a fragrant breeze. With a stunning display of white before his eyes, he discreetly shifted his gaze, feeling slightly overwhelmed by such a captivating scene. Noticing his flustered demeanor, a glint of teasing sparkled in Huangfu Shiriyue's beautiful eyes. "Brother, may I ask what kind of medicine you plan to refine?" Her face was filled with curiosity, as she had been astonished to hear that Ye Chu was engaging in alchemy. The art of concocting elixirs, usually seen only in television and ancient texts, was indeed practiced by someone she knew. "I intend to refine some detoxification pills and elixirs to enhance strength," Ye Chu explained. Huangfu Shiriyue's eyes brightened. "Elixirs can enhance strength?" "Certainly," Ye Chu nodded, implying, especially for those on the verge of a breakthrough, it can expedite the process. Huangfu Shiriyue's expression shifted to one of delight. Since using the medicinal bath formula Ye Chu provided, her hidden ailment had swiftly healed, and her strength had ascended to the pinnacle of body refinement. Only a single opportunity separated her from reaching the realm of enlightenment. Initially, she believed it would take more time, yet unexpectedly, the chance for a breakthrough arrived swiftly. "Brother, could you possibly give your sister a pill?" Her demeanor shifted to one of bashfulness. It was evident that any pill capable of aiding in a breakthrough would be extraordinarily precious. "Of course, no problem at all," Ye Chu readily agreed. His purpose in coming here to concoct elixirs was to assist Huangfu Shiriyue in her advancement. Since she had aided him, it was only right that he reciprocate. Naturally, he harbored other thoughts as well. Witnessing Ye Chu's unhesitating agreement, Huangfu Shiriyue felt a surge of emotion. Her gaze toward him transformed, brimming with tenderness. Dongmei observed this exchange with growing unease, sensing that if this continued, her young mistress would inevitably succumb. "Brother, thank you." Ye Chu feigned displeasure. "Sister Shiriyue, expressing gratitude creates distance between us." Huangfu Shiriyue's beautiful eyes curved into a smile. "Come, I shall lead you to my room." "No rush. Is there a rice cooker here?" Ye Chu queried as he stepped into the kitchen, leaving the two women looking at each other in bewilderment. Soon, he emerged with a rice cooker in hand. "Brother, what is this?" Huangfu Shiriyue asked, intrigued. Ye Chu explained with a hint of exasperation, "I currently lack an alchemical cauldron, so this will have to suffice." The expressions of the two women stiffened, their minds racing with doubt. Could a rice cooker indeed be used for alchemy? Huangfu Shiriyue guided Ye Chu to the basement. The room below was spacious and tranquil, ideal for alchemical pursuits. "Sister Shiriyue, you two wait for me upstairs," Ye Chu instructed, closing the door behind him. He retrieved the rice cooker and meticulously organized the medicinal materials he had purchased, initiating the alchemical process. Tossing the ingredients into the rice cooker, he summoned a wisp of genuine fire from his fingertips, enveloping the cooker and refining the materials within. Before long, a fragrant aroma of herbs filled the air, reaching the two women above. What a rich scent! Huangfu Shiyue's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The afternoon slipped by swiftly. As darkness enveloped the sky, Ye Chu finally emerged from the basement, his expression weary. Alchemy was no trifling task. Cradling the dark rice cooker, he revealed a trove of pills inside. Brother, you've worked hard. Come eat. Huangfu Shiyue warmly beckoned, having prepared a meal herself. Ye Chu sat down, devouring the food with abandon, his appetite insatiable after a long afternoon of labor. Rather than being put off, Huangfu Shiyue served him more dishes. No rush, take your time, she encouraged. Sister Shiyue, I can manage on my own, Ye Chu replied, slightly embarrassed. He pushed the rice cooker toward her. The yellow pills inside are for breakthroughs. Please take a few. The green pills are antidotes. You may take some of those as well. Huangfu Shiyue took the rice cooker, and an intense medicinal aroma wafted towards her. Peering inside, she discovered dozens of pills, the green ones predominating, comprising 2/3 of the total, with approximately 10 yellow pills. She eagerly consumed one, and a surge of pure medicinal energy coursed through her. Not daring to be complacent, Huangfu Shiyue swiftly settled into a meditative posture, channeling her energy to refine the potency of the pill. Soon, a powerful aura began to permeate the air as Huangfu Shiyue, empowered by the elixir, finally broke through to the meridian opening realm. Miss, congratulations, Dongmei exclaimed, her face alight with joy. Huangfu Shiyue rose, feeling the surge of strength within her, her eyes brimming with excitement. Brother, thank you, she expressed sincerely. It's just a trivial matter, no need to dwell on it. Ye Chu waved his hand, teasingly adding, Sister, you might want to take a bath first. Upon glancing down, Huangfu Shiyue noticed her body was sticky and emitted a foul odor. It turned out that, with the breakthrough, the impurities within her had been expelled. Her fair face instantly flushed crimson as she swiftly turned and dashed toward the bathroom. Ye Chu couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Suddenly, Dongmei spoke up. Could I also have a pill? Ye Chu looked over and, seeing her bashful demeanor, couldn't he suppress a chuckle. With a stern expression, he replied, No way. The minor true essence pill is far too precious to waste on you. Dongmei's face reddened with indignation. You bully me. I will tell the miss. Observing the once proud bodyguard now resembling a wronged wife, Ye Chu found it even more amusing. He then shifted his tone. I could give it to you, but only if you beg. Dongmei's eyes widened in disbelief. Ye Chu expected her to refuse, but to his surprise, she earnestly declared, I want to grow stronger. I beg you for a pill. Ye Chu paused for a moment before laughing heartily. One won't suffice. You need at least two. Dongmei's expression brightened, her earlier anger dissipating in an instant as she hurriedly retrieved 2 pills, seemingly fearful of Ye Chu's change of heart. After obtaining the pills, she wasted no time and swallowed one immediately, preparing for her own breakthrough. Shortly thereafter, another powerful aura erupted within the villa. After consuming a minor true essence pill, Dongmei ascended to the peak of the body refining realm. Haha, I've broken through, she exclaimed, her face radiant with joy. As for the remaining pill, she decided to hold off on consuming it until her realm was fully stabilized, intending to use it for a future breakthrough to the meridian opening realm. Ye Chu, wrinkling his nose, remarked, It smells terrible. Hurry and take a bath. Dongmei snapped back to reality and, upon glancing down, realized she too was somewhat sticky. Although not as exaggerated as Huangfu Shiyue, she still bore an unpleasant odor. Embarrassed and angry, she swiftly dashed into the bathroom. After more than half an hour, the two women finally emerged from their baths. Huangfu Shiyue felt hesitant to face Ye Chu, the memory of her earlier embarrassment making her flustered. Sister Shiyue, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Ye Chu suggested, eager to avoid awkwardness. Huangfu Shiyue hastily interjected, Brother, don't rush off. I want to take you somewhere. Ye Chu, puzzled, inquired, Where are we going? You'll find out shortly, she replied. After more than half an hour, the trio arrived at a private estate. The estate was opulently decorated, featuring flowing waters and intricately designed pavilions. They made their way to the central reception hall, an expansive space adorned with lavish furnishings. At the heart of the hall stood a circular platform, encircled by rows of seats, resembling an auction venue. Ye Chu's curiosity deepened. Sister Shiyue, where exactly is this place? Huangfu Shiyue smiled as she explained, This is the largest underground auction in Jiangdu, held once every 6 months, and it always features a plethora of remarkable items. You mentioned you were in need of an alchemical furnace, so I thought I would bring you here. Perhaps fortune will smile upon us." Ye Chu's interest was piqued, and a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in his eyes. "By the way, not only can we purchase items here, but we can also sell them." Ye Chu paused momentarily, then produced the elixirs he had concocted that afternoon. "Sister Shuriwe, could you assist me in selling these elixirs?" Huangfu Shuriwe frowned slightly. "Brother, these elixirs are exceedingly precious. Isn't it a pity to sell them?" "Not at all. If they are gone, I can simply refine more," Ye Chu replied with a smile. "And I've saved some for myself." Huangfu Shuriwe considered this, and, not wishing to press further, accepted the elixirs, saying, "I will find the organizers. Please wait for me here." She departed with Dongmei, leaving Ye Chu to wander about the reception area. The hall was already bustling with numerous guests, most adorned in opulent attire. It was evident that those who frequented this place were of no ordinary status. Ye Chu also noticed a considerable number of martial artists among the crowd. As time passed, more guests continued to arrive. While Ye Chu meandered, a voice suddenly pierced the air from a nearby angle. "Ah, what a surprise to see a waste like you here." Ye Chu turned to see a tall young woman, none other than Jiang Junlan, the youngest daughter of the Jiang family's main branch. Beside her stood a tall man whose elegant attire and demeanor suggested an extraordinary background. With a look of astonishment, the young man inquired, "Junlan, could this be?" Jiang Junlan clarified, "Brother Zihai, indeed, this is the illegitimate son of the Yi family who has married into our second uncle's household." Her voice was loud enough to draw the attention of those nearby. Many had heard of the infamous Jiang family's son-in-law, and they regarded Ye Chu with a mix of curiosity, envy, contempt, and disdain. Wang Zihai gazed down at Ye Chu, a mocking glint in his eyes. "So, you are the fortunate lad everyone talks about?" Ye Chu, feeling disgruntled, retorted, "What business is it of yours?" Jiang Junlan, furious, exclaimed, "You worthless fool! How dare you speak to Brother Zihai in such a manner?" Ye Chu cast a sidelong glance, replying defiantly, "And what will you do about it?" Wang Zihai raised a hand to quell the irate Jiang Junlan, then arrogantly addressed Ye Chu. "You are unworthy of Miss Jiang. If you have any sense, you should gracefully agree to the divorce. Otherwise, when my brother returns, you will surely regret your defiance." At this declaration, the surrounding crowd nodded in agreement. Wang Zite, his elder brother, was the heir of the Wang family, renowned not only for his exceptional business acumen, but also for his martial prowess. He was a paragon among the younger generation in Jiangdu. Among the many suitors of Jiang Junyao, he was undoubtedly the most fitting match, both in lineage and capability, and was favored by many. Even the upper echelons of the Jiang and Wang families harbored similar sentiments. Unfortunately, following a tragic accident involving Jiang Junyao, Wang Zite had gone abroad. Now that Jiang Junyao had awakened, his return was inevitable. Should Wang Zite choose to target Ye Chu, the latter would stand no chance. The onlookers turned their gaze towards Ye Chu, eager to witness his reaction. Ye Chu raised an eyebrow. "Are you instructing me on how to act?" The crowd's gaze sharpened, revealing their astonishment. Wang Zihao paused momentarily, only for his expression to turn cold. This was not a lesson, but a command. Divorcing Miss Jiang would grant you a chance at survival. Otherwise, not just you, but the Yi family as well, would face utter destruction. His eyes brimmed with disdain, dismissing Ye Chu entirely. Indeed, in the eyes of the Wang family, Ye Chu was no more significant than an insect, easily extinguishable. Jiang Junlan sneered in agreement. "You worthless fool, it would be wise for you to comply. Should Zihao become enraged, you will surely regret it." Ye Chu said nothing, merely raised a middle finger, his eyes brimming with defiance, as if to say, "What can you do to me?" The crowd exchanged glances, surprised by Ye Chu's audacity to confront Wang Zihao. Some speculated whether Ye Chu possessed some hidden strength, while others deemed him a fool, believing that marrying into the Jiang family would empower him to stand against the Wang family. Little did they know that even the Jiang family held considerable trepidation towards the Wang family. Among the three ancient clans, the Wang family was the most formidable, being a martial arts lineage with a master of the pulse residing within. It was common knowledge that only 4 major factions in Jiangdu had such a master, 2 associations, and the Wang family among the 3 clans. Jiang Junlan coldly retorted, her indifferent gaze akin to that of one observing a corpse. Wang Zihao grinned. It had been a long time since he encountered someone so brazen. "Very well. Let me see the source of your arrogance." As he spoke, He beckoned to the captain of the security detail station nearby. The latter promptly approached, courteously inquiring, "Wang Xiao, how may I assist you?" Wang Zihao pointed at Ye Chu. "I suspect this fellow has infiltrated our gathering. Please investigate thoroughly." The captain of the security team immediately turned his attention to Ye Chu, understanding that he had likely offended Wang Zihao. Yet, to be prudent, he still asked, "Wang Xiao, may I know who this individual is?" Wang Zihao smirked. "This lad is Ye Chu, the renowned son-in-law of the Jiang family here in Jiangdu." The captain, having heard the recent commotion surrounding the Jiang family's son-in-law and knowing that Ye Chu lacked any substantial backing, felt a sense of relief. With a stern countenance, he approached Ye Chu, demanding to see his invitation. Although this was an underground trading event, there were still entry requirements. A specific invitation was necessary to gain access. Ye Chu shrugged. "I don't have one. I came with someone else." The captain was momentarily taken aback, initially intending to fabricate an excuse to reprimand him, only to discover that Ye Chu genuinely lacked an invitation. "Nonsense. Entry here requires each individual to possess their own invitation," the captain bellowed. "Confess how you managed to sneak in." His statement was somewhat biased. Masters of martial arts or individuals with significant backgrounds could indeed bring others along. However, the captain did not believe that Ye Chu was associated with either category, for even Wang Zihao could not bring anyone with him. Ye Chu replied calmly, "As I mentioned, I was brought in by someone else. You dare to quibble. It seems a lesson is warranted to teach you the severity of your situation." The captain of the bodyguards approached Ye Chu with a fierce gaze, striding forward with determination. The onlookers displayed expressions of intrigue, eager to witness whether the previously arrogant Ye Chu would maintain his bravado in this moment. "I advise you not to move, otherwise, the consequences will be dire." Ye Chu's expression grew noticeably colder. "Oh, is that so? Let me see just how dire it can be." The bodyguard captain scoffed, extending his large hand toward Ye Chu with the intent to seize him. Crack! Ye Chu's expression turned icy as he deftly grasped the captain's wrist and executed a swift twist, producing a sharp sound of bone fracturing. The bodyguard captain grimaced in agony, unable to scream as an overwhelming force surged through his arm, sending him hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The atmosphere was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. The crowd was stunned. Someone had dared to strike here. Ye Chu strode over, looking down at the captain who was struggling to rise. "Now do you understand?" The captain, gritting his teeth against the pain, glared at Ye Chu with venomous eyes. "You little punk, daring to make a move here means you're as good as dead." Without his prompting, numerous bodyguards began rushing toward them. Wang Zihao laughed heartily. "You really know how to court disaster, daring to cause trouble here." "Heh, Zihao, this fool is nothing but a brainless idiot," Jiang Junlan sneered. Just as the bodyguards were preparing to act, a sharp voice rang out from a distance. "I dare anyone to move against him." The crowd turned to see two graceful figures approaching. One of them was breathtakingly beautiful, her curvaceous form captivating. It was none other than Huangfu Shuriwei and Dongmei. As they drew near, Huangfu Shuriwei commanded, "Step aside." The bodyguards felt an invisible pressure and instinctively parted to create a path. Huangfu Shuriwei stood beside Ye Chu, her previously indifferent demeanor transforming into one of concern. "Brother, what happened?" The crowd was astonished. How could a mere waste of a son-in-law be acquainted with such an extraordinary beauty? Ye Chu recounted the events briefly. Upon hearing this, Huangfu Shuyue's expression turned serious. "Miss, this wretch has harmed someone here? I advise you not to meddle in matters that do not concern you." The bodyguard captain, recognizing the exceptional aura of Huangfu Shuyue, refrained from direct confrontation and instead attempted to reason with her. Huangfu Shuyue responded coolly, "I will intervene regardless." The captain's expression darkened. Wang Zihao chimed in with a smirk. "My dear lady, is it worth offending the master of this place over a worthless son-in-law?" Huangfu Shuyue turned to him, her tone frigid. "Are you instructing me on how to act?" Wang Zihao faltered, his expression quickly darkening. Jiang Junlan scolded, "You insolent wretch, how dare you disrespect Brother Zihao? You must be seeking death." In a flash, Dongmei stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap. Jiang Junlan was instantly sent reeling, blood spilling from her lips as she clutched her face in shock. "You dare strike me?" Slap. Dongmei delivered another blow, her voice icy. "You deserve to be punished for disrespecting the young lady." Jiang Junlan, now furious, exclaimed, "You little wretch, I will kill you." She lunged at Dongmei in a frenzy. But she was no match for her. In the blink of an eye, she received several more slaps. "Speak another word." and I shall end you, Dong Mei warned. Her gaze as cold as ice. Jiang Junlan was taken aback and dared not act recklessly any further. Instead, she turned to Wang Zihao, her face filled with grievance, and said, Zihao, you must stand up for me, Wu. Wang Zihao's expression had long since darkened, his piercing gaze fixed on Dong Mei. This young lady, Junlan, is a miss of the Jiang family. Do you not fear the wrath of the Jiang family for laying hands on her? Dong Mei's expression remained indifferent. Her eyes filled with disdain. Jiang family. I have never heard of it. Such arrogance. Wang Zihao laughed in anger. The Jiang family is one of the 3 ancient clans of Jiangdu, and not long ago, they reached a comprehensive collaboration with the Huangfu family of Jinling. For you to claim ignorance is rather presumptuous. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Dong Mei's eyes as she feigned innocence. I have heard of the Huangfu family. They are said to be a prominent family in Jinling, particularly the eldest daughter, Huangfu Shuriwei, who is renowned as a paragon of beauty and talent. Ye Chu felt somewhat speechless at her flattery. Wang Zihao's expression shifted, and he retorted coldly, It's good that you are aware. The Jiang family has established a comprehensive partnership with the Huangfu family. Offending the Jiang family is tantamount to offending the Huangfu family. It would be wise for you to apologize to Junlan quickly, otherwise you shall bear the consequences. Were it not for the exceptional demeanor of the 2 young women, he would have shown little inclination to elaborate. Jiang Junlan added, Yes, my brother is the president of Jiang Group, fully responsible for the collaboration with the Huangfu family, and he is acquainted with their eldest daughter. You had best apologize and slap yourself 10 times. Otherwise, you shall find it impossible to leave Jiangdu. Her threat was fierce, her eyes filled with malice. Ye Chu cast a peculiar glance, pondering how the 2 would react if they knew that the eldest daughter of the Huangfu family was right before them. Nonsense, Dong Mei replied, her expression turning frigid. What esteemed status does the eldest daughter of the Huangfu family hold? How could she possibly know someone like you from the Jiang family? With that, she advanced and delivered 2 more slaps to Junlan. Jiang Junlan clutched her cheek, trembling with rage. Throughout her life, she had never endured such humiliation. Wang Zihao's expression darkened considerably as he turned to the head of the bodyguards. Captain Zhao, this woman is brazenly harming others. Will you not intervene? The head of the bodyguards snapped back to attention. Rest assured, young Master Wang, anyone causing trouble here will pay the price. He waved his hand, preparing to instruct his subordinates to detain several individuals. But at that moment, a voice echoed from a distance. Stop! Everyone's attention turned as their expressions shifted in alarm. A middle-aged man of remarkable demeanor approached, clad in a purple long robe, his hair also a muted shade of purple, exuding an air of elegance akin to that of a scholar. Yet, most present knew that this was merely a facade. The man, known as Long Jui, appeared refined but was, in fact, deep and ruthless. Few dared to disregard him in Jiangdu. Even the heads of 2 associations would treat him with utmost respect. This was why those present were so astonished to witness Ye Chu and the others engaging in conflict. The head of the bodyguard stepped forward immediately. Jui, someone is causing a disturbance here. Silence, Long Jui admonished, striding toward Huangfu Shuriwei with an apologetic expression. Sister Shuriwei, I apologize for my lack of discipline and for the offense caused to you. Huangfu Shuriwei waved her hand nonchalantly, dismissing the matter, asserting that there are always mouse droppings everywhere, which is quite normal. The crowd present widened their eyes upon hearing the conversation between the 2. It was no wonder they had the audacity to act so brazenly. It seemed they were acquainted with Lord Jiao, and their relationship appeared to be rather intricate. The bodyguard captain's face turned ashen in an instant. Wang Zihao and Jiang Junlan also paled, realizing that they might have stumbled into serious trouble. Shuriwei, rest assured. I will provide you with a satisfactory explanation, he declared. Just a moment ago, Lord Jiao had been all smiles. Now, when he turned to the bodyguard captain, his expression instantly turned frigid, a palpable sense of oppression enveloping the air. I demand to know the entire sequence of events. The bodyguard captain dared not conceal anything and recounted the entire affair truthfully. You have abused your power. Go and receive your punishment, then leave this place. Lord Jiao spoke calmly, as if discussing a trivial matter. The bodyguard captain's face turned ghostly pale, and with a thud, he knelt down, exclaiming, Lord Jiao, I was wrong. I was wrong. I beg you, grant me another chance. Lord Jiao's expression darkened. I do not wish to repeat myself. The former, as if struck by lightning, dared not utter another word and silently exited the scene. Lord Jiu then turned his gaze towards Wang Zihao and his companion, his eyes exceedingly indifferent. Wang Zihao forced a smile. Lord Jiu, but was abruptly interrupted. I shall not pursue today's matter. Return and inform old Master Wang that his debt of gratitude is hereby nullified. Wang Zihao felt as if he had been struck hard, wanting to speak, but silencing himself upon meeting Lord Jiu's icy gaze. He dared not say anything further and quietly retreated alongside Jiang Junlan. The crowd was secretly astonished. Indeed, this was Lord Jiu. The so-called young master of the Wang family dared not utter a word in his presence. While they were shocked, curiosity about Huangfu Shiyue's identity swelled. Who, precisely, was she that could command such respect from Lord Jiu? What was even more perplexing was how Ye Chu, a mere son-in-law, came to know such a figure. Lord Jiu's gaze turned towards Ye Chu, intrigued. Is this person, perhaps, the esteemed Master Yi? Huangfu Shiyue nodded. Indeed, he is Master Yi. Lord Jiu's eyes brightened, and he quickly extended his hands. Master Yi, I am Long Jiu. A pleasure to meet you. Ye Chu shook his hand and introduced himself. I am Ye Chu. The crowd was once again dumbfounded. Wang Zihao's eyes nearly bulged. How could a useless son-in-law garner Lord Jiu's favor? Just then, a bell tolled at the center of the venue. Everyone turned their attention, realizing that the auction was about to commence, and began to gather around the central platform. Lord Jiu also led Huangfu Shiyue and the others over, taking the best seats available. Shiyue, Master Yi, I have some matters to attend to. Let us converse later. Lord Jiu said hastily before departing. Ye Chu looked at Huangfu Shiyue, puzzled. Sister Shiyue, how did I become Master Yi? Huangfu Shiyue smiled brightly. You are adept in alchemy and medicine. What else could you be but a master? Ye Chu pondered this and found it somewhat reasonable. Yet, being called a master at such a young age made him feel rather old. Oh, is that not Huangfu Shiyue? Suddenly, a voice came from behind. As several individuals turned their heads, they beheld 3 graceful figures approaching. All 3 women possessed striking beauty, particularly 2 of them, who were not at all inferior to Huangfu Shiyue. Ye Chu's eyes widened in surprise, for he recognized all 3, Zhuge Jia and her secretary, along with Yun Bingwan. How curious it was that they had converged. Huangfu Shiyue's expression darkened as she remarked, Zhuge Jia, you truly are an unrelenting spirit. Zhuge Jia elegantly seated herself nearby, a slight smile gracing her lips. Miss Huangfu, your words are misplaced. I have come to Jiangdu on a family mission, which is of no concern to you. Huangfu Shiyue let out a cold huff, choosing to ignore her. Yun Bingwan nodded subtly towards Ye Chu. Ye Xiaoyu, it is a pleasure to see you again. Ye Chu reciprocated with a nod. Bingwan, do you know this fellow? Zhuge Jia inquired, her curiosity piqued. Not exactly familiar. We've merely crossed paths a few times. Yun Bingwan clarified. Zhuge Jia responded with a soft "oh," her gaze appraising Ye Chu with intrigue. The last encounter lingered vividly in her memory. Furthermore, the fact that he commanded such regard from Huangfu Shiyue suggested he possessed more than mere medical skill. He likely had other talents as well. Beautiful lady. If you require medical attention, I can prepare a prescription for you right now, and out of respect for Madame Huang, I can offer you a 20% discount. Ye Chu winked. Zhuge Jia recalled their previous encounter, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she shot him a vexed glare before quickly averting her gaze. Yun Bingwan was taken aback. It was her first time witnessing the usually composed Zhuge Jia exhibit such a reaction. Huangfu Shiyue asked curiously, Brother, do you know Zhuge Jia? Ye Chu nodded and recounted the essential details of their last meeting. Huangfu Shiyue's expression shifted to one of understanding as she cautioned, that woman is not to be trusted. Keep your distance from her. Zhuge Jia's gaze intensified as she coldly retorted, Huangfu Shiyue, clarify your words. What makes me untrustworthy? Huangfu Shiyue cast a sidelong glance. Are you not aware of your own character? Must I spell it out for you? Zhuge Jia's expression turned icy, and just as Ye Chu anticipated her anger, she suddenly smiled. Are you worried about my proximity to this young man? I was merely intrigued by him, but my interest has now shifted. Her gaze turned to Ye Chu, revealing a captivating smile as she rose and extended her hand. Dr. Yi, I am Zhuge Jia, and I wish to befriend you. Those nearby were taken aback by her audacity. Such an extraordinary beauty was approaching Ye Chu for friendship. How could a mere son-in-law possess such allure? Wang Zihao, seated across the pavilion, watched with jealousy as yet another stunning woman engaged Ye Chu in conversation. Damn it! Why does this useless fellow garner such attention? He seethed inwardly, unable to accept this reality. Ye Chu was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure, eagerly reaching out to clasp her hand. Of course, I would be delighted. Her hand was warm and smooth, a delightful sensation. Instinctively, he released a thread of true energy to assess her physique. Moments later, joy flickered in his eyes. She too possessed a unique constitution known as the radiant body, an extraordinary trait rivaling the moonlight body. He had not anticipated such fortuitous luck. Upon his emergence, he encountered 3 individuals with extraordinary constitutions. While he found the haughty Jiang Junyao temporarily insurmountable, he could devise strategies to win over Huangfu Shiriyue and the woman before him. Should he succeed, the malevolent dragon energy within him would likely subside, alleviating the torment he endured during his cultivation. The mere thought ignited a fervent glimmer in his eyes. Zhuge Jia involuntarily shivered, feeling a tinge of fear from Ye Chu's gaze. Instinctively, she attempted to retract her hand, only to find herself unable to do so. A wave of panic surged within her, yet she feigned composure. "Dr. Yi, could you please release my hand?" she inquired. Ye Chu snapped back to reality, promptly let go. "I apologize. I was lost in some joyful thoughts," he said hastily, not wishing to leave a negative impression. Zhuge Jia's eyelids flickered. She couldn't shake the feeling that the joyful thoughts he mentioned were anything but benign. Taking a deep breath, she produced her phone and exchanged contact information with Ye Chu. "Dr. Yi, I hold some influence in Jiangdu. Feel free to reach out if you need anything," she said with a smile, casting a provocative glance at Huangfu Shiriyue. Certainly, certainly," Ye Chu replied cheerfully, just settling down when he felt a gaze of resentment directed towards him. Turning to look, he found Huangfu Shiriyue staring at him intently, her eyes unblinking. Dongmei, too, glared at him with indignation. Ye Chu cleared his throat, intending to explain, but the ringing of a bell interrupted, signaling the formal commencement of the auction. A graceful lady ascended the stage, microphone in hand. "Welcome, everyone, to tonight's auction. I am your host, Dandan, and I hereby declare the auction officially open." Seizing the opportunity to divert the conversation, Ye Chu remarked, "Sister Shiriyue, the auction has begun. We must pay close attention and not miss any valuable items." He then fixed his gaze upon the stage. Huangfu Shiriyue shot him a resentful glance before turning her attention to the platform as well. A staff member approached, carrying a tray covered with red cloth, and the host began her introduction. "The first item for auction tonight is a luminous pearl." As the red cloth was removed, a pale green pearl, roughly the size of an adult's fist, was revealed. Suddenly, the lights dimmed, and the pearl emitted a soft green glow in the darkness, its intricate internal patterns becoming discernible, exuding an otherworldly charm. The audience was taken aback by its beauty. When the lights illuminated once more, Dandan continued, "This luminous pearl hails from the west. It was purportedly unearthed in the depths of a mountain. Experts have certified it as an unprecedented rare mineral, possessing calming properties and, with prolonged wear, nurturing benefits for the body." The crowd erupted in astonishment, with some individuals displaying fervent desire in their eyes. Was this not a superior jade stone? For connoisseurs of jade, it was undoubtedly a true treasure. As the initial uproar gradually subsided, Dandan announced, "The starting bid for this luminous pearl is 10 million, with each increment no less than 1 million, 11 million, 12 million, 15 million, 20 million, 30 million. The audience plunged into a fervent bidding frenzy, swiftly reaching 30 million. Those seated in the front row remained unperturbed, showing no inclination to bid. Ultimately, the luminous pearl was auctioned off at a staggering price of 100 million to a jadeite magnate. Following this was the second item for bid, an ancient artifact from the Han Dynasty, which eventually fetched an astonishing 150 million. The auction proceeded in an orderly manner, and soon 8 or 9 items had been sold, all of immense value. Among them, the most expensive was a string of imperial green Buddhist beads, purportedly originating from the Tang Dynasty, which sold for an extraordinary 400 million. Next came an antique from the pre-Qin era. The host, Dandan, unveiled a red cloth to reveal a small bronze tripod with 3 legs and 2 ears. The tripod, roughly the size of a basin, was covered in rust and adorned with numerous engravings, exuding an aura of ancient mystery. However, it bore several cracks, and 1 ear and 1 leg were missing, giving it a dilapidated appearance that suggested it could shatter at any moment, severely undermining its aesthetic appeal. Upon hearing about the pre-Qin artifact, the audience had initially been eager, but their enthusiasm waned upon seeing the condition of the tripod. setting aside the question of its authenticity as a preaching relic, even if it were genuine. A crumbling bronze tripod on the verge of collapse held little collectible value. Noticing the audience's lack of interest, Dandin felt a twinge of disappointment, yet proceeded with her detailed introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, this bronze tripod has been appraised by experts and indeed hails from the preaching era. However, its exact provenance remains untraceable. Nevertheless, it is undoubtedly a genuine preaching artifact, albeit regrettably incomplete. The starting bid is set at 10 million, with increments of no less than 1 million. As her words fell, not a single bid was placed. Dandin felt disheartened but understood the reason. This was already the 10th item, and the subsequent lots were expected to be of far greater worth. Spending money on a broken tripod could jeopardize their chances of acquiring true treasures. Just as Dandin feared the item would go unsold, a voice suddenly rang out. 11 million. The crowd turned to see who would dare to bid on such a flawed piece. Upon recognizing the bidder, a hush fell over the room, none other than Ye Chu. A knowing smirk passed through some, with others casting glances of disdain. Yet, Ye Chu remained unfazed, his gaze casually fixed on the bronze tripod. Possessing formidable mental acuity, he discerned its unique essence and, needing a medicinal concoction vessel, resolved to acquire it. Huangfu Shuriwe furrowed her brow. Brother, isn't this tripod a bit too damaged? Ye Chu shook his head. It's fine as long as it serves its purpose. Huangfu Shuriwe refrained from further comment. The previous scene was still fresh in their minds, and no one dared to compete with Ye Chu. Ultimately, the bronze tripod was sold for 11 million. Of course, its low value was the primary reason no one else had bid. Despite the modest sale price, Dandin felt a sense of joy. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present the 11th item for bid. The audience displayed keen anticipation, knowing the main event was about to unfold. A staff member ascended the stage, cradling an ancient wooden box, piquing the curiosity of all present. The box, a delicate shade of purple, was intricately carved with exquisite patterns, clearly indicating that it contained something of remarkable worth. Just from the appearance of the box, one could surmise that its contents were extraordinary. After tantalizing the crowd, Dandin leisurely opened the wooden box, releasing a fragrant aroma of medicine. The onlookers leaned in closer, revealing a delicate purple herb nestled within the box. What could this be? A look of perplexity crossed their faces. Although they recognized the herb's uniqueness, its identity eluded them. Could it be the legendary rejuvenation herb? A glimmer of surprise flashed in Ye Chu's eyes. Such a rarity was indeed hard to come by. On stage, the host Dandin explained, "This is the rejuvenation herb. Consuming it can preserve one's youthful appearance for a decade, and if refined into a medicinal pill, the effects would be even more remarkable." Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in astonishment, particularly among the women, whose eyes gleamed with fervent desire. The allure of eternal youth held an irresistible charm for them. Though it promised merely 10 years, the prospect was enough to drive them to frenzy. Ye Chu distinctly heard the women nearby, their breaths quickening with excitement. Huangfu Shuriwe immediately turned to Ye Chu and whispered, "Brother, if you were to have this rejuvenation herb, could you refine it into a pill?" "Yes," Ye Chu nodded. "But I would require additional herbs as auxiliaries." Huangfu Shuriwe's eyes lit up with hope. This rejuvenation herb, rumored to have originated from the 100 Herb Valley in Shenangjia, was extraordinarily rare and precious, obtained only at great cost by herbalists. The host initially set the stage before announcing the starting bid. The rejuvenation herb began at a staggering price of 100 million, with increments no less than 10 million, 110 million, 120 million, 150 million, 170 million, 200 million. Despite the exorbitant price, a multitude of bidders emerged, and the amount swiftly escalated to 200 million. The bidding continued, predominantly among women. The price climbed to 400 million, surpassing the previous bid for the prayer beads. At this juncture, the number of bidders dwindled significantly, as few could afford such a sum. 500 million. A calm voice broke through the chatter, and the room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. To raise the bid by 100 million was beyond mere extravagance. It was truly opulent. Everyone turned to find the source of the bid, Huangfu Shuriwe. A chill ran through the crowd. It was no wonder she was acquainted with the illustrious Long Jiui. As her boldness commanded immediate respect, Ye Chu couldn't help but admire his sister, realizing she was indeed a woman of considerable wealth. In that moment, he contemplated the merits of a more leisurely lifestyle. With the announcement of 500 million, bidding ceased. Many were reluctant to offend the enigmatic Huangfu Shiyue, while others felt they stood no chance against her. Just as the crowd believed the bidding had concluded, a languid voice interjected, 600 million. The audience was momentarily taken aback, and the bid rose by another 100 million. Eyes turned towards the new contender, revealing yet another stunning beauty seated beside Huangfu Shiyue. The crowd gasped in astonishment, wondering when two such affluent women had emerged in Jiangdu. Huangfu Shiyue cast a cold glance at Zhuge Jia and continued to raise her bid. 700 million. Zhuge Jia showed no signs of backing down. 800 million. Her tone remained flat, as if the amount were trivial. 900 million. 1 billion. The onlookers were left utterly astonished, taken aback by the sheer extravagance on display. Huangfu Shiyue furrowed her brows, her cold gaze directed toward Zhuge Jia. Are you truly intent on contending with me? Zhuge Jia replied with a faint smile. What contention is there? Shouldn't an auction reward the highest bidder? Huangfu Shiyue's expression darkened, her countenance as cold as water, her brows furrowed in a tempest of fury. In the background, Long Jiyue observed with a wry smile, bemused by the unexpected rivalry between the two young women. As their tension escalated, Ye Chu felt compelled to intervene and defuse the situation. He softly suggested, Sisters, let us not quarrel. How about you entrust me with the youth grass? Once I refine it into pills, I shall provide each of you with one. Huangfu Shiyue's expression shifted as she contemplated his words, finally acquiescing. Very well, I shall defer to your judgment. Zhuge Jia, however, wore a skeptical expression, harboring doubts about Ye Chu's relationship with Huangfu Shiyue, which she presumed surpassed her own. Furthermore, Ye Chu's youth and proficiency in alchemy were difficult for her to accept. Ye Chu reassured her with a smile, Rest assured, I would not deceive you. Even if I were to do so, you could always find me at the Zhang family. After a moment's consideration, Zhuge Jia nodded in agreement. All right. I shall trust the esteemed physician. With their dispute resolved, the youth grass was ultimately sold at the astronomical price of 1 billion, successfully acquired by Zhuge Jia. The crowd was left bewildered, unable to comprehend why the two women had shifted from fierce competition to sudden truce. Their hushed conversation had gone unnoticed by the others, who soon redirected their attention to the next auction item. It was a scroll containing martial arts techniques, capable of elevating practitioners to the peak of physical refinement, inciting a frenzy among the audience. In a place like Jiangdu, having a peak physical cultivator within one's clan was a significant deterrent against potential adversaries. After a heated bidding war, it was ultimately secured for the staggering sum of 12 billion. Next came the pièce d'assistance of the auction. As the host, Dandan unveiled the red cloth covering the tray, 8 small jade vials were revealed. These vials were divided into 2 groups, one blue and one white, each labeled, though the writing was too small for the crowd to decipher. Curiosity filled the air as everyone wondered what treasures lay within the vials, deserving of such a grand finale. This time, the host did not keep them in suspense. She pointed to the white vial, proclaiming, This contains a detoxification pill, capable of neutralizing 100 poisons. The declaration sent waves of astonishment rippling through the audience. Even if exaggerated, a pill with such capabilities was undeniably precious. Once the noise subsided, the host continued her introduction. The blue vial contains the minor, true yuan pill. When consumed by a physical cultivator, it can elevate them by 1 or 2 minor realms. And for those at the peak of physical refinement, it may even grant the chance to transcend into a master. With this revelation, the atmosphere erupted. The initial silence gave way to a cacophony of disbelief. Is it true? Can it really enable one to break through to the master level? Long Jiyue's reputation for honesty left little room for doubt. Astonishingly, how could such a pill exist in the world? Amidst a cacophony of voices, filled with curiosity, astonishment, and skepticism, the host, Dan, awaited a moment of calm before speaking once more. I understand that many of you may find this hard to believe, but fret not, for we have made ample preparations. As she spoke, a lean middle-aged man ascended the stage. The crowd's gaze sharpened as recognition dawned upon them. It was Zhao Hu, one of the trusted aides of the esteemed Long Jiu, a formidable warrior of the 8th stage of body refinement. A murmur of anticipation rippled through the audience as Dan produced a cerulean jade vial, pouring forth a medicinal pill. Zhao Hu accepted it, consuming it with haste before settling into a meditative position to refine its potency. Soon, his aura began to surge. ultimately shattering the barrier of the 8th stage and ascending to the 9th stage of body refinement. Witnessing this transformation, some martial artists in attendance felt their breaths grow heavy, their eyes igniting with fervor. The pill was genuine, indeed. Excitement bubbled forth as someone exclaimed, eyes alight with desire. Following his breakthrough, Zhao inclined his head slightly to the crowd before departing. Dan, with a radiant smile, proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, you have witnessed the effects. I shall refrain from further elaboration. We have 4 detox pills available, each starting at a price of 100 million, with minimum increments of 10 million. As for the 3 lesser true essence pills, the opening bid is 500 million, with increments of no less than 20 million, 520 million, 550 million, 600 million. Despite the exorbitant starting prices, a throng of bidders surged forth, largely vying for the lesser true essence pills. The atmosphere was electric. It was no wonder that the crowd was so fervent. Procuring even one could potentially elevate a practitioner to the status of a master, an accolade far beyond the measure of mere currency. Junlan, please assist me in bidding. I shall call home immediately. I must secure a lesser true essence pill, Wang Zihao declared, swiftly retrieving his phone. Jiang Junlan nodded in agreement. Zhuge Jia, too, prepared to place a bid, yet she noticed the unyielding demeanor of Huangfu, Shuriwei beside her. Furrowing her brow, she pondered why such a precious item elicited no reaction from her companion. Could there be a deception at play? A sudden caution gripped her, but upon reflection, she deemed it unlikely. Setting aside the earlier spectacle, her knowledge of Long Jiu suggested that he valued his reputation too highly to engage in the sale of counterfeit goods. As her thoughts spiraled into confusion, she discreetly glanced at Huangfu Shuriwei, observing her calm expression, devoid of any intention to bid. Her doubts intensified, prompting her to abandon her bidding plans for the time being. Meanwhile, Yin Bingwan, taken aback, remarked, "Jia, are you not tempted by such a treasure?" Feigning a rueful smile, Zhuge Jia replied, "Having already expended 10 billion on the youth-enhancing herb, my funds are limited for this outing, so I shall refrain for now." Noticing Yun Bingwan's skepticism, she continued, "Primarily, I am not a cultivator. Investing heavily in such items would be imprudent." Yun Bingwan considered this and refrained from further inquiries, joining the bidding once more. At this juncture, the price had escalated to 800 million, 1 billion. She boldly raised the bid by 200 million, instantly commanding the attention of the entire assembly. The audacity of such an increase, surpassing the earlier bids of the 2 women, sent a ripple of astonishment through the crowd. Upon realizing that the bold bidder was Yun Bingwan, a collective shiver ran through the onlookers. The widow of the Yun family is renowned in Jiangdu. Despite being an illegitimate child, she possesses remarkable abilities, having taken control of the Yun family at a tender age. Within a few short years, she has propelled the Yun family from the bottom of the 4 great clans to their pinnacle. Amidst the gaze of the crowd, Yun Bingwan remained unfazed. Rising to address everyone with a smile, "Esteemed guests, my Yun family is in dire need of this elixir. I kindly implore you to grant us some leniency and refrain from competing with this humble woman." Reactions among the audience varied. Some withdrew, while others displayed dissatisfaction. Yet no one dared to voice opposition. The reason was simple. The Yun family was not to be trifled with. Although merely one of the 4 great clans, rumors suggested a close alliance with the Long family. In the past, the Yi family held the title of the foremost among the 4 great clans. But after offending the Yun family, they plummeted to the last. It was said that the Long family had a hand in this downfall. Seeing the crowd remain silent, Yun Bingwan offered her gratitude with a slight bow. Ultimately, the first small true essence pill was secured by her. Next came the second pill, with competition heating up, quickly reaching a staggering 10 billion. As the price escalated, Wang Zihao grew anxious and, emulating Yun Bingwan, stood to speak. "Ladies and gentlemen, my Wang family is in urgent need of this small true essence pill. I sincerely hope you will grant us some courtesy. My family will be eternally grateful." At these words, laughter erupted. "What a joke. Does your Wang family require the small true essence pill, while we do not?" Wang Zihao's expression darkened as he sought the source of the derision, spotting a burly man with a scar across his left cheek, exuding a menacing aura. "Are you implying that you will not show my Wang family any respect?" he questioned, his tone tinged with menace. "And if I don't?" The scar-faced man scoffed. "I am Chun, the scarred blade of the White Wolf Society. If you have grievances, the White Wolf will come looking for me." Gasps of surprise rippled through the crowd. Chun, the scarred blade, was the ruthless leader of the White Wolf Society. It was no wonder he dared to disregard the Wang family. Wang Zihou stiffened. He was well aware of Qin's reputation for cruelty and formidable strength, rumored to be a master at the pinnacle of body refinement. Such a figure would naturally not fear the Wang family. "Ah, it is you, Hall Master Chun. I apologize for the misunderstanding," he stammered, forcing a smile and a bow. Chun merely snorted, ignoring him and continuing his bidding. 11 billion. The crowd felt a chill. The decisive bid displayed Qin's determination, and for a moment, no one dared to raise their offer. Clearly, no one wished to provoke the White Wolf Society. Ultimately, the second small true essence pill was claimed by Chun for 11 billion. Next came the final pill, with competition fiercer than the previous two. Wang Zihou, driven by fervor, exhibited a wild expression as he bid aggressively. The price swiftly surpassed 11 billion, reaching the astronomical figure of 12 billion. At this juncture, bidders dwindled. Firstly, few could muster such a sum in cash. Secondly, the efficacy of the small true essence pill had yet to be proven. The host had stated that it merely held the potential to allow one to break through to the master level. Should it fail, such a price would indeed be exorbitant. Observing the silence in bidding, Wang Zihou felt a sense of relief. The host, Dandan, smiled brightly and announced, "This esteemed guest has bid 12 billion. Is there anyone else willing to bid?" The room fell into a profound silence. 12 billion. Is there no one else? Wang Zihou felt a slight relief, believing victory was within his grasp. Yet, at that moment, an untimely voice emerged. 12 billion 200 million. The crowd turned to see the bidder, momentarily stunned. It was none other than Ye Chu. Who is this person? I've never heard of him. Isn't he the infamous son-in-law of the Zhang family? Surely, a mere son-in-law cannot possess such wealth. Nonsense. I believe he is merely here to cause trouble. Curiosity mingled with astonishment, and some began to discern the underlying motives. Wang Zihou was also convinced that Ye Chu was deliberately provoking him, his anger simmering. "Host, this fellow is nothing but a worthless son-in-law. He cannot possibly have such funds. I believe he is simply creating chaos here." He challenged the host from the stage, demanding that the organizers verify the funds. Dandan glanced at Ye Chu, who sat in the front row, and began to doubt Wang Zihou's claims. Just then, the voice of Long Jui crackled through her earpiece. "Ignore him. Let the auction proceed." Dandan smiled politely and replied, "Sir, we have no policy for advance verification of funds here. Please refrain from causing a disturbance." Wang Zihou was nearly apoplectic. Who is truly causing chaos here? Suppressing his fury, he raised his bid, 12 billion 500 million. 12 billion 700 million. Ye Chu replied, his voice remarkably calm, as if he were merely reciting a series of numbers. Zhuge Jia's eyes widened in surprise. Noticing that Huangfu Shiriyue had not placed a bid, a suspicion began to form in her mind. Could it be that Ye Chu is skilled in alchemy? Perhaps he has crafted this small true essence pill? Only this explanation made sense. Otherwise, Huangfu Shiriyue's character would never allow such a treasure to slip through her fingers. Am I mistaken? She mused, her doubts lingering. Wang Zihou gritted his teeth. 13 billion. 13 billion 200 million. 13 billion 800 million. 14 billion. Regardless of how much Wang Zihou raised the bid, Ye Chu only increased it by 200 million each time. The crowd could no longer ignore the obvious. It was clear that he was doing this intentionally. So that's how it is, Zhuge Jia realized. Wang Zihou, suppressing his rage, warned, "Yi, don't go too far." Ye Chu met his gaze with an indifferent look. "Why is it that only you can call the shots? Others are not permitted?" Wang Zihou's fury intensified, his eyes fixed on Ye Chu. If looks could kill, Ye Chu would have been riddled with wounds. 15 billion. If you raise it again, I will withdraw. He raised the bid one last time, increasing it by 1 billion. Ye Chu sensed that Wang Zihou might indeed have reached his limit and remarked with a grin, as expected of the Wang family, wealthy and imposing. "I can hardly compete." He feigned a sigh, though the amusement in his eyes was unmistakable. Wang Zihou's face turned ashen, devoid of any joy at winning the elixir. After all, he had unnecessarily spent an additional 3 billion. Who could be pleased under such circumstances? Had he known that all this money would ultimately end up in Ye Chu's pocket, he would likely have been incensed to the point of vomiting blood. 3 small true essence pills fetched a staggering total of 37 billion. It must be said that alchemists indeed have a knack for making money. Next up is the auction for the detox pills. In stark contrast to the fervor surrounding the lesser true essence pills, the detox pills attracted almost no attention. This is quite understandable, as in this era, people are exceedingly mindful of dietary health, and instances of poisoning have become exceedingly rare. Ultimately, the 4 detox pills were sold for a mere 450 million. As the auction concluded, the crowd began to disperse. Zhuge Jia handed a wooden box to Ye Chu, saying, "Master Ye, this is the youth-enhancing herb. I hope you won't let me down." "Rest assured," Ye Chu replied with a smile as he accepted the box, "I will ensure your satisfaction." Yun Bingwan, with a gentle smile, inquired, "Master Yi, might I also request a pill when the time comes?" Ye Chu did not respond directly but instead turned his gaze to Zhuge Jia, for the herb was indeed purchased by her. Zhuge Jia pondered for a moment before asking, "How many pills can be refined from a single youth-enhancing herb?" "With a stroke of luck, it should yield 6 or 7 pills," Ye Chu answered. Zhuge Jia's eyes brightened slightly, then let us give Bingwan one. "Very well," Ye Chu nodded, having no objections to her request. "Thank you, Master Yi. Should you require assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask," Yun Bingwan said with a smile, extending her delicate hand. Ye Chu quickly reciprocated the gesture. He had intended to probe her constitution with his vital energy, but Yun Bingwan preemptively withdrew her hand. "Master Yi, I bid you farewell," she said before departing with Zhuge Jia. Ye Chu felt a flicker of disappointment. Yun Bingwan possessed an extraordinary aura, particularly with her rare purple hair. He couldn't shake the feeling that her constitution might be remarkable. "Stop staring. They've already walked far away," he reminded himself, noticing Huangfu Shiyue's gaze filled with a hint of resentment. Clearing his throat, he said, "Sister Shiyue, let us quickly retrieve our items." She nodded and led Ye Chu to find Old Dragon Jiu. In the distance, among the crowd, Wang Ziheo's eyes glinted coldly. "You filthy scoundrel, just wait. This matter is far from over." He had already devised a plan. Once the Wang family produced another master, he would surely avenge today's grievances. Jiang Junlin's eyes also reflected malice as she watched the figures recede into the distance. With a flick of her eyes, she swiftly took out her phone and snapped a picture. In the photograph, Ye Chu walked between the two women, engaged in conversation with Huangfu Shiyue, his smiling profile clearly visible. She opened the family group chat and sent the picture with the caption, "Shocking. The son-in-law is actually keeping mistresses outside, and two at that." As soon as the post was made, the family group erupted in chaos. Unbeknownst to Ye Chu, who had followed Huangfu Shiyue to Old Dragon Jiu, the commotion was brewing. "Master Yi, here is the bronze cauldron you purchased," Old Dragon Jiu said, first summoning the cauldron and then instructing his people to transfer funds to Ye Chu. Soon, a notification arrived, and upon checking his phone, Ye Chu's eyes widened in confusion. A staggering 71 billion had been deposited. "Old Jiu, is there a mistake?" Ye Chu asked, bewildered. He had provided a total of 10 pills, 5 detox pills, and 5 lesser true essence pills. Huangfu Shiyue had previously mentioned that Old Dragon Jiu would take 3 pills first, and the remaining would be calculated at the auction's highest price. Altogether, this should amount to around 70 billion. After deducting a 30% commission, it should only be 50 billion. "That is correct." Dragon Jiu Yi chuckled, "Master Yi, since you are a friend of Sister Shiyue, I shall waive the service fee." Ye Chu, taken aback, felt a touch of embarrassment and replied, "Jiu Yi, this seems inappropriate. You cannot work for free. It's merely a trifling matter. Do not concern yourself with it." Dragon Jiu Yi laughed heartily. "Consider it a gesture of friendship. Master Yi, should you come across anything of value in the future, do remember me." Long Ye Chu ceased his protests, smiling and nodding in agreement. Of course, of course." After exchanging a few more pleasantries and contact information, they parted ways. Upon exiting the estate, Ye Chu initially intended to visit Huangfu Shiyue's residence to examine the bronze cauldron. However, he received a call from Han Mingwan, urging him to return promptly, indicating there was an issue at hand. Sensing an unusual tone in her voice, Ye Chu refrained from delaying and informed Huangfu Shiyue, "Sister Shiyue, I shall leave the bronze cauldron with you for now. I have matters to attend to." Huangfu Shiyue inquired, "Do you want me to accompany you?" "No need. It's getting late. You should head back." Ye Chu waved his hand and hailed a cab straight to the Jiang residence. After more than half an hour, he arrived at the Jiang villa. The moment he stepped inside, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Looking up, he found Jiang Haiyun and Han Mingwan seated on the sofa, their faces devoid of expression. Their demeanor suggested that something significant had transpired. He approached them and asked, "Mom, Dad, has something happened?" Jiang Haiyun tossed his phone towards him, coldly stating, "Explain this situation." Ye Chu, puzzled, picked up the phone, and his expression shifted dramatically. The screen displayed a photograph of him walking alongside two women. While the women were only seen from behind, his profile was distinctly visible, and the image was strikingly clear. It was a moment captured not long ago when he had been with Huangfu Shiriwa. At that time, only Jiang Junlan had been present, so it was evident that she had taken the picture. Damn it, that wretched person, Ye Chu silently cursed, realizing that this would be challenging to explain. "Mom and Dad, please don't misunderstand. They are merely my friends." "Friends?" Jiang Haiyan scoffed. "You've only just come out of prison a few days ago, and you've already made 2 female friends. Your social skills are quite commendable." "Dad, please don't overthink this. They truly are my friends," Ye Chu attempted to clarify, but was coldly interrupted by Jiang Haiyun. "Enough. The evidence is irrefutable. Do you still dare to quibble? Just days into your marriage, and you're already keeping mistresses on the side, and 2 at that. You truly are something." His voice grew increasingly furious, his eyes brimming with contempt. Were it not for Han Mengwan's presence, he likely would have resorted to violence. Ye Chu's lips twitched. The accusation of keeping Huangfu Shiriwa as a mistress was audacious. "Mom, please let me explain. It's not what you think." He turned to Han Mengwan, ready to explain the circumstances. Seeing the seriousness in his expression, Han Mengwan's gaze shifted slightly, and she was about to speak when Jiang Haiyun interjected. "Let us not waste time. If you claim you're not keeping a mistress, didn't T Mengwan give you $1 million a few days ago? Show us the money. If it's still intact, we might just believe you." Han Mengwan nodded in agreement. "Yes, Xiao Chu, quickly show us." Though she did not believe Ye Chu was that kind of person, the evidence before her inevitably sowed seeds of doubt in her mind. As long as that 1 million remains, Ye Chu could never afford to keep a mistress, especially since he has just emerged without any source of income. His eyes brightened. He hadn't touched that sum at all. He promptly ascended the stairs to retrieve the card. "Mom, the card is right here. Take a look." "I haven't spent a single cent." Han Mengwan nodded and took out her phone to bind the card number for inquiry. This card was registered under her name, allowing her to view the balance simply by linking it to mobile banking. It was quickly settled as she opened the balance check. Ye Chu, brimming with confidence, exclaimed, "Mom, not a penny has been spent." However, he soon sensed something amiss, for Han Mengwan's face was as dark as stormy waters. Casting a glance, he saw that the balance displayed not a single cent. Ye Chu was utterly bewildered. He was certain he hadn't touched it. Jiang Haiyun seized the opportunity to scold him loudly. "You useless waste. What good is your denial? Where's the money?" The evidence was irrefutable, leaving Ye Chu momentarily speechless. "Humph, nothing to say now, is there? In just a few days, that $1 million has vanished without a trace, and you still dare claim you haven't kept a mistress outside." Jiang Haiyun, emboldened by her advantage, declared, "Divorce. It's a must. A scoundrel of such low moral character has no place in the Jiang family. You would only bring disgrace upon us." Ye Chu's expression shifted as a thought struck him, and he fixed a piercing gaze on Jiang Haiyun. There was no need for speculation. It was likely that she was behind this. As Han Mengjuan's husband, and with the connections of the Jiang family, she could easily transfer the money with just a phone call to the bank. Did this worthless fool actually figure it out? Under Ye Chu's unwavering stare, Jiang Haiyun felt a twinge of panic but quickly regained her composure, angrily retorting, "What? You can't stand being called out for your wrongdoings? Don't show me that face. If it weren't for Junyao, I'd have slapped you by now." "Huh. Deep down, you know who's truly in the wrong," Ye Chu replied with a cold smile, preparing to share his suspicions with Han Mengwan. Suddenly, she cut him off with a sharp reprimand. "Enough, Ye Chu. You have truly disappointed me." Han Mengwan was both disheartened and furious. She had never regarded Ye Chu highly and had, in fact, harbored a fondness for him, only to be let down by his actions. Recognizing that she was in a furious state, Ye Chu knew that further words would be futile, and in a moment of inspiration, he said, "Mom, I just remembered. I transferred that 1 million to my card. I will send it to you right now." Han Mengjuan's eyes narrowed. "Really? Dream on. You actually believe this nonsense?" Jiang Haiyun scoffed. "Can't you see what kind of person he is?" Ye Chu dismissed him, reaching for the bank card. "Mom, I would never deceive you." He pulled out his phone and swiftly completed the transfer. "Huh, quite the performance. Are you going to claim that the bank is delayed again?" Jiang Haiyun sneered, utterly unconvinced that Ye Chu could produce another million. He had already transferred that sum away. Initially, he disdained a worthless person using Jiang family money, but he hadn't anticipated that it would come in handy tonight. Just as his words fell, Han Mingjuan's phone suddenly chimed with a text notification. She immediately picked it up to check, and her face lit up with joy. Jiang Haiyun's expression shifted slightly as he leaned in to see, and upon reading the message, his face paled. "How is this possible? Where did you get so much money?" he exclaimed in disbelief. Ye Chu not only transferred the money, but also an astonishing sum of 1,100,000. Pretending to be surprised, he said, "Dad, what do you mean by that?" "Isn't this money from Mom?" Jiang Haiyun was rendered speechless, his mind swirling with confusion. The 1 million had clearly been transferred by him. Where did Ye Chu acquire such funds? How could there be an additional 100,000? Indeed, what on earth is happening? Han Mingwan also expressed her curiosity. "And why didn't you clarify earlier? You made Mom misunderstand you." With a smile, Ye Chu explained, "Mom, here's the thing. A few days ago, a friend of mine, who runs a casino, wanted to discuss an investment." Upon hearing this, Han Mingjuan's expression turned tense. "Xiao Chu, you mustn't do anything foolish. One should never dabble in casinos." "Rest assured, I would never engage in such activities," Ye Chu assured her with a smile. Continuing his narrative, he recounted that although he had declined his friend's invitation to the casino for a business discussion, he had succumbed to temptation and gambled a few rounds, fortuitously winning a sum of 10,000. The two women he had encountered were merely casino staff guiding him. "Mom, that's the whole story. How could I afford to keep a mistress?" Ye Chu wore a wry smile, suspecting that Jiang Junlan must have been at the casino and misinterpreted the situation. "Humph, what misunderstanding? I believe she did it intentionally," Han Mingwan scoffed, then cautioned, "Xiao Chu, since your friend owns a casino, he is likely not a good person. Keep your distance from him. Furthermore, never engage in gambling again. Do not be tempted by the thought that this time's luck could lead to profit." Ye Chu nodded earnestly. "Mom, I understand." Feeling relieved to have evaded scrutiny, he sighed inwardly. Jiang Haiyun's eyes flickered with reluctance. He was well aware that Ye Chu's words were likely fabricated. After all, the 1 million had been taken by him. He felt a twinge of regret, pondering that if he hadn't mentioned the 1 million, perhaps Ye Chu wouldn't have slipped past so easily. He couldn't fathom where Ye Chu had acquired such a substantial amount. Just then, Jiang Junyao entered the room, her face serious, indicating a troubling mood. Recognizing the signs, Han Mingwan quickly stood up to explain, "Junyao, don't overthink it. The photos circulating in the group are merely rumors concocted by that wretched Jiang Junlan. Here's what happened." She swiftly recounted the events. Jiang Junyao nodded slightly and said to Ye Chu, "Come upstairs. I need to talk to you." Ye Chu followed her upstairs. Upon entering the room, Jiang Junyao's icy gaze met his. "Let this matter slide. But remember what I said. It's acceptable to seek companionship. But do not bring anyone home. Do not let Dad and Mom find out." Ye Chu was taken aback, having already clarified everything, yet she still doubted him. "Do you really not trust me?" he asked incredulously. "Huh. The lingering scent of perfume on you is Royal One, priced at 2 million a bottle. Do the casino staff use such things?" Jiang Junyao's smile was laced with sarcasm. Ye Chu was stunned, thinking to himself that she could detect such details. She must have an extraordinary sense of smell. Simultaneously, he was astonished at the exorbitant price of the perfume used by Huangfu Shuriwei. Truly, she was a wealthy woman. "Haha, I never realized you could recognize a woman who uses such luxurious items," Jiang Junyao said with self-deprecation. "Being married into the Jiang family must be quite a burden for you." Ye Chu, disinterested in engaging in a quarrel, prepared to retire for the night. Observing his demeanor, Jiang Junyao's expression hardened. "Leave," she commanded. Infuriated, Ye Chu retorted, "Fine, I'll go," and turned to exit, slamming the door behind him. A flicker of irritation crossed Jiang Junyao's eyes. She took a deep breath to suppress her inexplicable agitation, approached, and locked the door. Taking a medicinal pill, she felt the energy coursing through her, breaking through the barriers of her physical training and reaching the realm of meridian opening. Exhaling a breath of stale air, astonishment flashed in Jiang Junyao's eyes. According to her senior, this small true essence pill was crafted by a master Yi, leaving her curious about the identity of such a remarkable figure who could concoct such a wondrous elixir. Meanwhile, after departing from the Jiang residence, Ye Chu called Huangfu Shuriwei, intending to stay over for the night, primarily to examine the bronze cauldron. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at Huangfu Shuriwei's abode. "Brother, are you here at this late hour because you were cast out?" Huangfu Shuriwei teased with a smile. Ye Chu's expression stiffened slightly as he quickly diverted the topic. "Sister Shuriwei, where is the bronze cauldron?" Though his change in demeanor was fleeting, Huangfu Shiriwen noticed it immediately and gasped in surprise. No way, brother, you really were expelled? Ye Chu's face darkened slightly. Sister Shiriwe, can we not discuss this? All right, I'll heed my brother's wishes. Huangfu Shiriwe giggled, her beautiful eyes sparkling mischievously. Dongmei, please bring the small cauldron here. After issuing the command, Huangfu Shiriwe led Ye Chu upstairs. Brother, you'll stay here tonight. She guided him into a tidy room. Ye Chu nodded and added, by the way, Sister Shiriwe, I will send you the other auxiliary herbs for the youth-retaining pill shortly. Could you arrange for their collection? Huangfu Shiriwe nodded, her curiosity piqued. Brother, may I ask how effective is this youth-retaining pill? Rest assured, it surpasses the youth-retaining grass significantly and can maintain one's appearance for 30 years, Ye Chu explained with a smile. If we could use the youth-retaining fruit as the main ingredient, the effects would be even more remarkable, granting everlasting youth. Unfortunately, the youth-retaining fruit is exceedingly rare. He continued to speak, oblivious to the astonished expression on Huangfu Shiriwe's face. Brother, is everything you said true? Meeting her inquisitive gaze, Ye Chu nodded affirmatively, of course. Huangfu Shiriwe's face lit up with joy. Brother, I feel so fortunate to have met you in this lifetime. The thought of maintaining her youthful appearance for 30 years made her tremble with excitement. Ye Chu chuckled, I feel the same. At that moment, Dongmei approached with the bronze cauldron. Hearing their conversation, she thought to herself that her young mistress had likely already succumbed to Ye Chu's charm. Ye Chu accepted the cauldron, waved farewell to the two women, and said, Sister Shiriwe, you both should rest early. Entering his room with the bronze cauldron, he sat cross-legged and extended his mental energy. Scrutinizing it closely, after a lengthy examination, he could discern nothing extraordinary. Furrowing his brow, Ye Chu pondered, could I have misjudged? He recalled his master's words about blood recognition and, biting his fingertip, let a drop of blood fall onto the cauldron. It shouldn't be this simple. He murmured to himself, but no sooner had he spoken than a peculiar scene began to unfold. The bronze cauldron emanated a gentle azure light, and the verdigris on its surface swiftly fell away. Mysterious and intricate patterns began to materialize upon the walls of the cauldron. Moments later, the entire layer of green patina had shed, revealing its true form. It was a black cauldron adorned with numerous enigmatic engravings, featuring a vibrant azure dragon entwined around it, exuding an ancient and mystical aura. With a swift motion, the cauldron transformed into a streak of azure light and entered Ye Chu's energy sea, accompanied by corresponding information surfacing within his mind. The Dragon's Soul Void Cauldron, crafted from void divine gold and infused with the essence of a true dragon's soul, was a genuine treasure. Ye Chu was able to easily establish a bond with it through a drop of his blood, as he possessed the true dragon bloodline, which activated the dragon's soul within the cauldron. For an ordinary person, such a feat would be utterly impossible. Ye Chu turned his gaze inward to examine the cauldron within his energy sea. The cauldron appeared ancient and mysterious, and the azure dragon upon it seemed so lifelike that it could spring to life at any moment. Inside the cauldron, there were also some arcane characters. Ye Chu focused intently, discovering that the script was profoundly enigmatic, striking a chord with an ancient and mysterious essence that resonated deep within his soul. Yet, due to his unfamiliarity with the language, he could not discern what was inscribed. Suddenly, the previously dormant vengeful dragon energy roared, and with a flick of its tail, it surged towards the cauldron. The entire dragon coiled around the cauldron, perfectly aligning with the azure dragon patterns, as if it were absorbing the true dragon essence contained within the dragon's soul. Initially surprised, Ye Chu quickly recalled something and began to cultivate. Indeed, he found that the vengeful dragon energy no longer surged violently as it had before. However, before he could rejoice, the azure dragon patterns on the cauldron erupted with a brilliant azure light, and faintly, a dragon's roar seemed to resonate. The cauldron trembled gently, and the vengeful dragon energy was violently repelled, causing it to rampage throughout the energy sea. Ye Chu's expression turned pained, and he hurriedly utilized his true energy to suppress and calm it. After a considerable time, the tumultuous vengeful dragon energy finally settled down, retreating to a corner as if it were a forlorn child abandoned by its mother. Ye Chu felt a pang of disappointment. He had hoped that with the cauldron, he would no longer suffer from the vengeful dragon energy. Yet, it seemed the cauldron was unwilling to cooperate. Nevertheless, he quickly cast aside his feelings of despondency. Overall, this acquisition was still substantial. The cauldron was not only mysterious and ancient, but also possessed a storage function due to its divine gold composition. Ye Chu retrieved the remaining elixirs, and with a thought, they entered the cauldron. Ah, how remarkably useful. A smile graced his face as he reminisced about the time he witnessed his master using a storage ring, filled with both envy and wonder. He never imagined that he would one day possess such a treasure himself. Suppressing his excitement, he commenced his cultivation. A night passed without incident. The following day, after enjoying a breakfast personally prepared by Huangfu Shuriwei, he prepared to depart. Before his departure, Huangfu Shuriwei cheerfully remarked, "Brother, should you ever find yourself driven out again, you are always welcome to come to your sister." Ye Chu's expression darkened. This woman had become addicted to teasing. He refrained from responding and swiftly took his leave, eliciting a fit of giggles from Huangfu Shuriwei. On the way, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, he was surprised to find it was Yun Bingwan on the line. "Yi Shini, I apologize for the intrusion. Please do not take offense." Though Ye Chu felt perplexed within, his exterior remained composed, unaware of the purpose behind Miss Yun's visit. Yun Bingwan, however, did not conceal her intentions, stating, "Dr. Yi, Jingxian mentioned your remarkable medical skills. A friend's mother has recently been unwell, and I was wondering if you could assist her. Are you available?" After a moment's contemplation, Ye Chu replied, "Of course. Where are you located?" "I am at the Yun residence." "Where are you, Dr. Yi?" "I shall come to fetch you," Yun Bingwan responded. Ye Chu provided his location, and upon hanging up, Yun Bingwan murmured softly, "Let me see if you truly possess such prowess." Shortly after, Yun Bingwan departed from the Yun residence and arrived at the agreed meeting point to collect Ye Chu. Upon entering the vehicle, Ye Chu's eyes brightened. Today, Yun Bingwan was adorned in a purple qipao, which accentuated her curvaceous figure exquisitely. The dress's slit revealed a pair of snow-white legs, and her cascading purple hair complemented her regal yet alluring appearance. Even Ye Chu, with his steadfast composure, could not help but steal a few glances. Yun Bingwan noticed his gaze but did not mind. Instead, a slight smile graced her lips. "Dr. Yi, I had thought you would decline to assist," she suddenly said, her voice melodious. Ye Chu replied, "Oh, why would you think that, Miss Yun?" With a sigh of regret, Yun Bingwan spoke, "Truth be told, had my family not pursued the matter years ago, you would not have endured such an unjust imprisonment. Anyone else might have held a grudge. Yet it is rare to find someone as magnanimous as you, Dr. Yi. I truly admire that." Ye Chu was taken aback by her words. It was indeed true that had the Yun family not pursued the issue, he might never have faced incarceration. However, considering the ruthlessness of the Yi family, even without imprisonment, his subsequent life would likely have been fraught with challenges. "Miss Yun, your assessment is misguided. Given Yi Chen's heinous actions, it was only natural for the Yun family to seek accountability," he replied with a smile, his tone light and devoid of resentment. Upon hearing this, Yun Bingwan felt a sense of relief and cheerfully remarked, "With your assurance, Dr. Yi, I am at ease." The two continued their conversation. Yun Bingwan exuded the warmth of a caring older sister, inquiring about his experiences in prison and his circumstances with the Jiang family. Ye Chu harbored suspicions. Their familiarity seemed excessive for acquaintances. Was there an ulterior motive behind her concern? He felt a sudden sense of vigilance, but upon reflection, it seemed unreasonable. After all, as the esteemed daughter of the Yun family, she had everything at her disposal. What could she possibly desire from him? Surely, she could not covet him as a person, especially since he was already married. Unbeknownst to him, Yun Bingwan indeed harbored such intentions. "Dr. Yi, I have always been curious, given your talents. Why did you willingly join the Jiang family?" Ye Chu snapped back to attention, noticing Yun Bingwan's inquisitive gaze and the wry smile upon his lips. It was a matter of circumstance," he replied. "Were it not for the need to uncover his lineage, he would never have consented to join the Yi family. Yet such matters were not easily shared with others." Sensing his reluctance to elaborate, Yun Bingwan chose not to press further and gracefully shifted the topic. "If Dr. Yi ever finds himself feeling discontented in the future, he may confide in me, as I am acquainted with some remarkable young ladies whom I could introduce to him." Ye Chu was momentarily taken aback. Such a delightful proposition existed? He chuckled amiably and replied, "No need to wait. You can introduce me right now." Yun Bingwan raised an eyebrow in surprise, then smiled coyly, "Very well, but I wonder what kind of lady Dr. Yi prefers." Ye Chu's gaze roamed over Yun Bingwan, and with a grin, he said, "A young lady like you would be quite splendid. I am very fond of such." Yin Bingwan paused for a moment, then displayed a wry smile. Dr. Yi, please, do not jest. How could a widowed woman like me ever catch your eye? Ye Chu shook his head with a smile. You are being modest, my lady, and I assure you, I am not joking. Observing his earnest expression, a flicker of annoyance crossed Yin Bingwan's eyes. A youthful man daring to flirt with her was quite a surprise. If Dr. Yi is untroubled by Miss Jiang, we could indeed begin a courtship. She smiled mischievously, then sighed softly, but I fear you may still be attached to Miss Jiang. Ye Chu appeared astonished. Are you serious, Miss Yin? Yin Bingwan laughed heartily. It seems Dr. Yi is hesitant. Ye Chu chuckled awkwardly, refraining from further comment. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at a villa district. Upon reaching the entrance, a maid approached them. Miss Yin, the madam is waiting for you inside. Yin Bingwan nodded slightly and followed the maid into the villa. They soon entered a central villa within the community. In the hall sat a middle-aged couple. Bingwan, come sit with us. The woman immediately rose to greet her warmly. She was elegantly dressed, adorned with exquisite jewelry, exuding a remarkable aura. Yin Bingwan approached with a radiant smile. Sister Ying, allow me to introduce, this is Dr. Yi. Zhang Ying regarded Ye Chu with curiosity, her brow slightly furrowing at his youthful appearance. However, as he was a friend of Yin Bingwan's, she refrained from voicing any objections. Inviting, young friend, please take a seat. Ye Chu and Yin Bingwan settled onto the sofa. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. Miss Yun, my mother's condition is extremely dire. This young man appears rather inexperienced. Though his words were uncompleted, his implication was unmistakable. Yin Bingwan countered with a question. Mr. Li, have you heard about the peculiar illness that befell the mayor's wife some time ago? Li Guangling, taken aback by the sudden inquiry, nodded in acknowledgement, aware that the mayor had sought renowned physicians without success in treating his wife. Madame Huang has already recovered, Yin Bingwan stated, her beautiful eyes shifting toward Ye Chu. And the one who treated her is none other than Dr. Yi. The couple was taken aback, their expressions filled with astonishment as they turned their gaze to Ye Chu. Bingwan, is this truly the case? Zhang Ying found it hard to believe. Yin Bingwan nodded with a smile. Sister Ying, of course it's true. I have no reason to deceive you. Zhang Ying nodded, her eyes brightening with hope. Then mother is saved. Although Li Guangling still harbored some doubt, he approached Ye Chu and politely clasped his hands together. Dr. Yi, I implore you to assist in saving my mother. Ye Chu nodded and inquired, where's the patient? Please lead me to her. The latter promptly guided the way, and the group entered the adjacent bedroom. In the bedroom, an emaciated elderly woman lay on the bed, surrounded by an array of medical instruments continuously monitoring her condition. Several personal physicians stood by, ready to assist. Upon the arrival of an unfamiliar visitor, the doctors cast curious glances. Li Guangling turned to Dr. Yi and said, Dr. Yi, my mother underwent a kidney transplant a few years ago, and she has been in good health since. However, recently, she has inexplicably encountered complications, and the doctors suspect a possible rejection. The best course of action would be another transplant, but my mother's advanced age poses significant surgical risks, and I am reluctant to take that chance. At this point, he let out a heavy sigh, his eyes brimming with sorrow. It was evident that he was a devoted son, genuinely concerned for his mother's well-being. I will take a look, Dr. Yi said as he approached, taking the elderly woman's hand to check her pulse. Li Guangling and the others watched anxiously. In the distance, a few doctors exchanged incredulous looks, one of whom discreetly took out his phone to send a message. After a brief moment, Dr. Yi released her hand, a frown forming on his brow. He had discovered a parasitic worm within the elderly woman's kidney. Instantly, he recalled that particular sinister cult. Li Guangling, unable to contain his anticipation, asked, Dr. Yi, what is the situation? Dr. Yi countered with a question of his own. Mr. Li, have you recently offended anyone? Li Guangling appeared bewildered. Dr. Yi, why do you ask? Dr. Yi replied candidly, to be frank, the reason for the elderly lady's kidney failure is not rejection but poisoning. Upon hearing this, the others were taken aback, their expressions filled with disbelief. Yin Bingwan could not help but inquire, Dr. Yi, are you certain you are not mistaken? Dr. Yi nodded affirmatively. The poison affecting the elderly lady is not ordinary. It is a form of cursed toxin. The group was further astonished, but before they could respond, a voice suddenly rang out from outside. Nonsense. They turned to see two men and a woman entering. The leading figure was a middle-aged woman dressed in opulent attire, exuding an air of nobility, her appearance bearing some resemblance to Li Guangling. Sister, what brings you here? Li Guangling asked, surprised. Li Guanghan coldly replied, if I hadn't come, there would be chaos. Without allowing Li Guangling the chance to explain, she pointed at Dr. Yi and harshly exclaimed, you dare bring such a fraud into our home and allow him to treat our mother? I suspect you wish to harm her. The younger of the two men chimed in, exactly, brother, why do you trust everyone? This kid hasn't even grown a full beard, and he claims to be a doctor? What does he think this is, a movie? His disdainful gaze swept over Dr. Yi. The young man, Li Guangjiang, was Li Guangling's younger brother. Li Guangling was left speechless, wanting to defend himself, but was interrupted by Li Guanghan's cold retort. Get this fraud out of here immediately, or I will make him pay. Her tone was domineering, leaving no room for dissent. Li Guangling could not help but retort, sister, how can you be so certain that Dr. Yi is a fraud without even giving him a chance? I do not wish to repeat myself, Li Guanghan declared, ignoring him as she turned her attention to the elder gentleman standing beside Li Guangjiang. Master Go, I would appreciate your assistance in examining our mother. Her tone was exceedingly polite, a stark contrast to her earlier domineering demeanor. The elderly gentleman in a long robe wore a proud expression and assured, rest easy. With me here, the old lady shall come to no harm. He strode confidently to the bedside, placing a hand on Ye Chu's shoulder, and said with a calm demeanor, young one, it is fortunate that I arrived in time today. Otherwise, you would have found yourself in grave trouble. You ought to depart swiftly. Ye Chu gently brushed aside the elder's large hand, replying nonchalantly, there is no rush. I wish to observe how the esteemed elder treats ailments. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he ceased further conversation, beginning to take the old lady's pulse. Yun Bingwan expressed her apologies. Dr. Yi, I am truly sorry. I had no idea things would take such a turn. Ye Chu waved his hand dismissively. It is of no consequence, merely a trivial matter. Zhang Ying murmured, Bingwan. Dr. Yi, perhaps it would be best for you both to leave. My sister can be rather temperamental. Ye Chu shook his head. There is no need to hurry. Let us see how this unfolds. Suddenly, Li Guanghan cast a disdainful glance, filled with contempt. What is there to observe? The Li family does not welcome charlatans like you. Be gone at once, or do not blame me for being impolite. Yun Bingwan, somewhat displeased, retorted, Miss Li, I am friends with Sister Ying. Your words are rather excessive. Li Guanghan ignored her, directing her scorn towards Zhang Ying, admonishing, in the future, choose your friends wisely. Not everyone is worthy of being associated with the Li family, especially not some widowed harbinger of misfortune. Yun Bingwan's expression darkened, as the remark was undeniably hurtful. Even Li Guangling could not bear to remain silent, saying, Sister, Miss Yun only meant well. How can you speak so harshly? Well meaning? Li Guanghan scoffed, I hardly think so. Do not presume I am unaware. She has withdrawn a substantial sum from our bank. That was merely a routine business transaction, Li Guangling attempted to clarify, but was interrupted by Yun Bingwan. Mr. Li, enough. Since Miss Li is unwelcoming, we shall take our leave. She beckoned to Ye Chu, leading him towards the door. Ye Chu quickly followed, and as they passed by Li Guanghan, he could not resist saying, Madam, we are departing. Do not lament your words later. Li Guanghan arrogantly replied, I, Li Guanghan, have never regretted my actions in life. Ah, remember your words. Ye Chu chuckled lightly, departing the villa alongside Yun Bingwan. Zhang Ying hurried after them, intending to see them off. What audacity! One should recognize their own worth before speaking so arrogantly. Li Guangjiang spat dismissively, as if he were worthy of making my sister regret her decision. Li Guangling's expression soured, yet he found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, the elderly gentleman released his hand, and Li Guanghan promptly inquired, Master Go, what is the situation? Master Go stroked his beard thoughtfully, his face grave as he replied, the old lady's renal failure is severe. A cure is no longer possible. Li Guanghan's countenance changed drastically, stumbling backward in shock. How can this be? Her face turned pale, clearly unable to accept this reality. Li Guangling also displayed signs of sorrow. Li Guangjiang quickly asked, Master Go, is there truly no remedy at all? Master Go coughed lightly, contemplating before stating, I possess an ancient remedy that may extend the old lady's life, but at most, it will grant her an additional 6 months. The eyes of the three brightened, and Li Guanghan hastily implored, Master Go, please, we beseech your assistance. 6 months is sufficient, during which time we shall seek alternative solutions. Li Guangjiang implored, I beseech you, Master, please save my mother. We, the Li family, are willing to pay any price. Li Guangling furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. yet deemed it inappropriate to voice his concerns at that moment. Master Gu waved his hand dismissively, exuding magnanimity. Young friend, your words are misguided. To save a life is worth more than erecting a pagoda of 7 stories. How could I take advantage of this opportunity? Li Guanghan felt a surge of respect. This was indeed a true master, unlike the charlatan from before. Master Gu retrieved a black pill from the satchel, slung over his shoulder. This is a Baichao pill, a treasured remedy from my family's ancient pharmacopoeia, crafted from 100 rare herbs. It can extend the life of one on the brink of death. Fetch water. Li Guangjiang hurried to pour water. Li Guanghan expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, Master Gu, your generosity in offering such a precious item to prolong my mother's life is a kindness we, the Li family, will forever remember. Master Gu waved his hand again, downplaying the praise. Soon, Li Guanghan returned with the water, just as the elder was about to administer the medicine to his mother. Li Guangling, slightly apprehensive, whispered to Li Guanghan, Sister, are you certain this master is trustworthy? Li Guanghan's expression darkened. Guangling, what do you mean? Do you suspect I would harm our mother? Li Guangling hastily shook his head. Of course not. I merely think it unnecessary to voice such doubts. Let us observe. Li Guanghan coldly interrupted him. Meanwhile, Master Gu had already given the Baichao pill to the elderly matron. Miraculously, shortly after taking the medicine, she awoke from her slumber. The 3 men's eyes brightened as they rushed to her side. Meanwhile, Ye Chu and his companion were departing the villa district. Dr. Yi, I truly apologize. Had I known this would happen, I would not have invited you, Yin Bingwan expressed with deep regret. It is of no consequence. This matter cannot be blamed on you. Miss Yin, Ye Chu replied, waving his hand dismissively. Yin Bingwan nodded. Dr. Yi, it is getting late. Shall we go for a meal? Ye Chu did not decline. After dining at a restaurant, Yin Bingwan offered to escort Ye Chu, but he politely refused. Once they parted ways, Ye Chu hailed a cab and headed straight for the Li family's villa district. Old fool, I shall see what you are truly made of, he thought with a cold snort. Not long ago, the elder had left behind a trace of a mark when he struck him. Although subtle, it was still perceptible to Ye Chu. He was fairly certain that the elder was connected to that so-called holy sect. However, he pondered the purpose behind the elder's actions towards the matriarch of the Li family. Upon arriving outside the villa district, Ye Chu circled the area, seeking a secluded spot to slip inside. With his skills, the patrolling guards remained utterly oblivious. He soon arrived at the Li family villa. Casting a discerning gaze around the premises and noticing a magnificent osmanthus tree beside the villa, swiftly, he ascended the tree and concealed himself amidst the lush canopy, straining to listen to the happenings within the villa. Inside, Li Guanghan and others were hosting a banquet in honor of Master Gu. Master Gu, we are immensely grateful for your intervention today. It is thanks to you that my mother has awakened. Li Guangjiang raised his cup. Allow me to toast to you. It was but a trifling effort. There is no need for such formality, young Master Li. Master Gu replied as he clinked his cup with Li Guangjiang's. Li Guanghan also lifted his cup. To you, Master Gu, it may be a mere gesture, but to us, it is a profound grace. I too toast to you. The two engaged in lively conversation, their meal stretching on for several hours. It was only as darkness descended that Master Gu, somewhat inebriated, departed from the villa, with Li Guangjiang accompanying him. Once outside, the drunkenness on their faces dissipated significantly. Master Gu quietly inquired if everything had been arranged. Li Guangjiang nodded gently, assuring him that all was in order. With a slight nod, Master Gu signaled for the bodyguard to bring the car. They both entered the vehicle and left the villa. Under the osmanthus tree, Ye Chu raised an eyebrow, chuckling softly to herself as she realized that these two were indeed in cahoots. Earlier in the day, she had sensed a similar aura emanating from both Li Guangjiang and the elderly gentleman in the long robe, leading her to suspect their alliance. Once the elder departed, Ye Chu extended her mental energy, which swiftly encompassed everything within the villa. Inside, Li Guanghan lay sprawled on the sofa, evidently intoxicated, while Zhang Ying tended to him. Li Guangling was in a nearby bedroom, looking after their elderly mother. Ah, is that a listening device? As her mental energy swept through the bedroom, Ye Chu discovered 2 listening devices hidden within. Were there others involved? A sense of unease washed over her. In the villa's bedroom, the elderly woman peered toward the door and asked, Where is everyone? Eldest sister is drunk, and Ah Ying is taking care of her. Guangjiang has gone to see off Master Gu, Li Guangling explained. The elderly woman nodded, her expression suddenly serious. Lock the door. I have something to discuss with you. Though puzzled, Li Guangling complied without question. Mother, what is it? The elderly woman removed an iron ring from her finger. This is for you. Li Guangling was taken aback. Mother, isn't this the token father gave you? No, this ring is a treasured heirloom of the Li family, said to be connected to a significant secret. The elderly woman's words were startling. However, the specifics remained shrouded in mystery. My time is limited. I pass it to you today. Remember, do not let a second person know, or calamity will ensue. Outside the villa, Ye Chu appeared bewildered. Finally understanding why the so-called holy sect had fixated on the Li family, it was evidently in pursuit of this ancestral relic. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened as she noticed a shadow stealthily entering the villa, heading directly toward Li Guangling's room. A crash echoed as glass shattered, immediately followed by an angry shout. Who are you? Someone, come quickly. Within mere seconds, the shadow leaped out of the window and fled rapidly. Ye Chu's eyes flickered. Just as she was about to pursue, she heard a furious shout nearby. How dare you, thief? You dare to intercept what our holy sect covets. Stop. Looking up, she saw the elderly gentleman in the long robe, Master Gu, swiftly chasing after the shadow. It turned out he had not left, but had been hiding nearby. Ye Chu smirked, finding the situation increasingly intriguing. As she prepared to follow, another figure dashed into the villa, and soon the sounds of quarrels and screams erupted from within. Her mental energy swept through the interior, revealing the scene. The figure was indeed Li Guangjiang, who was now coercing Li Guangling to relinquish the position of family head. What have you done to our mother? Li Guangling's eyes blazed with fury. On the bed, the elderly woman wore an expression of agony, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, clearly undergoing inhumane torment. Li Guangjiang let out a cold laugh, addressing Li Guangling. As long as you obediently relinquish the position of the clan leader, mother will no longer suffer the torment of the venomous insects. Li Guangling's pupils dilated in shock as he uttered, Bastard, it was you all along. In that moment, he comprehended the truth of Ye Chu's words, regretting his earlier disbelief. Li Guangjiang, how cruel you are. Mother raised you with such sacrifice, and yet you resort to witchcraft against her. Humph, you cannot blame me. You can only blame mother for her favoritism. Throughout our lives, all the good things have been yours. The position of clan leader, shares in the bank. Even our ancestral treasures must be given to you. Why should that be? I am her son too. His expression twisted in rage. He appeared almost deranged. Li Guangling opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for a retort. Even so, you cannot harm mother with witchcraft. Humph, I have already given her a chance. It was she who chose not to speak, Li Guangjiang replied coldly. Not long ago, he had indirectly inquired about the ancestral treasures, only to be scolded by the elderly woman. Resentment brewed within him. He initially intended to confront her directly. However, considering her temperament, he feared the possibility of mutual destruction. He recalled that before her kidney transplant, the elderly woman had left behind a last will. Thus, he secretly employed witchcraft and enlisted Master Gu's aid, informing her that she had only 6 months to live. He surmised that the elderly woman would likely divulge the matter of the ancestral treasures. Consequently, he set up a listening device in the room, and the unfolding events indeed aligned with his expectations, yet the outcome was one he found difficult to accept. The elderly woman once again chose Li Guangling. As the elderly man in the long robe pursued the figure in black, he rushed back, ready to lay his cards on the table and seize control of the Li family. At that moment, a drunken Li Guanghan was awakened by the commotion. He overheard their conversation and, without hesitation, slapped Li Guangjiang fiercely. Beast, how dare you lay hands on mother? I will kill you. He was poised to strike again. But Li Guangjiang retaliated first, delivering a slap that caught the unprepared Li Guanghan off guard, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Astonished, he looked up, disbelief etched on his face. You dare to hit me? What of it? Li Guangjiang retorted coldly. Li Guanghan, you are overly confident. Did you think I lacked the means to confront you? All my life, I had to obey you. You've married off, yet still meddle in the affairs of the Li family. By what right? Li Guanghan was further taken aback, unable to fathom how the resentful youth before him could be the same obedient, adoring brother he once knew. Rising to his feet, he barked, Li Guangjiang, you still have time to back down, otherwise, no one can save you. Li Guangjiang scoffed, Li Guanghan, you are rather overconfident. Do you think I lack the means to confront you? With that, he produced a short flute made of bone and gently blew into it. Instantly, Li Guanghan and Li Guangling were seized by excruciating pain, clutching their stomachs and crying out in agony. You, could it be? Li Guangling struggled to lift his head, his eyes filled with incredulity. Haha, how does it feel to be gnawed at by venomous insects? Li Guangzhong burst into a maniacal laughter, relinquishing his position as head of the family and demanding that you surrender all your shares, lest you wish to see the sun rise tomorrow. Li Guanghan's eyes brimmed with fury. He retorted, "You shall not have the Li family under your control." Li Guangling interjected once more, urging, "Third brother, it is not too late to turn back. Do not remain obstinately misguided. Even at this juncture. You still seek to preach to me." Li Guangzhong scoffed, his laughter echoing coldly. "It seems that only through suffering will you comprehend the gravity of this situation." He again raised the bone flute, and the two men cried out in agony, their faces contorted in pain. "Beast, they are your own siblings. How can you treat them so?" Zhang Ying admonished, attempting to intervene, only to be sent flying by a slap from Li Guangjiang. "Aying!" Li Guangling exclaimed, horrified. From her bed, the elderly woman, bearing her suffering, spoke. "Third son, please, cease this at once." Unmoved, Li Guangzhong replied with a chilling smile, "Mother, do not blame me. This is all a consequence of your actions." The elderly woman, tears welling in her eyes, longed to speak. Yet the waves of pain coursing through her body rendered her voiceless. "Ah, what a splendid performance!" A sudden voice startled those present. "Who goes there?" Li Guangzhong turned sharply, and upon seeing Ye Chu enter, his expression darkened. "You, boy?" Li Guangling and Li Guanghan's eyes lit up. The former implored, "Dr. Yi, please, lend your aid to our mother. Rest assured, Mr. Li, as long as I am here, the elderly lady will be fine," Ye Chu assured them. "Arrogant," Li Guangzhong sneered, blowing into the bone flute, from which several venomous insects emerged, darting towards Ye Chu. "Boy, perish. Such trivial skills," Ye Chu replied, swiftly swatting the insects, causing them to drop lifelessly. "How is this possible?" Li Guangzhong exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. Ye Chu advanced with a quickened pace, swiftly incapacitating Li Guangzhong's limbs. He then retrieved 3 detoxification pills, administering one to the elderly woman first. Her pain dissipated almost instantly. He then approached Li Guangling, offering him a pill as well. Finally, he stood before Li Guanghan, looking down with a smirk. "Miss Li, do you recall what I once said?" Li Guanghan, tormented by the venomous insects, managed to speak, "Help me." Ye Chu had intended to humiliate her further, but lost interest at that moment. He tossed the detoxification pill down. Li Guanghan hastily picked up the pill and swallowed it. The poison within her body swiftly neutralized, and her suffering vanished. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she rushed to Li Guangzhong's side, her face filled with concern. "Guangzhong, are you all right? Does it hurt?" Ye Chu, somewhat taken aback, thought to himself that this woman must be gravely ill. Shaking his head, he prepared to leave in pursuit of the 2 cloaked elders. "Stop! You have harmed my brother. And you think to leave?" The voice from behind left Ye Chu momentarily stunned. Slowly, he turned, his expression growing cold. "What do you wish for then?" Li Guanghan replied icily, "You shall apologize and await the police. This matter cannot simply be overlooked." Li Guangling rebuked, "Li Guanghan, have you lost your mind? Dr. Yi saved you, and instead of expressing gratitude, you dare to turn against him. What do you mean by save me?" Li Guanghan spoke arrogantly, asserting that everything unfolding was merely a performance orchestrated by him, and that so-called Master Gu, his younger brother, had undoubtedly been deceived by them. Li Guangling, utterly bewildered, bellowed, "Li Guanghan, this is not how things are. Cease your nonsensical ramblings." Li Guangling, have you lost your mind to dare shout at me? Li Guanghan retorted angrily, "If I am indeed rambling, then explain to me why this fellow appeared at our home in the dead of night." Li Guangling found himself at a loss for words. Ye Chu, unwilling to squander time in such trivialities, would not have intervened had it not been for Yun Bingwan's sake. "Mr. Li, I harbor no ill intentions towards the Li family. I must take my leave," he announced as he prepared to exit, only to be halted by Li Guanghan. "You shall not depart." Ye Chu's eyes turned icy. "Do you wish for death?" Li Guanghan exhibited no fear. "Try to lay a hand on me, if you dare. Let me assure you, my husband is the deputy director of the police department. Should you harm me, be prepared to languish in jail." Ye Chu, disinclined to engage in further dialogue, readied himself to impart a lesson to his adversary. "Guanghan, stand down." A suddenly authoritative voice interjected. Li Guanghan turned to see an elderly woman casting a stern gaze upon him from the bed. "Mother, I command you to stand down," the elderly woman insisted, her tone firm. Though Li Guanghan was headstrong, he dared not defy his mother and reluctantly stepped back. "Guangling, assist me in getting off the bed," she instructed. Li Guangling promptly approached to support the elderly woman as she trembled her way to Ye Chu, bowing respectfully. Young friend, the favor you have shown today shall not be forgotten by the Li family. Ye Chu quickly helped her to her feet. No need for such formality, madam. If not for your assistance, the Li family would have faced grave consequences. The elderly woman shook her head, continuing, young friend, I have some family matters to attend to. I shall certainly host a banquet to express my gratitude on another day. Ye Chu nodded, turning to leave the villa. Following the traces left on the elderly man in the long robe earlier that day, he commenced his pursuit. He moved swiftly through the city like an agile monkey. His speed remarkable. After more than half an hour, he tracked the aura to a secluded park, where two figures were engaged in combat, the man in black and the elderly man in the long robe. Ye Chu found a hidden spot to observe the fierce battle. Judging by the intensity of their strikes, both combatants appeared evenly matched, each at around the 4th or 5th level of the opening veins realm. However, the elderly man, as a goo master, not only relied on his own strength but also employed goo insects, compelling the man in black to remain vigilant against their attacks while fighting. I do not care who you are, surrender the items quickly, or today shall be your last. The elderly man's voice was frigid as he produced a bone flute and played it swiftly. Several black goo insects began to flutter towards the man in black. Seizing the opportunity while his opponent was preoccupied with the goo insects, the elderly man swiftly reached into his satchel, throwing a cloud of pale red powder forward. The man in black's expression shifted dramatically as he retreated hastily, but it was too late. Having inhaled a small quantity of the powder, an uncontrollable surge of desire surged within him. Alarmed, he abandoned the fight and fled. Ha! Where do you think you are going? The elderly man cackled as he pursued him swiftly. Ye Chu swiftly followed, and the cloaked figure was soon caught up by the elder, leading to another fierce clash. This time, the cloaked figure was evidently at a disadvantage, quickly falling behind. The black robe was torn apart, revealing an exquisite visage. It was her. Ye Chu's pupils constricted. The cloaked figure was none other than Yun Bingwan. Ah, so it is you, woman. The elder, too, displayed a look of surprise, which soon morphed into a lecherous glimmer in his eyes. How dare you covet what my sacred sect holds dear? Today, I shall make you aware of our might. Feeling her body grow increasingly feverish, Yun Bingwan felt a surge of anxiety, yet found herself powerless, forced to retreat while fighting. Woman, surrender willingly, do not resist. Soon, I shall cherish you well, the elder sneered, engaging in distant attacks rather than facing her directly, biding his time for the drug's effects to fully manifest. Moments later, Yun Bingwan could no longer endure. Her stunning face flushed crimson, her will unable to suppress the flames within. Seizing this opportunity, the elder swiftly advanced, striking her with a palm that sent her flying, crashing heavily onto the distant lawn. Little beauty, you cannot escape now, he taunted as he approached, his eyes gleaming with mockery. Yun Bingwan clung to the last vestiges of her consciousness, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes as she reached for a dagger concealed within her garments, preparing for a final stand. Witnessing this, Ye Chu emerged from the shadows. Old man, what do you intend to do? The elder turned abruptly, instinctively retreating. You, he exclaimed, astonished. Ye Chu wore a mocking grin. Surprised are we? How delightful that you have come to meet your demise. It saves me the trouble of seeking you out. The elder chuckled coldly, hurling a cloud of poisonous powder toward Ye Chu. The multicolored dust obscured his figure. Perish, brat. The elder laughed madly. But when the powder dissipated, he found Ye Chu had vanished. His expression changed dramatically as he prepared to search when a voice suddenly called from behind. Old man, were you looking for me? The elder's face paled in terror. Before he could react, he felt an immense force from behind. His body was flung away like a rag doll, crashing heavily to the ground. In a single blow, half his life was taken. Ye Chu strode forward. Old man, confess, what is this so-called sacred sect behind you? What is your purpose in Jiangdu? The elder crushed the bone flute in his hand, a maddened grin spreading across his face. You little brat, wait for it. The sacred sect will avenge me. As his words fell, his eyes widened in unprecedented agony, life swiftly draining from him. Ye Chu rushed forward, discovering that the elder had already succumbed, his spiritual energy reaching out to find his heart being devoured by a parasitic insect, consumed by his own venomous creatures, a band of lunatics. Ye Chu furrowed his brow, realizing that none from this so-called sacred sect were sane. He conjured a ball of true fire to incinerate the elder's corpse, then hastened toward Yun Bingwan. Help me. She managed to utter with great difficulty, her consciousness fully engulfed by desire, her hands desperately tearing at her garments, revealing large expanses of her snowy skin. The scene before Ye Chu ignited a surge of passion within him. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed the turmoil in his heart and crouched down to administer an antidote. Yun Bingwan, resembling a beautiful mermaid, immediately entwined herself around him, her alluring fragrance intoxicating. Ye Chu felt as though he was facing the greatest trial of his life. Biting his tongue, he barely managed to quell his desires. Just as he was about to begin the antidote for Yun Bingwan, a sudden agitation from the vengeful dragon energy within him surged forth. Pain flickered across Ye Chu's face as something within him was stirred, rendering him unable to control the rising flames of temptation. Seizing the last vestige of reason, he swiftly carried Yun Bingwan away, seeking refuge in a nearby inn. Upon entering the room, Ye Chu could no longer restrain himself. Throughout their journey, the vengeful dragon energy continued to stir restlessly, seemingly drawn to something about Yun Bingwan. "My apologies, Miss Yun," he murmured. That night became one of the most joyous of Ye Chu's nearly 2 decades of existence. The sensation was unparalleled, leaving him entranced. He could scarcely keep track of how many times he succumbed to the rapture, only aware that by the end, his formidable physique left him utterly exhausted. As dawn approached, he fell into a deep slumber, cradling the enchanting figure in his arms. The following afternoon, Ye Chu gradually awoke from his dreams. The moment he opened his eyes, a palpable aura of hostility descended upon him. Focusing his gaze, he found Yun Bingwan glaring at him with icy disdain. Her violet hair cascaded over her shoulders, her exquisite face marred by scars that told tales of the previous night's fervor. In that moment, the warmth she once exuded was replaced by an icy demeanor. "Miss Yun, allow me to explain," Ye Chu stammered, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. While he had rescued her, he had also compromised her virtue, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. He attempted to clarify, but was abruptly interrupted by Yun Bingwan's frigid voice. "Let us pretend last night never occurred. If you dare speak of it, I shall end you." With that, Yun Bingwan swiftly donned her clothes and descended from the bed. The pain in her lower body caused her to stumble slightly, prompting Ye Chu to express his concern. "Miss Yun, are you all right?" "Mind your own business," she shot back, glancing at him with a mix of emotions. She cast one last penetrating look at Ye Chu before hastily exiting the room. "Is it truly so?" Ye Chu mused, feeling a twinge of indignation. After all, he had saved her and had not even received a word of gratitude. He pouted slightly, acknowledging that while he bore some culpability, he had not intended to take advantage of her. As he prepared to leave, he suddenly froze, his gaze fixed on the pristine sheets, where several conspicuous crimson stains stood out starkly. Could it be? Ye Chu's expression shifted to one of shock as realization dawned upon him. He finally understood the source of Yun Bingwan's fury. He had taken her virginity. "What is going on? I had heard she was a widow," he pondered, utterly perplexed. Dressing hastily, he carefully tucked the sheets away in a small container, preserving a token of his first intimate encounter. Once he had completed his tasks, Ye Chu turned his attention to the changes within himself. To his astonishment, he discovered that the resentment within the vengeful dragon energy had lessened somewhat. Indeed, it proves beneficial. He mused with a smile. Through their union, he had discerned that Yun Bingwan possessed a unique constitution, the 9-in evil body. Not only does he possess a unique physique, but his bloodline is also remarkable, seemingly linked to the dragon lineage, which appears to exert an alluring influence over the vengeful dragon aura. This connection likely explains the tumultuous outburst of the vengeful dragon aura that transpired previously. Had it not been for this upheaval, the events of last night might never have occurred. He endeavored to cultivate his abilities and was pleasantly surprised to discover that the vengeful dragon aura no longer exhibited the same volatility as before. "Miss Yun, rest assured, I shall take responsibility for you," he resolved within his heart, determined to devise a way to win over Yun Bingwan, who not only possessed a unique constitution, but also seemed to bear the blood of dragons, proving to be of immense assistance to him. Upon glancing at his phone, he noticed several missed calls, all from Han Mingwan. Hastily, he returned the call, and it was answered promptly. "Xiao Chu, where were you last night? Why didn't you come home at all?" came Han Mingwan's concerned voice from the other end. Naturally, Ye Chu could not divulge the truth. He fabricated a lie instead. "Mom, I ran into an old classmate last night, drank a bit too much, and forgot to inform you. Next time, drink less," Han Mingwan replied without reproach, instead advising, "Come home early today. We have a family banquet tonight." "All right, I'll be home shortly," Ye Chu assured her before ending the call. After tidying himself up, he made his way back to the Jiang residence. By the time he returned, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Han Mingwan and Jiang Haiyun had prepared everything and were merely awaiting Jiang Junyao's return. "She hasn't been home for days. Who knows what she has been up to out there," Jiang Haiyun remarked, glaring at Ye Chu with disdain. Ye Chu chose to ignore him and inquired of Han Mingwan. "Mom, is there a specific reason for the family banquet?" Han Mingwan scoffed. "Tomorrow is the day Jiang Junlong takes over as president. The old man likely wants to give us a preliminary warning." Ye Chu acknowledged with a simple "oh." Before long, Jiang Junyao returned. Han Mingwan immediately approached her. "Junyao, tomorrow is the day that little Jiang Junlong becomes president. What is the situation with the Huangfu family?" Jiang Junyao remained composed, replying, "Mom, you needn't worry. I will handle it well." With that, she ascended the stairs. Han Mingwan hesitated, a flicker of concern crossing her face. Ye Chu smiled reassuringly. "Mom, since Junyao has said so, there is undoubtedly no issue." Jiang Haiyun snorted dismissively. "It's easy for you to say. Once Jiang Junlong assumes the presidency, life will become exceedingly difficult for our branch." Ye Chu chose not to engage further, having discerned that his father-in-law was all talk and no action. Debating with him would only lead to frustration. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Junyao descended the stairs in a new outfit, still exuding her captivating charm. The family departed for the venue of the banquet, the Jiangnan Grand Hotel, the only 5-star establishment in Jiangdu, situated in the city center. The hotel boasted opulent decor and a beautiful environment, with an array of luxury cars parked outside. After parking, the family entered the hotel lobby. Recalling past events, Jiang Haiyun whispered to Ye Chu, "Remember, the old man will be present today. Try to speak as little as possible, and do not embarrass us like last time." Ye Chu casually nodded, indicating his understanding. As they entered the lobby, a robust young man approached from a distance. "Second uncle," he greeted. A young man greeted, and then scrutinized Ye Chu from head to toe. This must be the brother-in-law, he thought. Youthful, yet having spent time in custody. Indeed remarkable. Han Mingwan, visibly displeased, interjected, "Juanhu, what do you know about my son-in-law?" Jiang Juanhu chuckled lightly. "Aunt, please do not be upset. I was merely speaking casually. Grandfather and the others are in the top-floor private room. You may go ahead. I will wait for my elder aunt and the rest." Han Mingwan huffed, preparing to leave when Jiang Juanhu suddenly spoke. "Uncle, let my brother-in-law stay. I am feeling rather bored and would like someone to converse with." Jiang Haiyun nodded. Addressing Ye Chu, "Did you hear that? You are to keep Juanhu company here." Han Mingwan attempted to speak, but was pulled away. Jiang Junyao remained silent throughout. After the group departed, Jiang Juanhu turned to Ye Chu, saying, "Brother-in-law, wait here for me while I use the restroom." Without waiting for Ye Chu's response, he left. Not heading to the restroom, but rather circumventing to the opposite side of the hall. He took out his phone and called to inquire about his elder aunt's arrival. Upon learning they had reached the parking lot, he promptly went out to greet them. "Juanhu, over here." A middle-aged woman waved from a distance. She was Jiang Haiyun, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Beside her stood a young couple, her daughter Jiang Biyue and her boyfriend Sun Tao. Jiang Juanhu hurried over, curiously eyeing Sun Tao. "Aunt, is this the boyfriend of Sister Biyue who works at Jiangnan Bank?" Jiang Haiyun proudly nodded. Jiang Juanhu quickly extended his hand. "Brother-in-law, a pleasure to meet you." Sun Tao merely acknowledged him with a nod, not reciprocating the handshake. Jiang Juanhu's smile faltered at this moment when a long Rolls-Royce approached in the distance. The group instinctively turned to look as a middle-aged man in a suit stepped out of the vehicle, flanked by 2 bodyguards. Sun Tao's expression changed, and he rushed forward, but was halted by the bodyguards. "Who goes there? Stop." Sun Tao immediately explained, "Gentlemen, I mean no harm. I merely wish to greet directorly." The middle-aged man turned to him, frowning. "You are manager's son from the East District branch." Sun Tao quickly nodded. "Chairman, I am honored that you remember me." His voice trembled with excitement. This man was his superior's superior, and he was astonished to be recognized as such a minor figure. "I have a vague recollection." The middle-aged man acknowledged, then inquired, "Do you require something?" Sun Tao shook his head. "No, I simply saw the chairman and thought to offer my greetings." The man responded coolly, "That is thoughtful of you. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, he proceeded into the hotel, escorted by his bodyguards. "Take care, Chairman," Sun Tao bowed as he bid farewell. Jiang Juanhu and the others approached, and Zhang Biyue, curious, asked, Tao Gu, was that the esteemed President Li Guangling of Jiangnan Bank? Sun Tao affirmed, indeed, that was him. The group was taken aback. Jiangnan Bank, the largest private bank in Jiangnan province, boasted substantial financial strength, further backed by the Murong family of Suzhou, rivaling the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce in power. No wonder Tao Gu knows such influential figures, Zhang Biyue expressed with admiration. Of course, Sun Tao replied, his demeanor radiating pride. Jiang Juanhu greeted his cousin and aunt, urging them to enter. The three nodded in agreement, and he intentionally led them through a different door. Zhang Biyue frowned and inquired, cousin, why are we going this way? Jiang Juanhu casually explained that this route was shorter. She refrained from further questioning, and soon they all entered the elevator. Kid, just wait down there. Jiang Juanhu sneered inwardly. The three quickly arrived at the top-floor private room, where 8 individuals were already seated. In addition to Jiang Haiyun and the others, there were 4 members from the main branch and the elder of the Jiang family. Aunt, come sit here, called a tall man who rose to his feet. Dressed in luxurious attire and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, he exuded an air of affluence. He was none other than Jiang Junlong, the eldest son of the main branch. Jiang Haiyun smiled and nodded as she took a seat beside her older brother, Jiang Haifeng. Han Mingwan noticed Ye Chu was absent and asked, Juanhu, where is Xiao Chu? That guy mentioned he had something to attend to and left for a while. Since he hasn't returned, I brought Aunt and the others up first. Jiang Juanhu replied with a dismissive pout. I wonder what pressing matter could possibly keep him from joining us, he added, his tone laced with sarcasm. Chen Meijing interjected. Pressing matter? That kid is just a reformed criminal. Who knows what mischievous activities he's up to? Mom, that's not necessarily true, Jiang Juanhu scoffed. Perhaps he has never been to such a high-end place and felt intimidated, so he concocted an excuse to slip away. Jiang Haiyun's expression darkened, her disdain for Ye Chu intensifying. She had clearly communicated before their arrival, yet he had still let them down. Han Mingwan, displeased, spoke up, sister-in-law, as an elder. You should practice a little restraint. Chen Meijing retorted, what do you mean, Han Mingwan? Am I not speaking the truth? Humph. Whether my son-in-law has been to prison or not is none of your business. Han Mingwan coldly huffed, her demeanor unyielding. Chen Meijing was equally unrelenting, insisting, that kid is now part of the Jiang family by marriage. As the matriarch of the main branch, am I not entitled to express my opinions? As the tension between the two escalated, the elder at the head of the table let out a heavy snort, silencing them both. Jiang Fengyan, with an authoritative gaze fixed on Jiang Haiyun, declared, indeed, having a reformed criminal in our midst tarnishes the Jiang family's reputation. Arrange for Jun Yao to dissolve the marriage at a suitable time. His voice was firm, leaving no room for dispute. Jiang Haiyun nodded eagerly, in full agreement. Father, rest assured. I will handle it promptly. Han Mingwan shot him a glare but, mindful of the elder's presence, restrained her anger. Jiang Junyao remained silent. Jiang Fengyan then nodded slightly before addressing everyone present, stating, Today's family banquet serves 2 purposes. The atmosphere grew serious as everyone listened intently. Firstly, Junlong will assume the position of CEO tomorrow, fully responsible for our collaboration with the Huangfu family. I hope you all will support his endeavors. As he spoke, he fixed a pointed gaze on Jiang Junyao, a silent warning embedded within his look. Han Mingjuan's expression soured, and she cast a worried glance at her daughter. The rest subtly turned their eyes to Jiang Junyao, eager to witness her reaction, only to be met with her unwavering calmness. The elder paused momentarily to gather his thoughts before continuing, revealing that Biyue had taken a boyfriend, who currently worked at Jiangnan Bank, inviting everyone to become acquainted. A wave of surprise and curiosity rippled through the crowd. Jiang Haiyun, wearing a look of satisfaction, urged Sun Tao to introduce himself to everyone. With an air of pride, Sun Tao declared, Hello everyone, my name is Sun Tao, and I am currently the department manager at the Jiangdu branch of Jiangnan Bank. Should you require any assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. The younger gentleman impressed all, as such a position at a young age promised a limitless future. Son, should the Jiang family ever need your support, we hope you will lend a hand, many praised. Only Han Mingwan and Jiang Junyao remained silent. The former was busy messaging Ye Chu, while the latter, true to her nature, seldom offered compliments. Few could earn Jiang Junyao's admiration, and Sun Tao had yet to reach that threshold. Jiang Haiyun's eyes flickered with discontent as she proclaimed, ladies and gentlemen. My son-in-law is not only a department manager, but also well acquainted with the branch president of Jiangnan Bank. Just downstairs, I encountered President Li, who spoke highly of our little Tao. I estimate that it won't be long before he receives a promotion. The crowd was visibly taken aback. The branch president of Jiangdu was indeed a formidable figure, wielding substantial financial power, and many prominent families in Jiangdu sought business relations with him, often requiring his assistance for loans. Furthermore, Li Guangling was the head of the esteemed Li family, one of the three ancient clans. While the Wang family held the strongest overall power, the Li family undoubtedly surpassed others in wealth. Not only was Jiangnan Bank under their influence, but the highly profitable Jiangnan Grand Hotel also thrived due to their backing. A young man like Sun Tao, already recognized by President Li, had a promising future ahead. Sister, with such a fine son-in-law, you are destined for a life of comfort, the crowd remarked. Chen Meijing, while speaking, cast a sidelong glance at Han Mingwan, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Unlike certain individuals who invite just anyone into their home, endangering their own daughter and tarnishing our Jiang family's reputation. The onlookers turned their gaze towards Han Mingwan, their eyes filled with derision. In the past, Jiang Junyao had dazzled all, overshadowing the younger generation of the Jiang family, inciting both envy and admiration. Yet now, she had lost her coveted position as CEO and chosen a partner deemed unworthy by societal standards. In the eyes of the crowd, the second branch had undoubtedly fallen from grace. As the crowd continued to belittle Han Mingwan and her family, Ye Chu, the one at the center of it all, was ushered into a private room by Li Guangling. Earlier, upon entering the hotel lobby, Li Guangling had spotted Ye Chu and approached him without hesitation. Dr. Yi, what brings you here? Ye Chu, equally surprised, had not anticipated encountering him. I came to attend a family banquet and am waiting for someone here. Li Guangling's expression shifted to one of realization, and he continued, Dr. Yi, I am immensely grateful for your assistance last night. I had intended to host a banquet to express my thanks in a few days. Since fate has brought us together today, I must extend my hospitality and introduce you to some friends. With such warmth emanating from Li Guangling, Ye Chu felt it inappropriate to decline. He had come to the realization that Jiang Juanhu had likely not gone to the restroom, but had deliberately left. The other party seemed intent on asserting dominance and causing him embarrassment. Given this situation, Ye Chu figured there was little to gain from approaching, and thus he acquiesced to Li Guangling's invitation. Very well, I shall intrude, he said. Intrude? No, having Dr. Yi here is a privilege, Li Guangling laughed heartily, leading the way with remarkable warmth. Li Guangling escorted Ye Chu to a lavish private room on the top floor. Within, a group of individuals sat, each adorned in exceptional attire that bespoke their status as prominent figures. Among them was a familiar face, Zhuge Jia. Oldly, hurry up, we've been waiting for you, called a bald middle-aged man with a grin, his gaze curious as it roamed over Ye Chu. Oldly, who is this young brother? Inquired another middle-aged man with a dark complexion. The others also expressed intrigue. Li Guangling smiled as he introduced, this is Dr. Yi. I happened to encounter him today and thought to bring him along for everyone to meet. The crowd exchanged glances, skepticism flickering in their eyes. Such youth could be referred to as a doctor? Naturally, doubts arose in their minds. However, out of respect for Li Guangling, they refrained from questioning him further. Oh, so it is Dr. Yi. Please, have a seat here, Zhuge Jia beckoned with a bright smile, appearing as if it were her first encounter with Ye Chu. Ye Chu accepted the invitation without hesitation, striding over to sit beside Zhuge Jia. The group was taken aback. Today's gathering was indeed organized by her. They all understood her identity, the eldest daughter of the Zhuge family, in Jinling. It was rather peculiar for her to display such warmth towards a young man she had just met. Li Guangling was slightly surprised, but did not dwell on it, calling for the waiter to bring out the dishes. Oldly, is this young brother truly as skilled in medicine as you say? The dark-complexioned man leaned in to ask quietly. Li Guangling nodded earnestly. Old Zhou, Dr. Yi's medical expertise is unparalleled in my experience. If you have any needs, do not hesitate to seek him out. It would be a pity to miss this opportunity. Zhou Bingtian regarded Ye Chu with skepticism, scrutinizing him closely. The young man appeared almost boyish, seemingly under 20, and did not fit the image of a seasoned healer. Before long, the waiter arrived with an array of delectable dishes. Everyone, please enjoy your meal while we converse, Li Guangling announced, then turned to Ye Chu. By the way, Dr. Yi, allow me to introduce you to these esteemed individuals. This is Zhou Bingtian, the commander of the city guard. This is Sun Weiming, the minister of finance. And this is Chang Guanyuan, the deputy mayor. Ye Chu was initially taken aback, then realized that this was an introduction to valuable connections. While he didn't particularly require it, he appreciated their goodwill and chose not to decline. Nodding slightly to the group, he said, "Esteemed leaders, I am Ye Chu, a physician. Should you require anything in the future, please feel free to contact me." Surprise flickered in the eyes of the others. The young man displayed no change in demeanor upon learning their identities. This remarkable composure alone was indicative of his extraordinary character. Zhou Bingtian could not help but speak up. "Young brother, being called a doctor by old Li at such a young age, do you come from a family of physicians?" Sensing the skepticism in Zhou's tone, Ye Chu remained unfazed and shook his head. "Not at all. I only began studying medicine 3 years ago." Zhou Bingtian's face betrayed disappointment. Having only studied medicine for 3 years, what expertise could he possibly possess? The others subtly shook their heads, instantly losing interest in Ye Chu. Li Guangling, feeling a sense of silence, had brought Ye Chu here to introduce him to some connections, but primarily, he wished to present this divine healer to a few friends. After all, no one could guarantee immunity from illness. Knowing a skilled physician undoubtedly added a layer of security to one's life. Zhuge Jia was secretly astonished. Although she had investigated Ye Chu and was aware that he was a private child of the Yi family from 3 years ago, with no real medical skills, likely having learned something in prison, hearing it spoken aloud still left her in shock. To master such remarkable medical arts in just 3 years. She could only think of one word: genius. With this thought in mind, she smiled brightly and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, one must not judge by appearances. Do not underestimate Dr. Yi simply because of his youth. I have a relative who, at a tender age, astonished everyone. Not only is he a master in his field, but he also excels in esoteric knowledge such as the 8 trigrams." The crowd exchanged glances, thinking to themselves that Zhuge's relative must have come from a prestigious family, nurtured from a young age, hence his brilliance. Ye Chu, intrigued, remarked, "Esoteric knowledge, you say? I have some understanding of it myself." Zhuge Jia was taken aback. "Dr. Yi, you are well versed in the esoteric?" "Somewhat," he replied. The others felt an unspoken frustration. Ye Chu had merely made a casual remark, yet he seemed to be boasting. Zhou Bingtian, with a straightforward disposition, could not hold back and asked, "Oh really? What aspects of the esoteric do you specialize in?" Ye Chu calmly responded, "The 8 trigrams. Yin and Yang, the 5 elements, mountain medicine, fate calculation, and so forth. I possess some knowledge in these areas." Upon hearing this, disdain and contempt flickered in the eyes of the crowd. Such arrogance was most displeasing. Had it not been for Li Guangling's reputation, they would have been inclined to dismiss him immediately. Little did they know, Ye Chu's words were already quite modest. Over the past 3 years, he had not only learned medicine and martial arts from his master, but had also delved into various fields including the 8 trigrams, Yin and Yang, the 5 elements, formations, and artifact refining. While it may not have reached the profound level of his medical skills, he was certainly well versed. Suppressing his irritation, Zhou Bingtian inquired, "Is that so? Then could Dr. Yi tell me my fortune?" "Certainly," Ye Chu nodded. "What would you like to inquire about, Mr. Zhou?" Zhou Bingtian replied nonchalantly, "Let's consider matters of romance." At this, the others' eyes lit up, all eager to witness Ye Chu's response. "Very well," Ye Chu nodded, carefully observing Zhou Bingtian's features. After a prolonged moment, he finally stated, "If I am not mistaken, Mr. Zhou has experienced the loss of a wife in middle age." Indeed, Zhou Bingtian's expression turned somber. "My beloved departed a few years ago due to illness." He then continued, "However, this is something that can be discovered with a little inquiry. Your ability to state it is hardly impressive, unless you can accurately predict when my next romantic encounter will occur." At these words, the crowd could not help but chuckle, fully aware that Zhou Bingtian had loved his wife deeply and vowed never to seek another. Over the years, many had attempted to introduce him to potential partners. Even his children had urged him to remarry, but he had steadfastly rejected all suggestions. To have Ye Chu predict his next romantic endeavor felt like setting him up for failure. "That is a simple matter," Ye Chu replied. Ye Chu smiled and remarked, "I observe that Mr. Zhou possesses a smooth forehead and a radiant marital palace. This year shall bring him favorable circumstances, and he is likely to encounter his next romantic destiny shortly." The others chuckled at his words, dismissing the young man's assertions as mere folly. Zhou Bingtian, wearing a stern expression, retorted, "Young brother, It appears your skills are lacking. To speak candidly, I do not intend to seek companionship for the remainder of my life. Perhaps that is the case. Ye Chu conceded without further argument, turning to Li Guangling. Mr. Li, thank you for your hospitality. I must depart for a family banquet now. His phone buzzed with multiple messages from Han Mingwan, urging him not to delay further. Dr. Yi, do not take old Zhou's bluntness to heart, Li Guangling said apologetically, inquiring about Ye Chu's box number with the intention of sending over some wine later. No need. Ye Chu waved his hand, then turned to Zhuge Jia. Miss Zhuge, I shall take my leave. Zhuge Jia inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement. Once Ye Chu exited, the remaining guests could not suppress their ridicule. Today's youth truly dare to boast without restraint, one commented. Indeed, the times have changed, and people's hearts have grown cold, another added. Old Li, you haven't been swindled, have you? This lad seems to be all talk. Lacking any genuine medical skill, Zhou Bingtian directed a skeptical gaze at Li Guangling. Li Guangling, unsure of how to respond, shook his head helplessly. You fail to appreciate the opportunity before you. You may come to regret it later. Ye Chu's words echoed in their minds, but they merely scoffed, convinced that he had been deceived. Miss Zhuge, are you truly planning to establish a commercial city in the East District? Deputy Mayor Chang Guangyuan inquired, shifting the conversation back to serious matters, prompting the others to listen intently. Of course, it is no jest, Zhuge Jia replied, raising her glass. My future endeavors will commence in Jiangdu, and I hope for your support. The group quickly lifted their glasses in a toast. After enjoying their drinks, they prepared to discuss detailed plans when suddenly, the door swung open, and a graceful woman entered. Her face was flushed, as though she had indulged in too much wine. Haidang, Zhou Bingtian exclaimed, rising abruptly, his gaze fixed on the woman. His reaction was understandable, for she bore an uncanny resemblance to his late wife, as if they were twin sisters. The woman, startled, regained her composure and realized she had entered the wrong room. I apologize. I had too much to drink and mistakenly entered the wrong box, she said with an apologetic smile before turning to leave. How could she resemble her so closely? Zhou Bingtian sank back into his seat, muttering as if in a trance. The others exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment. It was evident that Zhou Bingtian had been profoundly affected by the earlier woman's presence. Without needing to speculate, they understood that a significant romantic opportunity had indeed presented itself to him. Chang Guangyuan sighed with a wry smile, acknowledging, it seems that young friend was not merely boasting. We have been too narrow-minded in our perspectives. Unbeknownst to them, Ye Chu had already arrived at the Jiang family's box. Upon entering, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Han Mingwan and Jiang Haiyun wore solemn expressions, their brows furrowed with suppressed anger. Xiao Chu, Juan who mentioned you had to leave for an urgent matter. Why didn't you inform mother in advance? Han Mingjuan's tone was tinged with dissatisfaction. After enduring ridicule from a crowd, it was only natural for her to feel discontent. Ye Chu glanced at Jiang Juanhu, who responded with a provocative smile. Having just encountered a friend and exchanged a few words, he chuckled in explanation. Humph, what kind of friend is so impressive that it keeps our family waiting for you here? Jiang Haifeng snorted, his words laced with discontent. Jiang Juanhu, with a mocking expression, remarked, Dad, what decent friends can this guy have? They are probably just as insignificant as he is. Chun Meijing nodded in agreement. Indeed, a friend of a convict is likely another convict. Ye Chu disregarded their banter and settled beside Jiang Junyao. Jiang Haiyun scolded, You impertinent fool. Do you not have a mouth? There are so many elders present, and you can't even greet them? Is there no sense of decorum? Ye Chu replied lazily, I do not know who is who. How can I greet them? Jiang Haiyun was momentarily speechless with anger, unsure of how to retort. Jiang Juanhu, with a sarcastic tone, interjected, Second uncle, there's no need to be angry. This kid is merely a bastard, incapable of understanding any etiquette. Jiang Haifeng added, Old second, I wonder what you were thinking, allowing such an ill-mannered good-for-nothing to become your son-in-law. Compared to young son, he is in a completely different league. Father is right. You should find a time for Junyao to end this marriage swiftly. Jiang Haiyun's expression fluctuated, already having endured countless reproaches from the family today because of Ye Chu. He harbored an intense anger, wishing to expel this useless individual from the Jiang family immediately. Eldest brother is correct. This fellow is not only incompetent, but I also heard from Junlan that he is out there behaving recklessly. The Jiang family cannot tolerate him. Jiang Fengyan spoke solemnly. A son-in-law of the Jiang family must possess excellence like young Sunday. Others echoed his sentiment. Grandfather is right. Our Jiang family is one of the 3 ancient clans. To join our family, one must be a young talent like Sun. He is certainly not fit to be among us. The Jiang family members once again lavished praise on Sun Tao, while simultaneously disparaging Ye Chu. Han Mengwan and Jiang Haiyun wore expressions of extreme displeasure. It's all your fault for insisting on having this good-for-nothing as a son-in-law. Now look at the situation, Jiang Haiyun hissed at Han Mengwan, clearly at the end of his tether. Han Mengwan was equally furious, her chest heaving with indignation, utterly unprepared for such a family gathering to turn out this way. Just as the discussion grew heated, Jiang Junyao, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Enough. All eyes turned toward her. Ye Chu is my man. Whether he is good or bad is none of your concern. Her words, though simple, exuded an undeniable authority. Ye Chu was taken aback, surprised that she would defend him. Jiang Junlong reprimanded. Jiang Junyao, how dare you speak to your elders in such a manner? Jiang Junyao met his gaze, her voice indifferent. I can be as bold as you, unrecognizing of kin, daring to do anything. Jiang Junlong's heart raced. Jiang Junyao, what nonsense are you spouting? Though he maintained a calm facade, he was inwardly anxious. Jiang Junyao scoffed. Heh, if one wishes for secrets to remain hidden, they must refrain from wrongdoing. Are you unaware of your own actions? Chen Meijing wore an expression of dissatisfaction. Jiang Junyao, mind your words. Junlong is about to become the president. You should show some respect, or else what? Han Mengwan interrupted coldly. Jiang Junlong is not the president yet. It's premature to speak in such certainty. No one can predict what has yet to unfold. Chen Meijing scoffed. Heh, Han Mengwan, are you still clinging to unrealistic fantasies? Very well, after tomorrow. Let us see what you have to say. Han Mengwan refused to back down. Fine, I will be watching. No one took Han Mengjuan's words seriously. To them, she merely sounded like a stubborn duck. Jiang Junlong's ascension to the presidency was already a foregone conclusion. Only Jiang Junlong felt a twinge of unease. Among them, she alone recognized that Ye Chu was not to be underestimated. There might indeed be some hidden strategy at play. Yet, the embarrassing incident from that day left her too ashamed to speak of it. Junyao, as a member of the Jiang family, I hope you can act with discretion. Jiang Fengyan's tone held an implicit warning as he cast a glance at Ye Chu. Moreover, this boy is truly unworthy of you. I hope you will reflect on this. Rest assured, Grandpa, I will never forget that I am a Jiang, and all my actions will consider the family's interests, Jiang Junyao replied coolly. As for my own matters, there is no need for your concern. I am well aware of my boundaries. That is for the best. Jiang Fengyan narrowed his eyes. At that moment, the door swung open, and 2 hotel staff members clad in uniforms entered. The crowd looked on in confusion. The middle-aged woman introduced herself. Good day, everyone. I am the general manager of the hotel, here to deliver wine on behalf of our boss. The young employee behind her promptly stepped forward, placing 2 bottles of Maotai and 2 bottles of red wine on the table. These are 2 bottles of 30-year-old Fatian Maotai and 2 bottles of Romanikani. A gift from our boss for all of you. Please enjoy them at your leisure. After the middle-aged woman concluded her statement, she and the young employee turned and left. The attendees exchanged glances, their eyes shifting to the 4 bottles of wine on the table. Despite being just 4 bottles, their combined value was substantial, easily worth several $100,000. Why would the hotel owner present them with such extravagant gifts? Jiang Junlong remarked in surprise. I recall that the Jiangnan Grand Hotel is backed by the Li family. Could these wines be a gift for brother Sun? Among those present, only Sun Tao had some connections to the Li family. Jiang Haiyun hurriedly concurred. Yes, it must be President Li gifting this to Xiao Tao. Zhang Biyue looked at Sun Tao with admiration. Tao Ge, you are truly impressive. Others chimed in with praise, their sentiments more sincere than before. Initially, they had harbored doubts. But seeing the expensive wines gifted by Li Guangling to Sun Tao left no room for skepticism. Sun Tao felt bewildered by the apparent esteem in which Li Guangling held him. However, given the current circumstances, he refrained from voicing his doubts. Jiang Juanhu's eyes flickered with suspicion. He had clearly observed the earlier scene and noted that Li Guangling did not seem particularly invested in Sun Tao. After some contemplation, he concluded that some matters should not be judged solely on the surface. Haha, everyone is too kind. I've merely dined with Director Li a few times. We're not that familiar, Sun Tao said with a smile, though his words lacked any modesty. Heh, young friend Sun, do not be so humble. The Jiang family is poised to collaborate with the Huangfu family on the development of the Southern District, and it is anticipated that some funds will be required for circulation. At that time, I hope for your generous assistance. Sunday, rest assured, I will take care of it. Observing the scene, Jiang Fengnian laughed heartily. With such remarkable descendants, how could the Jiang family not prosper? Just as the others were enjoying their conversation, Chen Meijing once again directed her criticism towards the second branch. Look at this. This is indeed the Jiang family's exemplary son-in-law, unlike certain individuals who welcome any kind of trash into their home. The gazes of others shifted once more to Han Mengjuan's family, filled with mockery and disdain. Jiang Haiyun quickly waved her hand. Meijing, please refrain from saying such things. Otherwise, Mengwan will be hurt. Reflecting on Junyao, that girl was once so outstanding, with many young talents vying for her affection, yet alas, her life seems to have been ruined, which is truly regrettable. She sighed deeply and then shifted her tone. Indeed, one's fate must be considered. My daughter Bue could not compare to Junyao in the past, but fortunately, she found an excellent boyfriend. A woman, regardless of her capabilities, must marry the right person. Her words were double-edged, not only referencing Jiang Junyao, but also subtly mocking Han Mengwan for her poor choice in marriage. Had Jiang Haiyun possessed any real capability, the second branch would not have fallen to such depths. Han Mengwan's face turned ashen. Had it not been for the elder's presence, she would have unleashed a torrent of curses. Taking a deep breath to suppress her fury, she chose to ignore the two. She understood well that engaging in a dispute would only invite further ridicule. Jiang Haiyun's face twitched incessantly. Today marked the most humiliating moment of his life. His disdainful gaze towards Ye Chu deepened, convinced that all this chaos stemmed from him. Resolute in his decision, he vowed to ensure Jiang Juanyao's divorce at the first opportunity. Noticing the lack of response from the others, Chen Meijing felt disheartened and ceased her remarks. The remaining guests redirected their focus, resuming their revelry with drinks and laughter, showering praises upon Sun Tao. Yet only Ye Chu understood that these toasts were not intended for Sun Tao, but rather for him. However, he chose not to dwell on such trivial matters. Expressing it would likely lead to disbelief and further mockery. He could not summon Li Guangling merely to validate his assertion. As the meal concluded, everyone appeared quite jovial, except for Han Mengwan's family, who were left seething with resentment. Just after the gathering had ended, Jiang Haiyun hurriedly urged everyone to leave. Haha, second uncle. Why are you hurrying? No one is going to eat you. Jiang Juanhu laughed heartily. Although Jiang Haiyun longed to depart immediately, the elevator took its time arriving. Ultimately, he shared the same elevator with the others. Second brother, Mengwan. Tomorrow Junlong will take up the position of president. You must be there, Chen Meijing said, stepping forward with a mocking glint in her eye. Jiang Haiyun and Han Mengwan, their faces darkened, remained silent. Jiang Haiyun also approached to taunt. Mengwan, I heard your son-in-law is still unemployed. Should I speak to Xiao Tao and see if he can get your son-in-law a job as a security guard at their bank? Zhang Buf feigned displeasure. Mom, Tao's bank has very high employee standards. How could they possibly hire someone with a criminal record? Jiang Haiyun sighed. Mingwan, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you, but Han Mingjuan's countenance darkened as she interjected. Thank you for your kindness, elder sister. But my son-in-law has never held a job in his life. My family can afford it. There is no need for you to fret unnecessarily. The mother-in-law's staunch defense stirred a deep sense of gratitude within Ye Chu, yet a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes, contemplating whether to teach these individuals a lesson. At that moment, the middle-aged female manager who had previously delivered the wine approached from a distance, instantly capturing the attention of the Jiang family. The manager walked directly up to Ye Chu and politely inquired, May I ask if you are Mr. Ye Chu? Ye Chu nodded in affirmation. Yes, that is I. Do you have something to discuss? The manager retrieved a black card from her possession, respectfully presenting it. Mr. Yi, this is a supreme membership card bestowed upon you by our boss. From now on, you will receive a 90% discount on all purchases here. Please accept it. This scene left the Jiang family utterly astonished. Jiang Haiyun could not help but exclaim, Manager, are you certain this ISNT meant for our little Tao? The manager smiled as she explained, Madam, our boss specifically instructed that this card be given to Mr. Ye Chu. There is no mistake. Upon hearing this, the Jiang family members widened their eyes in disbelief. How could this be? You must be mistaken, Jiang Haiyun protested, unable to accept the reality. The earlier wine, was it not also complimentary? Suddenly, she realized, halting mid-sentence. The manager cheerfully added, "Madam, the wine was also a courtesy extended by our boss in honor of Mr. Ye." Turning to Ye Chu, she asked, "Mr. Ye, did you find the taste satisfactory?" Ye Chu glanced at the Jiang family, his voice laced with mockery. "So, how was the flavor, everyone?" Their expressions fluctuated between disbelief and discomfort, particularly Sun Tao, who wished to disappear from sight. Jiang Haiyun staggered, nearly losing her balance. But Zhang Bus swiftly steadied her. In that moment, the faces of the Jiang family were a tapestry of emotions. Their previous arrogance had transformed into palpable embarrassment. "Mr. Yi, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave," the manager said with a sweet smile. Ye Chu nodded. "Please convey my gratitude to Mr. Li." The manager acknowledged and departed. "Here, Mom, this card is for you." Han Mingwan, awakening from her stupor, instantly beamed with joy. "Xiao Chu, since you have shown such filial piety, I shall not be modest." She accepted the card, lifting it proudly. "Truly, my dear son-in-law is remarkable." As she spoke, she cast a teasing glance at Jiang Haiyun. "Elder sister, though your son-in-law is indeed a young talent and a paragon, it seems he has been rather unprincipled in his dealings, appropriating others' goodwill. Today has certainly opened my eyes." She emphasized the phrases young talent and paragon with particular weight. You. Jiang Haiyun trembled with rage, breathless and speechless, her finger trembling as she pointed at Han Mingwan. Yet, despite her fervent attempts, she could not articulate a single word. "Elder sister, please do not be upset. I mean well. A son-in-law is like half a son. One must choose wisely." Han Mingwan's face was radiant with mirth, and in that moment, all her pent-up frustration dissipated. Jiang Haiyun's body trembled more violently, her gaze fixed intently on Han Mingwan. "Xiao Chu, let us depart," Han Mingwan said dismissively, beckoning Ye Chu and the others to leave the hotel, leaving the Jiang family members exchanging glances. Once in the car, Han Mingwan could no longer contain her curiosity. "Xiao Chu, what is going on? How do you know President Li?" Jiang Junyao and Jiang Haiyun also turned to look at her. Ye Chu, without reservation, replied, "Not long ago, I saved Mr. Li's life." The three of them looked astonished. It turned out to be a matter of saving grace, which explained the gifts of wine and cards. Han Mingwan inquired, "What exactly happened?" Just as Ye Chu was about to explain, Jiang Junyao suddenly received a phone call, her expression immediately turning cold. Han Mingwan asked with concern, "Junyao, what is the matter?" Jiang Junyao clarified, "Mom, something has occurred that I need to handle. You all go back first." With that, she exited the vehicle without hesitation. Ye Chu, with a look of concern, asked, "Wife, what is it? Do you need my assistance?" Jiang Junyao shot him a glare and coldly replied, "No need." With that, she quickly departed. Jiang Haiyun had no choice but to take the wheel, and Han Mingwan urged, "Xiao Chu, quickly tell me, what is going on?" "It's nothing serious. Mr. Li was poisoned, and I happen to know some detoxification techniques, which I used to assist him," Ye Chu casually explained, omitting the entire truth, primarily to avoid startling the two women with the mention of the poisonous insects. "As expected of my son-in-law, truly impressive," Han Mingwan praised sincerely, her face alight with joy. "Impressive? He missed an opportunity right in front of him," Jiang Haiyun scoffed, glancing disdainfully at Ye Chu. President Li showered him with gifts, clearly wanting to repay his kindness. He probably also thinks this lad has no promising future and is reluctant to cultivate any connections. If it were another young talent, could he be so easily dismissed? The more he spoke, the angrier he became, looking at Ye Chu with contempt. A good-for-nothing is a good-for-nothing. A wonderful opportunity presents itself, yet he cannot seize it. Silence. If you cannot speak wisely, then do not speak at all. Han Mingwan glared at Jiang Haiyun and smiled at Ye Chu. "Xiao Chu, do not mind him." Ye Chu nodded. The car departed from the Jiangnan Grand Hotel. Meanwhile, after Jiang Junyao exited the vehicle, she did not hail a cab, but instead walked away from the Jiangnan Grand Hotel. Upon reaching a secluded alley, she turned and said coolly, "Come out." A man in black emerged from the shadows, chuckling. "To think you could sense my presence. You truly are Miss Jiang." Jiang Junyao's expression remained icy. Sixth stage of body refinement. It seems Jiang Junlong has indeed acquired a few capable lackeys over the years, leveraging the Jiang family's influence. The man before her was dispatched by Jiang Junlong. A recent incident led Jiang Junlong to misinterpret the situation, suspecting that Jiang Junyao had formed an alliance with the Li family. To prevent any unexpected developments tomorrow, he sent his confidant to prepare for Jiang Junyao abduction. As long as tomorrow passed without incident, no matter how formidable the other party was, they would not be able to stir up trouble. Unbeknownst to him, every move he made had already been under Jiang Junyao surveillance. The moment he took action, she was informed. Thus, she separated from Ye Chu and the others in order to resolve the matter on her own. The man's pupils contracted. How did you know my strength? Take a guess. With a serene smile, Jiang Junyao's long, pale red hair danced in the night breeze, her jade-like skin glimmering under the moonlight. The beauty of her presence was breathtaking. Stop your theatrics, the man scoffed, reaching out to seize Jiang Junyao. Miss Jiang, I apologize for the offense. Rest assured, I mean you no harm. You shall be released after tomorrow. Jiang Junyao's expression remained cold as she raised her hand to counter his approach. With a resounding thud, the man was sent flying by her punch. How is this possible? Are you a martial artist? He exclaimed, clutching his fractured arm, disbelief etched in his eyes. Jiang Junyao responded with indifference. What? Is it so hard to believe I could be a martial artist? The man, suppressing his shock, attempted to flee. But Jiang Junyao swiftly intercepted him with a flying kick, sending him hurtling away once more. Upon hitting the ground, he spat a mouthful of blood, his face a mask of horror. How can you be so strong? Jiang Junyao advanced, looking down upon him and commanding. Call Jiang Junlong and inform him that the kidnapping has succeeded. Do not attempt any tricks, or you shall face dire consequences. Her final word resonated like thunder. The man felt dizzy, as if countless needles were piercing his mind. Overwhelmed by fear, he hastily retrieved his phone, complying with Jiang Junyao's orders without a moment's hesitation. Miss Jiang, I have done as you instructed. Please spare my life, he pleaded, his head bowed in supplication. Jiang Junyao replied coolly, that is acceptable, but only after tomorrow. Thank you, Miss Jiang. The man expressed his gratitude fervently, not daring to exhibit any discontent. Meanwhile, Jiang Junlong hung up the phone, a cold smile illuminating his face. Jiang Junyao, you are still too inexperienced to challenge me. After tomorrow, you will have no chance of resurgence. At the Jiang family villa, the three waited in vain for Jiang Junyao's return. After inquiring via phone, they learned she would not be coming back. Han Mingwan expressed her worry. Is Junyao feeling overwhelmed? Alas, there is nothing we can do to assist. Jiang Haiyun sighed, recognizing the difficulty of their situation. Once Jiang Junlong assumed the role of president, the second branch would have no opportunity for advancement. Ye Chu attempted to soothe their concerns. Father, mother, do not fret. Junyao is resilient. She won't be diminished by such matters. Moreover, the situation is not yet finalized. Jiang Junlong may not secure the presidency after all. Jiang Haiyun scoffed. What do you know? At this juncture, it is safe to say the outcome is nearly predetermined. Unless Junyao reaches a private agreement with the Huangfu family tonight. But how likely is that? His voice grew nearly frantic, as if seeking to vent his frustrations upon Ye Chu. Why are you shouting? Han Mingwan retorted, displeased. This matter has nothing to do with Xiao Chu. Xiao Chu, ignore him and go rest, she added. Ye Chu nodded and ascended the stairs. Once in his room, he took out his phone to inquire about Huangfu Shiyue's situation. She assured him that Jiang Junlong would not become the president of the Jiang group unless they wished to sever ties with the Huangfu family. Feeling relieved, Ye Chu engaged in a brief conversation before ending the call. The night passed in silence. The following day, Ye Chu rose early. Descending the stairs, he found Han Mingwan and Jiang Haiyun already dressed. As core members of the Jiang family, they naturally had to witness the unfolding events, especially since the main branch had extended a special invitation the previous day. In their hearts, the two harbored a glimmer of hope. What if unforeseen circumstances arose along the way? The trio drove towards the headquarters of the Jiang Group, a prominent entity primarily engaged in the real estate sector. Situated in the heart of the city, it was a towering skyscraper, soaring to a height of 100 meters. Upon reaching the top floor via the elevator, they entered a spacious office. Within, Jiang Fingyan occupied the head seat, with Jiang Junlong standing beside him, while a multitude of directors and executives filled the room. Core members of the Jiang family, including Jiang Haifeng and Jiang Haiyun, were also present. As the trio made their entrance, all eyes turned towards them. The gaze of the Jiang family members, particularly Jiang Haifeng and his kin, was laced with mockery. The expressions of the board members and senior executives varied. Some, ever sycophantic, wore looks of derision and scorn. Jiang Junyao was known for her decisive and uncompromising demeanor, having ruffled many feathers within the company in the past. The current situation was precisely what they relished. Conversely, those with genuine strategic foresight were keenly wishing for Jiang Junyao to assume the presidency, as her capabilities far surpassed those of Jiang Junlong. Without Jiang Junyao, the prospect of the Jiang group forging a partnership with the Huangfu family appeared exceedingly slim. Yet, the will of Jiang Fengnian prevailed. Jiang Junlong's presidency was his decree, and they were left with no recourse. Mingwan, today is an internal company meeting. It would be prudent to refrain from bringing along those of dubious character, Jiang Haiyun remarked with an unfriendly demeanor. The previous night, she had lost face and harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Han Mingwan. Seizing the opportunity, she was determined not to let it slip away. In a defiant retort, Han Mingwan replied, "Xiao Chu is my son-in-law, and thus a half-member of the Jiang family. How can you label him as dubious? Half a member of the Jiang family? How does he deserve such a designation?" Jiang Haiyun scoffed. "Why is he unworthy, Jiang Haiyun? What do you mean by that?" Han Mingwan demanded loudly, fully prepared to disrupt the meeting if it meant achieving her goal. As the tension between the two escalated, Jiang Fengnian's authoritative voice resounded, "Enough." His piercing gaze swept over them. "Do you believe this is a marketplace? Do you think you can bicker and cause a ruckus at will?" With a shared glare, the two fell silent. Jiang Fengnian surveyed the assembly, stating coolly, "A year ago, I declared that whoever possesses the capability to establish a partnership with the Huangfu family shall assume the presidency. Junlong has now fully engaged with the royal family and has exhibited exceptional performance. I believe he is indeed capable of holding the position. What say you all?" "I have no objections." Jiang Haifeng was the first to voice his agreement. "Neither do I." Jiang Haiyun quickly followed suit, with the two leading the charge. The remaining directors and executives echoed their support. Ultimately, aside from a few company elders, only Han Mingwan and her companions remained silent. Jiang Fengnian's brow furrowed slightly as he discreetly glanced at several elders before turning his attention to Jiang Haiyun. "Heir, do you have any objections?" Jiang Haiyun clenched her teeth, but remained mute. "Why are you not speaking, heir? Have you lost your voice?" Jiang Fengnian's tone suddenly grew more forceful. Jiang Haiyun was startled, just about to speak when Han Mingwan interjected, "Indeed, we have concerns. The collaboration with the Huangfu family was clearly negotiated by Junyao. So why is Jiang Junlong appointed as the president?" At that moment, those who were at odds with the second branch displayed expressions of anticipation. Everyone present was aware of this fact, yet no one dared to voice it. The consequences of defying Jiang Fengnian could be quite severe. Jiang Fengnian's expression darkened abruptly, but before he could respond, a voice resonated from outside. "I also have objections." Everyone turned to see two figures enter, one of whom was Jiang Junyao, accompanied by an elegant and poised mature woman. The crowd's countenance shifted dramatically, and Jiang Junlong's pupils constricted, nearly losing his composure. Jiang Fengnian furrowed his brow and admonished, "Junyao, what do you intend to do? Do not forget your place." Yesterday, the other party had agreed readily, and he had assumed there would be no complications. Jiang Junyao calmly walked into the office, her gaze sweeping over the assembly before finally resting on Jiang Fengnian. "Grandfather, I am well aware of my position, which is precisely why I am here today." She cast a sidelong glance at the visibly distressed Jiang Junlong, speaking bluntly, "With all due respect, your judgment in selecting a successor is rather lacking. With Jiang Junlong's capabilities, he would only lead the corporation into decline. As a member of the Jiang family, I cannot allow such a fate to befall us." Jiang Fengnian's forehead pulsed with anger, his brows furrowed in thunderous fury. As a man of experience, he understood that in terms of capability, Jiang Junlong paled in comparison to Jiang Junyao. However, the latter was a woman, and the vast Jiang family could not be entrusted to her. This was his unwavering principle, and to have it publicly challenged today ignited his rage. Just as he was about to reprimand her, Jiang Haifeng spoke first. "Jiang Junyao, have you lost your senses? As a mere junior, how dare you speak to your father in such a manner? It is utterly outrageous. Moreover, my son Junlong is exceptionally gifted, having excelled in the company over the past year, successfully negotiating with the Huangfu family. How could he possibly lead the corporation to ruin?" Jiang Haiyun chimed in. "What my elder brother says is correct. Junlong is indeed outstanding, and with him as president, he will surely elevate the corporation to greater heights. Besides, we are all in agreement. By what right do you oppose? Who do you think you are?" With the two leading the charge, others supporting Jiang Junlong joined in the fray, collectively denouncing Jiang Junyao. Han Mingwan watched in indignation but felt powerless at the moment. Jiang Junyao remained unperturbed, waiting until the others had their say before directing her gaze towards several elder members of the company. Uncles, do you also support Jiang Junlong as president? All eyes turned towards the few who had yet to express their opinions. Among them, a gray-haired elder glanced at the mature woman beside Jiang Junyao, then turned to Jiang Fengyan with a beaming smile. Chairman, Jiang Junyao's capabilities are evident to all, and she was the one who initially negotiated the collaboration with the Huangfu family. I believe she may be more suited for the role of president. The words sent a ripple of shock through the room. Jiang Fengyan's brow furrowed deeply, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Chairman, I concur with old Wang's sentiment. Junyao may indeed be the more suitable candidate. Indeed, Junyao is the more fitting choice. The other elders chimed in, their expressions revealing astonishment as they turned their gazes towards Jiang Junyao, who had secretly garnered the support of several elders. In that moment, they once again witnessed the remarkable prowess of this remarkable heiress of the Jiang family. Not even Han Mingwan and her husband could conceal their shock, utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. In recent days, Jiang Junyao had been preoccupied, not with seeking collaboration with the Huangfu family, as her senior sister had already resolved that matter for her, but rather with consolidating alliances among the company's elders. This time, she aimed to secure Jiang Fengyan's unequivocal approval. The members of the main branch were livid, their faces ashen, with Chun Meijing in a frenzy, exclaiming, Jiang Junyao, how cunning you are, secretly colluding with the company elders. Jiang Junyao paid them no heed, her gaze fixed on Jiang Fengyan as she calmly inquired, Grandfather, what are your thoughts? Jiang Fengyan's forehead throbbed with anger. Jiang Junyao not only defied his decision, but also severely challenged his authority. Very well, indeed. You are truly my granddaughter, possessing remarkable capabilities, he responded, his fury morphing into a sardonic smile. But do not forget, I am the chairman of the board. No one can question my decisions. Junlong is the heir I have chosen, and no one can obstruct that. Your abilities may be commendable, yet your stubborn and domineering disposition disregards the respect due to seniority. You dare to question my decision as chairman before even assuming the role of president. What might you do if you were to become president? His words dripped with ire, clearly indicating his growing discontent with Jiang Junyao. Witnessing the old man's formidable stance, those who supported Jiang Junlong felt reassured, as if they had taken a potent tonic. The members of the main branch cast provocative glances at Jiang Junyao, their expressions seemingly taunting her. What can you achieve, regardless of your prowess, if the old man does not lend his support? Han Mingwan trembled with indignation, incensed by the old man's blatant favoritism towards the main branch. Jiang Haiyun clenched his fists in anger. Though he had always feared the old man since childhood and dared not voice a single dissenting word, Ye Chu observed silently, his expression betraying no change. Indeed, grandfather speaks wisely. You are the chairman, and no one can question your decisions, Jiang Junyao replied, a mocking smile gracing her lips. She then shifted her focus, gesturing to the elegant woman beside her. By the way, allow me to introduce, this is Yushan, Miss Huangfu's personal secretary. At this revelation, the room fell into stunned silence. Jiang Junlong's expression darkened, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. In all his dealings with the Huangfu family, his most frequent contact had been with a department manager from their Jiangdu branch. He had never encountered someone of the stature of Miss Huangfu's secretary. Jiang Fengyan initially furrowed his brow, but soon donned a welcoming smile, rising to greet her warmly. I apologize for not having welcomed Secretary Yu properly. Please forgive my oversight. Yushan waved her hand dismissively. Chairman Jiang, there is no need for such formalities. I am here to discuss a matter with you. Jiang Fengyan nodded eagerly, urging her to proceed. Yushan calmly stated, our miss has conveyed that the initial collaboration was initiated by Miss Jiang. Therefore, it would be more appropriate for Miss Jiang to oversee the subsequent cooperation. What are your thoughts on this, Chairman Jiang? Jiang Fengyan opened his mouth, yet remained speechless for a considerable time. The expressions of the others were filled with astonishment as they turned their gazes towards Jiang Junyao. It was remarkable that she had managed to persuade the Huangfu family to offer their assistance. Although there was no explicit suggestion for Jiang Junyao to assume the role of president, everyone present understood that a partnership with the Huangfu family was an invaluable opportunity. Whoever held this opportunity would possess significant influence within the company. Even if today the elder insisted on appointing Jiang Junlong as president, it would merely be superficial. As long as Jiang Junyao maintained the collaboration with the Huangfu family, the majority of the company's personnel would gravitate towards her, eventually undermining Jiang Junlong's authority. Yushan smiled faintly, remarking, "Of course, if Chairman Jiang finds it challenging, he may decline. I will report to the young lady accordingly." Though her words were delivered with a smile, they struck Jiang Fengyan's ears like a thunderclap. This was a request made by the young lady of the Huangfu family. Should he refuse, the collaboration would likely be jeopardized. He forced a smile and replied, "No trouble at all. Since Miss Huangfu has spoken, I naturally have no objections." The expression of the first branch shifted dramatically, and Jiang Junlong could not help but interject, "Grandfather, please be silent." Jiang Fengyan cast a stern glance at him before turning to Jiang Junyao, wearing a somewhat strained smile. "Junyao, you will be fully responsible for the collaboration with the Huangfu family moving forward. Do not let your grandfather down. Rest assured, grandfather, I will seize this opportunity to elevate the group to new heights," Jiang Junyao responded confidently. Then, she shifted her tone, "Grandfather, I still believe I am more capable of serving as the group's president. What are your thoughts on this?" The crowd's expressions sharpened, sensing the undercurrents of a power struggle in her words. Jiang Fengyan furrowed his brow, a flash of anger flickering in his eyes as he regarded Jiang Junyao intently. "Junyao, your grandfather certainly believes in your capabilities, but you are still quite young. Here's what we shall do. You will act as interim president, and if you perform well, you will be officially appointed." He spoke with a smile, appearing genuinely concerned for Jiang Junyao's interests. Jiang Junyao raised an eyebrow, recognizing the need to avoid pushing the elder too far. She smiled and nodded. "Very well. I shall abide by grandfather's wishes." Jiang Fengyan exhaled, relieved that Jiang Junyao was not being obstinate. He surveyed the gathered company with an authoritative tone. "From now on, Junyao will serve as interim president, fully responsible for the collaboration with the Huangfu family. I hope everyone will support her efforts." The crowd nodded in unison, none daring to voice dissent. Even the first branch remained silent. Though they felt a sense of dissatisfaction, the prevailing circumstances compelled their acquiescence. Furthermore, the elder had not completely relinquished his stance, indicating that he still afforded Jiang Junlong a sliver of opportunity. With further careful planning, a solution would surely emerge. "Secretary Yu, as this is your first visit, allow me to show you around," Jiang Fengyan offered, hoping to foster a closer rapport. "Chairman Jiang, there's no need for trouble," Yushan declined, shaking her head. "I must return to report to the young lady, so I shall not impose further." Jiang Fengyan had no choice but to relent. "Very well, I shall see you off." Yushan did not refuse again, nodding at Jiang Junyao. "Miss Jiang, I bid you farewell." Jiang Junyao smiled warmly. "Secretary Yu, thank you for your efforts. Allow me to escort you." Yushan nodded and departed the office alongside Jiang Junyao and Jiang Fengyan. With their exit, the meeting came to a close. Han Mingwan immediately turned her gaze towards Chun Meijing, exclaiming with a chuckle, "Oh dear sister-in-law, how unpredictable life is. The president we had in our grasp has just flown away. What a pity." Chun Meijing's face alternated between shades of blue and white, her body trembling uncontrollably. If looks could kill, Han Mingwan would have been left riddled with wounds. "Do not revel too much, Han Mingwan. Jiang Junyao is merely an acting president, not the true president. She may be dismissed at any moment," Jiang Haiyun retorted, unable to tolerate Han Mengjuan's arrogance. "Huh, an acting president is still a president. She can still oversee you," Han Mingwan replied, her face a mask of triumph that she could hardly conceal. Jiang Haiyun gasped in indignation, shooting a fierce glare at Han Mingwan before storming out in anger. "Humph, Han Mingwan, do not be too pleased with yourself. This matter is far from over. We shall see," Chun Meijing declared before leaving in a huff. "No worries, dear sister-in-law. I will be waiting," Han Mingwan called out loudly. "Second brother, you truly have raised a wonderful daughter," Jiang Haifeng remarked, casting a dark look at Jiang Haiyun before departing. Jiang Juanhu and the other two followed suit. "Let us leave as well." Han Mingwan beckoned to Ye Chu and Jiang Haiyun, while the others exchanged bewildered glances, utterly surprised by the outcome. Upon exiting the building, Han Mengjuan's smile remained undiminished. "Xiao Chu, mother is in a good mood today. Let us go indulge in a grand feast." Naturally, Ye Chu would not dampen her spirits and nodded in agreement. Jiang Haiyun, however, wore a puzzled expression. "How curious. Why would the Huangfu family assist Junyao? He furrowed his brow in contemplation and then, as if struck by a sudden insight, his eyes brightened. Could it be that Qian Xinji is lending a hand? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. He immediately turned to Han Mingwan and voiced his speculation. Mingwan, it is likely that Qian Xinji is the one supporting this matter. We ought to express our gratitude. What do you think would be an appropriate way to show our appreciation? Ye Chu found himself at a loss for words, bemused by his father-in-law's lack of intellect. It was no wonder he was the least accomplished among the Jiang family's second generation. He considered revealing that he was the one who had offered assistance, but ultimately decided against it, knowing that Jiang Haiyun would not believe him and would likely mock him mercilessly. Han Mingwan frowned. Surely not. Xiao Chu offended them last time. Would they still extend their help? The mere mention of this irritated Jiang Haiyun, who scoffed. Do you think everyone is as petty as this useless fool? Qian Xinji is a well-educated individual who has studied abroad and would never quibble over such trifles. Han Mingwan rolled her eyes, unwilling to engage in an argument, and replied nonchalantly, perhaps, but let us not rush to conclusions. We will wait until this evening to seek Junyao's opinion. With Jiang Haiyun's interruption, Han Mingwan lost her appetite for a lavish meal, opting for a casual lunch at a nearby establishment before heading to Yunmeng Pharmaceutical. She had been closely monitoring matters concerning the Jiang Group, as many company affairs remained unaddressed. Ye Chu intended to leave, but was pulled along by Han Mingwan, who suggested she might arrange a position for him. Meanwhile, upon returning, the main family members immediately began strategizing on how to deal with Jiang Junyao. Damn it! That wretched Jiang Junyao, how insidious she is. Not only has she colluded with those old geezers, but she has also secretly enlisted the Huangfu family to take action. Jiang Haifeng vented his fury, his eyes ablaze with hatred. Chen Meijing and the others were equally incensed. Only Jiang Junlong furrowed his brow in contemplation. He had clearly sent someone to abduct Jiang Junyao yesterday, so why was she present at the company today? He had contacted his trusted subordinates the moment he left the office, but alas, the phone remained unanswered. What the hell is going on? He cursed inwardly, his face marred with unbounded rage. Big brother, are you all right? Jiang Juanhu inquired with concern. Jiang Junlong shook his head, assuring them, do not worry. I am not so easily rattled by such matters. Despite his words, the others could detect the gritted teeth in his voice. What shall we do next, Junlong? Chen Meijing asked. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Jiang Junlong's eyes. If it comes to that, we shall find someone to eliminate that wretched Jiang Junyao. Chen Meijing gasped in shock. Wouldn't that be too reckless? Such a course of action is unwise. Jiang Haifeng shook his head. After all, we are family. If the old man finds out, we would face dire consequences. Chen Meijing frowned. Then what do you propose we do? Shall we simply watch idly? Jiang Haifeng's brow furrowed deeply. He, too, could not conjure a better solution. I might have a plan, though I am uncertain of its feasibility. Jiang Junlan, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. The others turned their gazes towards her, and Jiang Juanhu asked, Little sister, what is your plan? Speak quickly. Jiang Junlan replied, I heard from Brother Zihai that Wang Zitong is returning soon. Perhaps we could arrange a marriage alliance with the Wang family, allowing Jiang Junyao to be wed off. Sister, what nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Junyao is already married. Jiang Junhu frowned. Jiang Junlan smiled cunningly. That is easily remedied. All we need to do is eliminate that useless husband of hers. The other's eyes brightened at this suggestion. It seemed plausible. Jiang Junlong contemplated, but given Jiang Junyao's strong will, even if that boy were to die, she may not agree to marry. Jiang Haifeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, although the Wang family is powerful, it would be unlikely for Jiang Junyao to bow down. Jiang Junlan chuckled. I am well aware of that. But what if the Wang family were to produce another martial arts master? The group's expressions shifted to one of seriousness as Jiang Junlong pressed, Sister, what do you mean by that? Jiang Junlan did not hesitate to elaborate on the auction incident that had occurred recently, though she refrained from mentioning her encounter with Ye Chu, as it had been somewhat embarrassing. The others were taken aback by her words. Such a miraculous elixir could enable someone to break through to the master level. Jiang Juanhu exclaimed in astonishment. It is a pity we were not present at the time. Otherwise, we would have surely secured a pill, Jiang Haifeng lamented. Jiang Junlong spoke solemnly. In that case, it is highly likely that the Wang family will soon have another master. The group's expressions grew grave. The Wang family was already the most powerful among the three ancient clans, and the addition of another master would render their strength even more formidable. If the Wang family proposed a marriage alliance at that moment, the old man would undoubtedly consent, making it exceedingly difficult for Jiang Junyao to refuse. Jiang Junlan smiled. I heard from Brother Zihai that Wang Zidong still harbors feelings for Jiang Junyao, and he seems to have reached the peak of body refinement. The Wang family will likely bestow that elixir upon him, once the prince transcends to the master realm and personally comes to propose. It is feared that Jiang Junyao will be unable to refuse. The eyes of several individuals brightened at this thought. If it were indeed the case, Jiang Junyao would find herself compelled to marry. The demands of a master are not something anyone can dismiss. Moreover, this is a young master. Once Jiang Junyao is wed, everything will be resolved. Thus, it appears we need only to eliminate that useless son-in-law. Jiang Juanhu smiled insidiously. Leave this matter to me. I will ensure that the waste does not see the light of tomorrow. Brother, do not act impulsively, Jiang Junlan hastily advised. We currently do not know the relationship between that waste and the Li family. For safety's sake, we should first send someone to probe. In truth, her apprehension did not stem from fear of the Li family, but rather from the enigmatic Lord Long Jiao and the mysterious woman. Without clarity on Ye Chu's connection to both, it would be unwise to engage directly. Should they pursue the matter, the Jiang family would struggle to withstand the repercussions. Jiang Junlong frowned, questioning why dealing with a mere waste should require such intricate planning. Junlan is correct. One must exercise caution. Jiang Haifeng turned to Jiang Junlan. Speak freely. Junlan, if you have any ideas. We could secretly send someone to deal with that young man and observe the Li family's reaction, Jiang Junlan suggested. The others nodded in agreement, finding merit in her proposal. Jiang Juanhu immediately stated, I am acquainted with individuals from the Black Tiger Society. I can enlist their aid. Jiang Haifeng nodded. Very well. This task shall be entrusted to you, Juanhu. He then turned to Jiang Junlong. Investigate the nature of Jiang Junyao's connection with the Huangfu family. This situation reeks of peculiarity. Ordinarily, this is a matter for our Jiang family, and the Huangfu family has no reason to involve themselves. Jiang Junlong nodded. Understood, father. In the Jiang group, within the presidential office, Jiang Junyao gazed out at the bustling scenery, a barely perceptible smile flitting across her face. Though delayed, she had finally reclaimed what belonged to her. She took out her phone and dialed a number. The call connected swiftly, and a cold female voice resonated from the other end. Junior sister, congratulations. Senior sister, thank you for your assistance. I shall remember this favor, Jiang Junyao replied solemnly. Once master emerges from seclusion, I will request she provide you with additional dispelling pills. A moment of silence enveloped the line before a frigid voice responded. There is no need for you to concern yourself with my affairs, since yours have been resolved. You must hasten to that location. Otherwise, if master becomes enraged, we shall all face dire consequences. Jiang Junyao furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss in the other's tone. I understand. Also, be wary of the young lady from the Huangfu family. She is not a simple character. I will exercise caution. Meanwhile, Han Mingwan had intended to arrange a position for Ye Chu at the company, but her efforts were repeatedly thwarted by Jiang Haiyun, who clearly did not wish for Ye Chu to have an easy time. Unbeknownst to him, this aligned perfectly with Ye Chu's desires. After 3 years of confinement, he had no inclination to return to work. Ultimately, he concocted an excuse and departed from Yunming Pharmaceuticals. After leaving, he planned to seek out Yun Bingwan to mend their relationship, as she was suspected to possess dragon lineage and might hold insights into the dragon clan's secrets. At present, the Yi family offers no hope. To uncover the secrets of one's lineage, one must seek alternatives. Continuing on this path would surely lead to a dead end, necessitating the purchase of a gift. Ye Chu contemplated for a moment, deciding that a thoughtful present would be essential to appease the other party. Given Yun Bingwan's demeanor upon her departure, it would be a miracle if she not only refrained from causing him trouble, but also agreed to clarify his doubts. He hailed a cab and headed straight to the largest jewelry store in Jiangdu, the Jiangnan Jewelry House. As the eldest daughter of the Yun family, Yun Bingwan would undoubtedly dismiss any ordinary gift, so it was imperative to select something of considerable value. The Jiangnan Jewelry House, located on the bustling jewelry street in the city center, stood out amongst a plethora of stores. Upon alighting from the cab, Ye Chu made his way directly into the prominent establishment. As he walked, he suddenly noticed a crowd gathered in front of a shop, initially intending to circumvent the throng. He was drawn closer by the sight of a familiar figure amidst the gathering. At the center of the crowd stood a middle-aged man, portly and brash, glaring menacingly at a young couple. The woman was none other than Sun Yuru, while the man was a stranger to Ye Chu. "You must compensate 1 million today, or you shall not leave here," the middle-aged man announced, his tone dripping with an unyielding authority. Upon hearing the sum, the young man's expression shifted dramatically as he protested. "Wasn't that bracelet priced at 10,000? How did it escalate to 1 million? The middle-aged man responded with a derisive laugh. 10,000 was its value before it shattered. Now, it's 1 million. If you disagree, you can provide me with an identical one." Onlookers exchanged glances, shaking their heads at the misfortune befalling the young couple. Having encountered Luo Sampang, a notorious thug known for his ruthlessness, although his actions sparked widespread discontent, his connections rendered him untouchable. The young man, though filled with bravado, stammered, "This is blatant robbery. I will call the city guards." The middle-aged man scoffed, "By all means, go ahead." With a wave of his hand, several burly men closed in on the young man, who immediately paled and shifted the blame. "Boss, this isn't my fault. It was this woman who broke the bracelet." Sun Yuru stared at him, aghast, her eyes blazing with indignation. The young man, feeling a twinge of guilt, hardened his resolve. "What are you looking at? If you hadn't overreacted, the bracelet wouldn't have broken." Sun Yuru's chest heaved with anger. "You are shameless." She was both furious and distressed, tears welling in her eyes. The young man, when Xiaoshan, had been introduced to her by a relative as a potential match. Upon her last return home, her mother, Sun Xiaoying, had seen her with an armful of expensive clothing, all purchased by Ye Chu. Instead of expressing joy, Sun Xiaoying had scolded her harshly, advising her to distance herself from Ye Chu. In her mother's words, Ye Chu was already married, yet still treated Sun Yuru well, suggesting ulterior motives. Moreover, she had pressured her to consider arranged matches, seemingly to deter Ye Chu's advances. Initially resistant, Sun Yuru found herself swayed by her mother's persistent persuasion. In a moment of resignation, she reluctantly agreed, thinking she would merely meet him to placate the situation. Recently, accompanied by her mother and the matchmaker, the two had dined together. During the meal, when Xiaoshan exhibited exceptional politeness, leaving a favorable impression on Sun Xiaoying. Consequently, after their meal, when Xiaoshan invited Sun Yuru to take a stroll, and Sun Xiaoying readily consented, insisting that Sun Yuru accompany him to foster their acquaintance. As they wandered, they found themselves on Jewelry Street, where when Xiaoshan, perhaps eager to display his wealth and win Sun Yuru's favor, intended to purchase a jade bracelet for her. Sun Yuru vehemently declined, but his persistent persuasion proved overwhelming. Given their familial connection, she felt compelled to concede, planning to feign disinterest once inside the store. However, when Xiaoshan, taking matters into his own hands, chose a bracelet, and, when Sun Yuru was momentarily distracted, seized her wrist to place it on her. Reflexively, Sun Yuru pulled away, sending the jade bracelet flying and shattering it into several pieces. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Luo Sampang scrutinized Sun Yuru, growing increasingly enamored with the striking young woman before him, declaring, "Little girl, if you are willing to accompany me for a month, you need not worry about the cost of the bracelet." This was, in truth, the underlying motive for his fixation on the pair. Sun Yuru, infuriated and embarrassed, firmly rejected his proposition. Luo Sampang, with a dismissive scoff, responded, "If you refuse, then you will have to pay, not a single cent less." When Xiaoshan, alarmed, admonished softly, "Have you lost your senses? Agree to this at once. He is clearly not someone to provoke. If we anger him, we shall surely face dire consequences. Besides, what does it matter to accompany him for a month? Trust me, afterwards, I will not look down upon you." Sun Yuru, utterly bewildered, could hardly fathom the existence of such shamelessness. The onlookers, hearing when Xiaoshan's words, expressed disdain. A grown man, rather than confronting the issue himself, was pushing his girlfriend to take the brunt of it, all while cloaked in pretense. Not only was he contemptible, but he also exhibited a shocking lack of shame. The bystanders, unaware of their relationship, mistook their outing for a romantic rendezvous. Feeling the weight of judgment, when Xiaoshan's countenance darkened, but in this dire situation, preserving his pride seemed trivial. The sum in question was 100,000. He could not possibly muster such an amount without resorting to high-interest loans. He would never ruin his future for a woman. In any case, you must agree quickly or prepare to pay. After all, it was you who broke the bracelet. I will not be responsible for the costs, he insisted with unwavering resolve. Had it not been for you, I would not be in this predicament, Sun Yuru exclaimed. Nearly in tears, regret consumed her. Had she known it would come to this, she would have never agreed to the blind date. Stop this bickering and pay the money. Luo Sanpong's expression darkened, or none of you shall leave. Both their faces shifted, as when Xiaoshan pondered an escape, while Sun Yuru contemplated seeking help from Ye Chu. After much deliberation, she ultimately refrained from calling, feeling it was unfair to burden him again. It appears you two are unwilling to cooperate. You lot, please escort them inside the establishment, Luo Sanpang commanded with a wave of his hand, as several burly men approached. When Xiaoshan hastily begged for mercy, boss, I truly cannot produce 1 million. Would it be acceptable if I compensated you with 100,000 instead? Furthermore, this woman is at your disposal. Luo Sanpang raised an eyebrow, feigning contemplation as he replied, given your amiable demeanor, 100,000 it shall be. A wave of relief washed over Wen Xiaoshan as he promptly initiated a money transfer on his phone. After completing the transaction, he cautiously inquired, boss, may I leave now? Get lost, Luo Sanpang waved his hand dismissively. Just as Wen Xiaoshan prepared to exit, a sudden voice interrupted, wait. The crowd turned to see who would dare to interfere in Luo Sanpong's affairs. A tall young man approached. Ye Chu. Sun Yuru gasped, her eyes filled with delight. In her moment of dire need, Ye Chu had appeared once more. Luo Sanpang narrowed his eyes, questioning, who are you? Ignoring him, Ye Chu cast a cold gaze at Wen Xiaoshan, commanding, stop. Wen Xiaoshan, eager to flee, paid no heed to him. Ye Chu let out a cold snort and flicked a silver needle, causing excruciating pain in Wen Xiaoshan's left calf. He stumbled and fell to the ground. Panic etched across his face as he gasped, what have you done to me? Without sparing a glance at him, Ye Chu approached Sun Yuru and softly asked, what happened? Sun Yuru, without concealment, recounted the events, even explaining her mother's insistence on her blind date, seemingly intent on preventing any misunderstanding on Ye Chu's part. Ye Chu, my mother can be quite suspicious. She is not a bad person. Please don't take offense. She spoke cautiously, fearing Ye Chu might be angered. Rest assured, I am not so petty. However, your mother's judgment appears questionable for choosing such a man, Ye Chu jested, subtly glancing at Wen Xiaoshan. Such a spineless man was the kind he most despised. Indeed, Sun Yuru nodded in agreement. Had it not been for Ye Chu's timely arrival today, I would have been at a loss for what to do. Kid, who the hell are you to meddle in my affairs? Luo Sanpong's face darkened at Ye Chu's indifference. Ye Chu's gaze turned icy as he replied with a teasing tone, a jade bracelet worth 10,000. And you demand 1 million? This is clearly extortion. Is it no longer customary to conduct business with integrity in this era? Customs? Luo Sanpang snorted derisively before breaking into a boastful grin. In this street, my rules are the rules. Ye Chu raised an eyebrow, unfazed by Luo Sanpong's arrogance. Is that so? Do you think I am to be intimidated? What's the matter, kid? You dissatisfied? Luo Sanpang sneered. Whether you like it or not, on this street, you must either lie low like a tiger or crouch like a dragon. Otherwise, you shall not leave. Though his words were exceedingly arrogant, none of the onlookers dared to retort, for behind Luo Sanpang stood the Black Tiger Gang, a formidable force indeed. It could be said that on this street, apart from Jiangnan Jewelry Store, no one else dared to provoke him. Ye Chu raised an eyebrow. Is that so? I, however, am not one to believe in superstition and shall see how you intend to handle me. Unaware of your impending doom, if you wish to see, I shall oblige. Luo Sanpang's expression darkened as he signaled several burly men. Go ahead, break this kid's limbs first, then we will see how to deal with him. The muscular men swiftly advanced toward Ye Chu. With the experience from the last encounter, Sun Yuru remained utterly composed, swiftly stepping aside to avoid disrupting Ye Chu's performance. Observing several burly men joining forces, the onlookers subtly shook their heads, believing Ye Chu was destined for disaster. However, the subsequent scene left everyone astounded. In a mere flurry of punches and kicks, Ye Chu felled all the hulking adversaries, the fluidity of his movements reminiscent of effortlessly squashing a few ants. Clapping his hands, he turned to the rotund Luo Sanpang with a grin and remarked, Is that all you have? It became clear that he possessed some martial prowess, explaining his audacity. Luo Sanpang, undeterred, coldly retorted, You've made a grave mistake, kid. My brother-in-law is a hall master of the Black Tiger Society. These men are affiliated with them, and by striking them, You've provoked the Black Tiger Society. His tone shifted to a chilling severity, warning that the repercussions of antagonizing the Black Tiger Society were dire. If you wish to avoid calamity, you would do well to heed my words. Feigning curiosity, Ye Chu replied, "Oh, what do you propose?" With a glint of mischief in his eyes, Luo Sanpang replied, "It's simple. Just bow and apologize, and let that woman accompany me for a few months. Moreover, seeing as you possess some skill, you could serve as my dog in the future. In doing so, we can let today's incident pass without further consequence." Luo Sanpang glared down at Ye Chu with an air of disdain, completely dismissing him. The spectators turned their attention to Ye Chu, eager to see how he would respond. Narrowing his eyes, Ye Chu scoffed, "What are you, to speak so brazenly before me?" With that, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick to Luo Sanpang's chest. With a resounding crash, the hefty figure was sent sprawling backward, shattering the shop's glass door. A stunned silence enveloped the crowd. The onlookers were incredulous. Had Ye Chu actually struck Luo Sanpang? Was he prepared to confront the Black Tiger Society head-on? When Xiaoshan's face drained of color as he trembled, retreating behind a crowd. Fearful of attracting Ye Chu's attention, Ye Chu strode towards the bloodied Luo Sanpang, his gaze indifferent as he loomed over him, wiping the blood from his face. Luo Sanpang's eyes burned with fury. "You little brat, just wait. If I don't end you today, I want to call myself Luo San." Gritting his teeth against the pain, he retrieved his phone to call for help. Upon connecting, he immediately lamented, "Brother-in-law, someone is causing a ruckus here and has even struck me, showing no respect for the Black Tiger Society. You must intervene on my behalf." Whatever was said on the other end ignited a fervor within him. After hanging up, he yelled at Ye Chu, "You've got guts. Don't you dare leave. My brother-in-law will be here shortly." Urging him to hurry, he added, "I'll be waiting at the Jiangnan jewelry store." Ye Chu dismissed him with a remark and proceeded with Sun Yuru towards the jewelry store. The crowd followed, eager to witness whether Ye Chu's youthful bravado held any substance. When Xiaoshan, harboring resentment, also trailed behind. With his left leg rendered useless, his hatred towards Ye Chu had reached a boiling point. He felt unsatisfied unless he witnessed Ye Chu being punished. Little did he know that Ye Chu had merely sealed his acupoints temporarily. He would recover once the silver needles were removed. "Ye Chu, thank you," Sun Yuru expressed with heartfelt gratitude, her gaze toward him brimming with admiration. "It was just a trivial matter, no need to concern yourself." Ye Chu waved his hand and advised, "In the future, should you encounter such matters, do not hesitate to call me. Do not act rashly." Sun Yurua softly acknowledged with a gentle hum. Moments later, they entered the Jiangnan jewelry store, where they were warmly greeted by a young female sales associate. "Welcome. How may I assist you, sir or madam?" Ye Chu replied calmly, "I would like to browse first." The sales associate led the way, enthusiastically introducing the various items in the store. An older female sales associate, observing from a distance, harbored a flicker of disdain in her eyes. The Jiangnan jewelry store was not far from Luo Sanpang's establishment. She relished the unfolding drama and had witnessed the entire incident. In her view, Ye Chu had offended Luo Sanpang, and retribution was inevitable. She pondered why the younger sales associate dared to assist him, considering it an exercise in futility. After a brief contemplation, the older associate swiftly ascended to the upper floor to report the situation to the manager. Meanwhile, the younger sales associate continued to enthusiastically present the merchandise to Ye Chu. After surveying the surroundings, Ye Chu, unsure of what to purchase, casually inquired, "What is the most expensive item you have here?" The sales associate was taken aback, suspicion flickering in her eyes. This seemingly ordinary young man appeared to be making an audacious claim. It was well known that the Jiangnan jewelry store boasted an array of lavish jewels, some priced in the hundreds of millions. Even among the genuine affluent heirs, few would dare to make such a purchase. Ye Chu discerned her thoughts and chuckled. "What? Do you think I cannot afford it?" The sales associate quickly shook her head. No, sir, please follow me upstairs." Ye Chu nodded slightly and followed the sales associate, accompanied by Sun Yurua. The onlookers who had followed them and displayed expressions of astonishment, wondering if Ye Chu might be a scion of a distinguished family. This would certainly explain his audacity in confronting the Black Tiger Society. Driven by curiosity, they all decided to follow upstairs. The jewelry on the second floor was evidently of a higher caliber. Each piece seemed to be worth millions. "Sir, we have a treasured gem in our store. Named Heart of the Forest. It is crafted from the finest part of imperial green jade, completed by the foremost sculptor in the Dragon Kingdom." Intrigued, Ye Chu asked, Where is it? Show it to me. Right this way, the sales associate replied, quickening her pace. Soon, they arrived at a central location on the second floor, where a solitary glass display case stood. Inside rested an exquisite jade necklace. The chain was composed of diamonds of varying sizes and unique shapes, culminating in a heart-shaped jade pendant, encircled by a delicate row of smaller diamonds. Under the illumination of the lights, it sparkled with a dazzling brilliance, creating an overwhelming visual impact that captivated the gaze. At the bottom of the display, a description and price adorned the necklace. Heart of the Forest, priced at $2 billion. Upon seeing this price, the onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. The sales associate, beaming with delight, inquired, "Sir, are you satisfied with the Heart of the Forest?" "Quite good," Ye Chu nodded. "May I see it up close?" The sales associate wore a troubled expression. The Heart of the Forest was far too precious. Should it be damaged, she could not bear the responsibility. Ye Chu produced the Jiangnan Dragon card. "Are you familiar with this card?" The saleswoman scrutinized it closely, her pupils constricting in surprise, nearly gasping aloud. As an employee of Jiangnan Jewelry, she was undoubtedly acquainted with the Jiangnan Dragon card, the highest tier of cards issued by Jiangnan Commerce, introduced during her onboarding training to prevent any potential disrespect towards its holders. She never imagined she would personally attend to a cardholder in her lifetime. "Ah, it seems you recognize it." Ye Chu smiled faintly. "May I see it now?" "Certainly. Of course." The saleswoman nodded eagerly and was about to open the display cabinet to retrieve the Heart of the Forest when a sudden voice interrupted. "Stop." Everyone turned to see three figures approaching. In addition to the earlier saleswoman, there was a man and a woman. The man was portly, with a balding head, dressed in a manner befitting an executive, indicating his esteemed status. The woman was strikingly adorned, draped in gold and silver, exuding an air of allure, and was indeed a beauty, albeit not quite on par with the exquisite Sun Yuru. "Manager," the saleswoman greeted respectfully. The woman sharply reprimanded. "Who permitted you to handle the Heart of the Forest? Are you unaware of its value? Can you afford to compensate for any damage?" "Manager, I." The saleswoman hurried to explain, attempting to mention the Jiangnan Dragon card, but was abruptly cut off by the woman. "Silence. Step aside and wait. I will deal with you later." After scolding the saleswoman, the woman turned her gaze towards Ye Chu and the others, primarily focusing on Sun Yuru. "Who would have thought it was our school's illustrious son, the campus flower?" As she spoke, her gaze shifted back to Ye Chu, seemingly curious yet probing. It was well known that the campus flower of Sun Yuru held herself in high esteem, dismissing wealthy second-generation heirs. Surely her choice in men must be a scion of a prominent family. Ye Chu, unafraid to confront Luo Sampang and intent on purchasing the Heart of the Forest, might indeed be someone of significance. She refrained from direct confrontation, opting instead to test the waters. Sun Yuru's eyes flashed with disdain as she coldly replied, "No comment. And we are not familiar." The woman before her, named Xiao Mei, was also a student at Jiangdu University, albeit several years her senior. The two were originally strangers, but Sun Yuru's ascendance to the title of campus flower had incited Xiao Mei's envy, leading her to target Sun Yuru at every turn. Lacking power and influence, Sun Yuru did not exploit her beauty, which resulted in her suffering considerable setbacks. She held no favorable impression of the woman before her. Xiao Mei narrowed her eyes, a flicker of irritation crossing her visage. "Sun Yuru, just because I call you a campus flower, you've truly become arrogant. Don't overestimate your worth. You are merely a girl without any backing." She scoffed. "Do you think this is school, with those mindless admirers supporting you? Let me enlighten you. Outside, everything revolves around interest." Sun Yuru maintained a frosty silence. Xiao Mei snorted, her gaze shifting to Ye Chu. "Sir, the Heart of the Forest is quite valuable. If you wish to see it, you must first verify your financial status." Ye Chu turned to the young saleswoman, inquiring, "Is this the case?" The saleswoman hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. She dared not conceal the presence of clients holding the Jiangnan Dragon card. Ye Chu's gaze turned playful as she noted the absence of such a regulation. Xiao Mei shot an angry glare at the female sales associate, incredulous that an employee of the jewelry store would dare to speak in favor of an outsider. "Humph, am I not the store manager?" Xiao Mei scoffed, her eyes betraying a sense of derision. "What, afraid to verify funds? Perhaps you are merely a pauper." Initially, she intended to probe further, but then reconsidered, realizing her caution was unwarranted. Setting aside the fact that this young man had already offended the Black Tiger Society, it remained uncertain whether he could leave this place unscathed. Furthermore, with the formidable presence of her esteemed ally by her side, even if he possessed some background, he would hardly stir up any trouble. Ye Chu's expression was laced with scorn. After all, Jiangnan Jewelry was a distinguished enterprise in Jiangnan Province, and yet the store manager was a person of such narrow vision. It seemed the owner of Jiangnan Jewelry was indeed blind. Xiao Mei's countenance darkened, but instead of expressing her anger directly, she turned to the balding middle-aged man, feigning innocence. "Mr. Qian, this brat is bullying people. You must stand up for me." Although the balding man recognized her feigned vulnerability, he was rather taken with such antics. He immediately adopted a stern demeanor and addressed Ye Chu. "You, young man, possess quite the audacity to speak disrespectfully to someone from Jiangnan Jewelry." Ye Chu replied with a somewhat somber tone, "And who might you be?" The balding man, puffed up with pride, declared, "You are not worthy to know my identity." He waved his hand grandly, assigning an imaginary crime to Ye Chu. Several security guards promptly encircled him, trapping him within their ranks. The onlookers were taken aback. The balding man's arrogance rivaled that of Luo Sanpang. He brazenly fabricated charges against another. Yet, some present understood that the middle-aged man indeed had the capital to be arrogant. Not only was he the general manager of Jiangnan Jewelry, but he was also a director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. His status far surpassed that of Luo Sanpang. Xiao Mei's eyes flickered. With her astuteness, she quickly discerned that the balding man intended to curry favor with the Black Tiger Society. Indeed, individuals of his stature would not miss any opportunity to forge connections. Ye Chu narrowed his eyes, a glint of coldness flashing within. Just then, a group of individuals stormed in with great ferocity. At the forefront was a short, menacing middle-aged man, flanked by others who bore fierce expressions, including Luo Sanpang. Clearly, these were the reinforcements he had summoned. Pointing at Ye Chu, Luo Sanpang exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, that's the brat." The formidable middle-aged man nodded and strode forward, the crowd parting to clear a path. With a chilling gaze, he addressed Ye Chu. Are you the one who dared to provoke the Black Tiger Society?" Ye Chu replied nonchalantly, "Yes, that would be me. What do you intend to do about it?" The fierce middle-aged man grinned. "I am Wei Chi Xiong of the Black Tiger Society. Come, let us step outside." He refrained from engaging within the store, clearly wary of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce backing the jewelry establishment. Ye Chu smirked derisively. "Oh, earlier, this fat man boasted about your Black Tiger Society. And now I see a coward before me. Why step outside? If you are capable, let us resolve this right here." Astonishment spread across the faces of the crowd. Ye Chu's audacity was unparalleled. Yet, some speculated that Ye Chu must be fearful, for there was no reason for him to hide here. They also understood why he had chosen this place. Although the Black Tiger Society was formidable, it dared not offend the Jiangnan Jewelry House, which was backed by the immense Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. "Is this your reliance, boy?" Wei Chi Xiong's eyes glimmered with malevolence. Did he truly believe that hiding here would render him untouchable? He glanced at the bald middle-aged man and politely inquired, "Mr. Qian, may I resolve a personal matter here? I will compensate for any damages afterwards." Qian Sinheo laughed heartily. "There's no need for formality, Hall Master Wei. I had intended to hand this boy over to you. And since you're here, why not let you handle it personally?" "Thank you, Mr. Qian," Wei Chi Xiong replied with a fist clasped in respect, then turned his icy gaze upon Ye Chu and gestured to the men behind him. "Go, incapacitate this boy and bring him back for further treatment. Be mindful not to damage anything." Instantly, several brawny men advanced, swinging their fists toward Ye Chu. "Ignorant fools," Ye Chu scoffed, raising his hand to retaliate. With a series of thuds, the men were sent flying, shattering nearby display cases and scattering jewels across the floor. The onlookers gasped. The jewels and jades strewn about were worth millions. "So, he is a martial artist. No wonder he dares to provoke the Black Tiger Society," Wei Chi Xiong remarked, astonished. But his expression quickly hardened. "Do not think that as a mere tempered body martial artist, or even as a meridian master, you can challenge the Black Tiger Society without consequence." He lunged forward, his fist aimed at Ye Chu's face, his speed like lightning. As the leader of the Black Tiger Society, his prowess was formidable. "Brother-in-law, finish this boy off," Luo Sanpang exclaimed excitedly. Yet, in the next moment, his excitement froze. Ye Chu effortlessly unleashed a punch, sending the ferocious Wei Chi Xiong flying. The room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard as the spectators were left in shock. Ye Chu withdrew his fist, gazing indifferently at Luo Sanpang. "Is this your reinforcements?" "Fat man." Luo Sanpang trembled, fear etched on his face. He knew well that his brother-in-law was a martial artist at the 8th stage of body tempering, a top-tier expert even within the Black Tiger Society. How could he possibly lose to this young man? What kind of strength did Ye Chu possess? Ye Chu averted his gaze, focusing instead on the staggering Wei Chi Xiong, his tone devoid of warmth. You are too weak. You cannot even withstand 1/10 of my strength. Bring someone stronger from the Black Tiger Society. Wei Chi Xiong's eyes bulged, and he spat a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, evidently overwhelmed by anger. Brother-in-law. Luo Sampang rushed forward in alarm. Suddenly, a series of applause rang out. The crowd turned to see Qian Sinheo clapping, his expression one of keen interest. Impressive, impressive. To defeat the leader of the Black Tiger Society, given your talents, young friend, with time, you will surely become a formidable figure. Qian Sinheo first expressed admiration, then added with a hint of regret. However, it is unfortunate that the Black Tiger Society is unlikely to grant you the opportunity to grow. In his view, while Ye Chu possessed talent, he was youthful and brash, lacking the wisdom to conceal his strengths. Little did he know that which is overly rigid is prone to break. The Black Tiger Society is not to be trifled with. As a director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, he possesses knowledge far beyond that of an ordinary individual. The Black Tiger Society not only boasts formidable strength, but also has influential backing. It is rumored that its inception was supported by a powerful faction in Jinling, aimed at restraining the White Wolf Society. Once, the White Wolf Society dominated Jiangdu, led by a young chieftain known as the White Wolf King, who harbored grand ambitions of advancing into the provincial capital of Jinling. However, at that moment, the Black Tiger Society emerged seemingly out of nowhere, swiftly establishing its presence in Jiangdu and competing on equal footing with the White Wolf Society. Now, it has subtly gained the upper hand over the White Wolf Society. Currently, the only local force in Jiangdu that can effectively counter the Black Tiger Society is the Long family. Ye Chu calmly gazed at his opponent, declaring that the insignificant Black Tiger Society could be easily eradicated with a mere flick of his hand. Though his voice was unassuming, the content was nothing short of astonishing. Qianhausen was momentarily taken aback, then responded with derision, "You are quite arrogant, young man. However, arrogance comes at a price. You will eventually pay for your words." The onlookers shook their heads, deeming Ye Chu excessively presumptuous, completely oblivious to the terror of the Black Tiger Society. Luo Sampang shot Ye Chu a venomous glare, beckoning a few injured men to assist Wei Chi Xiong, intending to leave hastily. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. Stop right there. Luo Sampang trembled at the sound of Ye Chu's cold gaze fixed upon him. What do you want? His voice quivered, genuinely fearing that Ye Chu might strike him. Ye Chu stepped forward and calmly said, "You frightened my friend earlier. Shouldn't you offer some form of compensation?" Luo Sampang, eager to escape, gritted his teeth and asked, "How much do you want?" Ye Chu extended 5 fingers. 500,000. I can transfer it immediately, Luo Sampang replied, relieved. Ye Chu's expression darkened. 500,000? Are you trying to insult me? I meant 5 million. Gasp. The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. Ye Chu was being excessively ruthless, demanding 5 million in compensation after an altercation. Luo Sanpang's lips twitched, struggling to suppress his anger. Do not go too far. Haven't you heard the saying, those who bully others will always be bullied in return? Ye Chu replied indifferently, I am bullying you. What will you do about it? Luo Sampang opened his mouth, realizing he was powerless. Fine, I'll transfer it. He gritted his teeth, acknowledging the stronger position of Ye Chu. Ye Chu beckoned to Sun Yuruo. Yuruo, please provide your account number. Brother Yi, just let me handle it. Sun Yuruo quickly waved her hands in refusal. That's unacceptable. The compensation must be transferred to you. Under Ye Chu's firm stance, Sun Yuruo reluctantly provided her account number. When she received the notification of the transfer, she was momentarily stunned. Just a moment ago, she was a penniless student, and now she possessed a fortune of 1 million. You may leave now. Ye Chu waved his hand dismissively. Luo Sampang, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, swiftly departed from the scene. The crowd murmured in astonishment. The Black Tiger Society had arrived with great fanfare, only to leave in such a disheveled state. How foolish, Qianhausen sneered, glancing at the scattered jade jewelry on the ground. Young man, while I do not involve myself in your affairs with the Black Tiger Society, you shall compensate for the damages incurred here. Ye Chu glanced at the scattered jewels and jade on the ground and remarked nonchalantly, These were damaged by the Black Tiger gang. It has nothing to do with me. Qian Sinheo crossed his arms defiantly, asserting, if I say you caused the damage, then you are responsible. Moreover, your actions have disrupted my business operations, necessitating compensation. A mere 5 million will suffice. His gaze was condescending, undeterred even by Ye Chu's victory over Wei Qi. After all, with the backing of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, why would he feel fear? A cold laugh simmered within Ye Chu as he thought to himself, so, you dare to rob me. What if I refuse to compensate? What will you do then? Young man, you should think carefully. My Jiangnan jewelry store is not the Black Tiger gang. Qian Sinheo's eyes narrowed, becoming dangerously sharp. Do not think that a bit of martial prowess grants you the right to be arrogant. There are many more formidable individuals in this world. Before the Jiangnan jewelry store, you are but an insignificant insect. The onlookers nodded in silent agreement, aware that the Jiangnan jewelry store was backed by the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, a true behemoth that even the Black Tiger gang would hesitate to provoke. Many shook their heads, believing Ye Chu's youthful arrogance would lead to his downfall. Insect, Ye Chu chuckled, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. You are correct. In my presence, you are merely an insect. The crowd gasped, astonished by the young man's audacity. Qian Sinheo's expression darkened, an icy glint flashing in his eyes. Before he could respond, Xiao Mei interjected, You presumptuous fool. How dare you disrespect Mr. Qian? Do you not know his identity? Without waiting for Ye Chu's reply, she continued, Mr. Qian is a director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. To slight him is to slight the chamber itself. With your limited abilities, you are nothing in the face of the chamber. Even a mere figurehead could easily crush you. She raised her chin, exuding an air of superiority as though she were a prominent figure within the chamber herself, wielding the power of life and death. Qian Sinheo nodded in approval. This woman was astute and adept at managing affairs, justifying the effort he had expended to promote her. Ye Chu, uninterested in engaging in further debate, abruptly slammed the Jiangnan dragon card onto Xiao Mei's face. You audacious brat. How dare you? Xiao Mei began to chastise him, but upon glimpsing the card's design, her body trembled, her face paling in shock. Why you? Overwhelmed by astonishment, she struggled to form a coherent sentence. What are you doing? Qian Sinheo scolded impatiently. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Mei cautiously handed the Jiangnan dragon card to him. Mr. Qian, he possesses the Jiangnan dragon card. Qian Sinheo's pupils constricted as he seized the card, examining it closely. Upon confirming its authenticity, he was filled with profound astonishment. Who are you? How could you possess the Jiangnan dragon card? Ye Chu remained indifferent, replying coldly, You are not qualified to know my identity. Qian Sinheo's expression fluctuated between anger and uncertainty. Since his promotion to director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, few had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Although rage boiled within him, he dared not express any dissatisfaction. The holder of the Jiangnan dragon card was not someone he could afford to offend. In that moment, he finally grasped why Ye Chu had the audacity to act so brazenly. Could it be that this young man was a figure of significance from the provincial capital? His mind swirled with uncertainty. Zhang possesses an esteemed reputation among the young elite, and he is confident that no such individual exists among them. The gentleman speaks truly. It was the fool who spoke out of turn. Qian Haosen quickly regained his composure, nodding fervently, though an expression of unease flickered across his face. Esteemed sir, it was my ignorance that led to my offense against you. I implore you to overlook my transgressions and not to hold my foolishness against me. The onlookers were taken aback. How could the previously arrogant Qian Haosen so suddenly alter his demeanor? What manner of personage is this young man, that he can render a director of the Jiangnan Merchants Association so obsequious? Ye Chu wore a mocking smile. What? No reparations required. Qian Haosen hastily shook his head. Esteemed sir, you jest. Those items were destroyed by members of the Black Tiger Society and have nothing to do with you. The crowd could not help but smirk. Indeed, as a director of the Jiangnan Merchants Association, he was no ordinary individual. The audacity he displayed was unparalleled. What an eye-opener this is. It seems that within the esteemed Jiangnan Merchants Association reside some capricious and despicable characters. Ye Chu clucked in disdain, his eyes filled with derision. The previous Zhao Daji had behaved similarly, and now Qian Haosen followed suit. He began to question the judgment of the owner of the Jiangnan Merchants Association. Perhaps the owner is of a similar ilk? Humiliated in public, Qian Haosen dared not utter a word, instead donning a sycophantic grin as he lingered nearby. Ye Chu, disinterested in him, addressed the young sales associate. Please present the heart of the forest for my examination. The associate, not daring to hesitate, promptly complied. This time, no one dared to intervene. Seizing the opportunity, Qianhausen swiftly pulled out his phone to investigate the card's information. He needed to ascertain the identity of the individual involved to determine his subsequent actions. If it were someone else, it might be manageable. But should this person be connected to the upper echelons of the association, the situation could escalate severely. He had to find a way to remedy this. Soon, he discovered the cardholder's information, and upon seeing the name, he was momentarily stunned. Li Jingxian, the first lady of the city and the esteemed eldest daughter of the Li family in Jinling, a genuine figure of significance. Could this individual be linked to the first lady? Or was the Jiangnan dragon card stolen? His mind was awash with uncertainty. However, having learned from the previous lesson, he refrained from speaking rashly. He thought to himself that shortly a prominent personage would arrive, and he could inquire further, thus suppressing his thoughts and continuing to smile amiably at the side. Ye Chu took the heart of the forest presented by the female associate, delicately toying with it in her hands. It was undeniably exquisite, truly deserving of its title as the store's treasure. Yet, it seemed somewhat mismatched with Yun Bingwan's aura. With her violet hair and an air of nobility, perhaps a piece of violet jade would suit her better. With this in mind, she turned to Sun Yuru and said with a smile, "Yuru, come. Try it on for me." Sun Yuru was startled and quickly waved her hands. "Brother Yi, I cannot. It is far too precious." As she spoke, her heart raced like a startled deer, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. Was Ye Chu truly so kind to her? Could it be, as her mother said, with ulterior motives? Yet, upon reflection, she found that notion implausible. 200 million. What woman could not be acquired? What does it matter if something is precious? Try it on for me. Ye Chu assertively adorned the girl with a delicate jade necklace, which beautifully complemented her fair and graceful neck, leaving onlookers in awe. Should she don an elegant gown, she would undoubtedly outshine everyone present. Indeed, she is stunning, Ye Chu praised sincerely. This forest heart gemstone harmonized splendidly with Sun Yuru's elegant demeanor. The crowd nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with admiration. Such exquisite jewelry, paired with a remarkably beautiful young lady, constituted a flawless combination. Sun Yuru, flattered by the compliments, lowered her head shyly. Meanwhile, Xiao Mei's eyes flashed with jealousy, wishing fervently to exchange identities with Sun Yuru. That gemstone, worth over 200 million, would be worth any sacrifice if it adorned her neck. "Father, what are you doing?" Suddenly, a voice broke through the atmosphere. The crowd turned to see a young man approaching. Qianhausen, surprised, exclaimed, "Ah, Xian, what brings you here? Did you not mention a rare violet came into the store?" "I came to broaden my horizons." As the young man spoke, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to Sun Yuru, who stood out distinctly among the crowd. What a beautiful woman, he thought, his heart racing at that moment. Just as he intended to introduce himself, he caught sight of Ye Chu turning around, and his expression froze. Recognizing the familiar voice, Ye Chu turned, and indeed, it was an acquaintance. "Oh, isn't this young Master Qian? Long time no see." The young man was none other than Qian. Faced with Ye Chu's teasing smile, he could not suppress the memory of their last encounter, causing his expression to darken instantly. "You scoundrel, our paths have crossed again today, and I will not let you off easily." The thought of his recent struggles with debt and credit cards fueled his hatred for Ye Chu. Qianhausen, perplexed, inquired, "Ah, Xian, do you know this gentleman?" "What gentleman?" Qian scoffed. "Father, you've been deceived. He is merely a worthless son-in-law." Qianhausen looked confused. "What is going on? Please clarify." Qian did not hold back, revealing the entirety of Ye Chu's background, an illegitimate child and a son-in-law. Upon hearing these two terms, the crowd displayed expressions of disbelief. The audacious young man before them bore such a disreputable identity, completely shocking everyone. Sun Yuru's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise. It was her first revelation of Ye Chu's family background, and she found it hard to comprehend. How could someone so capable be an illegitimate child and a son-in-law? Qianhausen widened his eyes, expecting a person of high stature, only to be met with this. He had previously tread carefully around Ye Chu, akin to a lapdog. As this realization dawned on him, anger surged within him uncontrollably. What a useless son-in-law, daring to deceive me. "Speak frankly, where did you acquire this Jiangnan dragon card?" Ye Chu chuckled, genuinely amused by the other's erratic behavior. "Who do you think you are, for me to disclose anything to you?" He replied coldly. Humph. I see you are feeling guilty, Qianhaosen retorted. Do you know that Jiangnan dragon cards are issued in real names? I have already checked. And this card does not belong to you. You are misusing someone else's card, which is a serious offense. The Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce will pursue this matter to the end. Ye Chu's face displayed a hint of disdain. You represent the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce? Qianhaosen sneered. Whether I can or cannot, you shall soon find out. He retrieved his phone, poised to summon assistance, when a voice suddenly pierced the air. What is happening? Why all the commotion? The crowd turned to see two graceful figures approaching, their presence captivating. Among them were two strikingly beautiful women, one of whom rivaled Sun Yuru in elegance. Qianhaosen was taken aback and hurried to greet them. Miss Zhuge, I apologize for not welcoming you sooner. I was held up by some matters. The newcomers were indeed Zhuge Jia and her secretary. She cast a glance at Ye Chu, her curiosity piqued. What transpired here? Qianhaosen dared not withhold the truth and embellished the tale as he recounted the events. Miss Zhuge, it is that young man. Not only did he cause a ruckus in the store, but he also impersonated someone else's Jiangnan dragon card. When confronted, he stubbornly denied it, showing utter disregard for our Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. I was just about to take action against him. Take action against him? Zhuge Jia's voice held a playful tone. Indeed. Qianhaosen nodded, feeling that her tone was somewhat off. Zhuge Jia chose to ignore him and approached Ye Chu directly. Well, Master Yi, it seems you can be found everywhere. Ye Chu smiled broadly. This indicates a fateful connection between us. Perhaps we could get to know each other better. Zhuge Jia's expression stiffened slightly, her thoughts swirling with indignation. How dare this insolent boy flirt with me? Master Yi is jesting, she replied with a mild smile, deftly changing the subject. You are quite generous with your little girlfriend, I see, a few billion at a time. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the heart of the forest adorning Sun Yuru's neck. Misunderstood, Sun Yuru's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she refrained from clarification, secretly reveling in her elation. Ye Chu chuckled. What is this in comparison? If Miss Zhuge wished, I could be equally generous. Zhuge Jia rolled her eyes inwardly at his audacity. Master Yi, please do not jest, else the young lady may grow envious. The two engaged in light-hearted banter, leaving the onlookers utterly astounded, particularly those aware of Zhuge Jia's esteemed status. Qianhaosen trembled, his complexion drained of color. What have I done? His head spun, nearly causing him to lose his balance. Qian quickly steadied him, whispering, Father, are you all right? With bloodshot eyes, Qianhaosen retorted, What do you think? At that moment, he wished fervently to eliminate this troublesome situation. He had already humbled himself. Yet, he had been assured that Ye Chu was merely a useless son-in-law, someone to fear not. Now, it seemed that Ye Chu was intimately acquainted with Zhuge Jia, and their relationship was quite amicable. Offending her could lead to dire consequences for him. Qian trembled in silence, unable to fathom that Ye Chu, a mere illegitimate son-in-law, could know such a prominent figure as Zhuge Jia. Master Yi, do enlighten us regarding the matter, Zhuge Jia inquired after exchanging pleasantries. Ye Chu recounted the events candidly. Zhuge Jia's expression darkened as she regarded Qianhaosen, her voice laced with a cold intensity. You truly embody the talent of a council member of our Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, capable of twisting the truth with such finesse. Qianhaosen abruptly knelt down, pleading, Miss Zhuge, I have erred. I hope you can forgive me this once. Zhuge Jia's countenance remained indifferent. My Jiangnan Merchants Association has no need for capricious individuals such as yourself. In light of our past relationship, I will compensate for the damaged jade. I will not pursue further matters. Now leave at once. Qianhaosen's face turned pale, and he opened his mouth to speak, but was coldly interrupted by Zhuge Jia. I do not wish to repeat myself. He hesitated, then fell silent, leaving with a countenance full of despondency after the compensation. Qian cast an unwilling glance at Ye Chu before following suit. And you? Zhuge Jia directed her gaze at Xiaomei, who dared not utter a word of dissent and left in a dejected manner. After everything was settled, she turned to Ye Chu. Master Yi, are you satisfied with my handling of the situation? Thank you, Miss Zhuge, Ye Chu replied, then shifted the topic. I have heard that a new exquisite violet has arrived at the shop. Zhuge Jia glanced at the heart of the forest adorning Sun Yuru's neck, surprised. Master Yi, are you dissatisfied with the heart of the forest? You misunderstand. Miss Zhuge, Ye Chu smiled as he clarified. I have a friend whose birthday is approaching, and I wish to purchase a gift for her. He did not reveal the truth, and instead fabricated a story. Zhuge Jia appeared contemplative and remarked, "Hee. Master Yi is truly generous towards friends, spending billions without hesitation." Ye Chu coughed lightly. "Miss Zhuge, might I see it?" "Of course, if Master Yi requests." Zhuge Jia readily agreed, instructing a young saleswoman, "Go and fetch the ZY star from the warehouse." The saleswoman was taken aback, her eyes sparkling with joy. In the presence of so many, Zhuge Jia had summoned her. Such honor was indeed exhilarating. "Understood," the saleswoman responded and swiftly departed. The onlookers exchanged curious glances. Soon, the saleswoman returned, cradling an exquisitely crafted jewelry box. "Here, let Master Yi have a look," Zhuge Jia commanded. The saleswoman carefully opened the box, revealing its contents. A beam of violet light captured everyone's attention. Inside was a pendant resembling a star, its entire form radiating a shimmering purple hue, intricately carved with a purple dragon. The deep violet, combined with the imposing dragon motif, exuded a sense of grandeur and power. Paired with a delicate golden chain, it was undeniably priceless. While the heart of the forest was beautiful and resplendent, the ZY star before them embodied nobility and strength, crafted from the rarest of exquisite violets, placing the two in entirely different realms. At first glance, Ye Chu felt that the purple pendant was perfectly suited for Yun Bingwan. After their profound conversation that night, Ye Chu realized that Yun Bingwan was not merely gentle on the surface. Within her essence lay an air of nobility and aloofness. Coupled with her suspected lineage of dragon blood, the ZY star was undoubtedly a fitting choice for her. Is this not the exquisite violet that appeared at the Jinling auction some time ago? Suddenly, someone exclaimed, their eyes wide with astonishment. Upon hearing this, several industry insiders present displayed expressions of shock. Not long ago, a sky-high jade pendant appeared at the Jinling auction house, rumored to have fetched an astronomical sum of 1 billion. To everyone's astonishment, this exquisite jade pendant resurfaced in Jiangdu. Listening to the discussions around him, Ye Chu was secretly astonished. Such an extravagant jade pendant rivaled the value of a medicinal pill he could casually concoct. Zhuge Jia smiled and inquired, "What does Master Yi think of this ZY star?" Ye Chu nodded in satisfaction. "It is quite remarkable. I am very fond of it." Zhuge Jia's lips curled into a smile. "Master Yi has misunderstood. This ZY star is not for sale." "Then why present it?" Ye Chu internally scoffed before responding with a smile. "Everything has a price. It merely depends on whether the offer is adequate. Miss Zhuge, please make an offer. I have taken a liking to this ZY star." Zhuge Jia appeared troubled. "Master Yi, please do not put me in a difficult position. This ZY star is truly not for sale, as it was specifically sent by my family for me to present as a gift." Ye Chu felt skeptical, suspecting that she was deliberately attempting to inflate the price. "I heard that the Zhuge family operates a winery?" he inquired abruptly. Zhuge Jia was taken aback, unsure why Ye Chu posed such a question. The Zhuge family, a prominent clan in Jinling, was robust in various industries, with the winery being the most significant. Their renowned Jiangnan Daku was produced by her family. While the wine industry is lucrative, it is also fiercely competitive. The Zhuge family had been attempting to diversify in recent years, but had not achieved notable success. Zhuge Jia's visit to Jiangdu was not solely to compete with Huangfu Shuriwe, but also to explore new ventures. As the family had a rule, whoever succeeded in a new field would become the heir. "May I ask why Master Yi is curious about this?" she inquired, intrigued. Without answering, Ye Chu countered, "Might I borrow a moment to speak privately?" Zhuge Jia nodded. "Of course, please follow me." The group ascended to an office on the upper floor, where Zhuge Jia prompted, "Master Yi, please feel free to speak your mind." Ye Chu smiled. "I possess a type of wine that could elevate Miss Zhuge's winery to the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom." Zhuge Jia's expression hardened briefly before she chuckled. "Master Yi, you truly have a sense of humor. Are you aware of the fierce competition within the Dragon Kingdom's wine industry? Were it not for your standing, I would have already resorted to mockery. Claiming to be the best in the Great Xia is quite audacious. Even the Maotai distillery would hesitate to make such a claim, considering it is valued in the trillions." Unfazed by her skepticism, Ye Chu responded with a smile. "Does Miss Zhuge truly believe I jest?" Zhuge Jia, momentarily taken aback, recognized that Ye Chu did not seem to be joking. "Master Yi, are you serious?" she asked, her demeanor suddenly becoming solemn. "Indeed," Ye Chu affirmed. "If I can help your family's winery become the best in the Great Xia, would you consider parting with the ZY Star Jade pendant?" "Naturally," Zhuge Jia replied with a slight smile. But that depends on whether Master Yi possesses such capability. With confidence, Ye Chu elaborated. The wine I previously mentioned is a medicinal brew, infused with 100 different herbs in a special ratio, aptly named 100 herbs wine. This elixir not only promotes health, but can also remedy various minor ailments, such as rheumatism, arthritis, and back pain. Upon hearing this, the women present displayed expressions of astonishment. What you have here is not merely a health tonic. It is akin to a miraculous elixir. Conditions such as rheumatism, back pain, and arthritis, while not life-threatening, can be profoundly debilitating. Many individuals suffer from these ailments, and if this so-called 100 medicinal wine truly possesses the powers you claim, it would undoubtedly sell like wildfire. The mere thought ignites a sense of exhilaration. Zhuge Jia inhaled deeply and spoke earnestly. Master Yi, if this 100 medicinal wine is indeed as extraordinary as you suggest, my family might very well become the premier distillery in the Dragon Kingdom. At this juncture, she paused momentarily, then with a skeptical expression, inquired, however, this matter is of great significance. How do you intend to prove it? Miss Zhuge, I have successfully refined even the minor true essence pill. This modest 100 medicinal wine is of little consequence, Ye Chu replied with unwavering confidence. Moreover, I have no reason to deceive you. Zhuge Jia nodded slightly, acknowledging the validity of his words. Indeed, while the 100 medicinal wine sounds remarkable, it pales in comparison to the minor true essence pill, a substance capable of facilitating a breakthrough to masterhood. The mere possibility that it could be true ignited her excitement. Wait a moment. Why would he offer me such a valuable item? Suddenly, a sense of caution washed over Zhuge Jia. This 100 medicinal wine is a veritable treasure trove. Ye Chu could easily manage it alone. Why would he wish to share it with her? The notion of exchanging it for the Ziwei star seemed implausible, for the worth of a piece of jade cannot possibly compare to that of the 100 medicinal wine. No, this young man must have ulterior motives. With this thought, her vigilance heightened, though she maintained a facade of composure. I naturally trust Master Yi. However, the value of this 100 medicinal wine is exorbitant, far beyond that of a mere piece of jade. Is it not too much of a loss for you to simply give it to me? She feigned modesty, but her intention was to probe. This girl is quite astute. Observing her skepticism, Ye Chu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Initially, he had intended to present it to her directly, but now it seemed unfeasible. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, Miss Zhuge, to be frank, I am actually seeking a partnership. As expected, Zhuge Jia's realization dawned, and she playfully asked, and how do you envision this collaboration, Master Yi? Quite simply, I shall provide the recipe for the medicinal wine, and you will oversee its brewing and distribution. Zhuge Jia inquired further, what about the profit sharing? Despite their brief acquaintance, Ye Chu had disowned her inherently suspicious nature. If he requested too little, she would undoubtedly second-guess him. Thus, after a moment's reflection, he proposed, 4-6. What do you think, Miss Zhuge? Under Ye Chu's earnest gaze, Zhuge Jia's internal alarm bells rang. No, this young man is not one to accept a loss. He is undoubtedly testing my resolve. Zhuge Jia pondered this, her brow knitting slightly. Sensing her discomfort, Ye Chu quickly amended his offer. 3-7. Instantly, Zhuge Jia's expression softened, and with a smile, she extended her hand, declaring, as you say, Master Yi, you shall take 7, and I, 3. May our collaboration be fruitful. Ye Chu opened his mouth, pondering whether this was indeed her intention. May our collaboration be fruitful, he echoed, shaking her hand. Ye Chu mused inwardly. Sometimes being overly clever may not serve one well. He had intended it to be 3 for him and 7 for her, considering he was merely providing the recipe and nothing more. Moreover, Ye Chu's original intention was to gift her the recipe, as his primary aim was not profit, but rather Zhuge Jia herself. If Zhuge Jia were to ascertain Ye Chu's true intentions, she would likely be infuriated to the point of bloodshed. Ye Chu procured paper and pen, meticulously documenting the formula for the 100 herbs wine and the proportions of the medicinal ingredients, which he promptly presented to Zhuge Jia. Miss Zhuge, here is the formula. I suggest you have someone brew a batch to observe its effects. If it proves satisfactory, we can proceed with subsequent endeavors. Zhuge Jia was momentarily taken aback. Had Ye Chu truly handed over the formula without even signing a contract? This gesture of trust was indeed moving. Yet, recalling Ye Chu's character, she grew wary once more. No, this young man is undoubtedly testing me. The formula is likely incomplete. The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed, and while she felt admiration, She also grew increasingly cautious. Collaborating with someone so deeply calculating necessitated constant vigilance, lest she fall prey to his schemes. Rest assured, Master Yi, I shall attend to this promptly and notify you at once with any updates. Zhuge Jia smiled and nodded, instructing her secretary to package the purple star for Ye Chu. Also, wrap the heart of the forest. Ye Chu halted the secretary, preparing to remove the heart of the forest from Sun Yuru's neck. Such a valuable item, worth billions, was too ostentatious to wear. Brother Yi, the heart of the forest is far too precious. I would rather not take it. Sun Yuru declined once again. Do not concern yourself. Consider it a small gift. Ye Chu reassured her with a smile, but suddenly his gaze sharpened, scrutinizing the heart of the forest closely. Under the illumination of the lights, he distinctly noted that its radiance was no longer as vibrant as before. Brother Yi, what is the matter? Sun Yuru asked, a look of anxiety crossing her face as she hastily lowered her gaze to inspect the jade pendant, fearing it had sustained damage. Ye Chu disregarded her concern, examining it intently for a while, realizing he had not been mistaken. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He grasped Sun Yuru's wrist, channeling his internal energy to examine her. Sun Yuru was startled, her cheeks flushing crimson as she attempted to withdraw her hand, yet the gravity of Ye Chu's expression held her back. After a moment, he released her, his eyes betraying an uncontainable joy. A true martial spirit. Sun Yuru was, astonishingly, a rare, true martial spirit. A physique that rivaled even the legendary phoenix body. Not only was she naturally suited for martial cultivation, but her body also autonomously absorbed the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. The diminished brilliance of the heart of the forest was merely due to some of its energy being absorbed by Sun Yuru's body. High-grade jade possesses a degree of spiritual energy, which is why such fine stones can nurture a person. Previously, at the nightclub, Ye Chu had been too eager to save a life to thoroughly assess Sun Yuru's physique, primarily believing he could not be so fortunate as to encounter someone with a special constitution. Yet, outcomes often defy expectations. Observing Ye Chu's fluctuating expressions, Sun Yuru grew increasingly anxious. Brother Yi, is something wrong? Nothing, Ye Chu replied, shaking his head. Yuru, you should continue wearing it. There's no need to remove it. Sun Yuru promptly shook her head and proactively took off the heart of the forest. The thought of damaging such an item worth billions made her heart ache. Ye Chu, not wanting to press the matter further, turned to Zhuge Jia. Miss Zhuge, I have other matters to attend to and must take my leave. Zhuge Jia made no effort to detain him. At this moment, she was solely focused on studying the 100 Herbs wine. Descending the stairs, Ye Chu selected several exquisite jade ornaments valued at millions, intending to present them to Sun Xiaoying. Initially, he harbored only a mild affection for Sun Yuru, without any intention of pursuing her, believing in the natural course of events. However, circumstances had changed. It was imperative to win her over. Before doing so, he needed to address Sun Xiaoying first. Upon exiting the jewelry store, Ye Chu noticed that the day was waning and resolved to find a place to dine. Meanwhile, Sun Yuru received a call from Sun Xiaoying, who berated her and insisted she return home promptly. Ye Chu furrowed his brow, asking, Yuru, what's wrong? Sun Yuru, brimming with indignation, replied, it's that scoundrel, one. It turned out that after when Xiaoshan witnessed Luo Sanpeng and the others leaving in disgrace, he realized the situation was dire and promptly departed as well. Frustrated by his incapacitated leg, he vented his grievances to the introducer over the phone, claiming that Sun Yuru, despite already having a boyfriend, was still seeking blind dates, demonstrating a complete lack of decorum. The introducer relayed this information to Sun Xiaoying, who immediately deduced Ye Chu's involvement and wasted no time contacting Sun Yuru, resulting in the earlier confrontation. It's all right, let us go. I'll accompany you. Ye Chu reassured with a smile. Sun Yuru hesitated, but my mother. No worries. As long as you appeal to her emotions and reason, I believe Auntie will understand, Ye Chu replied, his confidence radiating through his smile. Although Ye Chu had initially planned to dine before escorting Sun Yuru home, given Sun Xiaoying's call, it was prudent to act without delay. The two hailed a cab and headed straight to the noodle shop near Sun Yuru's home. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Sun Xiaoying sighed. This troublesome girl is such a handful. I must make it clear to her to keep her distance from that Ye fellow. Ye Chu was already married. She did not want her carefully nurtured daughter becoming a mistress. As she pondered, a BMW approached from a distance. The vehicle halted in front of the noodle shop, and several rough-looking men disembarked. At the forefront was a slender man with a buzz cut and glasses. Sun Xiuying's expression shifted dramatically. "Take it down," she instructed. The bespectacled man approached with a broad smile, addressing her. "Madam, have you considered my proposal from last time?" Sun Xiuying's face paled as she forced a smile. "Big brother, my daughter already has a boyfriend." Since the disappearance of that military man last time, this new figure, known as Glass's brother, had appeared on the scene, having taken an interest in Sun Yuru and directly approached her, expressing a desire for her to be his girlfriend. In a state of panic, Sun Xiuying had hastily arranged blind dates for Sun Yuru, hoping to distance her from Ye Chu while also dealing with the current predicament. "Madam, that's simple. Just have your daughter break up with him," one of the henchmen teased. "What boyfriend could possibly compare to our Glass's brother? Just look at this generous gift he brought, worth over 100,000. He proudly gestured to a large pile of items. "No one else would be so generous. Your daughter wouldn't suffer at all by being with Glass's brother." Watching as they continued to unload items into the shop, Sun Xiuying's eyelids twitched with anxiety. She wanted to intervene but found herself hesitant, ultimately forcing a smile and saying, "But Yuru truly has a boyfriend. Please, big brother, have mercy and let us be." "Madam, how ungrateful you are. It is an honor for your daughter to catch the eye of the gentleman with glasses. Should you dare to presume otherwise, do not blame us for being impolite." An irritable young man among them cursed vehemently. They had never acted with such gentleness before. After finally showing some courtesy, the other party failed to appreciate it. "Ah, go, silence. This is my future mother-in-law. You ought to show some respect," the bespectacled man admonished softly. The young man named Ago immediately fell silent. The commotion soon attracted the attention of people from the surrounding shops. Upon overhearing their conversation, they all shook their heads in disapproval. Sometimes, having a daughter who is too beautiful can lead to unwanted attention. After reprimanding his subordinate, the man in glasses turned to Sun Xiuying with a beaming smile. "Mother-in-law, I have brought you a gift. Where is your daughter? Please call her out so we can get acquainted and plan a suitable date to formalize matters." Sun Xiuying's face flushed with embarrassment, her eyes reflecting indignation. "My daughter already has a boyfriend. You must leave at once, or I will call the police." The man's expression darkened. "Mother-in-law, we will all be family soon." Such words are unnecessary. Several of his subordinates menacingly surrounded her, one speaking up. "Madam, you accepted our gift, yet you still speak in such a manner. It is quite unreasonable. You. Sun Xiuying's chest heaved with rage. Although these individuals did not resort to violence like the previous group, their shameless behavior was equally detestable. The bespectacled man displayed impatience. "Mother-in-law, please call your daughter out. I have matters to attend to and cannot linger here." "My daughter will not return today," Sun Xiuying replied expressionlessly, inwardly hoping that Sun Yuru would return later. "Then hurry and call her," one of the subordinates scoffed. "Do not play tricks." Sun Xiuying maintained a stern silence. Even if it cost her dearly, she would never push her daughter into harm's way. "Brother Glasses, I think it's time to teach this woman a lesson." Several thugs appeared restless, seemingly preparing to take action. Just then, a voice rang out. "Who do you wish to teach a lesson?" The group turned to see two figures approaching, none other than Sun Yuru and Ye Chu. "Brother Glasses, it's my sister-in-law." The thug's eyes brightened. The bespectacled man nodded, his gaze continuously appraising Sun Yuru, his eyes ablaze with desire. Sun Yuru quickly rushed to Sun Xiuying's side, concerned. "Mom, are you all right? Who are these people?" "Sister-in-law, do not be afraid. We are on the same side," a thug chuckled. "Brother Glasses has taken a liking to you and wishes to marry you. He has come bearing gifts for the introduction." He gestured towards a pile of items in the store. "See? These are all gifts from Brother Glasses. Quite sincere, wouldn't you agree?" His confidence was not unfounded. The initial meeting gift amounted to several 100,000. It was rare, even among middle-class families, to be so extravagant. "Do not call me that. Who is your sister-in-law?" Sun Yuru's face flushed with anger as she grabbed the items and hurled them out. "Take your things and leave. We have no interest in them." This action immediately infuriated the thugs. "Young lady, it appears you are inviting trouble rather than enjoying the drink." A ruffian glared menacingly, his face a mask of fury. However, before he could make a move, a large hand seized him by the collar. "Who the hell are you? Let go!" The thug roared in anger. With a swift motion, Ye Chu flung him aside, sending him crashing onto the road in a most undignified manner. "You're asking for death." The other ruffians, incensed, approached Ye Chu with hostility. Yet, he responded with remarkable speed, expelling them all with ease. In the end, only the bespectacled man remained. Ye Chu strode towards him, who, with a darkened expression, declared, "No matter who you are, meddling in my affairs will lead to consequences." Slap. Before he could finish, a resounding slap interrupted him, stars dancing before his eyes. "You little scoundrel, how dare you?" His face contorted with rage as he swung his fist at Ye Chu. However, as he lifted his arm, Ye Chu seized his wrist, and a sharp crack resonated through the air. Before he could scream, another slap landed, knocking out several of his teeth. Ye Chu tightened his grip around the man's neck, lifting him effortlessly. The bespectacled figure finally felt fear seep into his bones, his eyes betraying his terror. "What do you want?" "I am with the Black Tiger Society. If you harm me, they will not spare you." Ye Chu frowned, pondering the mention of this so-called Black Tiger Society. Noticing a change in Ye Chu's expression, the bespectacled man mistook it for fear, becoming even more arrogant. "Oh, are you frightened? Then you should." Slap. Before he could finish, another slap reddened his cheek, swelling it visibly. The onlookers merely observed, wincing at the sight. Ye Chu released his grip, and the man collapsed to the ground. "Go back and inform your leader to keep his distance. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to eradicate your entire gang." Ye Chu's voice was cold as he surveyed the scattered debris with disdain. "Such worthless rubbish. And you dare to present it? Truly shameless." With that, he disregarded the man and handed the bags he had been carrying to Sun Xiaoying. "Auntie, these are small gifts I bought for you. I hope you like them." Sun Xiaoying glanced at the brand on the bags and quickly waved her hands. "This is far too extravagant. I cannot accept this." Ye Chu smiled and shook his head. "Auntie, they are merely trinkets, not expensive at all." Unable to contain himself, the bespectacled man retorted, "But you only bought such trifles. How can you criticize me?" Though he accepted his defeat in strength, he could not abide the implication that his gifts were meager. After all, he had spent several months' worth of earnings on them. Sun Yuru rolled her eyes. "You have no idea. Brother Yi gifted her exquisite jade jewelry worth millions." Sun Xiaoying's hand trembled, nearly dropping the items. The bespectacled man was taken aback, falling silent, casting Ye Chu a resentful glare before staggering away. "Brother Yi, please come in and sit," Sun Yuru called out. Ye Chu nodded with a smile and entered the shop. Sun Xiaoying regained her composure, feeling the weight of the items in her hands, worth millions. For a moment, she questioned whether she had overthought the situation. If Ye Chu merely wished to support Sun Yuru, he had no need to spend such an extravagant sum. However, if that were not the case, he had even less reason to lavish such wealth. She found herself at a loss, so she decided to cease her contemplation and turned to enter the store. The onlookers exhibited expressions of envy. At that moment, they collectively thought how wonderful it was to have a beautiful daughter. Sometimes, one could indeed attract a wealthy suitor. "Young man, we are truly grateful to you for your assistance." Sun Xiaoying expressed her heartfelt thanks. After the previous incident, she realized that she might have misunderstood Ye Chu. While it was possible that the earlier events were a self-directed performance, this time, it was entirely unnecessary. After all, Ye Chu had already won Sun Yuru's heart. Any further action would be superfluous. Ye Chu waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Auntie, you are too kind. It was merely a small matter." While Sun Xiaoying was pleased, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If only Ye Chu were unmarried, such an excellent son-in-law would be difficult to find even with a lantern. "Young man, have you eaten? If not, I'll prepare something for you," she offered. Ye Chu shook his head. "Not yet. Just wait. I will make something for you," Sun Xiaoying said as she swiftly entered the kitchen. Meanwhile, after the departure of the bespectacled man and his companions, a sense of dissatisfaction grew within them. "That kid is too arrogant. This matter cannot simply be overlooked." One of the younger associates gritted his teeth. "Of course, it cannot be overlooked." The bespectacled man's face darkened. "Let us find Brother Bao." Shortly after, they arrived at a building and ascended to the top-floor office, where they encountered a group of imposing men, several of whom bore familiar faces. Among them were Wei Xiong and others, who had recently been beaten by Ye Chu. Observing their limping forms, someone inquired in surprise, "Glasses. Weren't you supposed to meet your girlfriend? How did you end up like this?" The bespectacled man lamented to the imposing figure at the forefront. "Brother Bao, you must stand up for your little brother." The tall, burly man, nearly 2 meters in height and clad in a black tank top adorned with fierce leopard tattoos on either shoulder, inquired in a grave tone, "What happened? Tell me." This man, known as Chun Zibao and referred to as Brother Bao in the underworld, was the most formidable hall master of the Black Tiger gang. The bespectacled man did not hold back and swiftly recounted the events. That kid is exceedingly arrogant. He not only beat my little brother, but also threatened to annihilate our Black Tiger gang. Brother Bao, you must teach him a lesson to show that we are not to be trifled with. Before Chen Zibao could respond, Luo Sanpang eagerly interjected. Is the young man you mentioned around 20 years old, accompanied by a woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses? The bespectacled man nodded. That's them. Brother Luo, do you know them as well? Luo Sanpang's breathing grew rapid, his facial flesh quivering. Of course I know them. The injuries I bear are a result of that very young man, he said, nearly gritting his teeth. His emotional turmoil aggravated his wounds, causing him to wince in pain. Wei Qixiong then turned to Chen Zibao. Brother Bao, the kid who confronted the bespectacled man is the one who injured me not long ago. Chen Zibao's gaze sharpened, his expression turning cold. So it is that young man once again. How dare he provoke our Black Tiger gang repeatedly? Does he truly believe we are easy prey? He suddenly rose, emanating an aura of chilling malevolence. Not long ago, Wei Qixiong and others returned, wounded, and upon learning the reason, he was filled with immense rage. Had it not been for the impending confrontation with the White Wolf Society that evening, he would have already led his men to exact vengeance. Brother Leopard, that brat is utterly arrogant, daring to repeatedly harm our Black Tiger Society members. He must pay the price, lest he think us easy prey. A lean man with a cold demeanor interjected, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. His name was Meng Xiao Dao, one of the hall masters of the Black Tiger Society, renowned for his exceptional skills with throwing knives. Brother Dao speaks rightly. That brat must face consequences. Brother Leopard, let us not hesitate. We must deal with him first before we turn our attention to the White Wolf Society. The group of followers fervently echoed. Since the founding of the Black Tiger Society, no one had dared to provoke them so brazenly. Chen Zibao raised his hand, and as silence fell over the crowd, he spoke gravely. Since that brat seeks death, let us grant him his wish. Luo Sanpang's face lit up with excitement. At last, they would have their chance for revenge. Come, let us pay that brat a visit, Chen Zibao declared, waving his hand and leading his followers away with an imposing air. Meanwhile, the White Wolf Society received news of their movements. Within a nightclub, the four main hall masters of the White Wolf Society convened. Aside from Bald Li and Scarred Chin from the previous auction, there was also a man and a woman present. The man, nearing 40, possessed dark skin and exuded an air of ferocity. The woman, clad in leather, boasted a curvaceous figure, but her elongated eyes shimmered with a chilling glare. How despicable! That rabble from the Black Tiger Society dares to bully us so brazenly. Are they intent on utterly annihilating the White Wolf Society? Baldly fumed. The dark-skinned man's expression turned grave upon hearing that Chen Zibao was personally leading the charge. We may not withstand their assault. The woman scoffed. What is there to fear? If it comes to it, we shall fight them to the death. Even in demise, we shall carve a piece from those wretched scoundrels. Baldly sighed. Had it not been for that lot-robbing scarred brother of his opportunity, we would not have found ourselves in this predicament. The other three exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Scarred Chin's eyes blazed with icy vengeance. Not long ago, he had acquired a small true essence pill at an underground auction, intending to break through at the earliest opportunity. However, news of his acquisition leaked, and he was ambushed by the Black Tiger Society midway, suffering grave injuries and losing the pill. Shortly thereafter, the Black Tiger Society welcomed a new master among their ranks. Their vice president launched an offensive against the White Wolf Society, aiming to completely subjugate them. Fortunately, the leader of the White Wolf Society was formidable enough to fend off the two attackers, but it resulted in mutual devastation. Had the Black Tiger Society's leader not been away on business in the provincial capital, the White Wolf Society might have already been obliterated. Failing to capture their target, the Black Tiger Society dispatched numerous forces to consume the territories of the White Wolf Society. In recent days, the latter had already lost considerable ground. Today, the Black Tiger Society gathered several hall masters, poised to seize all of the White Wolf Society's territories before launching an assault on their headquarters. Scarred Chin's voice was icy. Sister Rose is correct. Even in death, we shall take a piece from those scoundrels. His fervent emotions aggravated his internal injuries, causing him to cough incessantly. Brother Scar, are you all right? The three expressed their concerns. I am not yet at death's door. Scarred Chun waved his hand, instructing everyone to prepare. Tonight, it would either be the demise of the ragtag members of the Black Tiger Society or our own. We don't necessarily have to clash with the Black Tiger Society, Baldly suddenly interjected. Observing the looks exchanged among the three, he continued to explain, "Perhaps we could reach out to Miss Yun." The three exchanged glances, and Scarred Chin immediately shook his head. No. Seeking that woman would be akin to a lamb entering the tiger's den. Both rose, and the others nodded in agreement. Not long ago, Yun Bingwan had extended an olive branch, offering protection from the Black Tiger Society if they were to pledge their allegiance to her. Initially, the White Wolf Society had scoffed at the notion, but upon witnessing her formidable strength, they realized she indeed possessed the capability. Nevertheless, surrendering to another's command was not something they were willing to consider. Yun Bingwan had not pressed them, merely stating before her departure that they could contact her if they changed their minds. Scarred Chin was right. That woman was far from simple. If they were to seek refuge with her, it would surely be like sheep in the jaws of a tiger. Rose agreed, adding that the vice president's loyalty lay solely with the president, and she would never acknowledge anyone else as her leader. With a gentle sigh, she lamented, "If only the president were still here, we would not have found ourselves in such dire straits." At the mention of the president, a collective sigh escaped the group. The president of the White Wolf Society, known on the streets as the White Wolf King, was an extraordinary figure who once dominated Jiangdu and was poised to expand into the provincial capital. However, at a critical juncture, the White Wolf King mysteriously vanished, and the society faced betrayal, leading to the formation of the Black Tiger Society, which began to gain the upper hand in their territorial disputes. Had it not been for the vice president's relentless efforts, the White Wolf Society would have long since perished. Their recent collaboration with the Sima family had been a gamble that ultimately failed due to the emergence of Ye Chu, and they were fortunate that the Huangfu family did not pursue the matter. Otherwise, the White Wolf Society would have crumbled under the pressure. Enough with the melancholy. Scarred Chin waved his hand dismissively. Instead of wallowing in sentiment, we should hasten our preparations. A fierce battle lies ahead. The others nodded in agreement, though baldly opened his mouth, ultimately refraining from voicing his thoughts. At that moment, a younger member rushed in. "Bosses, it seems the Black Tiger Society's target is not us." Scarred Chin furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?" The young man quickly reported the situation. Upon learning that the Black Tiger Society was headed towards a small noodle shop, the group exchanged puzzled looks. Baldly appeared to have an epiphany and immediately inquired, "Is that noodle shop located on East Street?" The young man nodded vigorously, confirming, "Yes, that's the one." Bald Lee's eyes brightened. "Huh? We are saved." The three looked on in confusion, and Rose could not help but ask, "Baldly, what is going on?" "Come, I'll explain as we go," Baldly beckoned, striding toward the exit with purpose, followed by the others. Inside the small noodle shop, Sun Xiaoying had prepared an extravagant feast. Throughout the meal, she continuously served Ye Chu with enthusiasm, her demeanor radiating warmth. Just moments ago, she had learned of the events on Jewelry Street, and while fear gripped her heart, her gratitude towards Ye Chu only deepened. She was also aware that Ye Chu had purchased over 200 million in jade necklaces for Sun Yuru, leaving her both astonished and touched. For decades, no one had ever shown such kindness to her and her son, and her fondness for Ye Chu grew stronger, even leading her to contemplate encouraging Sun Yuru to divorce him. Fortunately, in the end, conscience prevailed, and he dismissed any thoughts of wrongdoing. Just as the three were enjoying their meal, a deafening roar of engines erupted from outside the restaurant. Curiosity piqued, they glanced toward the commotion, where several vehicles had halted at the entrance, and a throng of individuals descended with intimidating fervor. At the sight of this spectacle, Sun Xiaoying's complexion drained of color, while Sun Yuro remained somewhat composed, having faced similar situations before. Ye Chu's expression darkened immediately. "Auntie, Yuro, continue eating. I will handle this," he declared, striding out with determination. Sun Xiaoying, filled with concern, urged, "Yuro, Xiao Chu cannot face them alone. We must call the police." Although she was aware of Ye Chu's fighting prowess, the sheer number of adversaries was daunting. Sun Yuro, however, shook her head confidently. "There's no need to rush. Let us observe first." Despite the overwhelming odds, she felt an inexplicable faith in Ye Chu. Upon stepping outside, Ye Chu quickly spotted Luo Sampang and a few others amidst the crowd, his eyes narrowing slightly. "You again? Provoking my Black Tiger Society repeatedly?" Meng Xiaodao's gaze was icy, twirling a small knife in his hand, ready to strike at any moment. The ruckus attracted the attention of shop owners and patrons in the vicinity, who shook their heads in disapproval. Indeed, having a beautiful daughter was not always a blessing. In a nearby black business vehicle, Scarface Chin and his companions sat observing the scene outside the noodle shop through the window. Baldy, is that young man truly as formidable as you claim? Rosie inquired, her brow furrowed. The dark-skinned man beside her shook his head slightly. He appears to be in his 20s. How powerful could he possibly be? Baldy, you aren't pulling our leg, are you? Scarface Chin's expression was tense. He felt a sense of familiarity with Ye Chu, as though he had encountered him before. You two know nothing, Baldy Lee retorted, glaring. Do not be deceived by his youth. He is a legitimate master. The previous incident had only been reported privately to the deputy leader, leaving the others unaware. As they prepared to refute his claims, a scene outside left them wide-eyed and speechless. Without uttering a word, Ye Chu advanced in a flash, delivering a swift slap that sent Meng Xiaodao flying. Upon hitting the ground, he spewed blood, struggling for a moment before falling silent. With a single strike, he incapacitated a hall master of the Black Tiger Society. Such power was nothing short of terrifying. Outside the noodle shop, silence enveloped the scene. The once fierce members of the Black Tiger Society now wore expressions of disbelief. Although Meng Xiaodao ranked lowest among the hall masters, he was still a formidable practitioner at the 7th stage of body refinement, yet he could not withstand even one blow. Chen Zibao suppressed his astonishment, managing a smile despite the bulk of his features. Impressive, young man. I offer you a chance to join the Black Tiger Society. If you accept, I shall overlook today's events. He recognized the potential in Ye Chu. Given time, he could undoubtedly become a master. Luo Sanpang's expression shifted, wanting to speak, but fearing Chen Zibao's wrath. Ye Chu's gaze turned frigid. The Black Tiger Society is hardly worthy of my allegiance. Provoked by their repeated harassment, he felt genuine anger brewing within him. You audacious fool! Luo Sanpang bellowed immediately. Brother Bao, I have given you an opportunity, and yet you fail to cherish it. It seems you are tired of living. Brothers, let us converge and take this little brat down, so he understands the might of our Black Tiger Society. The crowd of underlings looked towards Chen Zibao, and upon seeing his gloomy expression, they instantly understood the situation. Grasping their weapons, they charged at Ye Chu without hesitation. Humph. These fools truly believe that a modicum of martial prowess grants them immunity. Luo Sanpang chuckled coldly within. In his eyes, Ye Chu was as good as dead. The individuals before him were the elite of the Black Tiger Society, all armed. Even a martial artist would struggle against them. Euro, are you really not worried? Sun Xiaoying inquired, her face etched with concern. Sun Euro clenched her fists tightly, her palms slick with sweat, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the unfolding scene. Ye Chu's gaze turned steely as he charged forward. His fists, as large as sandbags, struck out repeatedly, sending adversaries flying with each blow. In contrast, his movements were as agile as a monkey, effortlessly dodging the onslaught of attacks. The sounds of combat and anguished screams reverberated through the air. Within mere moments, dozens of underlings lay sprawled on the ground, incapacitated by Ye Chu. Remarkably, he remained unscathed. Hiss! The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply, their astonished gazes riveted upon the young man in the arena. Brother Yi is incredible, Sun Euro exclaimed, her hands covering her mouth in disbelief. Sun Xiaoying also let out a sigh of relief. Inside the business vehicle, Scarred Chun and his companions were equally astounded. Only Baldly maintained an expression of calm, thinking to himself, what is this? The demon across from us can even catch bullets. The expressions of Chun Zibao and his companions turned grave, as Ye Chu's prowess exceeded their expectations. Ye Chu surveyed the moaning ruffians sprawled on the ground and spoke with an unwavering calm. I have long stated that you are nothing but a pack of clumsy fools. Youngster, cease your arrogance, a lean old man scolded, striding forth and assuming a combat stance. His arms spread wide, one leg bent at the knee, resembling a white crane preparing to take flight. The members of the Black Tiger Society brightened at this display. The old man was known as the White Crane Elder, one of the hall masters of the Black Tiger Society. However, his strength far surpassed that of Meng Xiaodao. Being a formidable practitioner at the 9th level of body refinement, adept in the White Crane Fist, only slightly inferior to Chen Zibao. Youngster, prepare yourself. The White Crane Elder shouted, his foot striking the ground as he launched himself forward like a white crane in flight, his claw-like hand aimed directly at Ye Chu's throat. Initiating a lethal attack, Ye Chu countered with the eagle claw technique he had recently learned, his fingers transforming into claws as he struck out fiercely. The two claws collided, blood splattering in all directions. The elder's withered hand sustained several gaping wounds, and the tremendous force pushed him backward repeatedly. Seizing the moment, Ye Chu pressed the attack, extending a single claw like an eagle soaring high, striking the elder squarely in the chest. With a ripping sound, the elder's clothing was torn, leaving 5 bloody marks across his chest. He was sent crashing to the ground, spitting blood, his expression quickly fading to one of weakness. Such formidable eagle claw technique. Are you perhaps from the eagle claw sect? The elder gasped, astonished. The others also displayed expressions of shock. The white crane elder, a practitioner at the 9th level of body refinement, was no match for Ye Chu in a single exchange. What level of power did his opponent possess? A half-step master, or perhaps a true master? As the possibility dawned upon them, Chen Zibao and his companions felt a collective tremor of disbelief. A master so young was unprecedented. Ye Chu disregarded the elder, his gaze fixed on Chen Zibao and his associates, expressing disdain with a calm demeanor. Brother Leopard, let us attack together. We shall see if we cannot subdue this young man. One of the hall masters bellowed, while Wei Qi Xiong hesitated, sensing an ominous aura about Ye Chu. Should we not retreat for now? What is there to fear? Together, we cannot be outmatched by a mere novice, Chen Zibao retorted, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor. He was undeterred by Ye Chu's display of formidable strength. Having reached the pinnacle of body refinement and mastered external martial arts, his prowess was exceptional. Even against a master, he believed he could hold his own. Ye Chu's youth led him to doubt the latter's mastery, considering him at most a half-step master. Moreover, they had the advantage of numbers, 3 against 1. Attack! He roared, charging forward with a robust physique that exuded a menacing presence, akin to a raging bull. The other 2 followed suit. These scoundrels are truly shameless. Ganging up on the few, Rose remarked indignantly from the van. The dark-skinned man inquired, Scarface, should we intervene? He feared Ye Chu might not be a match and that Chen Zibao's group could prevail, endangering the White Wolf Society. Before Scarface Chun could respond, baldly interjected, Calm down, old Guan. You underestimate that individual. Chen Zibao and his companions are but insignificant in his eyes. The 3 exchanged astonished glances, while Rose furrowed her brow. Baldy, are you overly confident? Could it be that he truly is a master? Baldly rolled his eyes. Do you think I jest with you? Before Rose could counter, anguished cries erupted from outside. Peering out, they witnessed a fierce confrontation. To say it was a battle would be inaccurate. It was more a one-sided domination by Ye Chu. He effortlessly evaded Chen Zibao's assault, delivering an elbow strike that sent Wei Qi Xiong, who attempted a flank attack, reeling backward, spitting blood. Following that, a swift backward kick sent another assailant flying. In a flash, he evaded yet another strike from Chen Zibao, countering with a punch aimed at Chen's lower abdomen. However, the latter, due to his substantial weight, merely staggered back a few steps before regaining his footing. Chen Zibao laughed boisterously. Young one, I practice external martial arts. My body is invincible. What can you do to me? The others perked up. Haha, this kid cannot contend with Brother Leopard's formidable physique. Chen Zibao, emboldened by his resilience, launched another punch at Ye Chu. Boy, catch this. His fist, as large as a sandbag, descended like a thunderbolt. Ye Chu sidestepped, and witnessing this, Chen Zibao grew even more arrogant. Haha, so you do fear after all. He cackled, pressing forward relentlessly. Ye Chu remained unfazed, standing firm as he flicked off a fallen leaf from his shoulder and took a deep breath. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a strike with such velocity that it produced a thunderous roar through the air. Boom! A fist struck Chen Zibao's abdomen, abruptly freezing the arrogance on his face. In the next moment, his 300-pound frame flew backward like a broken sack, crashing onto the road several meters away, where he fell and began to spout blood. The atmosphere became so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Chen Zibao struggled to lift his head in disbelief. How could this be? Ye Chu's voice was calm. After 2 or 3 years of practicing cat foot technique, you dare to presume invincibility? Can you withstand this punch forged over 20 years? It was a lethal blow aimed not just at the body, but at the very heart. Chen Zibao vomited blood and tilted his head, losing consciousness. Brother Leopard. The members of the Black Tiger Society rushed forward in alarm. Ye Chu turned his gaze to Luo Sanpang, who was preparing to flee. Where do you think you're going? Luo Sanpang trembled violently, his face drained of color as he struggled to turn around. Big brother, Ye Chu coldly interrupted. Each of you owes 100,000 as an education fee. Pay up and leave. Luo Sampang was utterly bewildered. They had been the ones attacked. Yet now they were expected to pay an education fee. What kind of bandit logic was this? Despite his intense indignation, he dared not utter a word of dissent. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he produced over 400,000 and left in disgrace. Sun Yuruo emerged, her face alight with excitement. Brother Yi, you are truly remarkable. Sun Xiuying also looked pleased, her admiration for Ye Chu growing. He was handsome, generous, and exceptionally skilled. The only flaw was that he was married. Those around them gazed on enviously, thinking how wonderful it would be to have a beautiful daughter. Not only could she attract a wealthy husband, but one with a truly sincere heart. Just a few petty thieves, hardly worth mentioning, Ye Chu remarked with a smile, then turned his gaze toward a nearby business vehicle. Coolly addressing its occupants, how much longer do you intend to linger inside? Inside the vehicle, a few individuals exchanged glances before stepping out in unison, hastily approaching Ye Chu. Baldly, even before reaching him, wore a warm smile. Brother, it has been a long time. You are even more impressive than before. Ye Chu raised an eyebrow, initially believing them to be members of the Black Tiger Society, only to realize they were acquaintances. He scanned the four of them, his tone slightly unfriendly. You all hid in the car. Were you planning to reap the rewards of the chaos? Baldly quickly shook his head. Brother, please don't misunderstand. We merely came to take a look. The others nodded in agreement. Having witnessed Ye Chu's terrifying prowess, they dared not act rashly. Ye Chu raised an eyebrow. Are you certain you only came to observe? Seeing his skepticism, Baldly, unable to hide anything further, confessed the reason for their visit. Ye Chu's eyes widened in surprise. The White Wolf Society, which dared to scheme against Huangfu Shiyue, found themselves in such a predicament. Just as he intended to wave them off, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he could recruit the White Wolf Society. Having a group of subordinates could indeed facilitate matters. More importantly, it would provide protection for Sun Yuruo. She was far too beautiful, constantly attracting unwanted attention, and he could not be by her side at all times. With this in mind, he said lightly, You all wait in the car for me. I have some matters I wish to discuss. The expressions of the group shifted, but upon seeing Ye Chu's slightly cold demeanor, they dared not protest. They turned and headed back to the business vehicle. Auntie, Yuruo, it's all right now. Let us go inside and have dinner. Ye Chu greeted and entered the house first, followed swiftly by the mother and daughter. As the three dined, in the business vehicle, Rose's expression appeared slightly tense. What does that bald man want to discuss with us? Could it be that he, like the Black Tiger Society, has set his sights on our White Wolf Society? Scar-faced Chun and the dark-skinned man also exhibited signs of unease. Although Ye Chu was but a single individual, he instilled a sense of dread in them that surpassed the entirety of the Black Tiger Society. How would I know? Apart from knowing Ye Chu's ferocity, Baldly is utterly oblivious to everything else. In any case, we are no match for that formidable figure. Let us remain patiently in the vehicle. The group exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a sense of resignation. Inside the noodle shop, having experienced the earlier events, the mother and daughter had completely lost their appetite. In contrast, Ye Chu remained unaffected, indulging heartily in his meal, consuming nearly half of the spread before he finished. Once he was done, Sun Xiuying turned to Sun Yuru and said, Yuru, please wash the dishes. I would like to have a private conversation with Xiao Yi. Sun Yuru's expression tightened immediately, but upon meeting her mother's stern gaze, she reluctantly complied and began to clear the table to head into the kitchen. Ye Chu, sensing the nature of their discussion, smiled and said, Auntie, feel free to speak your mind. Sun Xiuying took a slight breath and spoke solemnly. Xiao Yi, you are a good child, and you treat Yuru very well. At this point, she sighed deeply, lamenting, It is a pity that Yuru could not reunite with you sooner, alas. In the kitchen, Sun Yuru, eavesdropping at the door, felt a surge of anxiety. She could easily discern her mother's meaning. It was clear that her mother believed Ye Chu was already married, and that there was no possibility for them. Although she was aware of this reality, she found it impossible to sever her feelings for Ye Chu. Ever since he had saved her in middle school, his image had been ingrained in her heart. When he suddenly dropped out, she mourned for quite some time. Their unexpected encounter previously had filled her with joy, and with Ye Chu's repeated acts of bravery in critical moments, her feelings for him had deepened significantly. Ye Chu, fully understanding Sun Xiuying's implications, replied earnestly, Auntie, I grasp your concerns, but my feelings for Yuru are genuine. I cannot speak for anything beyond that. But as long as Yuru chooses to be with me, I will ensure she never faces any grievances. While he was indeed attracted to Sun Yuru's qualities, he also held her in high regard. If she wished to accompany him, he would treat her with utmost sincerity. In the kitchen, Sun Yuru covered her mouth in delight, her beautiful eyes sparkling with joy. Sun Xiuying opened her mouth, taken aback by Ye Chu's forthrightness. Hesitating, she began, Xiao Yi, I recognize that you are different from other wealthy young men and that your feelings for Yuru are sincere, but you are, after all, already married. Though our family is not affluent, as a mother, I do not wish for Yuru to become a mistress. At this point, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, seemingly recalling some sorrowful memories. In her youth, she had encountered a wealthy young man who had shown her great care, leading her to believe she had found a kindred spirit, only to discover later that he was already married, rendering her an unwitting mistress. Subsequently, the legitimate wife confronted her, subjecting her to humiliation. Heartbroken, Sun Xiuying had no choice but to leave that city, eventually giving birth to Sun Yuru. Thus, she could never accept Sun Yuru as a mistress, even if Ye Chu's intentions were sincere. Ye Chu furrowed his brow, for he had never contemplated using Sun Yuru in such a manner. In his mind, the concept of a mistress did not exist. As the sole disciple of the Medicine Emperor, Ye Chu not only acquired a wealth of skills from his mentor, but was also profoundly influenced by his thoughts. He understood that the world was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. His perspective had never been confined to the mundane. When it came to seeking a partner, he believed mutual affection sufficed, never considering societal norms. It was only at this moment that he recognized the vast disparity between the thoughts of ordinary individuals and his own. And, whether you believe it or not, I have never thought of letting Yuru be a mistress, he stated sincerely. If you doubt me, I can leave right now. Although he valued the girl's qualities, he also respected her mother's wishes. If the mother could not accept it, he would not impose. Before Sun Xiuying could respond, Sun Yuru rushed out. Brother Yi, I believe you, the girl exclaimed, clinging tightly to Ye Chu, as if fearing his departure. Witnessing this scene, Sun Xiuying sighed inwardly, her face revealing a sense of helplessness. Xiao Yi, I hope you speak the truth. If Yuru is not happy, I will not spare you. Ye Chu solemnly assured her, Aunt, rest assured. I will not let Yuru suffer in the slightest. Sun Yuru, her face brimming with emotion, tightened her embrace. Ye Chu felt a wave of softness in his arms, momentarily distracted, and took a deep breath to suppress various thoughts. Yuru, please provide me with your bank account number. Though puzzled, Sun Yuru obediently disclosed her account details. Ye Chu promptly transferred 200 million. Yuru, let's consider upgrading your family's house. Upon seeing the notification of the transaction, Sun Yuru was taken aback and quickly shook her head. Brother Yi, a few million is sufficient for a house. This is far too much. A few million is not enough, Ye Chu replied, shaking his head. Your mother has worked hard her entire life. She deserves to live in a villa. We will go look tomorrow. If the funds are insufficient, let me know. I have matters to attend to. You both should return and rest early. With that, he strode out of the noodle shop. Sun Xiuying hurriedly stood to see him off, and, upon returning, curiously asked, Yuru, how much did Xiao Yi transfer to you? Taking a deep breath to quell her tumultuous emotions, Sun Yuru stammered, 200 million. Sun Xiuying's eyes widened, and she found herself believing Ye Chu's earlier words a little more. Ye Chu arrived at the business vehicle, where Baldly promptly opened the door. Brother, please get in. Ye Chu settled into the seat and casually remarked, let us head back to your White Wolf Society headquarters. The vehicle immediately set off towards their destination. Baldly cautiously inquired, Brother, may I ask what brings you to our White Wolf Society? Ye Chu glanced at the others and smiled, it's nothing significant. I'd like you to consider me your elder brother. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group shifted instantly. Baldly forced a smile. Brother, are you joking? Ye Chu's demeanor turned serious. Do you think I have the leisure to jest with you? Baldly's expression froze. The other three bore similar expressions. Scarchin spoke. My lord, we are merely the hall masters of the White Wolf Society. We cannot make decisions. You must speak with the vice president. Ye Chu nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. Call for me when the time is right. After saying this, he began to meditate. The others exchanged glances, none daring to speak further. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the headquarters of the White Wolf Society, a towering building of more than 10 stories. Under the guidance of the three, Ye Chu ascended to the top floor, where he encountered by Xiao Xiao, the vice president of the White Wolf Society. She was a young woman with sun-kissed skin, exuding a wild aura, yet her complexion appeared slightly pale, suggesting she bore unhealed injuries. Ye Chu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the leader of the White Wolf Society would be a woman. Bai Xiaoxiao was already aware of the recent events. Her gaze fell upon Ye Chu, and a hint of speculation arose within her. The bald-headedly stepped forward to report, "Boss, this is Master Yi." Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing her mind. How could someone so young be a master? Ye Chu stepped forward. "Are you the leader of the White Wolf Society?" Bai Xiaoxiao nodded slightly. "May I ask who you are?" "My name is of no concern to you." Ye Chu waved his hand dismissively. "I have come here to enlist your White Wolf Society as my subordinates." Bai Xiaoxiao's expression turned icy in an instant. "Please leave. The White Wolf Society shall never serve another." Ye Chu smiled nonchalantly, and in the next moment, his form abruptly vanished. When he reappeared, he stood before Bai Xiaoxiao. Before she could respond, he pointed a finger at her brow. Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in terror, unable to move a muscle. She sensed that if she dared to make a move, the young man before her could take her life in an instant. The bald-headed Li and the others were utterly astonished. Bai Xiaoxiao was a master-level warrior, yet she exhibited no capacity for resistance against Ye Chu. What sort of power did he possess? "You have misconstrued the situation. I am here to inform you, not to negotiate." Though Ye Chu wore a smile, his tone brooked no dissent as he gently withdrew his finger, as if nothing had transpired. Bai Xiaoxiao staggered back, her forehead already beaded with cold sweat. She bit her lip, her eyes filled with reluctance. "Your strength is commendable, but the White Wolf Society was founded by my husband. We shall never submit to another." Her voice was resolute. The expressions of the bald-headed Li and his companions tightened, a sense of foreboding creeping into their hearts. "Huh, what a steadfast woman," Ye Chu remarked, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes as he turned to the four. "What will you choose?" Their faces shifted with uncertainty. The bald-headed Li gritted his teeth and spoke first. "My lord, both the vice president and the president have shown me kindness. I shall follow them for life." With him taking the lead, the other three quickly echoed, "So shall we." Bai Xiaoxiao's face displayed gratitude. Her care for them had not been in vain. Ye Chu's expression darkened. "You must consider this carefully." The four exchanged apprehensive glances, but ultimately nodded. Just as they were filled with trepidation, they heard Ye Chu burst into laughter. "Haha, excellent. Truly commendable loyalty." Initially, he had merely intended to recruit a few subordinates, but now his perspective had shifted. Although the White Wolf Society operated in the underworld, their sense of camaraderie was admirable and worthy of support. "Rest assured, I harbor no substantial interest in your White Wolf Society. I merely seek individuals to assist me with some errands. You may continue as you have always done." Ye Chu spoke calmly, producing 2 small True Essence pills and tossing them to Scarface Chun and Bald-Headed Li. "These are True Essence pills, which can aid you in achieving a breakthrough." Upon hearing the term True Essence pill, Scarface Chin's pupils constricted in surprise as he hastily caught the pills, scrutinizing them closely. He recognized them to be identical to those he had previously acquired. "My lord, how do you possess True Essence pills?" he inquired, curiosity etched on his face. Bald-Headed Li clutched the pill tightly, his expression equally filled with intrigue, a sentiment mirrored by the others present. "Ah, your astonishment is palpable." Ye Chu replied with a faint smile. "I shall be candid with you. These pills are of my own concoction." The eyes of the group widened in astonishment, and Ye Chu reveled in their expressions. "As long as you follow me, you shall never lack for pills." Transcending to the Meridian Opening Master is merely a matter of time. Their breaths quickened, their eyes ablaze with fervor. The title of Meridian Opening Master was their lifelong aspiration. Though they were immensely tempted, they knew they must consider Bai Xiaoxiao's stance and turned their gazes towards her. Bai Xiaoxiao bit her lip, her face a mask of struggle and conflict. Noticing her turmoil, Ye Chu stoked the flames further. "Consider this carefully. Aligning with me will only render the White Wolf Society mightier. Otherwise, with your current strength, annihilation is merely a matter of time." Bai Xiaoxiao trembled at the thought of their current predicament. Had it not been for the Black Tiger Society's leader fortuitously being in Jinling, the White Wolf Society might have already faced destruction. With this realization, she steeled her resolve, bowing deeply to Ye Chu. "From this day forth, the White Wolf Society is at your command, my lord." Ye Chu nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. In time, you shall come to understand the wisdom of your choice today." He then procured paper and pen, jotting down a lengthy list of medicinal herbs. "You are to gather these herbs. The more, the better. I intend to concoct some pills to enhance the strength of my subordinates. Bai Xiaoxiao promptly accepted the list, tucking it away carefully before kneeling on one knee. My lord, I have a request. Speak, Ye Chu urged, as she raised her gaze, a fierce determination gleaming in her eyes. I implore you to annihilate the Black Tiger Society. Over the years, the Black Tiger Society had been excessively oppressive, and she harbored a lingering suspicion that the disappearance of the White Wolf King was linked to them. Ye Chu smiled, sensing their shared intent. The mere Black Tiger Society is not worthy of my intervention. You are capable of dealing with them yourselves. Bai Xiaoxiao hesitated. But Ye Chu continued, once I have crafted the pills, and you have elevated your strengths, you need not fear even the likes of the Black Tiger Society. He boasted with confidence. Once the herbs are collected, inform me. I have other matters to attend to. My lord, allow me to escort you. Bai Xiaoxiao and the others quickly offered. Upon reaching the entrance, Ye Chu recalled Sun Yuru's situation and instructed Bai Xiaoxiao to find 2 trustworthy individuals to discreetly protect the 2 women. She nodded earnestly. After bidding Ye Chu farewell, they returned to the office. Bai Xiaoxiao turned to Scarface Chun. You both should ingest the pills and evaluate their efficacy. A hint of skepticism lingered in her heart. Without hesitation, the 2 consumed the pills. Shortly thereafter, a formidable aura emerged from the 2. Ha ha ha, I have truly broken through. Baldly laughed heartily, having reached the pinnacle of body refinement with the aid of the elixir. Scarred Chun had successfully ascended to the rank of Master of Meridian Opening. Both Xiang Wei and the dark-skinned man gazed at them with envy. Congratulations, Scarred Brother, on your breakthrough to Master. They clasped their fists in salute. The joy in Scarred Chen's eyes was unmistakable. It was all thanks to the esteemed figure. Rising, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Those wretches from the Black Tiger Society. Just wait. Your days of fortune are numbered. After Ye Chu departed, he made his way directly to the Yun family estate. He arrived swiftly, but upon glancing at the security at the entrance, he chose not to enter through the front gate. It was evident they would not permit him inside. Finding a secluded corner, he leapt over the wall. After a thorough search, he finally located Yun Bingwan's room. Just as he was about to sneak in, he suddenly heard voices from within. Miss, the family head has sent this old servant to inform you that, in a month's time, it is the young master's birthday. And the family head wishes for you to return, also to meet that esteemed figure. Tell Long Zhanshan that I shall not comply with his wishes. Yun Bingwan's voice was icy, laced with a hint of hatred. Opposite her sat an elderly woman with white hair. Miss, you are aware of the family head's methods. Do not resist, lest you involve the innocent. The old woman wore a look of disdain, clearly dismissing Yun Bingwan's words. Yun Bingwan's expression turned frigid. Are you threatening me? Ah, miss, I am merely stating facts, the old woman replied with a warm smile, though her lips curled into a mocking smirk. It would be best if you did not resist. It is for everyone's benefit, and the family head has chosen a most suitable match for you. A suitable match? Yun Bingwan scoffed, an old man, and to be a concubine for him? You truly have the audacity to say such things. The old woman's smile remained warm. Given his status, being a concubine is indeed an honor for you. Mississippi fuming, Yun Bingwan's body trembled with rage as she coldly commanded, leave. The old woman slowly stood. Miss, I shall take my leave. I hope you refrain from any of your previous tricks, lest it lead to unhappiness for everyone. With that, she leapt out of the window, vanishing into the darkness. Unable to contain her fury any longer, Yun Bingwan began to smash everything in the room. Miss Yun, please calm yourself. I would be heartbroken if you harmed your health. Who? Yun Bingwan was startled, turning to see a figure leap through the window. Miss Yun. It has been quite some time, Ye Chu said with a smile. Yun Bingwan appeared to have just bathed, her long, glistening purple hair cascading over her shoulders. She wore a purple spaghetti-strap nightgown, her snow-white shoulders exposed, and her ample bosom prominently filling the garment. The deep valley between her breasts was alluringly white, exuding an irresistible temptation. Her attire added a touch of homey languor and charm, contrasting sharply with her usual grace and nobility. Look again, and I shall gouge your eyes out. Yun Bingwan's expression was frigid. Leave at once. I do not wish to see you. Ye Chu was unfazed by her anger. He stepped forward earnestly. I have said I will take responsibility for you. Responsibility? Yun Bingwan replied with derision. What do you know of responsibility? Who do you think you are? You are merely a son-in-law. I am the eldest daughter of the Yun family, with a lineage and status beyond your reach. Pray tell, what can you possibly take responsibility for? Ye Chu remained unfazed. Miss Yun, one must not judge solely by appearances. I cannot speak for other matters. But should you call upon me, I will undoubtedly fulfill my obligations. Yun Bingwan momentarily lost herself in thought. In decades, no one had ever made such a promise to her. Taking a slight breath, her tone turned cold. I do not require your assistance. Depart at once, and do not reappear in my sight. Ye Chu furrowed his brow, the response exceeding his expectations. However, recalling the events of that night, he felt a slight sense of relief. Miss Yun, the circumstances of that night were beyond my control. I apologize. With a look of sincerity, he placed the Zaiwixing on the nearby table. This is a small token of my goodwill. I hope it may ease your anger. As he turned to leave, he seemed to remember something. By the way, if you need anything, do not hesitate to reach out. Do not bear your troubles alone. With that, his figure flickered and vanished into the night. Yun Bingwan stared blankly out the window, lost in thought. After a long while, she returned to her senses, brushing her fingertips against her eyes as a few crystalline tears slipped down. She approached the box and opened it, a flash of purple light catching her gaze. Could this be the Zaiwixing? Her eyes widened in surprise. How curious. I was told by Jia that the Zhuge family had acquired the Zaiwixing to present it as a birthday gift for Long Juyang. How did it end up in his possession? With this thought, she retrieved her phone and initiated a video call with Zhuge Jia. The video connected swiftly, and Jia appeared, engrossed in a multitude of herbs, perspiration beading on her forehead. Bingwan, speak quickly. I am quite busy here. Yun Bingwan frowned, directing the camera towards the Zaiwixing. Take a look at this. Is this not the Zaiwixing you mentioned? Jia squinted at the screen, her expression one of astonishment. How did this come into your possession? Wasn't it with that boy? Suddenly, she seemed to grasp the situation. Did that lad give the Zaiwixing to you? Yun Bingwan's eyes widened. Indeed, it was the Zaiwixing. Oh my. Bingwan, do confess, when did you and that boy become involved? Yun Bingwan's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted, what involvement? That sounds terrible. With a teasing smile, Jia continued, oh, look who has shine now. Bingwan, that boy actually gifted you such an extravagant item. He must care for you quite deeply. Yun Bingwan refrained from responding, instead inquiring, isn't this meant as a gift for someone else? Why would it go to him? Jia chuckled, naturally. That lad offered me an irresistible benefit. Curious, Yun Bingwan asked, what benefit could possibly sway you? Jia, feeling comfortable with her close friend, briefly explained the matter of the medicinal wine. I was initially puzzled as to why he would part with such a precious item in exchange for a piece of jade. It appears he was merely seeking to win your smile. My, it seems he truly harbors feelings for you. Her tone held a hint of playful mockery. Under normal circumstances, Yun Bingwan would have recognized the jest. However, at this moment, her mind was consumed by the earlier scene, her expression slightly dazed, and a flicker of emotion appeared in her eyes. If Ye Chu were to know, he would surely express his gratitude to Zhuge Jia. She was quite remarkable. Observing the change in Yun Bingwan's demeanor, Jia inwardly panicked and quickly offered a warning. Bingwan, I must inform you that although that fellow possesses many admirable qualities, he is exceedingly fickle, and the bond may not necessarily be a fortuitous one. You ought to deliberate carefully. I understand. Yun Bingwan nodded slightly before ending the video call. In that moment, her heart wavered, yet as she reflected upon her own circumstances, her gaze swiftly regained its resolve. No, I cannot be the one to burden him. Ye Chu remained entirely oblivious to the tumult within Yun Bingwan's heart, as he was currently in pursuit of the old crone. It turned out that when the old woman had departed earlier, he had secretly marked her. The urgency to leave stemmed from two reasons. Firstly, she felt that Yun Bingwan was still in a state of anger, making communication difficult. Secondly, she sought to follow the old woman to glean some intelligence. Ye Chu moved with remarkable speed and soon caught up with the crone, who, realizing she was being followed, sought refuge in a secluded alley. There, she turned around and coldly exclaimed, who dares to track me? Stepping forth from the shadows, Ye Chu spoke in a calm tone. Tell me, what is the relationship between Yun Bingwan and the Long family? It was indeed for that little wretch that he had come. The old woman scoffed, her expression turning icy. Boy, I advise you to mind your own business, or you may find yourself unaware of how you meet your demise. In an instant, Ye Chu's figure vanished, only to reappear directly in front of the old woman. With her face transforming in shock, he delivered a resounding slap. The old crone was sent crashing into the wall with a deafening thud, the concrete cracking upon impact. As she fell to the ground, blood spewed from her mouth. And despite the excruciating pain coursing through her body, she glared up, venomous. You dare to be so brazen, you little wretch. Ye Chu rebuked her sharply, placing a foot on her face, gazing down coldly. Confess, or face death. The old woman's face met the ground with a brutal intimacy, an unbearable agony washing over her. Yet, more than the pain, it was the humiliation that struck her hardest. As a servant of the Long family, when had she ever endured such disgrace? Your Excellency, I am of the Long family. Do you not fear their retribution for laying hands on me? She struggled to suppress her fury, her tone laced with menace. Ye Chu pressed down harder, a crack echoing as her face contorted in pain, drawing in sharp breaths. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Otherwise, prepare to perish. His voice was devoid of emotion, chillingly indifferent. To act arrogantly before his beloved was tantamount to courting death. The old woman sensed the murderous intent, and her heart quaked. Suppressing her rage, she revealed, Miss is the illegitimate daughter of the Long family. Is she not a miss of the Yin family? Ye Chu furrowed his brow, demanding clarity. The old crone, unable to withhold the truth, recounted the events. Years ago, Long Jinshan, inebriated, had assaulted the maid. Fearing his wife's wrath, he cast her aside. Unbeknownst to him, the maid had unexpectedly conceived. Years later, she returned with Yun Bingwan, seeking recognition from the Long family for her daughter. Yet, she underestimated the Long family's ruthlessness. As the foremost family in Jiangdu, how could the Longs acknowledge the illegitimate child of a maid? They arranged for her demise, intending to eliminate the young Yun Bingwan as well. However, upon discovering her unique constitution, they deemed she might be of use, thus sparing her life. Nonetheless, the Long family never acknowledged Yun Bingwan, and instead sought the Yun family to foster her in secrecy. In a remarkably brief period, the Yun family transformed from a modest lineage into one of the 4 prestigious families of Jiangdu. While it may appear that this metamorphosis is solely attributed to Yun Bingwan's efforts, the underlying support from the Long family is an undeniable factor. Not long ago, in a bid to ensure that the heir, Long Zhuyang, could join the Jinwu sect, the Long family arranged for Yun Bingwan to be betrothed to a rather aged individual from the sect as a concubine. Although labeled as a concubine, her true role was that of a furnace for the 9-yin evil body, which holds great benefits for those who practice certain esoteric techniques. Ye Chu's countenance darkened. He had never anticipated such a tragic background for Yun Bingwan. Simultaneously, the ruthlessness of the Long family shattered his previous perceptions. He had thought the Yi family to be shameless, yet they paled in comparison to the Long family. The heartless Long family certainly broadened his horizons. A chilling anger surged within Ye Chu, accompanied by an intangible aura of murderous intent. The old woman trembled violently, feeling as if she were facing a primordial beast, rendering her breathless. Young friend, I have already spoken. Please allow me to leave, she ventured cautiously. Under Ye Chu's indifferent gaze, she turned pale, overwhelmed by the dread of being scrutinized by death itself. I can grant you your freedom, but you must serve as my hound, monitoring every move of the Long family. Ye Chu stated coldly. The old woman hastily nodded. I am willing. Though she feigned trepidation, her heart secretly reveled in mockery. This lad may possess strength, but he remains somewhat naive. Upon my return to the Long family, I shall promptly inform the family head, aside from this reckless youth. Ye Chu, however, was indifferent to her thoughts. He produced silver needles and swiftly pierced them into the old woman's body. She screamed in anguish, her face contorting as she writhed on the ground, as if enduring the torments of purgatory. It took a full quarter of an hour for her cries to cease, and she gasped for breath, finally raising her terrified gaze. What have you done to me? With an icy demeanor, Ye Chu replied, From now on, every fortnight, you shall experience this pain anew. At the end of each month, I must administer needles to you. Otherwise, within 3 months, your demise is assured. If you wish to live, you will obey. The old woman's face turned ashen, and she immediately knelt and bowed her head. Rest assured, my master. I shall be obedient. Ye Chu nodded. Return now. What transpired tonight must remain unspoken. Keep a vigilant watch on the movements of the Long family, and inform me at the first sign of any developments. Your servant obeys, the old woman replied, bowing deeply before hastily departing. The Long family shall pay for their indignities towards my woman, Ye Chu thought, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. In a month's time, The Long family would host a birthday banquet for their young master. Ye Chu resolved to present them with a rather grand gift. Meanwhile, the old woman returned to the Long family and stood before Long Zhinshan, the family head, a middle-aged man with a commanding presence. Noticing her injuries, Long Zhinshan frowned. What happened? The old woman recounted the tale she had meticulously prepared. I encountered a mysterious expert and engaged in a few exchanges, but was ultimately defeated and wounded. Long Zhinshan's eyes narrowed slightly. Be cautious as you proceed. The coming days in Jiangdu may grow increasingly tumultuous. The old woman nodded quickly. What was that wild girl's reaction? Long Zhinshan inquired. The old woman hesitated momentarily, but ultimately reported the truth. The young lady seemed somewhat reluctant. Long Zhinshan dismissed the matter with a scoff, believing that it was time for her to contribute to the family after being nurtured for so many years. The old woman remained silent. Keep a close watch on her. If that wild girl dares to engage in any mischief, inform me at once, she instructed. The old woman nodded promptly. Upon Ye Chu's return to the Jiang family, Han Mingwan inquired with evident concern, Xiao Chu, why are you back so late? Ye Chu smiled and explained, Mom, I was delayed by some matters. Jiang Haiyun scoffed. What legitimate business could a useless person like you have? You must be up to something unsavory again. Ye Chu chose not to engage with him, just as Jiang Junyao descended from the upper floor. Jiang Haiyun immediately interjected, Junyao, have you considered what I mentioned earlier? Jiang Junyao frowned slightly, replying, Dad, I have been quite busy lately and might not have the time. Jiang Haiyun's displeasure was evident. Junyao, it's not just me saying this. Given that Qian has helped us so much, we should at least invite him for a meal to express our gratitude. Jiang Junyao ignored him, heading to the kitchen to fetch a bottle of milk before returning upstairs. Jiang Haiyun glared in frustration, muttering about the obstinacy of that girl. Han Mingwan retorted, Junyao has already said that matter has nothing to do with that Qian. It's your own disbelief. How can it not be related? Jiang Haiyun shot back. I have already inquired with Qian Xiao, who claimed that his father even approached the eldest daughter of the Huangfu family. Ye Chu was taken aback, incredulous that such nonsense could be believed. Qian Xian really dares to say that? His father has been expelled from the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Even if he were still a council member, he wouldn't have the capability. He subtly warned, Dad, be careful not to be deceived. That Qian is not a good person. Jiang Haiyun, his eyes blazing with anger, seemed to find an outlet for his frustration. What nonsense are you spouting? Qian Xiao is a well-educated and high-quality individual, far superior to you. I see you are merely envious of him. You should take a good look at yourself before slandering others behind their backs. It's futile to reason with a fool. Ye Chu, weary of the exchange, turned to Han Mingwan and said, Mom, you should rest early. He then hurried upstairs. This useless child is becoming increasingly intolerable. Jiang Haiyun fumed, ready to continue his tirade, but was silenced by a glare from Han Mingwan. Pipe down, you talk too much. Ye Chu ascended the stairs, took a shower, and fell into bed, not bothering to converse with Jiang Junyao, who likely had no desire to engage with him either. The night passed without further words. The following morning, Bai Xiao called to inform him that the medicinal herbs had been gathered. After breakfast, Ye Chu promptly made his way to the White Wolf Association. Upon arrival, he requested a quiet room and commenced alchemy, summoning the dragon's soul void cauldron. He ignited true flames at his fingertips and began to refine the herbs. Soon, the room was filled with the fragrant aroma of medicine. Before long, he successfully produced a batch of elixirs, their delightful scent permeating the air. Ye Chu examined one of the pills, noting its rich coloration and the intricate patterns adorning its surface. Is this an elixir pattern? He wondered, astonished. Elixir patterns only appeared on pills of superior quality, a feat he had not been able to achieve before. Clearly, this was the influence of the dragon's soul void cauldron. His master had been right. A quality cauldron indeed possesses auxiliary properties. After reflecting on this, Ye Chu continued his alchemical endeavors. After spending the better part of the day, Ye Chu finally completed the refinement of the medicinal pills. Outside the room, Bai Xiao and the others had been waiting patiently. Upon seeing Ye Chu emerge, they immediately stood up. Ye Chu produced a jade bottle containing 10 small true essence pills, intended to enhance the strength of those below. Bai Xiao promptly accepted it, expressing her gratitude, while the others also clasped their fists in appreciation. Ye Chu then took out 2 additional pills and addressed Bai Xiao, stating, These are opening vein pills, which can aid the master in breaking through. Bai Xiao's face brightened at the words, and she quickly accepted, sharing one of the pills with scarred Chun. You may break through here. I shall protect you, Ye Chu declared. The group nodded eagerly and began their breakthroughs after consuming the pills. Soon, several formidable presences emerged in the arena. Bai Xiaoxiao successfully opened another vein, reaching the rank of 4th grade master. Scarred Chun also achieved a breakthrough, attaining the rank of 2nd grade master. Though Baldly did not manage to become a master, his strength advanced to a half-step master. Both Rose and the dark-skinned man successfully broke through to the 9th stage of body refinement. In a mere span of time, the overall strength of the White Wolf Society surged significantly, surpassing that of the Black Tiger Society. Thank you, my lord, they all rose, bowing and clasping their fists towards Ye Chu, their eyes filled with gratitude. From now on, serve me diligently, and you shall not be deprived of benefits, Ye Chu replied. Gesturing dismissively, the group nodded in agreement. The Black Tiger Society is now in your hands, Ye Chu remarked before departing. Their eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement. After being repressed for so many years, the time for revenge had finally come. At the Black Tiger Society, the senior members gathered to discuss strategies for dealing with Ye Chu and the White Wolf Society. Vice President Zhuo Xiaodao turned to a middle-aged man, Qian Ren, asking, "Have you uncovered the origins of that young man?" The latter nodded, responding, "The lad is named Ye Chu, a son-in-law of the Jiang family." The revelation startled everyone, with Elder Bai furrowing his brow. How could an insignificant son-in-law possess such strength? Others echoed similar disbelief. I cannot say for certain. I sought assistance from someone in the household registration office, and the information should be accurate, Tang Qianren explained. Upon confirmation, Chun Zibao and the others grew even more dismayed. It was indeed humiliating for the high-ranking members of the Black Tiger Society to be bested by a mere son-in-law. Brother Dao, what shall we do next? The Jiang family has recently allied with the Huangfu family and is in a position of strength. It may not be wise to provoke them, one suggested. No matter. The president has already succeeded, Zhuo Xiaodao replied with a faint smile. Even the Huangfu family is no cause for fear for the Black Tiger Society. Once the president returns, we shall personally demand the Jiang family hand over their people. The others' faces brightened at his words. Just then, a junior member entered to report, Brother Leopard. The second young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Juanhu, has come to visit, claiming he has a matter for your assistance. Chun Zibao narrowed his eyes and immediately looked at Zhuo Xiaodao, who nodded slightly, permitting him to enter. Chun Zibao gestured, and the junior member promptly left. Soon after, he returned with Jiang Juanhu. Upon seeing Chun Zibao, who was visibly injured, Jiang Juanhu expressed surprise. Brother Leopard, what happened to you? Chun Zibao narrowed his eyes, feeling that Jiang Juanhu's question was a veiled mockery, giving Ye Chu's identity. Instead of answering, he countered, "What brings you here?" Jiang Juanhu felt a sense of bewilderment, sensing that the other party's demeanor was somewhat off, but he did not dwell on it and expressed his intent. Brother Bao, I seek your assistance in dealing with someone. Chun Zibao narrowed his eyes. Who? The useless son-in-law of my second uncle, Jiang Juanhu replied coldly. Although Chun Zibao was surprised internally, he maintained a composed exterior. What do you plan to do with him? Jiang Juanhu grinned sinisterly. I want to ruin his reputation and drive him out of the Jiang family. Chun Zibao's astonishment deepened, but he surmised that the other party was likely unaware of Ye Chu's capabilities. Otherwise, he would not dare utter such reckless words against a young master. Oh, how do you intend to ruin his reputation? He inquired with interest. I plan to drug him, then find a few men to have their way with him, and subsequently upload the photos online, ensuring he can never show his face again. Jiang Juanhu replied with a malicious smile, his words dripping with venom. Initially, he had contemplated eliminating Ye Chu, but later deemed that too merciful. After all, his goal was to have Ye Chu divorce Jiang Junyao. Disgracing Ye Chu would suffice to achieve his aim, while also repulsing Jiang Junyao. Chun Zibao's lips twitched, even as someone entrenched in the underworld. He found this idea excessively vile. That kid is still your brother-in-law. Must you go to such lengths? He said, slightly frowning. Nonsense, brother-in-law, Jiang Juanhu scoffed. He is a mere waste. To speak frankly, Brother Bao, Jiang Junyao stole my brother's position as president. We cannot act against her, so we must deal with that worthless man. Brother Bao, if you assist me in this matter, the Jiang family will surely remember your kindness. Jiang Juanhu clasped his fists. Chun Zibao was at a loss for words, thinking to himself that a mere ordinary person dared to plot against a young master. Just as he was about to decline, he reconsidered, Before the president's return, he could set a few obstacles for Ye Chu. Who knows? Fortune might favor them. I can assist you, but I will only provide the venue, materials, and personnel. The rest is up to you. Thank you, Brother Bao. That will suffice, Jiang Juanhu nodded. With his abilities, he could easily gather a few individuals to handle Ye Chu. The reason he sought Chen Zibao's help was to leverage the influence of the Black Tiger Society. Should Jiang Junyao investigate later, he could attribute everything to the Black Tiger Society. Brother Bao, I appreciate your help. Once this is accomplished, I will host a banquet to express my gratitude. Jiang Juanhu clasped his fists again. I will return now to lure that kid over tonight. Please prepare on your end. Understood, Chen Zibao nodded slightly. After Jiang Juanhu departed, he immediately turned to Zhuo Xiaodao. Brother Dao, what do you think of this matter? A young master is not so easily dealt with, Zhuo Xiaodao scoffed, but it is worth a try. You can replace the aphrodisiac with poison, and have the brothers lay an ambush to see if we can eliminate that kid. All right, I will handle it. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in anxiously. Gentlemen, we have just received news that the White Wolf Society is mobilizing and heading our way. The expressions of everyone shifted dramatically. Tang Qianren said coldly, that woman by Xiao Xiao truly knows how to pick her moments. It seems she is aware of the upheaval on our side. Zhuo Xiaodao wore a scornful expression. Even if Ah Bao and the others are injured, my Black Tiger Society is not a group that the White Wolf Society can provoke. Come, join me to confront our foes. Ye Chu exited the White Wolf Society and, after dining outside, intended to return to the Jiang family. However, his phone rang. Upon checking, he noticed it was an unfamiliar number. He answered, and the voice of Yi Tiancheng resonated on the other end. Ye Chu, what did Miss Jiang say? When can we meet? Ye Chu, fabricating a lie, replied, Jun Yao has been quite busy lately. It should take some time. I will urge her again later. Please expedite this. I have heard that the Huangfu family has officially commenced cooperation with the Jiang family. Yi Tiancheng pressed, simultaneously assuring, rest assured, once the matter is resolved, you will not be shortchanged. Don't worry, I will expedite it. Ye Chu readily agreed, then promptly blocked the number after hanging up. On the other side, Yi Tiancheng ended the call, his brow furrowed. Xie Yushan, curious, inquired, what did that lad say? He seemed quite agreeable. Yi Tiancheng replied coldly. Yet I have a gut feeling he may merely be speaking empty words. Xie Yushan frowned. What shall we do? Yi Tiancheng, with a serious demeanor, stated, let us observe for a few more days. If there is still no progress, we shall seek assistance from Mr. Su's senior brother to teach that lad a profound lesson. Otherwise, he might genuinely believe that marrying into the Jiang family grants him impunity. Xie Yushan nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is time to teach that little wretch a lesson. Not long after Ye Chu hung up, another call came through, still from an unknown number. Ye Chu furrowed his brow, but hesitantly chose to answer. Brother-in-law, it's me. Junhu. Ye Chu was taken aback that the other party would call him. What is it? Brother-in-law, I apologize for the incident the other day. I have admired Jun Yao since childhood, and upon learning of her marriage, I felt discontent, which led to my foolish actions. Afterward, grandfather reprimanded me, reminding me that we are family and must coexist harmoniously. I would like to invite you to dinner to apologize in person. Jiang Jun, whose voice was sincere, genuinely seeming to acknowledge his mistake. However, Ye Chu sensed something amiss and was not convinced. Still, he was curious about the other party's intentions and thus agreed. All right, where shall we meet? On the other end, Jiang Jun, who was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Ye Chu to acquiesce so readily. He had prepared an array of justifications, which now seemed unnecessary. A waste is a waste. Lacking any wit, he sneered inwardly, yet maintained a pleasant facade, saying, let us meet at Night Dynasty in the East District. I will send someone to pick you up shortly. No need for the trouble. I will go myself. Very well. They open at 5. Be sure to call me upon your arrival. After hanging up, Jiang Jun, whose lips curled into a cold smile. What a spineless fool. After tonight, you will become a renowned figure in Jiangdu City. I am eager to see the expression on Jun Yao's face when she discovers her man has been ravaged by a group of deviants. The thought of Jun Yao's reaction delighted him. Additionally, there was Han Mingwan, who seemed quite fond of that useless son-in-law. Her reaction would surely be equally entertaining. Jiang Jun, who became increasingly exhilarated. Ye Chu hung up the phone, his brow slightly furrowed. He felt an unsettling familiarity with the name Night Dynasty. After some contemplation, it occurred to me that not long ago, I had heard by Xiao Xiao mention that the Night Dynasty seemed to be the headquarters of the Black Tiger Society. It would be opportune to investigate the situation. With this thought in mind, Ye Chu promptly hailed a taxi to the Night Dynasty. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at his destination. The Night Dynasty, the foremost nightclub in Jiangdu, sprawled across a vast area, towering 9 stories high. Upon reaching the entrance, Ye Chu noticed a group of individuals stationed there. A closer inspection revealed that they were members of the White Wolf Society, leading him to surmise that Bai Xiao and her companions had successfully taken control of the Black Tiger Society. With this in mind, he took out his phone to inquire about the situation, but the other party called him first. Sliding to answer, he heard, "My lord, we have successfully subdued the Black Tiger Society." "Well done," Ye Chu commended, then added, "I am at the entrance. Please send someone to escort me inside." "Understood, my lord. I will be there momentarily." Shortly after hanging up, Bai Xiao emerged from the nightclub. "My lord, please," she respectfully invited. Ye Chu nodded and followed her into the establishment. The doorman was taken aback. Who was this person that commanded such deference from the boss? They ascended in the elevator to the top floor. And as soon as they stepped out, a pungent scent of blood assailed their senses. Entering one of the offices, the stench intensified, revealing furniture and flooring that had been utterly ravaged. It was evident that a fierce battle had transpired here not long ago. A group of high-ranking members of the Black Tiger Society lay bound together, all severely injured. Nearby stood Bald Li and his companions. Though they bore wounds, they were in far better condition than their Black Tiger counterparts. "My lord," the group immediately approached Ye Chu upon his arrival. This scene caused the Black Tiger members' eyes to widen, particularly Chen Zibao, who exclaimed in shock, "It's you." Ye Chu's formidable prowess was not only fearsome, but he also had the uncanny ability to elevate other strengths within a short period. Such abilities were indeed terrifying. "Ahem, who was this person?" Left Repair Knife inquired, coughing slightly. Chen Zibao forced a smile. "Brother Knife, he is the young master we spoke of." "I didn't realize he was the benefactor of the White Wolf Society." Left Repair Knife's eyes widened in surprise, and after a moment of composure, he addressed Ye Chu. "Esteemed senior, we were foolish and offended you previously. We hope for your magnanimity to spare us. When the leader returns, we shall personally apologize." Ye Chu stepped forward, stating coolly, "I may let you go, but you shall henceforth serve as dogs of the White Wolf Society." The faces of the group darkened, their expressions fraught with conflict. Left Repair Knife sighed in relief, feigning indecision before resolutely replying, "We shall obey your commands." He understood that survival was of utmost importance. Other matters could be addressed later when the leader returned. Seeing the vice president acquiesce, the others naturally fell silent. After all, a miserable existence was preferable to death. Bai Xiao interjected, "My lord, these individuals are not to be underestimated. Keeping them close may pose a risk." "No worries, I shall manage," Ye Chu replied. He produced silver needles and approached, administering them to the group. Instantly, they contorted in agony, their mouths emitting piercing cries of torment. After a prolonged period of anguished cries, he finally fell silent, his body drenched, as if he had endured the torments of hell. This spectacle left Bai Xiao and the others trembling with fear. Ye Chu smiled faintly, aware of their inner thoughts. However, he cautioned them sternly, "Should any of you dare to betray me in the future, I shall ensure your demise through unbearable suffering." The group hastily shook their heads, expressing their apprehension. "Do not be overly afraid," he continued. "As long as you obey my commands, I shall treat you well." They nodded vigorously, pledging their loyalty. "My lord, I have something to report," Chen Zibao interjected loudly, swiftly revealing Jiang Juanhu's plot to harm Ye Chu. Ye Chu's expression darkened. Though he had anticipated ill intentions from the other party, he had not expected such treachery. Just then, the phone rang. Noticing it was a call from Jiang Juanhu, a smirk tugged at his lips. Since the adversary was deceitful, he felt no obligation to extend courtesy. "Brother-in-law, I'm almost there. Have you arrived?" Jiang Juanhu's enthusiastic voice resonated through the line. "I have just arrived and am waiting for you at the entrance," Ye Chu replied before hanging up. He retrieved a healing pill and tossed it to Chen Zibao. "You know what to do next, correct?" Chen Zibao nodded hastily, not daring to inquire about the nature of the pill, and quickly swallowed it. He was astonished to find his external wounds rapidly clotting and healing. "Do not let me down," Ye Chu warned before exiting the room. After waiting a while at the entrance of the Night Dynasty, a Porsche sports car approached. With its striking scissor doors opening, the extravagantly dressed Jiang Juanhu emerged. Spotting Ye Chu from a distance, he strode over eagerly. "Brother-in-law, Sorry to keep you waiting. Ye Chu smiled and waved. I just arrived a moment ago. Come on. Let us go. We must not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated today, Jiang Juanhu cheerfully urged, leading the way inside. Immediately, a server greeted them warmly. Gentlemen, what would you like to drink? Jiang Juanhu waved his hand grandly. Please prepare a VIP booth for us and bring several bottles of fine wine. Certainly, sir. This way, please. The server guided them to a row of booths. Once seated, it wasn't too long before the server returned with their drinks. Brother-in-law, wait a moment. I need to use the restroom, Jiang Juanhu announced, rising from the booth. All right, hurry back. Ye Chu waved him off and opened a bottle of red wine, drinking leisurely. Not far away, Jiang Juanhu observed this scene, a cold smirk crossing his face. Still a mindless fool, utterly lacking in vigilance. He took out his phone and called Chun Zibao. Brother Leopard, is everything arranged? Rest assured, it has been taken care of long ago. Thank you, Brother Leopard. Jiang Juanhu expressed his gratitude, waiting a moment longer before returning to the booth. Brother-in-law, come, let us drink. Jiang Juanhu opened a bottle and poured wine for Ye Chu. Ye Chu pretended to clink glasses with him. I sincerely apologize for the incident the other day. My impulsive nature often leads me to act foolishly. Please do not take it to heart. Jiang Juanhu spoke earnestly, as if genuinely remorseful. Had Ye Chu not been forewarned, he might have believed him. Ye Chu chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. No harm done. We are all family. It is best to move past it. Seeing no hint of doubt in him, a flicker of disdain passed through Jiang Juanhu's eyes. A fool is a fool, devoid of any intellect. As the two were enjoying their drinks, a young and beautiful waitress approached, carrying a tray. Young Master Jiang, this is a drink from our boss. The waitress smiled sweetly, presenting 2 bottles of liquor first to Ye Chu and then to Jiang Juanhu, winking deliberately as she handed the latter his drink. Jiang Juanhu understood the implication and replied with a smile, Please thank Brother Bao for me. I will treat him to a meal in return. The waitress beamed, turning gracefully on her heels and sauntering away. Jiang Juanhu then turned to Ye Chu. Brother-in-law, the boss here, Brother Bao, is a friend of mine, quite influential in the underworld. I will introduce you to him later. As he spoke, he opened a bottle and poured himself a glass. Brother-in-law, let us have another drink. Ye Chu filled his glass as well, feigning surprise. In the underworld? That is truly impressive. I have always admired those big shots. You must introduce me to him. Of course, Jiang Juanhu readily agreed, raising his glass to clink with Ye Chu's. Observing Ye Chu drink without hesitation, he felt a surge of delight. Brother-in-law, this liquor is quite exquisite. Let us drink another. Jiang Juanhu laughed heartily and filled his glass once more. Ye Chu followed suit. After several rounds, noticing Ye Chu showing no signs of discomfort, Jiang Juanhu's brow furrowed slightly. How strange. Why hasn't this fellow reacted? Did Brother Bao make a mistake? Just then, he felt a surge of heat in his abdomen, along with a slight dizziness. What is happening? Why is my head spinning? Jiang Juanhu quickly shook his head, only to find the dizziness intensifying. Juanhu, your alcohol tolerance is lacking. You've barely had a sip and you're already intoxicated. Hearing that teasing remark, Jiang Juanhu strained to focus and saw Ye Chu smiling broadly at him. For some inexplicable reason, that smile sent a chill down his spine. He attempted to speak, but the dizziness became overwhelming, and he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Chun Zibao arrived with several burly men, their expressions lewd. Sir, the person has been brought. Ye Chu nodded, glancing at the men, and commanded, Take good care of this fellow. The burly men nodded eagerly, one of them eyeing the tender-skinned Jiang Juanhu and licking his lips. Rest assured, sir, I particularly enjoy this kind of rich kid. I will ensure he experiences ecstasy. A shiver ran down Ye Chu's spine as he waved his hand to Chun Zibao. I will take my leave now. The rest is in your hands. Don't forget to clean up afterward, leaving no evidence behind. Chun Zibao nodded vigorously. Once Ye Chu departed, he immediately instructed the men to take this young master to the hotel next door for proper service, reminding them to take pictures. The burly men nodded excitedly and promptly helped Jiang Juanhu away. That night, Jiang Juanhu experienced an indelible nightmare. In his dream, he was attended to in turns by several hulking men. To describe it in a poetic line, the chrysanthemum withers, scattered on the ground, the flowers fall, leaving the heart in despair. The following day, Jiang Juanhu awoke from his slumber, only to be beset by a profound sense of bodily ache, particularly in his back, where waves of searing pain coursed through him, as if he had been torn asunder. He shook off the fog of sleep, gradually recollecting the events of the previous night. Where was he? What had become of that worthless wretch? He turned his head and surveyed the chaotic surroundings. And upon glimpsing the implements of torture, whips and candles, his pupils constricted sharply. Glancing down, his face drained of all color. Could it be that the horrors of last night were not merely a dream? His scalp prickled with dread. The vivid memories of the night sent tremors through his body, and his stomach churned violently. At that moment, the phone rang. It was a call from Jiang Haifeng. He answered immediately, only to be met with a furious tirade. Unfilial son, how could you commit such a grotesque and perverse act? You have brought disgrace upon the Jiang family. Jiang Juanhu felt as though struck by lightning, his vision darkening as he nearly fainted. Father, it was Ye Chu. He was behind it all. He gritted his teeth, venomous rage gleaming in his eyes. Although the specifics of the situation eluded him, he was certain that Ye Chu was intricately involved. What on earth happened? Please clarify. As the father and son conversed, the outside world erupted in chaos. The news that Jiang Juanhu had spent a debauched night with several young men, nearly exhausting himself, spread like wildfire across the internet. Ordinary people expressed their astonishment at the extravagant lifestyles of the wealthy, while prominent families in Jiangdu viewed it as a source of amusement, particularly those who held grudges against the Jiang family, who maliciously inundated them with calls of faux concern. In the Jiang estate, Jiang Fengyan was beside himself with rage. This scoundrel has committed an act that defies all moral decency. He has brought shame upon the Jiang name. He immediately ordered his butler to summon Jiang Haifeng to come at once. The butler, trembling with apprehension, complied without hesitation. Shortly thereafter, the first branch of the family arrived. Jiang Fengyan bellowed, "Where is Jiang Juanhu? Tell him to return this instant." Jiang Haifeng, with trepidation, replied, "Father, I have already called him. He will be back shortly." "Very well, just wait until I break his legs." Jiang Fengyan thundered, his wrath directed at Jiang Haifeng. "This is the fruit of your upbringing. Your son has brought infamy to our family." His finger nearly jabbed Jiang Haifeng's nose in his fury, illustrating the depth of his ire. Jiang Haifeng hung his head. Daring not to retort, his fists clenched tightly, cursing Jiang Juanhu in his heart a multitude of times. Yet, he sensed something was amiss. Through the recent phone call, he understood that Ye Chu was undoubtedly entangled in this debacle. However, voicing such suspicions was not an option. At that moment, Jiang Haiyun and his wife arrived with Ye Chu in tow. As they entered the room, Han Mingwan exclaimed loudly, "Sister-in-law, have you seen the news?" Juanhu actually. She intentionally paused, feigning a look of disgust. "Oh, I cannot continue. Our Jiang family is of noble lineage. I never expected." Chun Meijing shot a murderous glare at Han Mingwan, her eyes brimming with fury. The faces of Jiang Junlan and the others also darkened, especially upon seeing Ye Chu, their expressions becoming even more grim. Chun Meijing roared, "Wretch! Was this disgraceful affair you're doing?" Chun Meijing, filled with fury, charged directly at Ye Chu, her demeanor suggesting she was ready to fight. Han Mingwan swiftly positioned herself in front of Ye Chu, her expression one of displeasure. "Sister-in-law, what do you mean by that? Your son is the one who lacks self-discipline. What does that have to do with my son-in-law?" Chun Meijing was rendered speechless by the inquiry, her mouth opening and closing without words. "Aunt, indeed, Juanhu's peculiar preferences are of no concern to me," Ye Chu stated innocently. Chun Meijing trembled with rage. Jiang Junlong, glancing thoughtfully, suddenly interjected, "Second aunt, it may be premature to speak so. This matter might indeed be related to Ye Chu." Han Mengjuan's expression darkened. Jiang Junlong, "What do you mean? Speak clearly. Do not presume my son-in-law is easy to bully." Jiang Fengyan also looked on. "Junlong, what exactly is going on?" Without hesitation, Jiang Junlong recounted how Jiang Juanhu had deliberately caused trouble for Ye Chu during the family banquet. Upon hearing this, Han Mingwan was instantly incensed. "Oh, so that rascal Juanhu was intentionally bullying Xiao Chu. Father, you must ensure justice is served." Jiang Fengyan furrowed his brow, casting a disapproving glare at Jiang Junlong for bringing up such matters. Jiang Haifeng and others looked on in confusion, not understanding why Jiang Junlong had chosen to disclose this information. "Grandfather, it was indeed Juanhu who was at fault," Jiang Junlong admitted. "After I learned of the incident, I reprimanded Juanhu severely and instructed him to apologize to Ye Chu. Following my guidance, Juanhu has come to recognize his errors and invited Ye Chu yesterday to apologize in person." He even wanted me to accompany him to foster mutual familiarity, but I was preoccupied and could not go. At this juncture, his eyes reddened, tears welling up within them. Had I gone with him, perhaps Jiunhu would not have gotten into trouble. He bowed earnestly. Grandfather, although Jiunhu is often reckless, he would not stoop to such actions without cause. There must be underlying circumstances. I implore you to advocate for him. Though he did not state it outright, his implication was clear. This matter was undoubtedly intertwined with Ye Chu. Chun Meijing began to weep. Father, Jiunhu had good intentions, but was cruelly plotted against. Jiang Haifeng glared venomously at Ye Chu. Father, I've heard this boy was caught drugging the young lady of the Yun family 3 years ago, revealing a deeply twisted psyche. I suspect this incident is likely connected to him. Just as Han Mengwan was about to speak, Jiang Fengyan's penetrating gaze fell upon her. Second, let this boy recount the events of last night accurately. Perhaps I can be lenient. His voice bore an authoritative tone, as if he had already concluded Ye Chu's culpability. Jiang Haiyun's expression shifted as he glared at Ye Chu. Incompetent fool. What exactly transpired? Ye Chu shook his head. I have no idea. I did not encounter Jiang Jiunhu yesterday at all. Jiang Haifeng shouted vehemently. Nonsense. Do you still dare to quibble? It seems you only acknowledge the truth when confronted with evidence. Ye Chu retorted. Then by all means, present your evidence first before making baseless accusations. Han Mengwan vociferously agreed. Indeed, bring forth the evidence. How can you assert something without proof? Is there no reason or logic left? Turning to Jiang Fengyan, she added, Father, do you not concur? Jiang Fengyan maintained a stoic expression, his sharp gaze directed at Jiang Junlong. Grandfather, please wait. Jiunhu should be returning shortly. As soon as Jiang Junlong finished speaking, Jiang Jiunhu limped into the room. Upon seeing his disheveled appearance, Chun Meijing felt a pang of sympathy and instinctively wanted to approach him. However, the images from the internet surged up in her mind, overwhelming her with revulsion, causing her to halt her steps. Fortunately, Jiang Jiunhu did not notice her presence, or the emotional wound would have deepened further. Upon entering, he glared fiercely at Ye Chu, his eyes filled with a murderous rage. With a teasing expression, Ye Chu remarked, Brother Jiunhu, what kind of gaze is that? As if I have stolen your wife. You scoundrel, I will kill you. Jiang Jiunhu bellowed, rushing towards Ye Chu with eyes ablaze. Thankfully, he was intercepted in time by Jiang Junlong. Jiunhu, do not act impulsively. Let us clarify the matter. Grandfather will stand by you, he said, discreetly signaling Jiang Jiunhu. Understanding the cue, Jiang Jiunhu suppressed his anger and knelt before Jiang Fengyan, exclaiming, Grandfather, I graciously invited Ye Chu to apologize, but he has plotted against me. I implore you to seek justice for your grandson. Seeing his pitiful demeanor, Jiang Fengyan felt a twinge of compassion, though he suspected that the situation stemmed from the former's misguided intentions, resulting in an unfortunate turn of events. Yet, one was his beloved grandson, while the other was merely an unlikable son-in-law. He was clear about the weight of each. Rest assured, if you present evidence, your grandfather will undoubtedly restore your honor. He spoke firmly, his voice resonating with authority. Grandfather, I have the call records, Jiang Jiunhu declared, retrieving his phone to check the call history with Ye Chu. After a lengthy search, he found nothing, leaving him dumbfounded. Jiang Junlong, noticing something amiss, approached and inquired, Jiunhu, what is going on? It's nothing, brother, Jiang Jiunhu replied, shaking his head. I called Brother Bao. He has surveillance footage from last night. He dialed Chen Zibao, eager to uncover the truth of the previous evening. The call connected swiftly, and a deep voice responded, Who is this? Brother Bao, it's me, Jiang Jiunhu. Oh, what can I do for you? Although Jiang Jiunhu longed to ask about last night's events, he refrained due to the presence of others. Brother Bao, could you send me the surveillance footage from my time at Night Dynasty last night? Certainly, please hold. Chen Zibao replied before ending the call. Jiang Jiunhu shot a cold glance at Ye Chu, gritting his teeth. You little brat, just wait and see how you will wriggle out of this. Ye Chu smirked, thinking it peculiar that they could find evidence. Han Mengwan softly reassured, Xiao Chu, do not be afraid. I am here for you. Her concern was not for doubting Ye Chu, but rather for fearing that Jiang Jiunhu might resort to underhanded tactics to frame him. Ye Chu, unperturbed, replied, Mother, it's all right. We stand upright, so we need not fear shadows. Jiang Haiyun whispered angrily, You best remain uninvolved in this matter, otherwise, no one can save you. Before long, Chen Zibao called again. Jiang Jiunhu answered, expressing his gratitude. Brother Bao, thank you. After a brief silence on the other end, Chen Zibao's voice came through with a hint of apology. Young Master Jiang, I'm afraid there was a malfunction in the electrical system last night, and the surveillance footage has been lost. Jiang Juanhu felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Brother Bao, it's truly lost? Such trivial matters. Do you really think I would deceive you? Chen Zibao's tone was filled with discontent. Is there anything else? If not, I will hang up. Wait, Jiang Juanhu interjected hastily. What on earth happened last night? At that moment, he could no longer restrain his curiosity and simply yearned to uncover the events of the previous night. I wanted to ask you the same thing. You said you would come to handle matters, yet you ended up getting drunk and were left for dead. He sighed. I should have known better than to count on you. I ought to have arranged for someone to keep an eye on you. My apologies. I shall certainly be more diligent next time, he added, a hint of jest gracing his words. Listening to the busy tone emanating from his phone, Jiang Juanhu's face contorted with frustration. At this juncture, he could no longer ignore the fact that he had been played by Chen Zibao. Drunk? How could that be? I barely drank last night. It was evident that something was amiss with the alcohol. His gaze shot upwards, glaring fiercely at Ye Chu. You scoundrel! You've known Chen Zibao all along, haven't you? Ye Chu appeared utterly bewildered. Chen Zibao? I have never even heard of him. Still trying to wriggle out of it? You scoundrel! I will end your life. Jiang Juanhu, consumed by rage, seized a nearby stool and hurled it at Ye Chu. Han Mingwan shouted in anger, Jiang Juanhu, what do you think you are doing? Do you truly believe the second house is easy to bully? Jiang Juanhu had lost all semblance of reason and showed no intention of halting his assault, seemingly poised to strike Han Mingwan as well. Watch out. Ye Chu swiftly pulled Han Mingwan aside, simultaneously unleashing a surge of true energy. Jiang Juanhu felt a sharp pain in his calf, causing his body to lose balance and crash to the ground. To onlookers, it appeared as though he had simply stumbled, and no one suspected Ye Chu's involvement. The stool hit the floor, and Jiang Juanhu's chin collided with it, producing a sickening crack as several bloodied teeth flew from his mouth. Ah! A wailing cry echoed through the room. Juanhu, second brother. The members of the first house were immediately alarmed and rushed forward. Are you all right? Ye Chu feigned concern, while giving Jiang Juanhu an angry glare. You have gone too far, Jiang Juanhu, to dare lay hands on an elder. Jiang Juanhu glared back. You. His left calf throbbed with excruciating pain. Though he was unsure of the cause, he was convinced it was Ye Chu's doing. If glares could kill, Ye Chu would have been riddled with wounds. Han Mingwan fumed. Elder brother, sister-in-law, you have raised a fine son who dares to strike me, your second sister-in-law. Will he even dare to strike the old master in the future? Chen Meijing's eyes widened in disbelief. Han Mingwan, cease your nonsensical accusations. It was this good-for-nothing who first harmed Juanhu. Before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted. Sister-in-law, one must speak with evidence. Humph, this scoundrel has been to prison. Who knows if he is in cahoots with that so-called brother leopard, having conspired to set up Juanhu. Chen Meijing, do not speak carelessly. Just as the two were on the verge of a quarrel, a furious roar suddenly erupted. Enough. Jiang Fengyan's countenance was as dark as stormy waters, his eyes brimming with repressed fury. Father, this good-for-nothing, I command you to be silent. Chen Meijing dared not utter another word. Jiang Fengyan cast a cold glance at Jiang Juanhu and said sternly, this matter ends here. Han Mingwan, filled with indignation, opened her mouth to protest, but was silenced by a warning look from Jiang Haiyun. Han Mingwan felt increasingly irate, yet, considering the old man's favoritism, she ultimately restrained her emotions. The first branch was equally unwilling to concede. They were acutely aware that Ye Chu was the instigator, yet they found themselves unable to voice their grievances. Big brother, have someone manage the rumors circulating outside. Do your utmost to conceal them. They must not jeopardize our collaboration with the Huangfu family, Jiang Fengyan instructed. Jiang Haifeng promptly nodded in agreement. Jiang Fengyan then turned his gaze towards Jiang Juanhu, coldly commanding, send this reckless wretch abroad to evade scrutiny for a while. He can return once the storm has passed. At that moment, Jiang Juanhu had regained his senses, bowing his head, his eyes brimming with animosity. The members of the first branch dared not utter a word. Jiang Fengyan cast a frigid glance at Ye Chu before addressing Jiang Haiyun. Second brother, now that Junyao serves as the acting CEO of the group, her reputation is paramount. If she aspires to ascend further, she must remain untainted. You understand what must be done, do you not? The cunning old man had discerned that this incident was likely connected to Ye Chu. However, lacking evidence, he refrained from taking direct action. While he could not confront Ye Chu overtly, he could employ alternative means to rectify the situation. Once Ye Chu departed from the Jiang family, there would be no further reservations. Jiang Haiyun's expression shifted, and he quickly nodded. Father, I understand. Jiang Fengnian continued. In a month's time, the Long family's young master will celebrate his 20th birthday, and it is said that the Long family will host a grand affair. Many social elites are expected to attend. I suggest you take Junyao along. She might encounter some promising young talents. Jiang Haiyun's countenance brightened, and he nodded eagerly. The first branch members exchanged glances, surmising the old man's intentions. It seemed they were correct. He aimed to arrange Junyao's marriage, thereby relinquishing the CEO position to the first branch. Han Mingwan also recognized the old man's objective, her expression darkening. Ye Chu maintained a serene demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding events. Very well, it's time to disperse. Jiang Fengnian waved his hand. The two parties departed in succession. Upon exiting the estate, Han Mingwan glared at Jiang Haiyun. Who permitted you to agree? Can't you see that the old man intends to marry Junyao off? That would allow him to relinquish the CEO position and benefit the first branch. I am well aware. Jiang Haiyun shot a glance at Ye Chu. Yet this marriage must not proceed. This fellow is unworthy of Junyao. Even if we were to seek a son-in-law, he must be a distinguished young man. Han Mingwan retorted fiercely. You will not succeed. I will never consent to it. This time the old man has spoken. It seems you have no say in the matter, and Junyao will likely acquiesce as well. Jiang Haiyun remained unperturbed, though he felt a slight trepidation at Han Mengjuan's icy demeanor. I have a dinner appointment with Qian Shao. I shall take my leave first. You can return on your own. Meanwhile, the members of the first branch returned home with solemn expressions. Father, I want to kill that scoundrel, Jiang Juanhu bellowed, his voice laced with venom. Jiang Haiyun replied in a low tone, Rest assured, that wretch has wronged you gravely. He must pay the price. He then turned to Jiang Junlong. Junlong, that fellow seems rather formidable. For our safety, you should contact the people from the dark list. Jiang Junlong had been somewhat apprehensive, as she was privy to certain details about Ye Chu. However, upon hearing the mention of the dark list, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. And that bastard Chen Zibao must also face consequences. Jiang Juanhu gritted his teeth. Jiang Junlong frowned. Juanhu, the Black Tiger Club is not to be trifled with. Never fear. We need not act directly ourselves. Jiang Haifeng chuckled coldly, recalling the animosity between the White Wolf Society and the Black Tiger Society. They could devise a way to instigate conflict between the two factions. Xiaochu, rest assured. With me here, this marriage can be annulled, Han Mingwan reassured Ye Chu. Ye Chu nodded, saying, Yes, Mom, I trust you. The two conversed as they departed from the Jiang family estate. Meanwhile, Jiang Haiyun, after leaving, headed straight to the Jiangnan Grand Hotel, where he met with Qian Xin and his son. Uncle, you're here. Please, take a seat. Qian Xin greeted him with great enthusiasm. Jiang Haiyun nodded and turned to Qian Sinhao, extending his hand with a smile. You must be Mr. Qian. It is a pleasure to meet you. Qian Sinhao shook his hand, laughing heartily. No need for formalities, Brother Jiang. Taken aback by such warmth, Jiang Haiyun felt both honored and surprised. Soon, the waiter brought an array of delectable dishes. Uncle Jiang, let us eat and chat, Qian Xin suggested. Jiang Haiyun nodded eagerly, noticing Qian Xin pour a drink for him. Nephew, you are too kind. Allow me to serve myself. Uncle, please sit. You are the elder and should not be doing this, Qian Xin insisted with a smile. Jiang Haiyun grew increasingly fond of Qian Xin, reflecting that this was indeed a suitable son-in-law, unlike that useless fellow who irked him at the mere sight. Lifting his glass, Jiang Haiyun smiled at Qian Sinhao. Mr. Qian, thank you for your assistance in the previous matter. Allow me to toast to you. You are too courteous, Brother Jiang, Qian Sinhao replied, raising his glass to clink with Jiang Haiyun's. As the three engaged in conversation while drinking, they quickly became familiar with one another. Once they had eaten to their satisfaction, Qian Xin discreetly took out his phone and dialed a number. Moments later, Qian Sinhao's phone rang. Upon answering, his expression suddenly turned serious as he spoke a few words. After several minutes, he hung up the phone, his demeanor still grave. Curious, Qian Xin inquired. Dad, what is the matter? Qian Sinhao explained. The business association is preparing to invest in a major project in the East District. And the board has asked if I would like to invest some funds for a share in the profits. Qian Xin feigned surprise. Isn't this a good thing, Dad? Why the long face? Sighing, Qian Sinheo replied, Indeed, it is a good opportunity, but I invested most of my available funds in Miss Huangfu's project during my last visit. And I don't have much left. What are we to do? Qian Xin frowned. Perhaps we could take out a loan or borrow from relatives. We cannot miss this opportunity. Qian Sinheo nodded, conceding, I'll contact a bank in Jiangdu later. All right, let us not dwell on that. Brother Jiang is still here. Let us eat, Qian Xin remarked apologetically. Uncle Jiang, I'm sorry, I forgot you were still with us. No worries, Jiang Haiyun waved his hand dismissively. Then asked with curiosity, Mr. Qian, is it true that the Jiangnan Business Association is indeed investing in a major project in the East District? Qian Sinheo nodded with a smile. Of course, and there is no need for me to mislead you, Brother Jiang. Reflecting on this, Jiang Haiyun inquired, Could you elaborate on the details, Mr. Qian? Of course, Qian Sinheo readily agreed, a slight smile gracing his lips. The meal extended well into the afternoon, and with satisfaction. Jiang Haiyun prepared to leave. Qian Xin called out to him, Uncle Jiang, you know that the Yi family does not look favorably upon me. They will undoubtedly try their best to obstruct us. You should discuss it among yourselves. If it proves unfeasible, it is best to let it go. Do not let a mere investment cause discord within the family. Jiang Haiyun scoffed. Fear not, my dear nephew. That worthless wretch is merely a son-in-law. He holds no sway over my affairs. With that, he hurriedly departed. Father, do you think that Jiang will fall for it? Qian Xin furrowed his brow. Qian Haosen smiled confidently. Rest assured, I have conducted my research. Jiang Haiyun is nothing but a dimwit. If it were not for his wife and daughter propping him up, he would have been ensnared by the Jiang family long ago. Indeed, Jiang Junyao is no ordinary woman. Could there be any oversight? Qian Xin expressed his concerns. Moreover, that scoundrel named Yi is aware of the truth and will undoubtedly intervene. Given Jiang Haiyun's demeanor, I wager he will dismiss whatever that Yi has to say. Unless Zhuge Jia personally attests to it, Qian Haosen chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. If it comes to that, we shall consider it mere misfortune. Regardless, we are merely testing the waters. Should we manage to extract a sum, we will promptly depart abroad. If not, it will not affect us adversely. Previously, after being dealt with by Zhuge Jia, the two harbored immense animosity towards Ye Chu. At this juncture, Jiang Haiyun called to express his gratitude. The cunning and shrewd Qian Haosen decided to seize this opportunity to exploit the Jiang family, thus avenging himself. Meanwhile, upon returning, Jiang Haiyun immediately relayed the investment matter to Han Mengwan. Mengwan, this is an extraordinary opportunity that we must not overlook. Han Mengwan frowned upon hearing this. What extraordinary opportunity? That Qian fellow seems utterly unreliable. Are you not concerned that you may be deceived? Ye Chu interjected. Father, this matter seems suspect. You must not place your trust in it. Jiang Haiyun glared. Silence. What do you, a mere dropout, understand? He then turned back to Han Mengwan, stating, Let me be frank. Today's events were purely coincidental. Had I not invited them to dinner, we would have remained oblivious. Furthermore, if Qian had not been experiencing cash flow issues, we would have had no opportunity at all. Besides, he has yet to confirm his agreement, stating he must consult higher-ups. You know that Qian Shao has a fondness for our Junyao. I suspect it will be fine. You are aware that the old man favors the eldest branch. We must carve out our own path and seize this opportunity. Han Mengjuan's resolve wavered slightly, yet she remained non-committal, suggesting, Let us wait for Junyao to return and seek her opinion. Jiang Haiyun nodded. Very well, let us see how much we can muster. Ye Chu could no longer contain himself and spoke up. Father, let me be frank. That Qian fellow is no longer a director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. You are undoubtedly being deceived. Jiang Haiyun, in a fit of rage, laughed mockingly. You insolent fool. What gives you the audacity to speak? How do you know that Qian is no longer a director? Han Mengwan, intrigued, leaned in to listen. Ye Chu explained. I have a friend who is a director at the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Not long ago, I witnessed her expel that Qian from the chamber. Jiang Haiyun erupted in laughter. Mengwan, did you hear that? This boy claims to know a director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Who does he think he is? The mayor of Jiangdu? Or the head of the Long family? Jiang Haiyun laughed heartily, her eyes brimming with derision. Han Mengwan furrowed her brows slightly. Xiao Chu, Mother understands your good intentions, but some things should not be said recklessly. Mother, everything I said is true. Ye Chu replied earnestly. Not only do I know the director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, but I am also acquainted with the eldest daughter of the Huangfu family. In fact, my assistance was pivotal in the collaboration between Jun Yao and the Huangfu family. It has nothing to do with that person surnamed Qian. Ye Chu was prepared to lay all cards on the table. Otherwise, with Jiang Haiyun's intellect, she might be easily deceived and end up counting the money for someone else. Jiang Haiyun was momentarily taken aback, then retorted coldly, "Enough. You worthless fool. I give you a little color and you think you can open a dyeing workshop. You think you deserve to know the Miss Huangfu?" Even Han Mingwan felt a twinge of displeasure, sensing that Ye Chu was perhaps exaggerating. Just as she was about to speak, Jiang Junyao entered the villa. Noticing the discordant atmosphere, she frowned slightly. "Mother, what has happened?" Before Han Mingwan could explain, Jiang Haiyun quickly interjected, "Junyao, this idiot is bragging. Do you know what he said? He claims to know the director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce and the eldest daughter of the Huangfu family, asserting that he secretly assisted in your collaboration with them. Today, I've truly witnessed what it means to blow one's own horn." Jiang Junyao's brows knitted tightly as her sharp gaze fell upon Ye Chu. Previously, she had thought him somewhat inept, but with commendable character. However, after the incident with Qian Xian's dinner invitation, she realized Ye Chu had a penchant for boasting. Yet, she never expected this time he would exaggerate even further. Seeing her skeptical expression, Ye Chu stood his ground. "What I said is true. If you don't believe me, I can call right now to prove it." Jiang Haiyun scoffed. "Go ahead and try. If you can prove it, I'll call you father." "Fine, you said it," Ye Chu replied, feeling a surge of frustration at being continuously doubted despite his good intentions. As he took out his phone, Han Mingwan admonished him disapprovingly. "Xiao Chu, that's enough. Don't embarrass yourself further." "Mother, don't worry. That won't happen," Ye Chu said confidently, just as he was about to dial. Jiang Junyao's voice cut through sharply. "Enough. There should be limits to foolishness." She fixed him with a stern gaze, her expression grave. "Ye Chu, lacking ability is not terrifying, but being both incapable and boastful, like you, is truly detestable." Ye Chu's hand froze mid-action, meeting Jiang Junyao's cold, disdainful stare, his heart sinking. Was this the reward for his good intentions? Jiang Haiyun chimed in loudly. "Exactly. This good-for-nothing has no skills and loves to talk big. It's truly exasperating. Junyao, hurry and find a time to get divorced." The old man has also spoken, saying you represent the group and the Jiang family. You mustn't have any blemishes on your record. Jiang Junyao furrowed her brows, seemingly deep in thought. Han Mingwan quickly stood up. "Junyao, don't listen to your father's nonsense. Although Xiao Chu has some minor flaws, overall, he is quite decent. The old man wants you to divorce so he can arrange for you to marry someone else, which would mean the CEO position has to be returned to the main branch. Don't act impulsively." "I understand, Mother," Jiang Junyao nodded, then turned to Ye Chu. "You go upstairs. I have something to discuss with you." With that, she led the way up the stairs. Han Mingwan approached and advised Xiao Chu. "Junyao has a strong character and cannot tolerate even a grain of sand in her eyes. You should go up and apologize. I will persuade her again tomorrow, and this matter will pass." Ye Chu nodded slightly, his expression unreadable as he ascended the stairs. Upon entering the room, Jiang Junyao stood by the window. The gentle light illuminated her exquisite profile, her jade-like skin shimmering with a radiant glow. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her tall, graceful figure was captivating. Even her silhouette was enough to send shivers down one's spine. If one were to gaze upon her directly, her beauty would be even more striking. "Speak your mind," Jiang Junyao said, turning around with a calm demeanor. "Let us consider this incident as a temporary setback. However, should there be a next time, I shall initiate a divorce. I can accept an ordinary husband, but I cannot abide one who is both mediocre and arrogant, believing himself to be extraordinary." Ye Chu scoffed. "Do you truly doubt me so?" Jiang Junyao's expression remained impassive. "You are the most aware of your own character. There is no need to utter unrealistic claims. While I cannot speak to other matters, your assertion of seeking assistance from the Huangfu family's young lady is undoubtedly absurd. This situation is clearly due to my senior sister's discreet support. It has nothing to do with anyone else." Ye Chu chose not to argue further from the outset. She had never regarded him as significant, let alone sought to understand him. "There is no need to wait for another occasion. If you are dissatisfied, you may leave at this moment," he said, his tone somewhat frigid. Jiang Junyao furrowed her brows, then apathetically replied, "Suit yourself." "Very well. Let us meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow, Ye Chu declared, preparing to depart. Just then, Han Mingwan burst in, having feared a quarrel between them. She had followed upstairs and eavesdropped outside the door. Upon hearing the mention of divorce, she could no longer remain silent. "No, I do not agree," she exclaimed loudly. Jiang Haiyun entered right behind her, his attitude in stark contrast. "I agree, a divorce would be just fine. This way, we can appease the old man, and Junyao can find someone anew. My son-in-law must be a paragon among men." "Silence," Han Mingwan scolded, casting a stern glance at Jiang Junyao. "You impudent girl. I can acquiesce to many things, but I categorically refuse to consent to this." Jiang Junyao frowned, perplexed by Han Mingwan's stubbornness. Jiang Haiyun, visibly displeased, retorted, "Mingwan, our daughter's happiness should be her own decision. As elders, we must not interfere excessively." Han Mingwan dismissed him, turning to Ye Chu. "Xiao Chu, it is perfectly normal for couples to have occasional disputes, so do not take it to heart. Come, let us go downstairs to sleep." Fearing further conflict, she took Ye Chu by the arm and led him away. Upon descending, noticing Ye Chu's troubled expression, she comforted him. "Xiao Chu, do not be upset. They may not believe in you, but I do." Ye Chu managed a bitter smile, understanding that Han Mingwan's words were meant to console him. "Thank you, Mom," he said earnestly, pressing his lips together. Han Mingwan's nurturing demeanor evoked memories of his late mother, causing some of his anger to dissipate. Meanwhile, upstairs, Jiang Haiyun reassured. "Junyao, do not be irate. I will have a word with your mother. This marriage must end." Jiang Junyao nodded slightly, watching him leave before preparing to bathe and retire for the night. Just then, her phone rang. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was her senior sister calling and promptly answered. "Sister, I have received some alarming news. A few notorious criminals seem to have arrived in Jiangdu. It is uncertain whether they are headed to that location. Please exercise caution in the coming days. Do not let anything go awry." Jiang Juanyao's expression grew solemn as she assured, "I will be careful." After hanging up the phone, she gazed out the window, her face shadowed by concern. Jiangdu appeared to be increasingly turbulent. Inside the room, Ye Chu tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. A sense of unease lingered in his heart. Finally, he rose and climbed out of the window, deciding to take a stroll. Wandering aimlessly down the street, he was suddenly startled by the roar of an engine and the distant sound of a scuffle. Ye Chu's gaze sharpened as he hurried towards the commotion. Moments later, he arrived at a secluded alley where two factions were embroiled in a fierce battle. One group consisted of merely 2 individuals, while the other boasted 7 or 8 members, all clad in matching black suits, resembling bodyguards. Behind them sat a black sedan, one of its tires deflated and immobilized. Several bodyguards shielded the vehicle while others engaged the adversaries. "Wang Santong, today you shall find no escape. Come out and face your demise," bellowed the burly man among the two, his voice icy and laced with murderous intent. The other, a middle-aged man with a somewhat pallid complexion, remained silent, unleashing a relentless assault. In a short span, several bodyguards were sent reeling, bloodied. Inside the car, a young driver urged, "Mr. Wang, we must leave at once. If we delay any longer, it may be too late." In the back seat sat a middle-aged man with graying hair, his expression calm. "If today is indeed my fate, there is no place to flee," he remarked. "You are correct. If it is truly a death sentence, escape is futile," nodded an elderly man in traditional attire in the front passenger seat. However, the young driver attempted to speak again, only to be interrupted by Wang Santong. No need for further discussion. With that, he opened the car door and stepped out, followed by the elder. Wang Santong turned to the 2 men, saying coolly, "What terms would you require to spare my life?" The burly man sneered, "Wang Santong, I know you are wealthy, but this time, we seek not your riches. We are here for your life. Surely, we can negotiate." Wang Santong's demeanor grew grave. "Do not forget that I am a member of the Wang family. If you harm me, the Wang family will not let this matter rest." "The Wang family is indeed powerful," the pallid man replied with a faint smile. "Yet that holds no sway over those of us on the dark list." Wang Santong's pupils contracted. "You are indeed members of the dark list. Huh, did you expect otherwise? Prepare to die." The burly man cackled as he advanced, his massive hands sweeping through, sending the blocking bodyguards flying. Just as he was about to strike Wang Santong, the gray-haired elder intervened swiftly. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged several blows. "Mr. Wang, we must leave immediately," urged the young driver, calling upon the remaining bodyguards to escort Wang Santong away. Where do you think you're going? The pallid man struck with alarming swiftness, incapacitating all the bodyguards in mere moments. Although the young driver felt his legs weaken with fear, he gritted his teeth and positioned himself in front of Wang Santong. Get out of the way. The pallid man swung his hand, sending the young driver hurtling away. Wang Santong, remember, the one who seeks your demise is named Zhou Boguan. Just as the ailing man prepared to strike, a stone sliced through the air, striking his wrist. The ailing man let out a muffled groan, instinctively retreating, his cold gaze sweeping around, demanding to know who dared to intervene. Wang Santong believed his fate was sealed, yet unexpectedly, a glimmer of hope emerged. He clasped his hands together, inquiring if any esteemed individual would reveal themselves. Should they assist him in overcoming this peril, the Wang family would surely offer generous rewards. Since you plead so earnestly, I shall lend my hand, came a light chuckle from the shadows. A young figure stepped into view, drawing the attention of everyone present. Even the elder and the burly man momentarily ceased their actions. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Wang Santong trembled with excitement as he discerned the newcomer's features in the moonlight. It was none other than Dr. Ye. He hurried over, his expression brimming with exhilaration. Old Wang, long time no see. You appear far more spirited than during your days in prison, Ye Chu remarked with a smile. Wang Santong felt a twinge of embarrassment. Dr. Ye, please refrain from mocking an old man. Yet, you seem even more impressive than in the past. As the two engaged in joyful conversation, the ailing man interjected abruptly. Boy, I care not who you are. It would be wise for you to mind your own business, lest you face dire consequences. Ye Chu turned, his gaze dripping with disdain. Is that so? You seek death. Enraged, the ailing man lunged forward, charging at Ye Chu with the swiftness of lightning. Judging by his demeanor, he was undoubtedly a master of the meridian opening. Wang Santong remained unfazed, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Ye Chu, known not only as a miraculous physician but also as the formidable Overlord Chu in Longtan prison, had earned a reputation for invincibility. With an indifferent expression, Ye Chu extended his hand with blinding speed, seizing the man's fist and effortlessly twisting it. A sharp crack echoed as the man's wrist shattered, and he was sent hurtling backward. Upon hitting the ground, he spewed blood and, after a brief struggle, lost consciousness. Gasps of disbelief resonated among the onlookers. A grandmaster had been utterly defeated in a single exchange. The burly man, his face pale with terror, wasted no time and turned to flee. Not so fast. The elder shouted as he immediately pursued. With a swift motion, a stone soared through the air, piercing the man's calf. Blood gushed forth as the burly man collapsed. Clutching his leg in agony, the elder quickly caught up and incapacitated him with a decisive strike to his energy center. Wang Santong, filled with gratitude, expressed, "Thank you, Dr. Ye, for saving my life. It was but a trivial matter, no need for concern." Ye Chu waved his hand dismissively, then curiously inquired, "Didn't you mention your family resided by the East Sea? What brings you to Jiangdu?" Wang Santong explained with a smile. "A promising descendant from a branch of the Wang family has emerged, and I came to assess the situation on behalf of the family. I never anticipated being ambushed upon my arrival. Had it not been for you, Dr. Ye, I surely would have met my end today." At that moment, the elder approached, eyeing Ye Chu with curiosity. Having witnessed him effortlessly defeat two masters, the opponent's strength was indeed formidable. Wang Santong commanded, "Elder Kong, please take those two and interrogate them thoroughly." The elder nodded eagerly. Wang Santong said to Ye Chu Dao, "Dr. Ye, let us find a place to enjoy a few drinks." Ye Chu nodded in agreement. "Dr. Ye, what would you like to eat?" After a moment's contemplation, Ye Chu replied, "At this hour, the restaurants are likely closed. Let us find a place for some skewers." Shortly thereafter, Wang Santong discovered a bustling roadside eatery, where he accompanied Ye Chu in drinking beer and savoring skewers. As they indulged in their meal, they reminisced about amusing anecdotes from their time in prison. Anyone acquainted with Wang Santong would be utterly astonished to witness the esteemed king of Jiangnan brazenly relishing skewers by the roadside at such a late hour. It is a scene that would be met with disbelief. Just as the two were engrossed in their conversation, a group of ruffians nearby abruptly overturned a table. One of the brazen individuals, sporting unkempt blonde hair, shouted, "What kind of abominable food is this? It's utterly inedible." The plump proprietor promptly emerged, wearing a forced smile, and said, "Gentlemen, please do not be angry. Let us discuss this matter amicably." "Discuss?" You think I care about discussion? This so-called barbecue is a travesty. With that excessive chili, it has left my stomach in turmoil. I demand compensation. The blonde ruffian kicked the owner down, his words dripping with arrogance. The proprietor, now incensed, retorted, "Please do not overstep. This establishment is under the protection of the Black Tiger Society." "Oh, so you dare to speak boldly?" The blonde ruffian scoffed disdainfully. "The Black Tiger Society means nothing. I am a member of the White Wolf Society." "Smash it." Under the leadership of the blonde ruffian, the gang began to recklessly vandalize the barbecue stall. Customers hastily fled, fearing for their safety. Eventually, only Ye Chu and his companion remained at their table. Wang Santong's expression darkened, and his previously jovial mood soured instantly. He commanded his bodyguards, "Go, teach those ruffians a lesson." Several bodyguards immediately stepped forward, taking action without hesitation. "Who the hell are you?" "We are from the White Wolf Society." The blonde ruffian attempted to threaten them, but before he could finish his sentence, he received a resounding slap. The bodyguards, all seasoned veterans, easily subdued the gang. In mere moments, the ruffians were left whimpering. The portly proprietor, initially shocked, quickly approached them in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you for your assistance. I will treat you to your meal free of charge." Though his expression of gratitude was straightforward, it was sincere. The bodyguards remained silent, returning to Wang Santong's side. The owner hurried back, saying, "Gentlemen, thank you for your help. Is there anything else you would like to eat? I will prepare it for you immediately." Wang Santong smiled and waved his hand. It was merely a trivial matter. "No need to fuss. Please attend to your work." After the proprietor departed, Ye Chu's gaze shifted towards the ruffians, his eyes narrowing. Noticing the change in his demeanor, Wang Santong curiously inquired, "Dr. Yi, do you recognize those individuals?" Ye Chu shook his head and stood up, approaching the group. The blonde ruffian staggered to his feet. His eyes filled with malice. "You dogs, just wait. Today's events are far from over." Ye Chu calmly placed a foot on the ruffian's head, his expression unwavering. "Now, tell me, who sent you to cause trouble under the banner of the White Wolf Society?" The merger between the White Wolf Society and the Black Tiger Society had only recently occurred. While outsiders might remain oblivious, the underlings were surely aware. The individuals before him were deliberately causing a ruckus under the guise of the White Wolf Society, encroaching upon the territory of the Black Tiger Society, clearly intending to instigate conflict. The yellow-haired ruffian felt a surge of panic within, yet he maintained an impassive facade, gritting his teeth as he declared, "I do not comprehend what you are saying. We are members of the White Wolf Society, and my elder brother is the esteemed leader, Bald Brother. Release me at once, or you shall face his wrath upon his arrival." A sly smile played at the corners of Ye Chu's lips. "Is that so? Then summon this Bald Brother of yours. I am eager to see how he intends to deal with me." The yellow-haired ruffian's demeanor shifted to one of trepidation, his expression fluctuating between dread and uncertainty. "What is the matter? Afraid to call him?" Ye Chu scoffed. "Or perhaps you simply cannot." Realizing a potential shift in power, the ruffian's voice quivered as he asked, "Who exactly are you? Since you are unwilling to call, allow me to do so," Ye Chu replied, retrieving his phone to dial baldly. The yellow-haired ruffian was now thoroughly alarmed, yet he attempted one last desperate stand. "You are merely spouting nonsense. How could you possibly know Bald Brother?" Ye Chu, dismissive of the ruffian's protests, exchanged a few words on the phone before hanging up. He turned to the bodyguards, instructing them to continue enjoying their barbecue with Wang Santong. "Old Wang, I have some matters to attend to." "Thank you for your patience," Ye Chu said. Wang Santong waved his hand, having already sensed something was amiss. Before long, Baldly arrived with a large entourage at the barbecue stand. "Sir, how may I serve you?" He approached Ye Chu with utmost reverence. Ye Chu succinctly relayed the situation and gestured towards the yellow-haired ruffians. "Handle this." Bald Li's expression darkened with fury as he turned to confront the ruffians. "Speak. Who is behind your actions?" The yellow-haired ruffian, now stripped of bravado, confessed without hesitation, "Sir, it was the Jiang family that compelled us to act." Bald Li's countenance grew grave. "The Jiang family again. Sir, we were forced into this. I beseech you to show mercy and spare us. To tarnish the reputation of the White Wolf Society is not something I can overlook lightly," Baldly retorted with a cold sneer, commanding his subordinates, "Treat them accordingly." With that, he quickly returned to Ye Chu, bowing respectfully. "Sir, it is indeed the Jiang family." Ye Chu's eyes narrowed slightly, recognizing this as retaliation for previous encounters. "Shall I send someone to the Jiang family to demand an explanation?" Bald Li's gaze hardened at the thought. No need. Ye Chu waved his hand dismissively. This matter is likely orchestrated by the main branch of the Jiang family. Find a few reliable individuals and discreetly teach them a lesson. Bald Li nodded vigorously in agreement. Understood. I shall take my leave now, Ye Chu concluded, gesturing for the group to disperse. Wang Santong regarded him with admiration, remarking, Truly, you are the esteemed Dr. Yi. You have just emerged and already acquired a formidable band of followers. That burly man earlier exuded strength, rivaling even my personal bodyguard. Ye Chu merely smiled in silence. The two continued their feast until the late hours of the night. After their meal, as Ye Chu prepared to depart, Wang Santong insisted, Dr. Yi, do not rush off. Allow me to take you somewhere. Intrigued, Ye Chu inquired, where to? You'll find out when we arrive, Wang Santong replied with a mysterious smile, instructing the bodyguards to drive. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the picturesque shores of Guangling Lake. Guangling Lake, nestled between the southern and eastern districts of Jiangdu City, is renowned as a luxurious enclave. Surrounding the lake is an expansive area of upscale residential complexes. In this locale, one can find both expansive flats and standalone villas, predominantly inhabited by the affluent and the elite. However, the true allure of Guangling Lake lies not in these opulent residences, but rather in the luxurious estate nestled at the heart of the lake. At the center of Guangling Lake, there exists a vast island, upon which stands the most exquisite estate in Jiangdu, the Guangling Lake Manor. Spanning tens of thousands of square meters, the manor boasts unparalleled lavishness in its decor. It features artificial hills and flowing water, stunning gardens, a racetrack, and even a horse racing track, not to mention a golf course. Crucially, this estate is not only adorned with opulence, but also steeped in rich historical significance. It is said that in ancient times, the entirety of Guangling Lake, along with its surrounding areas, belonged to the residents of the Prince of Guangling, with the lake serving merely as the royal garden. Over time, the royal palace fell into disrepair, eventually leaving behind only remnants of its former glory. Subsequently, someone invested a considerable sum to purchase the land of Guangling Lake, constructing the surrounding residential areas and the luxurious estate at its center. This is why Guangling Lake Manor is celebrated as the premier estate of Jiangdu. It has been appraised at a value exceeding 2 billion. To facilitate access to the island, the developers constructed a tunnel beneath the lake. Vehicles traverse this passageway to reach the island at the lake's core. Upon entering the island, a wealth of luxurious vegetation greets the eye. Ye Chu curiously surveyed his surroundings and inquired, Old Wang, where exactly are we? Wang Santong, in response, posed a question of his own, Dr. Yi, what do you think of this place? After taking a closer look, Ye Chu nodded and remarked, the scenery is quite splendid. With a hearty laugh, Wang Santong replied, since Dr. Yi appreciates it, consider it a gift. Taken aback by the grandeur of the estate, which he had never encountered before, Ye Chu felt a tinge of embarrassment, recalling that both the Jiang and Yun family estates paled in comparison to the one before him. Old Wang, we're not strangers. There's no need for such formality, he said, rubbing his nose. Dr. Yi, this is the second time you have saved me. Bestowing upon you this estate is but a token of my gratitude. Please do not refuse. Wang Santong expressed earnestly. Recognizing the sincerity in his words, Ye Chu felt it inappropriate to decline further, as it might come off as overly pretentious. As their vehicle approached the manor's entrance, several individuals awaited their arrival. Just after they alighted, a graceful middle-aged woman approached them. Greetings, Mr. Wang, she said. Wang Santong waved his hand and gestured toward Ye Chu, stating, this is Dr. Yi. He shall be the master of this estate from now on. He then introduced her to Ye Chu. Dr. Yi, this is Steward Zhong, responsible for the manor's daily upkeep. You may reach out to her for any matters. Zhong Shan bowed respectfully to Ye Chu, saying, greetings, master. Ye Chu nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Wang Santong instructed, please show Dr. Yi around. Steward Zhong promptly agreed, inviting master. Please follow me. Ye Chu nodded, and the group followed her to explore the estate. Under Zhong Shan's guidance, the entire manor illuminated with vibrant lights, casting a dazzling radiance that brightened half of Guangling Lake, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Though it was the dead of night, many were stirred from their slumber, particularly the residents of the towering apartments surrounding the lake. Some, unable to sleep, ventured onto their balconies to investigate. To their astonishment, the Guangling Lake Manor was illuminated. sparking curiosity as to whether the enigmatic owner had finally made an appearance. The manor had only been lit up once before, at its inception, making tonight's illumination the second occurrence. People were left pondering the identity of the manor's elusive proprietor, who had constructed such an opulent estate, yet seldom visited. It was rumored that the Long family had sought to purchase the manor, only to find their efforts thwarted. The inability of even such a powerful family to acquire the estate hinted at the complexity of its owner. During a visit, Wang Santong regaled Ye Chu with the manor's historical evolution and the substantial investment made in its construction. Wang Santong, renowned as the king of Jiangnan's real estate, was also an aficionado of antiques. He had heard whispers that the tomb of the Guangling king might lie in the vicinity of Guangling Lake, prompting him to acquire the area for development, in hopes of unearthing treasures. However, no signs of the ancient tomb were ever discovered. Ultimately, he found the island's scenery appealing and decided to build a manor for leisurely retreats, yet became too occupied to ever visit. Initially, due to the tomb's significance, Wang Santong maintained strict confidentiality regarding the manor, resulting in few being aware of his ownership as the king of Jiangnan. Ye Chu was taken aback, realizing the manor held such profound historical significance. The dazzling lights persisted until the early hours of the morning before finally extinguishing. Ye Chu, having explored until the end, chose to stay at the manor. The following morning, under the guidance of the steward, Zhong Shan, an array of sumptuous breakfasts was prepared by the chefs. As Ye Chu rose, breakfast was just being served, featuring an extravagant selection. He marveled at the simplicity of the wealthy lifestyle. After the meal, Wang Santong announced his departure, stating, "Dr. Yi, I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Ye Chu nodded, replying, "Old Wang, should you need assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call." Recognizing the generosity of the offer, Wang Santong's expression brightened. He had been eagerly awaiting such a response. Having spent considerable time with Ye Chu in Longtan prison, he was acutely aware of the young man's formidable capabilities, currently unrecognized but destined for greatness. "Dr. Yi, with your words, I am thoroughly satisfied." Wang Santong beamed, his excitement palpable. Ye Chu nodded, watching him depart. No sooner had he left than Ye Chu's phone rang. It was Han Mingwan, who, having noticed his absence that morning, called out of concern. "Xiao Chu, I heard that someone broke into the house over at the main residence last night and caused a ruckus. Where are you? Are you all right?" Ye Chu was taken aback, reflecting on the remarkable efficiency of Baldly's operations. Little did he know that Baldly would inform by Xiao Xiao about the matter upon his return. Upon learning that it was Ye Chu's instruction, the latter took matters into his own hands. With a master involved, how could the main family possibly withstand such pressure? "Mom, I'm fine, as long as you're all right." Hee, it seems those fellows from the main family have provoked someone they shouldn't have. They truly deserve it. Han Mingjuan's tone was laced with schadenfreude. "Xiao Chu, hurry back. We must visit the hospital to witness the spectacle." She spoke to Ye Chu without any pretense. "All right, I'll be back shortly." Once he hung up the phone, Zhong Shan immediately interjected, "Head of the family, I shall prepare the car for you." Ye Chu waved his hand. "No need for trouble, I can go by myself." Zhong Shan glanced at the surrounding lakes, intending to speak, but saw Ye Chu swiftly darting towards the estate's exit. His speed was akin to lightning. With a few leaps, he was outside the estate, and then he leaped directly into the lake. The next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before Zhong Shan's eyes. Ye Chu appeared like a bird in flight, his toes lightly touching the lake's surface as he walked upon the waves, his figure quickly vanishing into the morning mist. Zhong Shan swallowed hard, initially puzzled as to why Wang Santong would gift such an extravagant estate to an unremarkable young man. Yet now, it was clear that he was far from ordinary. He was indeed a dragon among men. Ye Chu soon returned to the Jiang family home, where the family was gathered for a meal. Jiang Haiyun wore an expression of displeasure. "Where have you been so early in the morning? Always out and about. Do you even know what you're up to?" He grew increasingly dissatisfied with Ye Chu. "Be quiet." Han Mingwan shot him a glare and beckoned to Ye Chu. "Xiao Chu, come eat." "Mom, I've already eaten." Ye Chu waved his hand, glancing at Jiang Junyao, who remained calm and did not shift her gaze. A sense of self-mockery flickered in Ye Chu's eyes, accompanied by a hint of disappointment. In her eyes, he truly seemed to hold no significance. Just then, a phone rang. It was Jiang Juanyao's mobile. She picked it up to answer, and after hearing the other party, her expression grew slightly serious. "Junyao, what's wrong?" Jiang Haiyun inquired with concern. Jiang Junyao set down her phone to explain. It is said that the owner of Guangling Lake Manor has made an appearance, and many people are preparing to visit. Jiang Haiyun gasped in surprise. I wonder who possesses such an extravagant and luxurious estate? Han Mingwan was equally curious. They say that mysterious owner is not from Jiangdu. Who could be such a big shot that they would go through the trouble of building a manor here, only to leave it idle? It must be some super magnate, Jiang Haiyun asserted, envy glimmering in his eyes. If only I could live in such opulence in this lifetime, I would have no regrets. Han Mingwan rolled her eyes. Stop dreaming. Not only you. Even the old man lacks that qualification. Humph, am I not allowed to dream? Jiang Haiyun snorted, then turned to Jiang Junyao. Junyao, should we pay a visit as well? Who knows, if we are fortunate enough to meet that mysterious owner, it could benefit your future endeavors. He pondered the possibility that the enigmatic estate owner might take a liking to Jiang Junyao, which would indeed be a stroke of fortune. Unbeknownst to him, the illustrious figure he regarded as a person of great significance was seated right beside him. Ye Chu stifled a laugh at the thought. If Jiang Haiyun were to discover that the mysterious estate owner was none other than him, he would likely be left utterly astounded. Having learned from previous experiences, he chose to remain silent this time. After all, voicing the truth would only invite disbelief and ridicule from the others. Junyao, have you given any thought to that investment matter? Jiang Haiyun inquired as he noticed Jiang Junyao preparing to leave after her meal. Furrowing her brow, Jiang Junyao replied, That endeavor is unreliable, Dad. Please refrain from getting involved. What makes it unreliable? Jiang Haiyun attempted to press further, but Jiang Junyao departed the villa without a backward glance. Han Mingwan interjected, Enough of those unreliable thoughts. Let's hurry and tidy up to go to the hospital. Jiang Haiyun scoffed inwardly, waiting for the day his investment would yield profits, at which point he would have much to say to them. Shortly thereafter, the trio set off for the hospital. But as they exited the villa, they were abruptly halted by two individuals. Up ahead, Yi Tianqing and Yi Chen were blocking their path. It appeared that, having received no updates from Ye Chu, the Yi family grew anxious upon learning that the Jiang family had officially commenced cooperation with the Huangfu family, prompting their urgent visit. Humph, how dare the scoundrels from the Yi family show their faces here? Jiang Haiyun sneered, exhibiting no courtesy towards them. He stepped out of the car and bellowed. Are you seeking death? Do you not see the vehicle approaching? With a forced smile, Yi Tianqing approached, saying, In-laws, please do not be upset. We have come specifically to pay our respects. Jiang Haiyun's expression darkened instantly. Be quiet. Who is your in-law? He inwardly wished to rid himself of Ye Chu as a son-in-law and could hardly acknowledge them as relatives. Yi Tianqing's expression faltered, taken aback by Jiang Haiyun's blatant disregard. At that moment, Han Mingwan exited the vehicle and inquired in a calm tone, Do you have business with us? She, too, offered no friendly demeanor towards Yi Tianqing, aware that those who would barter their offspring for gain were hardly commendable individuals. With a smile that did not reach his eyes, Yi Tianqing said, Mother-in-law, it has been some time since Xiao Chu and Miss Jiang were married. I would like to invite you all to dine together. May I ask when you might be available? Han Mingwan saw through his intentions and was about to respond when Ye Chu stepped forward. There is no need for a meal. Junyao has recently been promoted to president and is exceedingly busy, with no time to dine with those who are unrelated. Yi Tianqing's eye twitched in frustration, wishing he could deliver a few harsh slaps to Ye Chu. Beside him, Yi Chen could not help but interject, Ye Chu, how can you speak to Dad like that? Do you have no sense of integrity, taking money without fulfilling your end of the bargain? I speak as I wish. What can you do about it? Ye Chu retorted coolly, And that money is compensation from your Yi family, is it not? You shameless wretch. Yi Chen's face flushed with anger. Yi Tianqing's lips twitched, his gaze seething as he glared at Ye Chu, as if wishing to devour him whole. What is with that expression? Han Mingwan expressed her displeasure. What? Do you intend to lay hands on Xiao Chu? She asserted, Understand this, Xiao Chu is now my son-in-law. It would be wise for you to behave, or I shall not hesitate to take action. Yi Tianqing and his son's expressions suddenly shifted, as they never expected Han Mingwan to be so protective of Ye Chu. Xiao Chu, let us go, Han Mingwan urged, pulling Ye Chu into the car. Jiang Haiyun shot a glare at the two before following them inside. As the vehicle sped away, Ye Chu provocatively flashed a taunting expression at them, infuriating both men. Yi Chen erupted in anger. Dad, that insolent brat is far too arrogant. We must teach him a lesson, so he knows his place. Teach him a lesson? Yi Tianqing replied darkly. That kid not only has the Jiang family backing him, but he is also a formidable martial artist. What do we have to confront him with? Yi Tianqing's face was filled with reluctance. Are we to let this slide? After a moment of silence, he finally said, "Of course, we cannot let it go. We will return and seek Mr. Su, asking him to contact his senior brother. This time, we shall ensure that rascal learns a profound lesson." Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Yes, that waste must understand the consequences. However, he hesitated. But Dad, what about the Jiang family? Given Han Mingwan and Jiang Haiyun's demeanor earlier, the chances of collaborating with them seem slim. Yi Tianqing's expression darkened as he pondered the situation, unsure of how to proceed. Yi Chen contemplated for a moment and suggested, "Dad, could we perhaps approach the main branch of the Jiang family instead?" Yi Tianqing's eyes brightened slightly. After careful thought, he replied, "It may be worth a try. After all, we currently lack better options. Have someone investigate the main branch of the Jiang family to see if we can find a way to win their favor." Yi Chen nodded. "All right, I will take care of it immediately." Meanwhile, in a high-end hospital room at the First People's Hospital, Zhang Haifeng was in a fit of rage. "Incompetence. All of you are useless. You can't even handle such a trivial matter. What good are you?" Before him stood a man in black, the head of the bodyguards from the main branch, who usually handled any dirty work. He had never failed before, but this time he had faltered. Not only had the White Wolf Society discovered them, but they also came knocking at their door. Inside the room, the 5 members of the main branch were all bandaged up, indicating they had sustained serious injuries. The man dared not speak, enduring Zhang Haifeng's tirade. After a considerable time, Zhang Haifeng's fury began to subside, and he asked in a deep voice, "Now, tell me, what exactly happened?" The man immediately replied, "Master, I have summoned the one responsible for the task. Let him explain." With that, he exited the room and soon returned with a wounded young man with yellow hair. The very troublemaker from the barbecue stand incident. He recounted the events to the master without omitting any detail. "Master, had that kid not been nearby enjoying barbecue, the White Wolf Society would never have learned of this." Zhang Haifeng furrowed his brow. "You mean that kid made a call and summoned a hall master from the White Wolf Society? He even instructed them to act?" The young man nodded. Zhang Haifeng's expression fluctuated between anger and contemplation. "Last night, the leader of the White Wolf Society personally came to issue a warning. If that person could command others, their identity must be significant. Could it possibly be the long-lost White Wolf King?" The expressions of the others were all grim, convinced that their misfortune stemmed from simply encountering high-ranking members of the White Wolf Society. At that moment, Han Mingwan and her companions entered the hospital room. Upon seeing the bruised faces of the individuals present, Han Mingwan could hardly conceal her smile. "Elder brother, elder sister, I heard you faced an assailant at home last night. What exactly happened? Could you share the details?" Her face was brimming with curiosity. The expressions of the main household members darkened instantly, particularly Chun Meijing, whose face twisted in anger. The yellow-haired thug, upon spotting Ye Chu, gasped in shock and stammered, "Why you?" His excitement rendered him momentarily speechless. Zhang Haifeng frowned and scolded, "What are you shouting about? Get out." Regaining his composure, the yellow-haired thug reported, "Head of the family. That kid who contacted the White Wolf Society last night is him." He pointed at Ye Chu, his excitement palpable. The main household members' pupils contracted as they turned their gaze towards Ye Chu in unison. Zhang Juanhu erupted in fury. "It's you again, you wretched scoundrel." His emotional outburst aggravated his injuries, causing him to grimace in pain. The others glared at Ye Chu with eyes that seemed to wish him dead, feigning ignorance. Ye Chu responded, "Brother Juanhu, what are you saying? I don't understand a word." Zhang Juanhu, suppressing his pain, angrily retorted, "You Yi, confess honestly, what is your connection to the White Wolf Society?" If what the yellow-haired thug said were true, Ye Chu undoubtedly had significant ties to the White Wolf Society. Although incredulous, the earlier incident involving Chun Zibao compelled him to believe that Ye Chu's relationship with the White Wolf Society was indeed complex. "I know not of this White Wolf Society you speak of." Ye Chu pretended to be deaf and mute. Zhang Junlong coldly interjected, "Yi, if you have the audacity to act, do you not have the courage to admit it?" Zhang Haifeng pointed at the yellow-haired thug. "The witness is right here. Dare you refute it? Can you claim not to know him?" Ye Chu scrutinized the yellow-haired thug for a moment before solemnly shaking his head. "I truly do not recognize him." Zhang Haifeng's face turned ashen with rage, and just as he was about to retort, Han Mingwan interjected coldly, "Zhang Haifeng, what do you mean by this? The culprits outside were beaten. How does that involve my son-in-law?" Her words intensified the anger of the main household members. Chun Meijing pointed at the yellow-haired thug and shouted, Han Mingwan. He witnessed with his own eyes that he summoned a hall master from the White Wolf Society and directed him to retaliate against us. Do you still dare to argue? Han Mingwan cast a glance at the yellow-haired thug and replied indifferently, this yellow-haired boy is clearly one of your people. Who knows if you arranged this beforehand to frame my son-in-law? Jiang Haiyun chimed in, elder sister-in-law, are you mistaken? This kid is a mere good-for-nothing. How could he possibly know anyone from the White Wolf Society, let alone a hall master? He was not defending Ye Chu. He simply did not believe that a worthless individual could have connections with the hall master of the White Wolf Society. Chun Meijing opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, it was common knowledge that Ye Chu was a mere illegitimate child, a failure who could never know a hall master from the White Wolf Society, let alone command them to act, were it not for Jiang Juanhu's prior incident. Even she would have found it hard to believe. I think they are just looking for trouble on purpose. Han Mingwan let out a cold huff, feeling disheartened by the unexpected accusation directed at her son-in-law upon her arrival. Had she known, she would have refrained from visiting. Ye Chu concurred, saying, Mother, since they fail to recognize a benefactor's kindness, let us not linger here in vain. Han Mingwan nodded in agreement and deliberately remarked to the family members of the main branch, eldest brother and sister-in-law, in the future, be cautious in your endeavors. Otherwise, you may suffer further misfortunes. It is one thing to endure hardship, but our family's reputation must not be tarnished. The main branch members were incensed. Han Mingwan, silence yourself. Chun Meijing shouted in fury. Sister-in-law, please calm down. Do not let your anger affect your health, Han Mingwan said with a smile, taking pleasure in their discomfort. Observing their predatory expressions, she felt a sense of satisfaction. With a mocking glance, she beckoned to Ye Chu and the others. Let us take our leave. Eldest brother and sister-in-law, please take care of yourselves. We shall visit again soon. Jiang Haiyun, forcing himself to offer some comfort, also departed. Ye Chu lingered at the exit, casting a meaningful smile at the others before leaving the ward. Jiang Juanhu, overwhelmed with rage, spat blood and gritted his teeth, pointing toward the door. Father, that scoundrel is undoubtedly behind this. The others shared his indignation, with Chun Meijing seething, Haifeng, that little rascal is far too arrogant. We must ensure he pays for this. Father, I will contact our allies immediately. We must eliminate that scoundrel. Jiang Juanlong's eyes gleamed with lethal intent. Jiang Haifeng nodded. Very well, proceed at once. Once outside the hospital, Han Mingwan inquired of Ye Chu, Xiao Chu, what transpired just now? Ye Chu shook his head, I do not know, upon entering. They were already in an uproar, speaking of something called the White Wolf Society, of which I have no knowledge. Han Mingwan felt a twinge of doubt. The main branch's reaction was so intense that she began to question the validity of their claims. Jiang Haiyun scoffed, let us hurry to the company. It is one thing to know a few underlings of the White Wolf Society, but how could he possibly know their leader? Han Mingwan considered this and cautioned Ye Chu. Be vigilant in the coming days to avoid retaliation from the main branch. Ye Chu nodded as Han Mingwan and Jiang Haiyun drove off to the company. He departed alone, intending to check on Sun Yuruo and the others regarding their house purchase. If they had not yet secured it, he would suggest moving into the Guangling Lake Manor. Upon arriving outside the hospital, he prepared to hail a cab when a familiar black Mercedes appeared in the distance. The vehicle approached and halted, its window lowering to reveal two familiar faces, Yi Tiancheng and his son. Ye Chu's expression darkened. You two truly are relentless. Ye Chu, do not be too smug. Yi Chen scoffed. Do you really think that without you, we would be unable to forge a partnership with the Jiang family? Ye Chu nodded in agreement. With your limited capabilities, it seems you indeed lack the means. Arrogant fool, just wait and see. Once we establish our collaboration with the Jiang family, we will settle the score with you. Ye Chen shot Ye Chu a cold glare as the car headed toward the hospital's underground parking lot. Ye Chu was momentarily taken aback, but then a knowing smile crept onto his lips. While heaven's punishment may be bearable, self-inflicted suffering is inescapable. Meanwhile, the vehicle entered the underground garage. Yi Chen and Yi Tiancheng alighted from their vehicle, burdened with an array of gifts, and made their way towards the hospital building. Not long ago, they had learned of the Jiang family's elder residing in the hospital, and they believed that a personal visit would surely endear them to their hosts. With unwavering confidence, the two ascended the stairs and arrived at the ward where the Jiang family was located. After adjusting their attire, They pushed open the door to the room. Inside, Jiang Haifeng and the others were still in a state of agitation. Upon noticing the unexpected intrusion, their ire intensified. "Who are you? Who permitted you to enter?" Yi Tianqing wore a broad smile as he introduced himself. "Esteemed guests, I am Yi Tianqing, the head of the Yi family, and we are related to the Jiang family by marriage. I have come to visit upon hearing of your injuries and hospital stay. I hope you will not take offense at my uninvited presence." The expressions of the elder Jiang and his companions shifted dramatically, and Yi Tianqing, oblivious to the brewing storm, believed he had made an impression. Just as he was about to speak, Chen Meijing interjected with a sharp question. "So, that means Ye Chu is your son?" Yi Tianqing nodded, a smile still gracing his lips, but before he could respond further, Chen Meijing erupted with fury. "Well, that little rascal just left, and here you are, his father, arriving right after him. What? Have you come to gloat over our misfortune?" Jiang Juanhu, the most enraged among them, ordered the bodyguards beside him. "Teach them a lesson. Give them a good beating." In an instant, the bodyguards sprang into action, and the ward was soon filled with anguished cries. After Ye Chu departed from the hospital, he intended to call Sun Yuru, but he received a phone call from Baldly first. "Sir, I've just received news that Miss Sun has encountered some trouble. I am on my way there now to inform you." Ye Chu's expression darkened. "Where is it?" "At the flower and bird antique market." Without hesitation, Ye Chu instructed the driver to change course. Meanwhile, within an antique shop at the flower and bird antique market, Sun Yuru and Sun Xiaoying found themselves encircled by a group of bodyguards, while two battered men lay nearby, their faces swollen and bruised. These were the protectors sent by Xiao Xiao to safeguard Sun Yuru. Though both men were formidable, boasting strength at the 5th stage of body refinement, they were outmatched. The power of their adversaries was evident. At the rear of the bodyguards sat a young man adorned in lavish attire. Each of his thumbs bore a jade ring, and a string of prayer beads hung around his neck, exuding an air of cultured sophistication. He delicately lifted a teacup, savoring a sip, before casting a glance at the two women and gesturing towards a pair of shattered porcelain shards on the floor. "This is a piece from the Ru kiln of the Song dynasty, valued at 100 million. You will need to compensate for it, or you shall not leave here today." Sun Yuru, filled with indignation, retorted, "You are extorting us. That porcelain clearly fell on its own." The young man scoffed. "It was clearly you who knocked it down as you passed by. The evidence is irrefutable, and yet you dare to argue." In her frustration, Sun Yuru felt tears welling up, lamenting her unfortunate circumstances. It had only been a short while ago that she and Sun Xiaoying, following Ye Chu's advice, had purchased a beautifully renovated villa. During the house hunting process, they had encountered an old classmate who had been exceedingly cordial, not only introducing them to desirable properties, but also recommending that they acquire calligraphy and antiques to elevate the ambience of their home. The mother and daughter, finding merit in the suggestion, had visited this very shop based on his recommendation. As the events unfolded, Sun Yuru, upon passing by an exquisite antique porcelain vase, inadvertently caused it to tumble to the ground. Instantly, a cohort of bodyguards surged forward, demanding compensation and asserting that the vase, a relic from the Song dynasty, was valued at a staggering 100 million. Even Sun Yuru, naive as she might be, recognized she had fallen victim to a calculated scam. She prepared to summon the city guards, but a throng seized her phone and threatened her with violence. Fortunately, two burly figures, discreetly assigned to protect her, arrived just in time, only to be overwhelmed by the head of the opposing bodyguards. This led to the current predicament. Sun Xiaoying, gritting her teeth, declared, "This situation is clearly a scheme to extort us. You would do well to let us go. Otherwise, my son-in-law is not to be trifled with." A young man responded with a mocking smile. "Oh really? How formidable is he? Call him forth, let me see." "Just wait, I will do that," Sun Xiaoying retorted angrily, pulling out her phone to call Ye Chu. One of the bodyguards scoffed. "You think you can summon reinforcements? How naive. Do you even know who our boss is?" Instinctively, Sun Xiaoying inquired, "Who is it?" The bodyguard arrogantly replied, "Our boss is young Master Wu from the Wu family." "Are you aware of the Wu family?" "One of the 4 prominent clans of Jiangdu. Certainly not someone you can provoke. It would be wise to compensate us willingly, otherwise, things will escalate, and you will be the ones to suffer." The mother and daughter exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they recognized the Wu family name. Sun Xiaoying hesitated, uncertain whether to contact Ye Chu. If he could not resolve the matter, calling him would only bring further trouble. Wu Xiaobing then stood up nonchalantly and said, Auntie, stop resisting, just pay up. I heard you recently purchased a villa valued at over 50 million. Sell it to cover part of this. And we can work out the rest. I can wait. Sun Yuru's expression changed. How do you know about that? Suddenly, realization struck her. Are you in cahoots with Zhu Ku? Zhu Kuer was indeed her former classmate, someone she had known since elementary school, and who had fallen on hard times after not performing well in college. They had recently crossed paths. Zhu Kuer was now a sales manager and had been exceedingly cordial during the villa purchase, which puzzled Sun Yuru given their previously distant relationship. She had thought Zhu Kuer had matured and understood the ways of the world. Now, however, it became clear that her demeanor had been a facade, orchestrated to deceive her into this situation. A smirk crept across Wu Xiaobing's lips, yet he remained silent. At that moment, a man and a woman emerged from the adjacent room. The woman, in her early 20s, was dressed flamboyantly, her face adorned with striking makeup, and possessed a certain charm. It was Zhu Kuer. Sun Yuru's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhu Kuer, why? I have no enmity with you. Why do you wish to harm me? Zhu Kuer responded with a sultry smile. Yuru, one can indulge in a chaotic meal, but one must not speak without thought. Our boss is a close friend of young Master Wu. I merely facilitated your introduction here out of consideration for our past as classmates. You were the one who carelessly shattered the antique. That is not my concern. Sun Yuru's anger surged, her chest rising and falling with agitation. The man beside Zhu Kuer gazed at her with keen interest. This beautiful lady, why not sell the house and cover the loss? I could assist you with the remaining millions. As he spoke, his eyes roamed over Sun Yuru's alluring figure. However, the premise is that you must accompany me for several months. Not long ago, Sun Yuru and her mother went to purchase a house. Upon learning that her once impoverished classmate had suddenly acquired wealth, Zhu Kuer felt an overwhelming sense of inequity. Driven by jealousy, she approached her lecherous boss, who indeed took an interest in Sun Yuru's beauty. Realizing that Sun Yuru lacked any substantial background, he secretly plotted everything. You wish? Sun Yuru exclaimed in fury. The man coldly scoffed. Do not mistake my attention for charity. It is indeed your fortune. Be wise and obedient, or I shall make your demise a mere trifle. Sun Yuru, her eyes reddening with frustration, lamented her misfortune of repeatedly encountering such predicaments. Just as she was at a loss, a familiar voice pierced through the tension. What audacity! Everyone turned to the source of the voice, where a tall young man strode in. Brother Ye! Sun Yuru exclaimed with delight. Sun Xiaoying also expressed her joy, for he always arrived at pivotal moments. Huh, I thought it was someone of substance. It turns out to be you, the worthless, illegitimate child. The man sneered upon recognizing the newcomer. Ye Chu narrowed his eyes at the man, and upon seeing his face, they narrowed further. Ye Kong, the eldest son of the Yi family's second branch, had often bullied Ye Chu in their youth. TSK, you have such a stunning wife in Miss Jiang. Yet you remain unsatisfied, daring to keep a mistress outside. Are you not afraid the Jiang family will break your third leg? Yi Kong taunted. Or perhaps, Miss Jiang refuses to share your bed, leaving you unable to contain your desires, leading you to seek solace elsewhere? He then turned to Sun Yuru, clicking his tongue. Beauty, your taste is lacking. How could you settle for such a bum, especially as a mistress? Kick him to the curb and come with me. Whatever he offers, I shall double it. In an instant, Ye Chu was before Yi Kong, delivering a sharp slap that left the latter dazed. Yi Kong, momentarily stunned, clutched his throbbing cheek, staring blankly at Ye Chu. It took several seconds for him to regain his composure, and then he erupted in rage. You dare strike me, you worthless fool. I will end you. He raised his fist, lunging at Ye Chu, but Ye Chu effortlessly seized his wrist and twisted it gently. With a sickening crack, Yi Kong's wrist shattered. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the room. Enduring the pain, Yi Kong called out to Wu Xiaobing, Brother Bing, help me eliminate this fool, and I will part with that item you coveted last time. Wu Xiaobing's heart leaped with joy, but his expression darkened as he glared at Ye Chu. How dare you cause a ruckus on my turf? Get him! A group of bodyguards immediately surrounded Ye Chu. Just then, baldly stormed in with a contingent of men. Who dares to lay a hand on my master? He bellowed, positioning himself protectively in front of Ye Chu, his face fierce and menacing. The bodyguards were genuinely intimidated. The head of the bodyguards recognized Bald Li and was secretly astonished. Wu Xiaobing, infuriated, shouted, You fools, what are you standing there for? Attack! This is my territory. Do you fear a few outsiders? The head of the bodyguards swiftly approached the opposing party, whispering, "Young master. That bald man is the hall master of the White Wolf Society." Wu Xiaobing's gaze sharpened, yet he remained unfazed, addressing the bald Li with a low voice. "Pray tell, why has your White Wolf Society intruded upon my establishment without cause?" Bald Li scoffed, retorting, "Shouldn't that question be posed by me?" Wu Xiaobing replied nonchalantly, "This ruffian caused a disturbance in my establishment. Is it not reasonable to teach him a lesson? Furthermore, the woman shattered an antique in my shop. Should she not compensate me accordingly?" "You speak falsely. That porcelain vase clearly fell on its own," Sun Yuru insisted, defending her position. Wu Xiaobing chuckled coldly. "My subordinates clearly witnessed you shattering it. Your attempts at evasion are futile. Moreover, I have surveillance footage. Even if the city guards are summoned, you shall pay for the damages." Sun Yuru found herself momentarily speechless. The circumstances were indeed difficult to argue against. Ye Chu stepped forward to inquire, "What transpired? Please enlighten me." Sun Yuru recounted the events without reservation. Upon hearing her account, Ye Chu narrowed his eyes and approached the shattered porcelain fragments. After a moment of scrutiny, he discerned that apart from a small piece being genuine, the majority were evidently products of modern craftsmanship, clearly added later. Wu Xiaobing interjected with a disdainful snort. "Enough of your examination. This is an authentic Song Dynasty Qing Ru kiln piece, worth a fortune." Ye Chu picked up the genuine shard, lifting it towards Wu Xiaobing, and remarked calmly, "Aside from this small fragment, the rest are mere fakes. Your method of extortion is rather sophisticated." Wu Xiaobing was taken aback by the revelation. Yet he would not concede, sneering, "Your claim means nothing. I assure you, I possess complete appraisal documentation. Regardless of your protestations, compensation is mandatory. How dare you attempt to extort the White Wolf Society? I'll make you regret this," Baldly thundered, his fury palpable as he raised his enormous palm to strike Wu Xiaobing. The head bodyguard promptly intervened, but after a mere exchange of blows, he was sent reeling, blood spilling from his mouth. Wu Xiaobing's expression shifted dramatically as he ordered his bodyguards to intercept. However, they were no match for Bald Li, who swiftly dispatched them all. As Bald Li's colossal hand descended upon him, Wu Xiaobing, in a state of panic, shouted, "You fool! I am the eldest son of the Wu family. My brother-in-law's father commands the city guards. Try laying a finger on me." Bald Li's hand halted midair. Although the White Wolf Society was formidable, they still held a measure of respect for the authorities. Seizing this moment, Wu Xiaobing laughed heartily. "Bald Li, it would be wise for you to apologize and compensate me. Otherwise, with a single phone call, I can summon the city guards to ensure your society faces dire consequences." Disregarding Wu Xiaobing, Bald Li turned his attention to Ye Chu, who nodded in understanding. With a twisted smile directed at Wu Xiaobing, he taunted, "You dare threaten the White Wolf Society? You are woefully naive." With that, his massive palm came crashing down. The sound resonated sharply. Wu Xiaobing spun several times before stars danced before his eyes, one side of his face rapidly swelling. Yi Yikong stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. Zhu Kuger trembled all over, realizing that she had seemingly stumbled into a grave predicament. After a considerable pause, Wu Xiaobing finally regained his senses, glaring at the bald-headed Li with venomous eyes, muttering threats under his breath. "Just wait, I'll call for help." The bald-headed Li regarded him with disdain, responding, "Sure, I'll be waiting. Go ahead and call." Without further ado, Wu Xiaobing swiftly retrieved his phone to summon reinforcements. Meanwhile, within a bustling shopping mall, a woman of striking elegance was accompanying her boyfriend and his family as they leisurely strolled, seeking a place to dine. Suddenly, her phone rang. Upon answering, she was met with a voice filled with distress. "Sister, there is trouble at my shop. Someone is causing a ruckus and has even resorted to violence. You must intervene on my behalf." The woman's expression shifted instantly, prompting her companion to inquire, "What is wrong?" "There is trouble over at Xiaobing's place. They say someone has been assaulted," she replied. The man furrowed his brow, his demeanor turning serious. "Who dares to act so brazenly? Let us go and see." He then turned to the middle-aged couple beside him, saying, "Dad, Aunt Yang, feel free to continue shopping. We have a matter to attend to." This man was none other than Zhou Bingtian, the commander of the city guard, who had dined with Ye Chu not long ago. The woman beside him was the beautiful lady who had unexpectedly entered the room at that time. Afterward, Zhou Bingtian found himself unable to forget her, and upon discovering she was single, he fervently pursued her. Casting a glance at the exquisite woman beside him, Zhou Bingtian remarked with a smile. Let us go take a look. I am curious to know which rogue is so audacious. In truth, he primarily wished to showcase his prowess in front of her. Zhou Zi readily discerned his father's intentions and nodded with a grin. All right, let us go together. Wu Qianqian immediately responded to the call. Ah Bing, hold on. Uncle Zhou and I will be there shortly. Back in the antique shop, upon hearing that the commander of the city guard was personally on his way, Wu Xiaobing's face lit up with elation. He hung up the phone and sneered at the bald-headedly, saying, You scoundrel. My sister is bringing the commander of the city guard here. Prepare to face the consequences. The bald-headedly's brow furrowed slightly. The commander was indeed a significant figure in Jiangdu and could prove to be quite formidable. However, catching a glimpse of Ye Chu's calm demeanor eased his anxiety. Sun Yuro and her daughter also appeared somewhat concerned. Brother Yi, I have caused you trouble again, the girl said, her face filled with guilt. It's merely a trifling matter. There's no need for concern. Ye Chu waved his hand dismissively, then directed his displeasure toward the bald-headedly. Haven't you eaten? You can't even handle a common person. The bald-headedly shuddered, immediately casting a fierce glare at Wu Xiaobing. The latter's complexion changed dramatically as he retorted menacingly. Don't act recklessly, or else. His words were abruptly interrupted by the sound of a slap, which quickly escalated into a series of blows. In no time, Wu Xiaobing was left battered and bruised. Yi Yikong watched in horror, too fearful to utter a word, dreading the possibility of incurring a similar fate. As the saying goes, a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Better to wait for the city guard to arrive before taking action. All right, don't kill him, Ye Chu gestured, prompting the bald-headed Li to cease his assault. At that moment, Wu Xiaobing was left with a mouthful of blood, his cheeks swollen and his appearance utterly dismal. With venomous eyes, he glared at the bald-headed Li, attempting to speak. Yet due to his severe injuries, he struggled to utter a single word for an extended period. Ugh! Truly pathetic, he finally spat. Li, with a bald head, spat on the ground, discarding it like refuse. He then turned his gaze towards Yi Yikong and Zhu Kuer, inquiring how to deal with these two individuals. The pair turned pale with fear, and Yi Yikong quickly played the emotional card, saying, Ye Chu, we are cousins, family. You cannot act recklessly. Ye Chu scoffed. Only now do you acknowledge we are family? At that moment, a group of armed city guards stormed in with great fervor. Following closely behind, a commanding voice resonated, Who dares to create a disturbance in another's establishment? The crowd turned to see several figures striding towards them, led by Zhou Bingtian. Yi Yikong, who had been timid moments before, instantly shifted his demeanor, pointing at Ye Chu and scolding him. You worthless fool, it's over for you. No one can save you this time. A smirk played on Ye Chu's lips as he retorted, Instead of worrying about me, perhaps you should concern yourself. Ye Yikong's expression darkened. You worthless fool, do you dare to strike before the city guards? In a flash, Ye Chu vanished, reappearing right before Ye Yikong. With a swift motion, he delivered 2 kicks, causing Ye Yikong to collapse to the ground with a piercing scream. Hold! The guards erupted in fury, raising their weapons towards Ye Chu. Elder brother Yi. Sun Yuru's heart raced, reaching her throat. At that moment, Zhou Bingtian and his companions entered. They had witnessed the earlier scene firsthand. Zhou Bingtian, furious, exclaimed, What audacity! To act so brazenly before your commander. As Ye Chu had his back turned. Zhou Bingtian did not immediately recognize him. Wu Qianqian, spotting Wu Xiaobing, who had been beaten into a pulp, rushed over. Ah Bing, are you all right? Don't scare your sister. Wu Xiaobing's voice was weak as he replied, Sister, I want that scoundrel dead. Wu Qianqian glared at Ye Chu with reddened eyes. Don't worry, sister will not let those who harmed you go unpunished. She then stood and addressed Zhou Bingtian, saying, Uncle Zhou, please seek justice for Ah Bing. Rest assured, I shall ensure your brother receives reparation, Zhou Bingtian replied solemnly, then waved his hand, commanding, Seize this madman. At that moment, Ye Chu slowly turned. Offering a faint smile to Zhou Bingtian, Commander Zhou, it has been a while. Zhou Bingtian was momentarily taken aback before quickly recovering, approaching Ye Chu with enthusiasm. Oh, Master Yi, what a pleasure. I have yet to express my gratitude for the last matter. When shall we dine together? Ye Chu smiled and waved his hand dismissively. I've been quite busy lately, perhaps another time. Witnessing this exchange, the onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. Ye Chu, a mere waste, seemed to have a favorable relationship with Zhou Bingtian. How could this be? Yi Yikong's mind roared in disbelief, unable to accept the scene before him. Zhu Kuter turned pale. filled with regret, while Sun Yuru and her mother wore expressions of astonishment. Zhou Bingtian, curious, inquired, Master Yi, what is the situation here? Initially, he had intended to take the individuals back for questioning, but now he understood that someone of Ye Chu's stature could not be easily offended. Baldly hurried forward, speaking rapidly to recount the events. Commander Zhou, that audacious little brat dares to engage in such extortionate antics, even implicating adults. You must handle this matter with justice, otherwise, the White Wolf Society will not let this pass lightly, declared the bald-headed Li in a booming voice. Zhou Bingtian's gaze sharpened as he cast a penetrating look at Ye Chu, taken aback to discover the connection to the White Wolf Society. Rest assured, I will address this matter with impartiality, Zhou Bingtian replied solemnly, nodding his head before directing a piercing glare at the Wu siblings. It was shocking to realize he had been used as a pawn. The two siblings shuddered, and Wu Qianqian hastily apologized. I'm sorry, Uncle Wu. I had no idea things were this way. I am willing to apologize on behalf of my brother. In truth, she was well aware of her brother's usual misdeeds, as he had often found himself embroiled in conflicts. However, he had always managed to smooth things over, relying on his boyfriend's connections with the Wu family. Little did she expect to encounter someone formidable this time. Zhou Zi interjected, Dad, it's all a misunderstanding. Can we just let it go? Zhou Bingtian retorted coldly, Nonsense. This young man has undoubtedly engaged in such behavior before. Tell me, did you not know this already? Zhou Zi found himself momentarily speechless. I shall deal with you later, Zhou Bingtian scoffed, then turned to Ye Chu. Master Yi, how do you propose we handle this? Ye Chu replied nonchalantly, Commander Zhou, you may handle it as you see fit. Zhou Bingtian nodded and instructed the city guards, take these individuals back for rigorous questioning. The guards promptly proceeded to detain the group. Z. Wu Qianqian looked at Zhou Zi with pleading eyes, but he lowered his head, too intimidated to speak. Master Yi, please share your contact information. I would like to invite you to dinner another day, Zhou Bingtian said before departing, exchanging contact details with Ye Chu. Ye Chu did not refuse, responding, Very well, I shall certainly reach out. Once the group had left, Ye Chu waved to Baldly. You all may head back as well. Baldly nodded and promptly departed with his companions. Ye Chu turned to Sun Yuru and her mother, Yuru, Annie, let us take our leave as well. Subsequently, the three of them ventured to the antique market to procure some antiquities and returned to the elegantly furnished villa purchased by Sun Yuru. Coincidentally, the villa was situated near Guangling Lake. Upon arriving home, Sun Xiaoying immediately began preparing dinner, while Sun Yuru guided Ye Chu on a tour of the villa. The residence, comprising 3 stories including the basement, was lavishly decorated, presenting a delightful overall appearance. Throughout the tour, the young girl was visibly excited and jubilant, reflecting her happiness. Observing her delight, Ye Chu abandoned his earlier intention of suggesting she move to the Guangling Lake estate. Thank you, Brother Yi, Sun Yuru said, gazing at him affectionately, her beautiful eyes brimming with warmth. Ye Chu felt a rush of emotion and could not help but embrace her slender waist, whispering softly in her ear, There is no need for thanks between us. Sun Yuru trembled slightly, her fair cheeks flushing crimson, yet she did not resist, wrapping her delicate hand around Ye Chu's neck. As he gazed at her alluring lips, Ye Chu was unable to restrain himself and leaned down to kiss her. Their lips met, bringing forth a gentle sensation accompanied by a subtle fragrance of youth. Sun Yuru closed her eyes shyly, responding with a degree of awkwardness. As did Ye Chu. Strictly speaking, this was indeed his first kiss. The last time he had shared such an experience with Yinbing Wan. It had been under the influence of an aphrodisiac, resulting in a wildly chaotic encounter where Ye Chu could only passively acquiesce, devoid of any genuine sensation. In the quiet of the underground chamber, a man and a woman embraced fervently, their lips and tongues entwined, enveloped in an atmosphere thick with ambiguity. Just as they became lost in their kiss, the voice of Sun Xiaoying suddenly echoed from the stairway. Yurua, Xiaochu, come upstairs for dinner. Both were jolted to attention, hastily parting from each other. Sun Yurua adjusted her disheveled attire, her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue, and her tousled hair cascading over her shoulders, appearing even more enchanting than usual. She hesitated to meet Ye Chu's gaze and promptly ascended the stairs. Ye Chu couldn't help but chuckle and quickly followed suit. Upon reaching the upper floor, they found that Sun Xiaoying had prepared a meal. Noticing the slight blush on Sun Yurua's cheeks, she immediately sensed something amiss but chose not to comment, cheerfully calling out, Xiaochu, come and eat. After their meal, Sun Xiuying instructed, Yuruo, please clean the dishes. And then you and Xiaochu can find a place to display those antiques and paintings. I'll go out to buy some vegetables and wine. I didn't prepare much for lunch, but we must properly entertain Xiaochu this evening. Without allowing them a chance to respond, she promptly left the villa. Exiting, Sun Xiuying glanced back over her shoulder, her gaze inscrutable. My dear girl, I've created the perfect opportunity for you. Whether you seize it is entirely up to you. Initially, Sun Xiuying had harbored some reservations about Ye Chu. Her desire was for her daughter to marry an ordinary man and live a safe and tranquil life. However, after recent events, she had come to understand that Sun Yuruo's extraordinary beauty made her susceptible to unwanted attention, necessitating a reliable protector. This echoed the ancient adage that beauty is often fleeting. Ye Chu was undoubtedly a commendable choice, and given that Sun Yuruo harbored affection for him, she no longer wished to obstruct their union, wanting instead to facilitate their blossoming relationship. Unbeknownst to them, Ye Chu and Sun Yuruo were entirely unaware of Sun Xiuying's thoughts. They first tidied up the dishes and then began arranging the antiques and paintings, completing the task swiftly. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Sun Yuruo said, Big brother Ye, I'm going to take a shower. All right, go ahead. Ye Chu nodded in response. The young woman entered the bathroom with her clothes. And as the sound of water cascaded echoed in the air, the flames of desire that had previously been extinguished within Ye Chu were reignited. Unable to resist, he glanced towards the bathroom, his mind involuntarily conjuring images of the young woman bathing, causing his blood to surge with restlessness. Ye Chu quickly steadied his breath, barely managing to suppress the turmoil within him. After a short while, Sun Yuruo emerged, wrapped in a pristine white bathrobe. Her damp hair lay gracefully over her fragrant shoulders, and the robe enveloped her exquisite figure snugly. Her long, fair legs glimmered with a pearly sheen under the sunlight. Ye Chu promptly turned his head away, unwilling to gaze any longer, fearful of losing control. Observing his reaction, Sun Yuruo smirked mischievously and approached him, inquiring playfully, Big brother Ye, what's the matter? The intoxicating fragrance of the young woman wafted into his senses, causing Ye Chu's breath to quicken as he hurriedly shook his head. It's nothing. Sun Yuru narrowed her beautiful eyes into crescent moons, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Brother Ye, I bought some clothes. Could you help me choose which one looks best?